kids are kids. Kids are always kids. And I'm not going to get going on the whole science of bias, because it's something that's been years of my life. And my journey on the science of bias started with the days of Eric Garner, that whole summer of 2016, when this horrendous situation of black people being killed by the police, where they shot before asking, and the people left to die in the most inhumane way for the rest of us to watch from the social media. That's when my joyful moment happened. Not
I just thought you should know that I was just offered a job with better pay, better benefits, and a better title at Cumberland.
And in a way
Fantastic. I turned it down. What? That would have solved all my problems. Loyalty to the company, you idiot. So I was talking to my assistant manager, but she left. I wouldn't have to hire anybody.
Is it true that
Big deal. That's so bad. I get it back.
because of the skin color you have in
I suppose I know.
I needed to know because I wasn't
Why are you torturing me?
At some point, when those killings were happening, it was so hard for me.
Honestly,
being a black person in this country and wondering.
I think he keeps hoping that someone's going to volunteer or be run over by a bus before the deadline.
What is this?
But in the end, really, what
do we do with this?
The first person to give a dirty look in the hall.
Is it true? How much discrimination am I operating under in the system?
All of that.
You need to understand the full characteristics of if you're dreaming of making a big change by building companies, you have to kind of intuit what am I up against?
What am I up against, right? And so this is why, spend all of this time on some of the work, and then eventually I understood that discrimination, if you wanted to understand it beyond, beyond the big line of, especially the clickbait lines, would make it very black and white. Then I had to really take a moment, and I spent time, with the work of brain scientists, with behavioral psychologists, with evolutionary biologists, with all of these ecosystems that together form what I call the science of bias. And especially, I came across the work of this team of scientists at the University of, I think it's Wisconsin, and they're the only ones who made sense in this sea of nonsense back then. And this article wasn't political.
Purely vegetarian.
It was saying something like
I'm going to kill myself!
What I learned was,
I'm going to kill myself, but it's your fault!
In a way, tell you that right around age 3, you have we're all different. You go from this person who has to rely on these other people, usually your parent, to stay alive. You fed, you housed, you be the to now, some basic where you have to, in order for you to survive, and this is all wired in, so you don't even understand it consciously as I'm saying it now. Where in order for you to survive, in order for you to go from this state of dependency to another, to the next stage, more and more, you're going to have to develop this ability to make sense of the world. And what's making sense of the world at this basic level need is, can you determine if a situation or a person is failure, and you need to be able to do so ever so quickly. Because failure to be able to do that might not be alive in itself.
And I feel like you want more than this little office has to offer. And
so this process is going to begin. And
the
brain is going to be your best ally.
We're going to have to.
And what the brain is going to do is it's going to help you. And the way the brain works is to it works with and the way it goes for efficiency is through automation.
No, of course it ain't. No, we haven't even started this horrible process.
One upward.
Okay,
it doesn't want to again. So
let somebody go today.
Stored, right? And then
they told me I need to let somebody go.
But
and as much as I think you're a great guy and I like you,
even be willing to consider. Otherwise, you have to spend all the time with what is
Call Jan and fight this thing together like the old days.
right?
Did you
So
start?
every time you want to put it
You don't have to do it.
yourself, because
Undo it.
and here's the pathway. Well, this pathway in the world of bias, defined bias,
Yeah, I went hunting once.
you do when they form
With a shovel for about an
So
hour. Why do you ask?
if we really
I have to fire someone today.
because of course
Today?
it's
Fine.
very different from
Fire someone
somebody
else.
who tells me to
Fire Devin.
There's
Terrible.
no
I'm so much better at my job than Devin.
Everybody
Well, I already
because
think
you're black and white,
you know
you're a
that.
woman
So
and a man.
unless I just go through with this, you're always going to look at me as the guy who almost fired you. No. I will forget so fast.
Unfortunately, by the time they do nasty things, it's very trouble, and that's not all we hear about. But I'm talking mostly about the rest of us. I'm talking about most of us, the people, bubbling along, making it up as we go along. That's why I have compassion for killing it. So, but really, in the morning when I wake up, do you really think that I'm waking up and thinking, how am I gonna go down? How am I gonna go kill that? That guy needs to go down. He's a man. Don't take me wrong. Sure, there's some women who feel like that, but I'm not one of them, and I do think the majority of us, not whatever. But in the morning I'm waking up, I'm just like, gee,
Devin,
can I get my
can I
tea?
talk to you person?
Oh, my dog is not
He's
doing
an
it
idiot,
today.
you know that.
Well,
No. You had it right the first time.
maybe I did.
There's a lot going on this year.
You gotta go with the gut, man.
He's kind of, just like you said, losing the
No,
There's a
I
bunch of
can't.
complications
No,
built
I
up.
can't go back. I would look like an idiot.
That's why I'm being fired.
No.
So you might not look like an idiot.
No, there are some place that it was a good downturn. Cut
And
back.
then the brain is the best ally that
This is unbelievable.
Efficiency done for automation. So every time it thinks it's figured something out, it's never going to think about it again. So that's how you build all of these habits of unconscious bias, because everything so it's somewhere along the line you come up with the information that black men walking on the street is danger. So later, what do you see? Whether it's next to my dad, I'm walking in the dark alley, I see a black man with a hoodie, maybe I'm going to run away because I've been.
Devin, Jim, Pam, Kelly,
So the best way to
Tony,
think about it
Oscar,
is the brain is the
Meredith,
hardware,
Phyllis, Stanley,
and
or the
the
temp.
software it runs
If
on.
you want to meet me for a drink, I'm going to be at Fort Richards.
What do you call it?
The rest of you can go to hell.
All of this information that we're getting from the Disney movies that you're reading, telling you that damsels are to be saved by the prince and all that stuff, and girls are shooting or whatever. You watch movies, and all the movies, whenever you watch movies about Africa, they're talking about the blood diamonds, or they're talking to you about slavery, or they're talking to you about this, and no wonder you walk away from all the skills of Africa are caused because of resource extraction, the diamond, or always fighting each other. Look at the Amin in the movie, or slavery all the time. You walk away, and this is it.
Blow your brain.
And we all programmed on the same lines.
Oh, really?
All of us are. Because even some black people were going to claim, but they didn't, it's not what they
When
registered.
she left, I wouldn't
Really?
go right now.
So the truth, so when I heard all of this, I'm like, wow, it's come to the brand, the biases,
Stop, show, correct.
it comes with the territory. That makes sense. Now, it doesn't mean we can't transcend that function of the brain, and that we should transcend it.
I love Halloween.
Right? But I think it's very important because once you understand that,
Last Halloween, I gave a Janet Jackson.
because this is not about a black and white or a yellow.
Philosophical. People got a big
It's about
kick out of it.
we are
Year before that, I gave as Monica Louise
so far things we developed to,
wore a stained dress.
to stay around.
Year before that, I also gave as
Just like we
Monica.
no longer have to rely
And
on
before that, I was
you
okay.
know,
It was pretty funny.
the ability of the brain, because there is over there starts running and running fast, right? They're wherever they are. Tell me where they are. But we have kept this tendency to fear of flight. I don't know how to say it. And so we have this, refusal to try to suppress the first period, but I believe in the first period, we run.
Very princess, you're fair. You're lying. I want to hear your. Okay, that's all yours. That's all yours.
And so when you realize this whole thing, that is now what you understand is that this problem is not about anti-racism BS, but it is about can each one of us do the work where the work is needed, which is we look inside. Can we go for this work of deprogrammation? This concept of a mindful practice,
Quiet.
of undoing the habit of bias.
And that's the
Let's see this bitch work.
Simple categorization of black and white.
Let's
It's
see.
all kinds of
It's about
biases.
everything. It's about everything. And when I started on that journey, and me and my friend back then built this practice of undoing your habit of unconscious bias.
It's gonna suck.
We had all kinds of people come and say, I discovered that my bias against
Where is my
larger
desk?
people. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, I think it's something like I larger people in there are dumb. No, we heard this. And you don't judge.
the last place you saw? Okay,
You don't judge.
my desk?
And so, and you see, it's at every level.
Okay, I am going to
I
tell
don't know,
Michael
there's
and this
this
entire
like,
office
when I
will
looked
be
at the
punished.
dating thing, I absolutely didn't want to have, David Asian men because she went, mine was some stereotypes about the size of whatever, and she was like, no. But just once you start, because there's this whole thing of this bias awareness. Basically, at this level, what you're doing is you're learning to spot the biases in our culture because that's where the cultural history comes from. You watch this movie and you realize it's like I said, wow, gee, I realized once again the black person is portrayed like the father of the movie. Or the Latina lady, how she's being portrayed. And you see it everywhere, even the NPR is happening, like you see something like NPR, maybe more than that. And the gentleman is asking these two candidates, one of them is a woman, two political candidates, the other one is a man. I'm hearing him ask the lady a question that I know he's not going to ask the man. He said, how do you balance your race with family? Does a man not have a family? Right there, you see, it's very subtle. But because now my mind is kind of trained to see things, I'm like, interesting. Or like when the media just guys throws climate change issue or something without even chosen one. So it's pretty much everywhere.
The interesting thing though, in that band, my woman example, is I think it's really often bring that bias to the surface, but not let that lead to kind of fear and paralysis.
Right.
You should almost, that's what humor is, make fun of it, bring it to the surface. Like, acknowledge the fact that those things are part of the conversation. And a lot of them are, it is, it's culture different because it's part of culture, and that might be. There could be, in the Soviet Union where the gender role is stronger than in other places. And that's part of the culture. We have to acknowledge that this is affecting how I think. You might like how that works, or you might not. So acknowledge it. Not get, make part of people, part of yourself, and all that kind of stuff.
That's the thing. And so that's why the first step is bias awareness. You train yourself. Oh yeah, okay, that was one. Or and it's about in you. We're talking about Julia. And then from there,
My sensei,
like bias replacement.
promoted me to purple belt
Then this
and gave me the duties
where
of a
you practice the
psychopath.
empathy. You're like, gee,
Not that a
wow,
lot
I
of
wonder
people
how
here
you
in
feel
America
every day I walk
why
in the
it
store.
is
And the guy thinks
equally
he's following me
respected
because
as a
I might
sensei.
steal something because of that. Right? Because once you try that, to put yourself in the other person's shoes, all of a sudden something else starts to click. And then from there, you go on to making connection. Then you're making a connection, and then things start to change.
Michael
Because
tends to
now
procrastinate
you're making
he has to do
then
work.
you make cultural immersion. So this is where we have some
Time
people
cards.
like this
He has to
woman
sign
who's
these
very
every Friday. Purchase orders have to be approved at the end of every month, and
she
expense
had an
reports.
issue.
All he has to do is initial these.
And
At the end of every
it was
quarter.
like, how come
But once a year, it all falls on the same
you
Friday.
you just slow it,
I call it the perfect storm.
how come you're accepting this duties of yourself, not understanding everything else that comes with it.
Did you ask me here
So as she understood that she even had that bias, then she went on through all the different processes, and then eventually when it comes to the next step, cultural immersion, she started doing divorce between Ramadan when the Muslims are doing, there's a Hollywood, fasting and break at night.
Michael stickers, so you know where
And
to
she
find
started understanding very
it. But last
and
year,
eventually happened to the last step that happens naturally, making
well, The last pickup for overnight delivery
And this
is
is
at
where
7.
friendships happen.
So you need to have
This is
back
where
by
that's it. You guys can go home now because it has been challenged with reality and understanding. And so for me, that is what I was after. And then, but then the world was just like, we don't want to be talking about problems. So, but I still reckon that it is the type of mindfulness type of practice that's going to happen, and it's one that's very internal to you. It is not, and it happens everybody at their own pace. So all of this, I take it back to the racism, the question you were asking me. Does racism exist? Yes, it does. Is it going to stop me from doing anything I want to do? No. It's going to make it harder? No. But this is where, for anybody who is serious about making sure about fighting racism, I think the only job you have to do is to make sure that people keep their sense of self-agency. And B, can you help provide people with the tools to stand up? So this is why I have so much respect for Ben Jones. People like Ben Jones, although he's so many things, but people like Miss Alice Johnson, she was pardoned by President Trump through the work of people like Ben Jones and Kim Kardashian and others. They all joined forces. This is a case where people of and those folks then went on combined forces more. No regard given to their political belongings. They said if the issue is criminal justice reform, then anybody who stands for it has to come together. And so what they did in this situation with what they're doing, criminal justice reform in my mind is a valid action to fight racism in my mind. Because what are you doing there? You're trying to get people out of jail who really have no business in there. And also, when you have people like Bishop Omar and the people he passed away, unfortunately, but today we have Anton Lucky, who was in jail for having killed his cousin. You know, he had started, I think he started the gang in South Dallas. So we're talking really tough guy who was really the wrong side of the equation. And then in jail, literally he found Plato, the game, and all that. So today, these people,
that is not a toy.
I'm like, why don't we do more about that? The urban specialists. Because these people, it's not about the anti-racism practice can be original outside again, the Pentecostal home, but it is about you go where help is needed. We go in urban, inner city, black inner city neighborhoods, and block by block, we change the culture. And they say like that. It's their words. These are African American people who have as many rights as anybody else to talk about their own culture. And they will tell you, we have to change the culture. I have some videos like that on my YouTube with Bishop Omar. What these people are doing is what we need to do. Bishop Richardson says sometimes people are, their feelings deep down in the and what you have to do is to try to pull them out. And you cannot say, you know, but how much progress have they made from the bottom to where they are now and keep going. So what I see these people doing, you see, I have so much, I love respect and Larry and and all those guys. I love them. I love a lot of the things that they say. This whole concept of personal responsibility and all that. But I'm just like, at some point, it also needs to be matched up with real action. And that's what the people like Anton Lucky, urban specialist, Alice Johnson are doing. They're going where it's hard. Alice Johnson is getting people out of jail every single day, literally. And then people like Anton Lucky and his team are giving them the tools to save again, to be better people, to go for like redemption. This is happening right now. That's like, why is going to let them go to the this is why I love racism.
We're all best friends. I love
people up.
But sometimes
real
best friends
support
school choice and start having dentist appointments that are dentist appointments, and that is
they know what's going on. And when they tell you we want school choice, they know what they're talking about. Let's see this. Just not
the local level.
Yes,
Oh,
Working
here.
out at the local level.
yes.
Aye, you're right.
Help
That's a
them
good show.
make
Great
sure
show.
that they take
Go
their
ahead.
kids out of
Do
these
it.
public
Some
schools
real
that are doing horrendous things for them. You know, in Virginia, watch that movie. How could you not support black moms in this country to take the kids to safety on this education?
No ride at the end of it.
How could
I
you not?
told you
That's what I
that
need
was
to see
New
happen.
Year's Eve, and it
Not
started
like
to snow at exactly midnight.
classrooms
Okay,
where
I'll
everybody's white,
cut you.
everybody's
Oh,
ethnic,
okay, there we go.
right here, everybody's coming. No. As a black person, I don't want to do this.
Oh,
Did I want to harm Michael?
Let
The
me
one
go my
man I've been
way.
hired to protect?
If you
No,
want,
I did
help
not.
put some fuel behind them. Let me take my flight. That's all I'm asking for. That's the only way for you to do. Of course, that's the only way for you to be part of a racism battle. If that's what you think is the most important battle.
I come from a long line of
That's
fighters.
what I have to say about
My
that.
maternal
And so
grandfather
for
was
him,
the
I
toughest
had
guy
very
I ever knew.
it's about
World War II veteran. Killed 20 men and spent the rest of the war in a hospital.
fine.
My father
I don't
battled
you
blood pressure.
my no. The reason that it's happening, what you do to us black people is happening our whole life. I don't need this white savior complex because that's what every is, white savior complex. That doesn't work. It only works if it's feel better, but not to carry your but it does nothing, absolutely nothing to change my everyday life. If it is not, if it is like the African side, to actually even change my, turning somebody else's life.
go away.
So
I just have a quick question.
I would encourage you to really talk to
No, it's not that.
about what you
I was just wondering, since I'm probably gonna have to stay late, could you ask like the queue so he can walk into my car?
It's about thinking about what's gonna maybe the word is wrong, so you know what's and then when you find them along, Black Lives Matter and all that crap, you're not helping. And when you're buying one more anti-racism book, or as a company, financing one more DEI, if you don't along those lines, I think you've got a problem.
That's pretty cool, right?
So you do think that
What's
the
up, Billy?
efforts
Nice talking
of
about you.
diversity,
I need a
equity,
separate
and
picture,
inclusion
Michael. No, really? In case you remember,
are not
I've been
Samurai.
well, the opposite white was for one punch, which I absorbed.
And if
Well,
it makes sense,
the second punch,
it makes
so
sense.
catch one
So
and
for
two.
me,
Okay,
I
fine.
am very, very glad
Tip for tip. Give me your best shot. 2 punches.
have
Go.
developed an
Look,
enlightenment
we
about
were in a
this.
bar right now.
Very happy about
Just
that.
keep punching me.
But
Oh,
let us
my
not
Yeah.
go for
Oh,
the
really?
easy,
Yeah. You know what? You just want to
solution
work right now.
to problems.
What about,
Again, they've done this to us. The poor
Yeah,
people
it's
of
free during the
Africa.
day. It's fine.
They
Look,
thought
I got
the
a
solution
Michael,
was
hey,
to
Toby.
kill.
Hey, you know what? I have an idea. Why don't you leave right now?
And then they say,
Why don't you walk
we're
away
going to
from
do
the room? Okay?
social entrepreneurship for you. Come shoes. Buy one pair of shoes and we give one pair of shoes. Some people in
Announcement.
then guess what happened to us?
You're up, Michael.
In the town where we operate in Senegal, where I have my
Well, we're all
manufacturing,
getting excited to see this fight.
we
The
have
Albany branch
2,000
is working
mom
right
and
through
pop
lunch.
businesses.
And that
And
downside.
this what they
But
happen to
Michael,
be in there.
he decided to extend our launch by an hour so that we could all go down to the dojo and watch
The
him
other
fight.
shoemakers, each one of them hires at least
Fight,
5
fight,
15 people.
fight,
Do the math.
fight,
Daily
no,
business.
fight.
Guess what happens to them the day Tom shoes truck shows up, bunch of street food.
Yeah.
Who can compete against free? Now all of these
I recognize that.
little by little gonna have to close their
That is
shops
Jacqueline
because who
from
can compete against
California.
free? The stone
No,
shoes,
it's not.
dumping all
I
these
think
shoes
they
in
kind
there.
of told me about that.
And then the
Actually,
price
it's a
is that
symbol
now
for eternal discipline.
instead of helping everybody, you actually send all the kids who depended on this
Nothing understood.
working in these places. Now they have to join for random kids who
Oh,
need to be given shoes
okay.
because
Tied up.
their
But what are you gonna do?
parents' ability
Yeah.
to
Oh,
make
yes.
money through their wages.
Not such an old man now, huh?
Hey, put me down.
You see, so first I said, we just have to give. So that was primarily, the charity business. And you still have foreign aid business going on. So we just need to
African
get,
stripe to the
and
chest.
then social entrepreneurs
We'll
stay in place.
separate
But I'm like, the only person for this business is good.
Everyone,
It's
all
the
right?
big
Yes,
company,
on
you know, the
rules,
founder
on
of the
rules on the
business.
street,
But
we
other
didn't
than
have
that,
any rules.
I'm not
Maybe
sure
more.
what is the
I'll fix the drawing.
and then, so today, my whole thing is because of to have a mind for the poor, or to have a mind for the less fortunate the way this country. It is easy and less unfortunate because, you know, for anybody that you feel like is being trampled upon because of something, maybe it's because of economic circumstances or race or whatever.
Points of hands.
To have a heart
No,
for the
look,
less fortunate among us, for whatever reason, that's easy. But to have a mind for it, that's a challenge.
Let me ask you two quick questions.
Yeah.
As if we were not already asking. The president of Senegal, Macky Sall, was also on the chair of the afternoon. He met with President Vladimir Putin on June 3rd. I think primarily to discuss food security. Africa seems to be split halfway from a perspective of war in Ukraine. So broadly speaking, what do you think about this? First of all, the geopolitics of Africa and the geopolitical relationship of Africa with the rest of the world and its current conflict with the war in Ukraine. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you've seen like many countries
Talking to me?
when it was time to vote, some of them abstained, you know, which the way says something.
I need it.
I think for the Africans today, especially as represented by the African Union, because all countries follow the same lines.
Mr. Champ,
I think again, we're back. For the longest time, the West tries to tell us what to do. They decide for us. And here, there's trouble. Meaning, there's definitely a rift, major one, between most of the Western world, as represented by either Europe and America primarily. That's where they know that. And then they're saying, you know, I think this is more or less an attempt to stand on their own as well. It's like, don't tell us what to do, as usual. You always work us in with when it makes sense for you to try to work us in, and then we're left hanging on our own. So this goes back to the sentiment we were talking about earlier. It's been challenging for me to watch this. Because remember, I have one foot or so, you know, like, because there's what I get to see and hear
Oh, hey, Karate Kid.
from being in the Western world, but there's also what I get to see and hear from when I'm being back home. So I wear all hats. And I think this is a situation where the African Union and African nations in general are saying,
Such a story. You heard,
this is almost like, you guys are fighting. You guys are fighting. Maybe for once, we have to watch it for ourselves.
There's a sense in which this is the embodiment of, you know, abstaining from a vote on the war in Ukraine is a political embodiment of resistance to the influence of the West.
Right.
It's not about the war between whatever you guys are fighting.
Yes.
It's saying we're not going to let this particular empire that seems to be at the top right now, which is the United States empire in Europe, to dominate our political discourse, our geopolitical considerations. It's almost like, no.
Yeah, especially when even usually, so when they need us, again, for influence, which means more power, oh, you guys vote the same way we do. And when it's over and they go back to spreading, they go back to, how do you say that? They go back to exchanging and sharing between themselves the goodies of, their Halloween collection. We're not there when the goodies are being shared. So I think it's definitely one of those situations. But for me, it's hard because I watch everything that's going on,
The shipping place
And,
closes in half hour.
I know.
I-
But I've been carrying the load
it's going to be
on my back
complicated
all
on
day.
occasions.
Everyone
I would like to
chipping,
see our African leaders also. What they're doing is clear, but this is a place where I'm also starting to say, yes, ma'am. Yes, the reasons you're advancing right now, we don't want to be always citing because we're tired. We're tired of always being dragged around and taken for granted. And you know that way, come on, guys. When you need us, we're great, everything is good. And then when it's time to go and share the goodies, we don't exist anymore. And you actually go for policies that go against us. But in this situation, though, I would like to still see us do the right thing. In my case, I was not very happy to see us going and more or less begging for, we call it cereals. Oh, please let the cereals make it so at least we get them and we don't starve. I can understand why a president would say something like that or try to negotiate something like that. But when it comes to an African president having to do that with a non-African president, I'm sorry, but for me, it's too close to begging.
Listen, it's hard to be a leader. It's such a difficult dance because, in some sense, sort of the flip side of that is you're creating a market, a geopolitical market of saying we're willing.
I told
to
Dwight
sit
that
down
there
at the
is
table
honor
with
in
America,
losing.
with European
Which
leaders,
is completely
with
ridiculous.
Russian leaders.
There is, however,
China,
honor in making a
and
loser feel better.
you guys
Which is what I just
convince
did.
us who should
Would I
collaborate.
rather be feared or loved?
That's what sort of great.
Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Now, there's a cynical, of course, dark perspective on that because what's in that game, people, leaders, the people that hurt, people of Ukraine hurt, people of Africa can hurt, people of Russia can hurt, people of China, people of the United States. But it is the way of, and to earn you have to earn respect, and sometimes earning respect leads to the suffering of many.
Well, but except in this case, he has to all about it. The reason why I'm actually upset with going and being like, oh, can you let at least the boats that are supposed to come to Africa full of cereals come over, meat and all that? It's just like, look, Africa has the highest land that you can do agriculture on. We have the largest such surface in the world. Why is it not the time for us to try to wean ourselves off of cereals that we necessarily have on the ground? But no,
Wait, are those my pieces of rice?
Yeah.
Don't beg, read.
right, exactly. It shouldn't be, just like how the rest of the world, when COVID happened and China had to close off for different reasons and since then has not, completely reopened. People have started to realize, wow, we've got too much, we're too dependent on China for a lot of what we do. So we're going to have to bring back some production to the US, the Europeans will be the same, all of that. This should have been a time for African leaders to be like, we need to be serious now about food security. And maybe this is climate necessary, and we coming up with different things. Now, I understand it's time, but if I know it's happening at the same time that we said, with the virus, maybe I was easier with it. But right now, I'm just like, is it going to be the same business as usual? And in this case, I'm just like, are we going to go from one massa to another massa? I mean, really?
The interesting aspect of all this is if you look at all of human history, it's most of the 21st century is defined by economics. And the young people, the huge number of young people, the trajectory, there's some responsibility to define the future of human civilization in Africa. And I don't mean sort of in the next 10 years, I mean in the next 50 years.
So when we get to the
What
gratis,
some people are concerned about overpopulation. Some people are concerned about us dying out. Both.
I know. I know. I know who they are.
What's your in Africa? As the center of this, because there's a vibrant, huge number, over a billion.
Yeah, 1.2 billion people of those 1 billion blacks.
I mean that.
A background check on me. She had to pick it
There's a
out.
reason,
Yeah.
like,
She was asking me
why I say
line by line.
London, that I'm obsessed.
You're
That
doing
I will do what I am when it comes to free
Oh my god,
markets,
I win.
and that I have such a
Okay.
strong sense
It was
of
minor
urgency
testing.
to a point that
That is rubber.
it is effective.
And when I went to the bathroom,
And it
again, I
has to do
did
with the
kind
fact that, yes,
That's
you have the youngest region of the earth in terms of the age of population, and the growth and the rate at which it's growing,
it was.
demographic wise,
Wait,
I
not
am
really.
not
Hey,
willing
it's
to
not
stay
your
there
fiance.
and say it's a curse for humanity. But it will be a curse for humanity if we don't make sure that these people argue
Okay, let's do this thing.
to partake.
Just look.
And what it is to partake is not much.
Okay, probably going to go late tonight. Burning
Get to
midnight
partake
tequila.
means you have to send more foreign aid. You have to have more charity businesses, charity organizations sending stuff our way. Of course,
No, that would not be efficient.
you're almost making parasites.
They just don't get very
I'm
much
sorry to
work
say
done
this
without
way.
money.
If this is what you're thinking, you're seeing us as
That's not
more
true.
than parasites.
I know how to delegate,
And
and
that's what
they
it's
do
going to
more
be.
work not here.
I feel like
Not
people
more.
might be worried about that.
The same amount of work
Although
is done whether I'm here or not.
humans should never be.
Hey everybody, listen
No
up.
matter- no
This
matter-
is what
no
we're
matter-
going to do. You sit tight until I return. Okay?
Now,
Doesn't matter. It's an order.
people are here.
Follow it blindly. Ah,
What are we going to do?
okay.
Dispose of them? That's
All
not
right. Ciao.
So the only
Adios.
option we have left is to make sure that people partake.
Chilies.
And what partaking means is that they
No, that's
get
all right. I want to leave
included
straight from there.
A couple blocks
this-
away,
and
so
our
I really don't know
part
Scranton,
of
do
the
you?
system that allows for human
All right.
Never been to Scranton jail.
If it's a couple blocks away, we can go.
In this case, it's
Jan
about
lives.
do we be serious about
Jan is. If she
So
was
we
sitting
have
across from you on the
free
train,
market
and she wasn't with me,
zones,
I think she was
areas
dead.
where the first
Come up with a
things
signal of some sort.
start to take place.
Why would you use signal?
Well, in case one of us gets into trouble, the other one can signal.
What kind of trouble are you doing?
They don't
Well,
want you
could
to
be
get
either
into
of
that.
us.
You're gonna let me do the talking.
Green I let it fly.
Yeah.
And you will make it happen for you and also for me. Every African I see today,
Yes.
I realize how stupid the rest of the
Michael
world is.
Scott, this is Jan
If they're
Levinson
not
Gould.
supporting
Jen Levinson.
what I'm trying to do.
Thank you very much
Even
for
if you don't want to
being
do
with
it
us.
as the
Have
right
you
thing to
waited
do,
long?
which I
No,
think it is
not
the
wrong.
right thing to do. You're selfish. Engage your selfishness. Because this person's right there. You're not doing everybody came to this world.
Do we have a table for three, please?
Rabbi. That person holds something as a part of humanity. This person might have a cure.
We can start
So
just
again,
by going over
like might take my wife out. The wife I have to
Well,
marry
Metropolitan County has not
This
been
kid right
immune
here
to the
has
slow
a defect.
economic growth over the past 5
And
years.
if I help
So for
this, if I
us,
make
the
sure that
name of
this
the
kid
game
gets a chance to
is
flourish
budget
and to
reduction.
manifest
Blossom.
his genius or her genius,
I think
that
we should share an awesome
trickles
lesson.
down
What do you
3
think?
years
They're
later,
awesome.
comes straight back to scale me and
Sure.
the love.
Okay, it's done.
If we get that any other way,
Megan,
maybe let's
Maybe
maybe
have
think
an awesome
about it
blossom,
back.
please. Extra
Because
awesome.
it becomes a very good position at that
I
point.
heard
So in these
very,
days,
very funny joke.
by 2050, Lagos, Nigeria, will be the largest city in the world.
It's okay, I like
The
jokes.
future is African, whether we but if you can an African future where you have the youth that take down because they have not, there's no hope. They stay in poverty because they belong to nations that don't even understand sometimes the importance of common law
Okay.
versus civil law
You want me to read them?
because they're trapped
Okay.
in
A
countries
fisherman
that
is
don't
walking down
understand
Fifth
that
Avenue, leading an animal
you need
behind
to
him.
make the legal framework to provide for better economic freedom.
There's a
So you can
transcript
unleash
between your enable
the
ship.
genuineness, the awesomeness, the ingenuity, the
Yes, that is hysterical.
nursery side of your young people, especially of
There's
your
a
women,
transcript between enable
so that
ship
they
and
build
enable
all the wealth that your nations and communities have built, and with it, respect that can come back. See, we have a choice to make, and this is why I feel so restless about this at this point of my life. we just lost George Haiti. George Haiti is one of the few Africans that I knew who put this out. That's who I learned from. He's gone.
Agent
And
Michael
I
Scott.
feel all the sense of urgency to not
Oh,
only bring
man.
back to the table that she has been working on,
Okay, stop.
but to also make sure that it gets seen.
What is
That's why
that?
being
Oh,
able
those
to
phones.
today,
In case the
it's,
writing didn't
you
really
have no
put a
idea.
picture in your head. And there he is in the flesh.
People
Agent
ask,
Michael
if someone
Scott.
is you just say,
Now
what
we know
can
what
I
he
do?
looks like.
You did it.
This guy says, well, I'm an astronaut,
By
so I
just
drive a satellite.
allowing me to
The second guy
discuss it to one more
says, well, I am a pimp, so I drive a
because
cheap
it's
escort.
this,
And the third guy says, I got you
the
both
change
beat.
is going to
I'm a
happen somewhere down the
proctologist,
line.
so I drive around
It's unbelievable.
Amazing thing.
Yes,
That was
yes,
an awesome
yes.
waffle coming out of my nose.
Always going to work on the forms. So we were doing reforms, by the way. I'm the head of the African Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network, the largest organization in the world, working on breaking down barriers for around the world in the respective
And
countries.
Phyllis, I would like
So
you
we're
to
doing
play
great work there.
That's
I
the truth.
basically,
You guys should not be doing
all
this.
the content we have in Africa right now,
For all
creating
Americans to
content,
enjoy.
and
You
we
took
want to
something
focus
that doesn't
more
belong
on
to you.
it.
That's why I
And
brought it
these
in
are
here.
local
Do
solutions
you want
by
to
local
play
people
the
for the
lead
local
role?
problems.
Agent
Always.
Michael Scott.
That's the way we organize. And so there, so we're working on reforms primarily and making people understand different markets and supporting subjects. But it is piecemeal legislation.
Dunder Mifflin can provide
It
a
is
level
hard.
of personal
By the time you
service
accomplish something here,
that the warehouse
more crap
change
has
just
happened
can't
over here.
match.
More laws have been
We are out to
This is not
save
how they fix a bad law most of the time. Wherever you go, put other laws to
That's
kind of like
why
do a law
I
before,
wanted to be
but
signal.
it keeps stacking up. Before you know it,
So
where you
I
should
would
have
have
one
to
thing
show
that's clear, you have 100 and they all get
Somebody say, baby,
So we have to see what's just happening. You know, our teams are doing really amazing, fantastic work, especially the team in Ghana. We have a group in Burundi, the Great Lakes. I mean, people are doing amazing work. Amazing work. But we need to run faster. So while we're running faster, we also have to unlock other things. And right now, we're working on one of my most
Sir,
crazy projects.
not now.
They are
Something
important.
Okay.
radical, crazy.
What are they?
First message
But I know because before us, Singapore has done it.
90,000 years
Hong Kong has done it.
And get off my
The
desk.
most recent China,
Yes,
the
I have
SEC, the special economic zones, some of the most radical free market zones in the world. They've done it, and oftentimes within a generation, meaningful change starts to happen, right? So, here, what I'm working on is this concept of some call it charter cities, Paul Romer.
Thank you.
Others call it the
Keep me company for one more
free
mission.
cities, and I like to call it startup cities. But these are for us to think
Michael
about.
Scott,
Okay,
take that 9mm
these
gun.
relationships take forever. At the same while we have this demographic that's growing faster and faster in Africa, there is a discrepancy here between the progress we're making to set the right environment for business to prop up, and how many more people are coming to life.
A man sitting several seats
Literally
down
every
like
day.
a gold
On the
face
continent.
turns to Michael
There's a
Scott.
discrepancy here, and so
Awesome.
the ticking clock is going faster than the progress we should make. This is a
Perhaps you
problem.
would be more comfortable. in
So
my
what some
jet.
of us are working
Yes,
on is
perhaps I will
responsible
throw
with
them
startup
face
cities and say,
down.
this
Get my
relationship
luggage.
is
I forget it, brother.
Samuel, you are
How
such
about
an
we
idiot.
continue
You are the
that
worst
work
assistant
essential
ever.
and critical,
And you're
but at the
disgusting.
same time, and we think of zones, and I like to call them also
Here's
common
what
law
we think
zones,
happened. Michael's
where
side
we basically try to have
complete idiot
within the
causing the
country
downfall
an
of the
area
United
where
States.
for
was
business,
originally
not like
named
family law or any of that
But
stuff,
then
when
Michael
you start to
changed it to
stories like that,
Samuel L.
you
Chang
just say,
using a special place,
business-wise,
but that doesn't
any
work on the
place where you have
standards.
the best meeting practices from around the world, including yours,
When
in
White
terms
figured
of
it out,
what constitutes a great business environment, and
E-W-I-G-H-T.
allow people
Okay, you know what? I'm done with this. That's it.
to get in. Really, nobody's
Some
looking
of
to
us
nobody's
want
looking
to
to.
You don't speak for everyone, Jim.
In these,
Okay,
basically,
announcement.
you're to think
My
about this
uncle bought this
rabbi-occupied plot of land within
show.
a country. Think Dubai on 100
That's actually a good idea. We'll all
land.
take a brief intermission.
Dubai is thinking that in their case, they're like,
Yeah.
maybe
So
very
after
excited
watching
because
my
you
mom
realize
go
that
through so
for
much
business in
pain,
their case.
I
And they
decided
said,
to keep that
it's more than
promise
wow, but the
that I
law,
made to her.
especially British common law, seems like a very good one. So
Well,
at that point,
this
we
brings us to
decided to do
Jan.
business for me.
Tell us
Not
about
fair
your
things
divorce.
like that.
Oh, no, I
You know,
don't. My
zero. And so they said, we are going to bring in, you know, so they hired
We've been
British
fighting for a
common law
while,
judges
even
to
with
educate the
kids.
law, trade,
And he also knew I
there.
did.
And
I
I've
guess
always
I thought
been
that
fine,
he
but
would
at the
change
end of
it. He thought that I would
the
change
day,
it.
there's been a generation, Dubai became
No,
one of the top international financial centers in the world. It is what it is. So
And
Really
case
brain.
of the accusations that
Put your arms
something
up there,
spread.
you slit your wrist.
it can not only spread,
World,
but
this is
maybe
what
in this
blood
case,
is
Senegal,
red,
Senegal,
just like yours.
here you have
So
this
love
one, and then over there you have another zone. And then what
I
they start
plan
to
to be
do
friends
is they're not all the same way. Because maybe this one is saying, hey, we want to attract more, I don't know, maybe we want to attract more medical research, right? This person is saying, maybe we want to attract more crypto. Maybe it's more like us, we want to be more about religion or whatever. You know what I mean? So
My family's close to
more about that. And just kind of view the basics, the ground,
I can't remember the last
and then watch the magic happen from it, right? And so this is what we're working on. And the whole very, some people are like, you know, I know some people are like, you guys are crazy, but man, like, it's just, it's more or less a story of, the Asian tigers. And most recently, most of China's progress, economically speaking, some people might say, well, you know, China where it's developed, and you see, even then, I say, it's okay. We can always do better. But we cannot deny the fighters of magic, but they have a culture. What they have a culture is nothing short of their 800 million people heading out of poverty just over time.
Quality of life, majority.
Yes, does something like that happen without problems? Of course not.
I guess I could
So
give you guys
the
a
next person
person.
to do something,
You have to meet me halfway, okay? Because
but
they're
lessons,
expecting me to
that's
make
all.
it.
A leapfrog, exactly. So this is a promise. And people are like, oh, but you guys are crazy. I'm like, just like with everything, you know how many attempts it took before the first license to write Proverbs to lost? Do you know how many? And that's the thing. You try, you crash, but each time you're going higher, up higher, and you once you get up forward, then you stay forward, so you know it, and you walk up. So here's the thing, they tell people, listen, all I need is one system, and then the sea change. People don't know it.
Yeah.
But it's hard because it's time. So but the good news is they're moving on the continent. Some in Zambia, there's a school there. Start doing something like this in Nigeria. We'll be a part of a project there in Nigeria. The one that I'm most excited about, I cannot disclose the name of the country yet, but my God, I'm so excited by it. And I just know that it's going to happen in our lifetime.
I hope so. It's really powerful vision. And,
What?
you know, it's not
Okay, where we
the
going?
future of humanity.
Doesn't matter.
Depends on
Where we go?
that your success, that success in Africa. It's such an important country.
It is. It's the continent where everything started, and I think it's the continent where we have that continent has to finally thrive. We cannot all of us call ourselves an enlightened society as a whole. When you have this, it's a humongous continent. Have you seen the size of it? You know?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
Yeah, exactly. And it has such ingenious people. You know, sometimes I look at my people.
I should check the accident report.
I have to tell you, I'm so proud of them, and the young people especially. And you know, they would look at them. And you know, somebody said sometimes one day, and it was so true. They said, you know, we see other places, but here it is just maybe somebody doesn't have clients, but they're digging, and it's true. So everything else we can handle, and we will handle. And you have to mark my word for this. This is going to happen. And our youth is amazing.
No, nothing happened.
You should see them. so much creativity. And it doesn't matter, you know, you don't see what makes different. Many things are so different. You know, Rwandans are very different from the West African countries.
Gentlemen does not kiss and
Rwandans,
tell.
for example, never dance with their hips. They dance more like it's just part of the body.
I don't want to go.
Us, it's all over the place all the time, and it's, you know, more jumping, stuff like that. In Rwanda, you feel it's more like, you know, I mean, this might be more about the ballet thing.
That's great. I mean, tell me about it.
You know, we don't kick, you know, so much public, it's not very like what we do. As is, you know, this West African, we're like, we're almost like the Italians. I mean, it's so different. When we never, when you go to Congo, when you see these guys, it's so crazy. When you dress, I mean,
She's
this
your
type of
boss. She is your boss. And she is a woman. She is a strong, soft,
I love us, but I love everybody so
woman. And you know what?
We
I don't think I
are-
can sit here and let you talk
we are-
about her that way without
we are
me
manifestation
defending
of
her
what we
honor.
see.
Jan, I defend her
And
honor. Is that all?
so everything we need to say. Everything we need to say. I will say that there's nothing wrong with everything that's wrong with us is that heart that we put on us. So we're tired of being humble. We need to be the tallest trees in the forest that we were designed to be. And so,
And that can, you know, we have to
and that's
register.
that's the beauty of it. And that's why I'm almost dizzy with, I get dizzy with, I know my history, I know my economics, I follow humans, and all of that, and we know that there's a failing recipe. And when it comes to that recipe, we have the hardest part. One missing ingredient, which is a free market. As we go around and talk, and people start to understand, and each country tries to figure out, okay, where do we go there from here? I know that I will die with my continent having taken the right turn. I don't have to see where it ends because I cannot in my wildest dreams imagine where it ends. But I know it's going to be, yeah. So my only job is to get this message out and then let my people do with it what they want. That's all.
Scale of impact. It's just thousands. It's kind of cool. Yeah, sometimes we think about individual problems for themselves, and we think about certain individuals, like I don't know, Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. It's so much so powerful. Just without knowing what they will do. Give the freedom to millions, to hundreds of millions of people to do
Imagine. Can you just imagine?
It's truly exciting. So in that sense, what you're doing, it's unimaginable the kind of impact we have. Now go back to the part of the moment, the dark places in your mind, in your personal life, where you lost your husband. What gave you strength at that time? What were the places you put to your mind in terms of personal struggle, in terms of maybe even depression or these kinds of struggles?
I think
Okay.
when my cousin passed
I was
away,
totally joking anyway. I mean,
I
not really a
went
date, it's about those unwritten
to
aspects.
maybe my friends see what was going on, maybe they couldn't, I don't know. But on the surface, I looked like I was fine. But what happened is the only thing that kept me around as I thought about it, the job to do. These women relied on me, and I was no longer free. I did not own myself, and they said it in those words: "You don't own yourself anymore." And it was, but it helped me because I was able to, sometimes whatever it takes to keep you around, whatever it takes. And that's what I would tell people who feel like they can't just push one more and they think they need to end it. At that point, whatever it takes, just stick around for one more second because the next second, So I stuck around because of duty. I felt a very strong sense of duty. My duty was in this case
Let's see it.
stronger
I love when
than
fucking robots work
I don't know if it's
perfectly.
possible. I don't know how it was possible.
It's just
but
the
it was.
fucking best. It's dead on,
And
nuts.
and I
Just
just
it's
pushed my
the
dreams
tits.
under the rug for years. For years, I worked like a mad lady.
Beautiful.
I
Give it to me, baby.
I would do 3 states,
Uh-huh,
3
uh-huh.
days, landing at 2 in the morning, around 5 or 6, going to ride
You and
around
me,
with
baby, ain't
scooters,
nothing but mammals,
whatever,
but let's
and
do
just
it
be
like they
going
do on the
and have all of this energy
Discovery
and look like
Channel.
everything's fine. But what happened
You know
was
it
like I
is.
was focused on the job to be done, and sometimes it is okay to do that. At least for me, it was my safety. My, like when you water, you want to stick, and they throw you that round thing. I don't know what you call it.
Everything
that,
is taught you about ab workouts.
yes.
This ab workout
Yeah,
is
whatever that
specifically designed to strengthen your arm.
That's exactly right.
Strengthens your back.
Hanging up
The
to it,
performance of sports.
my life depended on this thing. So this what they carried
You
me.
want to have it.
They carried me. And with time,
Plus,
things are moving forward.
reflexes.
And at some point, I went into really deep depression. And I went to a very dark place, even darker than when I think I came from. Because by that time, I had worked for years on this company, and now some other things was happening. And around that time is also when I was discovering a lot of what we talked about today, about what makes something rich. And for me to understand that my network, I was very much into left oriented, and to just start to see it. I tried to address it to realize that many of these people don't want to know, then except for a moment that maybe half of them might be criticism. When many of them were involved in capitalism.
It's performance review day, company-wide. Last year, my performance review started with Michael asking me what my heart rate was for, and it ended with him telling me he could bench press 190 pounds. So I don't
One
really
is hard to talk about because it's very personal and personal, but I was having a problem with it, passed away last year. And I'm one to always say, leave dead or not. So because of that, I don't speak about it. But very soon, I had a major fallout. Somebody that I completely trust.
First impression.
And so at some point, you just ask yourself, was my whole life built on a lie?
I think she'll be here this afternoon.
My boss is coming in today. The lovely
And then you're confused. And then you become confused.
Divorce.
And then at some point,
the
you lose
awkward part
90% of
is
your friends
that
because
this is the
of
first time
ideological thinking. It doesn't work anymore. Then you just wonder,
we just sort of got caught up in the moment.
have I been a
Vulnerable divorcee,
and then you start wondering,
is
remember
yourself,
when you asked me why?
understanding
At
with
some
what
point,
is
yes.
this looks office manager.
I literally was like a candle in the wind.
She didn't want it to continue.
I felt like I was a candle in the wind.
We both did.
And it was very hard to come back from that. And
it's not professional.
people have a hard time. The few people I talk to about
People
this,
say something.
they have the
mutual,
hardest
yeah.
time understanding or even believing it. They're like, you? I'm like, yes, me. I used to be a candle in the wind.
Look at you.
So they just
My current husband.
and then
Love.
she goes
See,
on to
when I
say
tell you
that
love
will be our only
Like
topic
him,
of discussion.
came with love, but he also came
I
with
have no idea what it means.
really helping me figure out the book. So with Michael, because we were talking about next.
Well, no, not terrible.
That must be special.
He's so special. So special. You have no idea how special he is.
She has to be professional, but she's
Michael, the reason why I have such love, respect, and admiration for my husband, I'll never say
That's
that,
great news.
is because actually it's one of those relationships that got
just
built
that
based
you work
on
together and it might be awkward.
intellect first. You see,
All right, let's listen to
at
that
some
again.
point, I was in the position where I could start a foundation after having my first business. And all I wanted was an ability to power as many, especially women, African women entrepreneurs like me a few years ago, and to do something like I was able to do. bring back to the world some really cool aspects of our culture, into a really cool brand, 21st century type. That's what I want. Because the more I can promote it like that, and stay behind them, and the more my dream and vision for a respected
And I don't have to see you tomorrow or
back
Sunday.
then, that's what I
Call me and see how things go on Monday.
and around me, this was also part of the whole crisis of ideologies I had back then. Everybody was like,
Tomorrow is Saturday, right?
we should be just doing grants.
Well,
And
today
I knew
is
that
Thursday.
my people didn't need grants. They didn't need like a handout.
That's what I'll be working on.
They don't want charity.
Sometimes
I didn't want charity. I wanted someone who worked with me in my community. I wanted somebody who could help me brainstorm marketing-wise. I wanted somebody, or I needed to raise money to pay my research into company guys to help me, take the juices from my grandma's recipe to something that could be shelf stable. I needed coaching. These are all things that I needed to make my dreams happen. I didn't want to give me some crap for free. That's not what I want. I just want to be able to put my business with all the things that business building needs. And so that's what I want.
Stanley in the house, everybody.
And so somebody found out what I was doing because back in the days, we would write a lot about that. And
I enjoyed that quite a
so
bit.
Michael, along with John Mackey, the founder of Focus Market, they had a nonprofit
I
called
hold that
Flow,
it's very well to even
and it's all kind of flourishing. They want people, everybody to get this choice, this ability to be able to get to a point in their life where they can flow. It's Miguel, Michael is the only one who can do that last name. But the whole concept of flow. When you understand flow, you're basically doing what you're supposed to do, the way you're supposed to do it.
I'm returning your many calls.
Well, hello to you too.
It's
Yeah, I was just,
so I
I just
think
wanted to get some closure on what transpired between us at the hunting. We had quite a lot of chilies.
and then there was a program where it was all about accelerating women in stores.
We
So
won't be
it's through this
discussing
time
that.
that
The
I'm
only things I
starting
want to
now
talk about during your
to see
performance
things. That's
review
what
are your
actually
concrete
all
ideas
this
to
stuff that I
your
noticed. How come
Well,
here they
surely
build this stuff like this,
this
other guys 20
review
minutes,
is a
here
formality.
$3,000, all this nonsense that I just
Happened,
come in
I
my
don't
stuff
need
before my
to
flyer and
review
use
is
all my
anything
stuff.
but a formality.
Whoa! Chris
And
Martin
I expect you to
I'm
forget
like, first of
anything.
all, I'm like,
Think it may
oh, weird. What did you call the twin visas in that site? What is that?
Okay, that is an example of completely unprofessional
And I'm
behavior.
starting to discover this whole
See how
body
that's
of work.
Yeah.
What, like the free market, like this thing that I was sensing, this environment that I was sensing that it was different around me. And it's like they call it free market all the time. And over there, and then I started to have those ideas that I was fed with before that. And the evidence won. And further forward, the evidence combined with my lived experience, it was so powerful. So I basically started understanding this idea in the most visceral part of my body, of my being. And it makes sense. So Michael helped me find the solution, the answer to my lifelong little girl's question of why do we have this in Rico, and how do countries like mine be poor while others are rich? And with understanding of that, the greatest, biggest sense of liberation came upon me. I have moved true liberation.
Hello, everybody.
To
Yeah,
finally
attention, please. Jan Levinson's coming
understand
very
and be
soon.
vindicated.
And so we're going to have
In
our
your
weekly
own-
suggestion box meeting. So
understand
I'll
in
get
your
in
own
constructive compliments
deep
ASAP.
knowing
Or
or
you make constructive
feeling that
criticism. What did I say?
what they're saying is something you're not the problem.
Kelly, that was
It's
neither
not
constructive nor a compliment.
There's
So
something
maybe you should stop criticizing
And when I
mine
discovered that,
and start making some suggestions.
so I since then, I've been very serious about going deeper and deeper and deeper into my understanding of all this.
Which is the 15th,
Understand
and
this
that
quality.
is a
At some point, I was very angry
Saturday.
about the
Let me
liberation
know
of
what you're
Africa.
doing
So I
tomorrow,
was like,
Saturday.
yes, we're going to separate us, but just to keep us with terrorism, I was angry for a long time. And then eventually, You have to engage. Empathy. I love to put yourself in their shoes and try to understand the time at which they were living. And that got me on the journey of talking about this history. That's how I was able to go beyond just these awareness and try to understand and build the world at the macro and also at the macro level. Just really, you have to find the in their shoes. And from there, finally separated the baby with bathwater, but they were not able to do that. That's why today, I'm sorry, but I have no patience with BLM organizers, founders, especially founders, I don't know what the organizers, the founders told us they stand for, and I say, guys, don't make the same mistake again. If you're serious about this, you cannot make the same mistake.
I'm a little confused because first it's like, oh,
The liberators of Africa,
and then it's like all regret because
they have
I regret that.
we didn't know that.
Wait,
It
I'm
was,
still
it
going
was
to call you.
so easy back then.
But we're just going to talk business.
But today,
And I may come down there and fire you to answer your job.
cannot with a straight
But
face.
what were we talking about
Embrace
when we
not
first
socialist
began?
ideas,
Business.
especially
So are you still in the middle of your performance reviews then?
when they claim that they wanted people
I'm not too
to fire. No, you can't. I'm sorry. And I will hold your feet up to the fire. I will. That's what I'm doing. They will give me other great reviews, but guess what? I could care less. You know why I could care less? Because we have a very population to help rise out of poverty into prosperity, where they become, co-creators, global co-creators, innovation.
And those ideas get you over for the place you love. For Senegal, for Africa.
They do.
Sorry, no
They
offense.
do. I live where I live in. The new centers of culture and fashion are in Dakar. The new centers of tech and crypto even is somewhere maybe in Nigeria.
Do you see that future?
That's wrong with my laser tag.
It's a beautiful thing, and it's just a beautiful thing that the space of these really powerful ideas so we also find the road. Right. The intersection.
Yes,
I think I just Mike and I would spend hours talking about that.
something I wish you were there for.
No, it doesn't make any sense. No. And then every single day, months.
I'd like to sit in on that meeting.
And
Is it
then
happening right now?
because I tell people, for us, love is not about the extreme ice, but it's about looking in one direction. In this case, it's vision. What we know
Why
to be
are we
possible.
here? Because I value your
You
opinions.
look like
Now, I know a lot of you don't think that I
what we know
read
to
your
be
suggestions, but I do. I
we,
just
all
sit
of us,
through
we are
every
also
week,
talking
and
about
I
every time I
really
get on the
look
plane,
at scrutinize
her cold.
to see what you guys are writing. So let's just read some of these sections, okay? All right. Number one, what should we do to prepare for Y2K? What should we do to prepare for Y2K? Well, obviously, this comes up something.
Humans are basic.
One down.
These two were
Suggestion. We need better outreach for employees fighting depression. Okay. All right. And this is a joke.
Thank you so
Oh,
much. This is truly the thank you for everything you're doing.
That is a joke because there's nobody in the
It's
name.
just the passion you have for places
You work in
going to,
accounting.
I think, define the future of humanity. So thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you. Thanks to you. And sometimes I hope this fire doesn't consume me. That's how much it is. But I am grateful to
Next suggestion.
And thank you for. I know you don't do a lot of
Something about your VO. You need to do something about your
Please tell me
VO.
interviews, but I don't know, but
I don't know who this suggestion is about for, but it's one personal suggestion.
Yes.
And it's from an office suggestion. Plenty of me, you just supply things with those and suggestions.
I'm gonna talk to you later. All three.
I think you need to work on your Thanks for listening to this conversation.
Was I
Support this podcast.
free?
Please check out our
Okay,
sponsors.
well, you know what I am implying is that when we're on an elevator
Nothing.
together, I should maybe take the stairs.
Money will create
Because talking
success.
about stank.
The freedom to make
Not
it.
that I would ever say something like that in public, and I never have, and I
Thank you
never
for listening.
will. I just think it's something that we should all be aware of. Okay? Now that we've learned this, let's continue. See, this is good. We're learning, and we're figuring some stuff out. You need to do something about your coffee breath.
You need to do something
Shut
about
up. Yes, okay. I don't think the people are grasping
Mossad will
the
be.
concept of
Mossad has
suggestion box.
no
Sometimes you talk to
doing
us
what
real
it takes to
Yeah.
service the
That's hard for you?
Israelis.
All right. Well,
Oh, when
Most
I'll
other
work
countries
on that. Okay, let's keep going.
but besides following this conversation with former CIA
Coming there. This is not
and U.S. Air Force combat
garbage can. This is the future of our
the
company.
job
This
of
is not a place for fun.
targeting
Okay?
encrypted communication.
I don't want to have to read these tomorrow.
Yeah, who wants to come in on a Saturday?
Nuclear
Yeah.
intercontinental
All right. Next suggestion.
Andrews, over 7 years CIA spy, was given him
Okay,
consent and perspective of the
Consult
world
with your boss.
is fascinating to explore. This is Lecture Podcast is supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends,
Why don't you sit over here and do this? Let me ask you this.
the
Let me
Central
ask you
Intelligence
something.
Agency was formed
Where did you get your
75
idea?
years ago. What is the mission of the CIA?
The mission of the CIA is to collect
And
intelligence
third,
from around the world.
yes.
And be
Yes!
responsible with opportunity for all other intelligence
The least you
agencies.
can do is keep our salary consistent with inflation.
Collective source.
Yes! Why are you going to give me this raise? Why?
That doesn't put the best
Because
intelligence.
I'm awesome. I am no. Just don't understand why you have to pretend like nothing happened.
because nothing did.
Kings of the US.
If I
FBI
didn't
does
say anything more about it, I would advise that you do the same.
law enforcement essentially handles all the intelligence and audit. So we
No.
technically cannot make these.
He wants to wait. Hi, everybody.
FBI,
Okay, great. Your performance has been
CIA,
adequate.
FBI, and the other U.S. intelligence agencies like the DIA, the Intelligence Agency, Department of Security, NSA,
Why on earth
there's a
would
list,
you
there's a list of
That is
33
an excellent
different
question.
ones.
Thank you for asking.
Like the Army, the Navy has all the different ones.
Let me bring up one word.
Is
Dedication.
there real volunteer
I have
along
never,
with the CIA this giant
also,
integrated?
I have never, today, today, even when I had walked in the morning,
So then
I
the
even
lines
come
that
in
divide what our
and
primary mission. Everything's got to be prioritized. That's one of the benefits. The superpowers.
Serious.
That is
Because
serious.
we prioritize.
Very serious.
So
As
different
is
intelligence
toying with
organizations are prioritized to collect certain spectrum.
I'd also further like to talk
And then
about my merits
within
in the
the
work.
confines of how they collect, they're
For
also
instance,
giving you
the time I brought in deer
authorities or terms
Oh,
that's
deer?
directed by the executive.
You like God did
Different
not
agencies
have
have
to
different
grab deer.
authorities to execute missions.
And you know what? It's an aphrodisiac.
FBI
So
can't
when we're done here, you guys can go over to the Angela Lodge.
CIA can't execute the same way
Okay,
But then
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna step outside, collect my thoughts, and I will
then,
return to
yes, CIA
Just
still
clear your head.
has the final synthesizer repository.
I know it's your job, I know you have to ask, but I promise you, I'm not gonna discuss it with you. I'm certainly not gonna discuss it with you. So you have a life.
Source, all source
I think
intelligence from
I think
around
let's
the
do a
IC,
set of
the
facts.
intelligence community, which are the 30 some odd, and always changing organizations that are responsible for intelligence coverage. What is the
Why I
EDD,
feel
the president?
I deserve this
So first of all, it looks like the most expensive book. It's got its own binder.
I
It's
don't really want
all
to
very high end. Feels important. It's important. It's not like a cheap trafficking. It's somewhere between, I would give it probably between 50 and 125 pages a day. It's produced every day at 2 o'clock in the morning by a dedicated family. And in each
I'm heading back to New
page,
York.
essentially,
Alan and I will conduct your
short paragraph,
performance review over the phone tomorrow.
about
Wait.
happening and its
I just want to know why.
around the world. The president
Now
really
is
gets
not
to
the
the
time
entire
for
Okay, so you're saying that there is a different time?
No, I understand we are never
what
gonna have this
inside
conversation.
Okay, whatever, or never,
10 minutes. Some days it'll be right through the course of 2 hours. It depends on the schedule.
I just want to know,
There's competition
the
is
horse's
there
mouth,
for the first
what
page.
is the
And
deal?
so I was jockeying and it's the potential.
I mean, you're
Imagine
obnoxious
all
and
the different
rude
intelligence
and
agencies and within the CIA, how many different groups and projects that all care about different nations, different
but you are very,
cases.
very inconsiderate.
Do you understand how much competition there is with the attention of the president?
You're 100% correct in how the agents and how officers and agencies, there's a ton of competition. Everybody wants to be first on the radar. Everybody wants to be first.
We can still work together, we can still be friends.
Baking in the equation is the president. The president, he will tell the court, I want to see this on the stage. Bring this to me. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Mozambique. I don't really care about what's happening in Saudi Arabia.
Jan is
I
not
want
in a
to see
place
what's
where she feels she can have a
and
relationship.
regardless of what happens, the three
It
biggest
doesn't matter
in the
how
world,
great a guy I am.
the president's the executive.
That's all I
He's
need
the
to
one. He's the ultimate customer. So we do with the customer.
I can go home now.
That has backfired in the past. If you have already started to go wrong, that is backfired in the past, but that is essentially what happens when you serve in the executive branch.
The hell's 20? Where the hell's 20?
So what's the role of the director of the CIA? What's that dance like? So the president really leads the focus of the CIA.
The president is the commander-in-chief for the military. The executive president is also the executive for the entirety of the intelligence community. So he's the ultimate customer. If you look at it like a business, the customer, the person spending the money, is the president, and the director is the CEO. So if the director doesn't create what the president wants, there's going to be a new director. That's why the director of CIA is the presidential position. Sometimes they're extremely qualified intelligence professionals. Sometimes they're just professional politicians or soldiers that because the president trusts them to do what he wants them to do. Another gaping area that causes problems, but that's still debatable.
So you think that's problematic configuration of the whole system?
Massive flaws. It is a massive flaw because if you're essentially appointing a director to do what you want them to do, then you're assigning authority. And that's what we define corruption as in the United States. Inside the United States, we say you pick somebody outside merit for any other reason than merit, then it's cronyism or it's nepotism. Here, that's exactly what our structure is built on. All presidential appointments are appointed in the
So for an intelligence agency to be effective, it has to discover
It
the
is
truth,
Friday morning.
communicate the truth.
Another beautiful day.
Maybe if you're appointing the director of the agency,
Pennsylvania.
they're less likely to communicate the truth to you unless the truth lies perfectly with your desired will.
well, not necessarily perfectly, because there are other steps, right? They have to be eligible for Congress and they have to have the support of the challenge is if the shortlist even get the opportunity aren't meritorious. The shortlist based off of the presidency or the would-be presidency. Now, I think we've proven that an intelligence organization can be extremely effective, even within the broad system.
The IT tech guy and
The
me.
challenge is how much more effective could we be if we improve. And I think that's the challenge that faces a lot of the U.S. government. I think that's the challenge that has resulted in what we see today when it comes to the decline of American power and the rise of military power. And shooting we have
The president of the CIA could fix the
Yeah, I tried to install it myself.
fix the
But,
problems
you guys
in
have to
terms of the decline of American
It just
power.
means you have to enter your password.
when you talk about the president wanting to prioritize what the president cares about, that immediately shows a break in what actually matters to the long-term success of the United States versus what happens, what
Oh,
success.
Because then the president is
going on?
just a human being, it's and they'll focus on the long
You have to. I don't have to.
Exactly. What's the maximum amount of years for the president?
I know you don't want to have
He has to be
or can be.
and you didn't have to according to
no one ever to take over.
but they
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You can get a brain injury. You get hit by a car.
and then
Stop.
if you look at the year cycle,
You get poisoned.
2 years
Fall
of
in a
that
well. Step on a mine. Oh, okay. If I step on a mine, it's
quality.
and you can have a job.
Who's the chief executive?
Just go. Hey, there are certain things a boss does not share with
Is not
the salary that would depress them. His
What do you
bed.
make of the hostile relationship that, to me at least, that
And I am not going to tell them that I'll be reading their
is that a
emails.
very kind of personal
Search.
bickering? I mean, is there something interesting to you about the dynamics between that particular
No, try Michael Scott.
and that particular association?
Michael,
that you touch?
Oz,
Man, there were
and
lots of things fascinating. That relationship. So
I
first,
guess the good and the bad.
wow.
let's start with the good
No,
first.
Stanley. Terribly nice guy.
So the good thing
Sorry I didn't write that.
we
Shit,
saw
I can't go to the game tonight because my boss, Michael,
the
is mad.
president was the chief customer, the executive to the CIA. When the president doesn't want to hear what CIA has to say, he's not going to listen. I think that's an important lesson for
Hey,
everyone.
what's the deal, Michael? Why are you spying on our
The
computers?
president doesn't
Oh,
care what you have to say.
no.
He's
Everybody else
gonna
goes out crazy. What do they go crazy out
They're
for
going
us?
to in a way.
They're not a robot.
They're going to shut down
Well, that's right.
your
Everything in my
Actually,
family.
they're going to kill the careers of people working with. For the 4 years that President Trump was the president, basically everybody in the CIA was killed. Some people's careers were ended. Some people voluntarily left
Actually, we just got a memo from IT
because they found
saying we're
themselves
doing
working
surveillance.
for a single customer who didn't want what they had to do.
It's
So
true. You have access to our emails. You know what the problem is? The problem is that when people hear the term Big Brother, they immediately think it's scary or bad.
exactly
But
right.
I think,
And then
wow,
what
I love that.
customers do?
I got
They go find someone else to create their product. And that's exactly
I'm
what
not
we
tired.
did it to private funding private and public companies to run their own operations, brought in the information they cared about. CIA would. It also didn't help that CIA stepped outside of their confines. CIA is supposed to collect foreign intelligence and not comment on domestic matters. They went way outside that when they started challenging the president, when they started questioning the results, when they started publicly claiming Russian influence. That's all something the FBI could handle by itself, not Justice Department by itself. CIA had no place to contribute to that conversation. And when they did, all they did was undermine.
It's like squishing a spider under a book.
Let me
It's going to be really gross, but I have to look and make sure that it's really dead.
president,
So
the leader,
if you guys think things,
and look outside the
right?
United States. It
my
seems
friend
like
is kind of
very
into these two girls that he
seems
works
like
with.
it's
One is tall and brunette,
look at today
and the
with
other
what
one is short,
the negative effects
and
of powerful
quirky
electing
and kind of
one
judgmental.
leader
Who do you think we should
manifests
choose?
itself is that they start
You have
to
access
get
to
bad
their medical
information
records.
So this kind of thing that you're talking about over
I
time,
think one of the
they
greatest
start
things
hearing
about
information
American
that they want
civilization
to hear. The agency starts
volunteer
producing
sheriff, I
only
mean, look at any
the
psychiatric
kind of
records,
information
search
that
for history.
and the leaders' view starts becoming distorted
Huge
to where
number of these
the
infections.
propaganda they generate is also the thing the intelligence agencies provide to them.
And
So they
then
start believing all the propaganda
there it
and
is,
start getting
having
distorted
fight.
view of the world. Start sort of walking through in a weird way. I guess I want to ask, do you think let's look at Vladimir Putin specifically? Do you think he's getting accurate information? He knows
This one. That was very athletic, Mikey.
the other nations.
Right.
Oh
Oh man.
It's rare that I'll talk about.
I'm tired, but I'm not.
I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess things, rather than just.
Are we supposed to?
In my assessment, Vladimir Putin, Russia is winning. They're also winning battle of influence against the West. They're winning
Aspen.
economics. They're winning empirically. You look at the map. So when you ask me whether or not
There's always a distance between a ball
when I
and a
look
sport.
West
at my
It is just nature's rule.
Not crack. I don't.
Intimidation mostly.
I don't.
It's the awareness that they
Not
are
crack.
not me.
Close you go.
I do think that
Close crack.
Tony is in such
Worst
corruption
maybe I need
stream
can possibly yield
ever.
real results.
Worst
Yet somehow there are real results happening. So it's
stream
either excessive waste in an asset or
or there really is.
Of course.
Ever.
Hanging with the crew.
Ever.
Crew that I am one of.
It's very interesting.
Really?
That way, some people say there's a miscalculation of the way the change happens.
Reminds me of
There's an
college.
assumption
I lived on this stuff for
that
brain
you'll be able
food.
to successfully take here.
You know what I really, really
You'll
miss
be
about
able
college?
to successfully capture the east, the
Everybody
south,
got the
the north,
athletes,
the
the
tiny,
nerds,
and
professors.
what now appears to be significantly insufficient to spread way too thin.
Ah, there we go.
So that's
It's true. I'm having a party. I've got 3 cases of imported
and that
beer,
doesn't seem to be like
karaoke machine.
in another way.
I didn't invite my
to put aside the human cost.
3 ingredients for a great party.
It doesn't seem
It's nothing personal. I just think that if you were there,
because the hearts and
people would
minds
be
of
able
the
to
West
bless, my film. And
were
like,
completely
and
inside the this particular
pretty sure he
leader
thinks I'm
of
making right up.
Zelensky captured the attention of the world.
It's very real.
Policyized Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world with financial, in terms of military equipment, in terms of sort of social and cultural and emotional support for the independence of this nation.
Oh man, I gotta take a shit.
So, against that pushback,
On the
Look at
internet,
this movie.
there are several different options.
Y'all ready for this? No, no, no. Oh man, look at this movie. Oh man. Oh man, this might be a bang bang play kid.
Miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who gets to a military college, including the Army Corps of Pennsylvania, so many of our military brought up. When you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what is effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict would and should look like for military. Now, did Zelensky and the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, is calculated. The whole world is calculated how the Ukrainian people. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had a assessment. He said, I like a certain outcome. Yep. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, it took Crimea in 14 days.
Hey, you know, I don't
created
give any plans tonight, but if you don't,
infiltration campaign that turned Kiev over in the first few days of the fall. So essentially, it worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. He talks about it. He invaded Georgia exactly the same way. So in 2008, so he just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something was different. That was a miscalculation for sure. And the reason that there was no support from the West, because let's not forget, there is nothing other than the Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now. What? That's the only support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. And we can jump into that if they want to.
Hey man, you need me to walk you through your vehicular transport. All right.
I said,
Oscar, put me
that's
close
a
to my
predominant calculation.
Kevin, big man, big man. You doing tonight? Where you off to?
Then military intelligence, military demand, they reevaluate.
Hey, Angela, Rushy, where you rushing off to? You will do. Where you headed?
First two did not work.
Liar! You are a liar. Oh, Dwight, my loyal compadre. You and I are hanging
You
tonight.
don't need hearts or minds.
You're celebrating our freedom and our manhood. No, why don't we watch that show? You don't want to watch it. Stupid Battleship Galaxy. That's our Galactica. That's whatever stupid show you want to watch. You watch it tonight. Unfortunately, I've got plans. I have to go to
The
practice.
fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table,
I didn't know you played soccer, right?
Russia and Turkey, in order to get exports out of the
Have fun
vaccine
tonight.
group,
Whatever it is that you're doing,
demonstrate
I'll
just
see
how much
you
you can choose.
Monday.
The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation table to allow Ukraine the ability to export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no,
Quick announcement, everybody.
Russia has
We
to
do have wine in the kitchen, and there's beer available on the porch.
and say,
And despite what you might think, it's not all for
Don't
Meredith.
do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to
Really think it's a good idea.
I'm not going to
Hide a key
So
rock.
do you think
Hey, you want to
it's
be
possible
Dwight?
that Russia
You know what the
takes
best? Let's
south
go.
of Ukraine
Hey, I love the bird stuff. Thanks.
for starting
Yeah, I always keep an extra set of the car.
Mariupol,
Special occasions.
the Kherson region, all the way to
and
Later.
I believe all
Love it. Great.
all of this year.
before winter, you're
Hey, just in time. You want to root toward or just about to leave? Well, root toward now leaving then. Ladies and gentlemen, the 15 we're going to be pointing out to you today, you will be able to see both bedrooms.
and Russia
And
also
if you're lucky, maybe get a chance to look in the bathroom. Who knows? I have to remind you also that flash photography is prohibited, and as much as
outside of
you
Ukraine
can touch
are
things
the
that you might want
because they're still having
Yes, Nathan?
on Russia, and as they have supported American sanctions against
We'll talk
Russia,
about that later.
their people feel pain.
Okay, let's get right into it. I need two
They're
people
just
for the first game.
what are we going to do? Insert
Hey!
Russian gas.
Okay, Micah,
More people are
and
freezing.
Ukrainian.
People all over
anybody?
NATO.
How about Larry?
Ukraine. Everybody knows Ukraine. Everybody knows Ukraine.
Okay, so you start us off
The
there. Ben.
game of this war isn't played just it's being played majority by the people. The game of war is
Second
played.
Michael Scott.
It's an
I'm with the
economic-
FBI.
it's not
Think
a
about this.
military
What is the most exciting thing
attention.
I was from the Kherson region, was very area referred to. I spoke to a lot of people, and those morale is incredibly high.
Hey, Michael Spoon, FBI. You know you did.
People in that region, soldiers,
Yeah, you thought you could get away with your little ruse, didn't you?
civilians,
Yeah.
are going
Well, you did, because I know where you're diamond. I've been on to you and your little friends for
I
weeks.
mean, Odessa,
I'm not even in the scene. Stop. Okay. Stop. Great. Stop. Okay, you can't just shoot everyone in the scene. Well, if you haven't stopped the scene where we're going, okay, we're about to see next to that.
Russian culture.
No, it wasn't.
It's going
No,
to
we're not good at it. No,
It's going to be
Michael.
clearing the streets, clearing the building, person by person. It's going to be a lot more.
shooting.
Because they can't afford to just do bombing raids because they're going to destroy cultural significant architecture that's just too important to Russian culture, and that's going to demoralize their people.
I have to do a lot of thinking to try to understand what I
Cool. This is your
in
desk.
terms of
This is
information.
your
I
home
think what the
office.
soldiers are saying, what the Russian soldiers are saying, I think the Russian
You have to
soldiers
sit down so I can get the full text.
is that they're freeing, they're liberating the Ukrainian
Okay, wait.
people
So that would make me
from
like
Nazis.
right here.
Yeah.
And they believe this.
And then Dwight
Because I
would be
visited
like,
Ukraine, I
you know what?
spoke
Leave that image
to
on.
over 100
This is the happy
probably
place.
a couple hundred Ukrainian people from walks of life. It feels like Russian soldiers.
Yeah, you don't have to. Oh, right. Yes, that's like a young
They're not operating clear views of the whole world. And
you were so dorky.
given all that, I just don't see Russia taking this out without
Great.
creating.
I'm in. You want to go to the room? No.
And if Vladimir Putin's aware of
What
what's
kind of
happening
dollars
in
for
the
money?
country,
So you can tell me my fortune.
I don't see him pushing forward.
I promise it's like this. Ooh, I can
Because
see you
that's
walking
not
out of
going
here and
to
you're still reading.
effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of the people.
Autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic point of view.
Michael, what did you tell
Hearts
him?
and minds do very little.
Don't wear his hands up.
People who understand core
He told me he
basic
couldn't show it to me, but he has to.
needs and
Okay, let's call
true
it
power.
day.
You don't see she didn't worry about hearts and minds in China. You
Everybody,
don't see
You don't see it in North Korea, you don't see it
in Congo. You don't see it
I got
in
stuff
most
on
of the world. Hearts and minds are
Chicken,
closer.
hot dog.
In reality, what people need is
I'm a vegetarian.
they need income to be able to secure a lifestyle.
I didn't think the criminal lens would like having that.
It is absolutely sad. I'm
It's
not
surprising,
in any
so
way,
I'll
shape,
tell you why.
or
I'm sorry, guys.
saying
I think that's
my
a paper.
assessment
Gotta
on
be
this
something else.
is enriching, or likely, or hopeful. It's just fact. It's just calculatable empirical evidence. If Putin loses Ukraine, the losses, the influential losses, the economic losses, the lives lost, the power is too great. So it is better for him to push war crimes through everything else. War crimes are something defined by the international court system. The international court system has ruled that part of it. And the international court system is largely powerless outside of the enforcement of the outcome. So if we have risk gain scenario,
Look at this.
is
Pretty athletic, Rabbi.
significantly in favor of gain over risk.
Bernie's, huh?
The other thing that I think is important to talk about is
We're not going into
everyone is
private
trapped
friend,
in the
all sorts of
gigantic
different ways to
information.
on private.
Yes, there's battlefield.
Well, guys, I'd love to go to Virgin. You know what?
There's also massive
Big office party.
the
Take
same
it out of the way. Hey, good job, Mayor.
narrative. You
Nice job,
see these ground troops in Ukraine, these Russian refugees, I believe, clearing the way. That information being fed to them from their own country. I don't know why people seem to think every piece of news
Just because two people are hanging out, it doesn't mean that they're together.
is also
You know, like people can just be friends. And I think that it was really unfair of us to assume that
Wow. Who opened the doors? I just started by, I thought I dropped it. 31. I love a glass. You're going to open it. Hello, Jack. My dad.
So many
Oh, come on, that guy?
cited to non-sources.
The good guy?
There's no
Karaoke, I love it. I am a karaoke. I got next up. Come on. Let's get the okay. What's that one? Okay, this is a duet, so
that they're going to maybe they should just give up now and leave this out.
somebody else. Papers, please. Maybe when I met you, there was peace unknown. Kelly, try to get you in mind to come out. Something inside. There was something going on.
There's a lot more. It's just harder to control narratives. Really, the journalist stories is just so people don't understand what that's the first thing.
And Keenan Chip, your eyebrows.
It requires a dedication.
You're
All
absolutely
this love we feel needs a conversation. Together,
anyone with a blog,
in love with each other. We're making love.
Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong?
Funny story. The way I got into it,
Hello, Lisa.
I got into it.
The support of the
The
United
story
States.
about me getting into it was that I was walking down the street,
Please captain level support
and the guy
the United
says,
States.
"Hey, you're funny. You're the funniest guy I've ever seen." Or my name is not Dale.
the strategy of the United States to support Ukraine is similar to the strategy to support Great Britain during World War II.
The real way was
Through
that
the
I
enactment of the for Ukraine. The Lend-Lease Act means that we are lending or leasing equipment to the Ukrainian government in exchange for future payments. So every time a rocket is launched, every time a drone crashes into a tank, that's a bill that Ukraine is just racking up. When you go to a restaurant, you start drinking shots. Sometimes the bill will come due. This is exactly what we did when Europe, Great Britain, was a face of Nazi invasion. We signed the same thing in motion. Do you know that the UK did not pay off debt from World War II until 2020? They've been paying that debt since the end of World War II. So what we're doing is we're indebting Ukraine against the promise that perhaps they would secure their freedom, which nobody seems to want to talk about. Like the Ukrainians, which of those outcomes really looks like?
Here we go.
Especially in the case of
The branches like
trillions of dollars to the West
that's good.
for
Suck it
supplying
up.
them
No
training,
problem.
weapons,
Hey, everybody.
food, and everything else that we're giving. Because none of it's free. It's all coming to we're a democracy. We're also
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We can give things away at discounts, we can give things away layaway, but the bill will come due. And unfortunately, that is not part of the negotiations. So that is a way to establish that's having a very close relationship between the United States and negative possibilities. One of the people I talked to said that all the great nations have independence wars. Have civil war.
It's so big.
In order,
Hey,
there's something about
B, I wanted it to
war
be that's the
being
biggest
a
day of the year
catalyst
versus
for
the biggest
finding
tree of the year.
identity.
But what are we going to do
So
with
you
this?
can have leaders, you can have sort of signed documents, you can have all this kind of stuff. But there's something about war that really brings the country together and actually trying to figure out what is at the core of the spirit of the people that defines this country. And they see this war as that, as the independence war.
So this is the first time ever I got
There's been before the war, before this invasion, there was a lot of factions in the country. There was a lot of influence of oligarchs, corruption. So a lot of that was the factions were brought together under one umbrella, effectively become one nation because of this. So they see that as a positive direction for the defining of what a free democratic country looks like after from their perspective. It's a difficult situation because I'm trying to make sure that you all understand what's happening in Ukraine among Ukrainians is brave and courageous and beyond the expectations of anyone. The fact
Angela
is,
drafted me.
there is no serious
Her memo said that
the American
prepare for every possible disaster.
because of French ships, French troops, French generals, French military. The independence
What do we got? Russian. Double it. Double everything. Double ice cream, double napkins, double it. On
revolution was. That's how independent countries are. Ukraine is
really rock.
no one is coming into that because we live in a world right now
for helping save the country.
where there simply is no economic benefit to the parties in power to support Ukraine. And war is a deep economic.
I want
The
people.
economic benefit
Make it
of
out
Ukraine
of this.
is crystal clear
I want
in favor
people
of Russia.
hanging from the ceiling, lampshades on the head. I want it to be a Playboy mansion. Also, I want you to know, I spread the word that I will have my digital hand. I will be taking pictures all along the way. And the best, most craziest thing that happens would be on the news.
You do realize that we can't sell liquor at the party.
Who knows? There's still a chance that something like that will happen and change the tide. But when it comes down to the core calculus, Ukraine is the agricultural bed to support future Russia. Russia knows. They know they know that they have to have it to protect themselves.
No way.
They have to have it for agricultural.
They have major. Have you ever seen Santa?
Yeah,
I've seen Santa. Well, I'm sorry.
They cannot let Ukraine fall
I would
outside of their security. They cannot. The United States doesn't really have any economic best.
Okay, everyone, listen up.
Ideological.
It is time.
Ideological.
Get your presents.
To be
Wrap them
aside.
and
There's no
place them under the tree.
same thing goes. NATO.
So,
NATO has no economic investment.
if you do not get your presents
Ukrainian
wrapped and under the tree within the next
Ukrainian
5 minutes, you will be disqualified from receiving the
Place in Africa.
All right?
It doesn't
No exceptions, except Michael.
So the whole the side deciding Ukraine is exclusively ideological and putting them in a place where they fight a war with Russia. So the whole world can see Russia. Ukraine is as sad as it is to say, and Ukraine is a pawn on the table for superpowers to calculate each other's capacity. Right now, we've only talked about Russia and the United States. We haven't even talked about Iran. We haven't even talked about China. Right? It is a pawn on the table. This is a chicken fight. So that people get to watch and see what the other trainers are doing.
A lot of people that are talking about the United States back. There is possibilities, as you said, not say 0% chance. It could be a high percent chance that this becomes one of the great democratic nations that the 21st century is governed by. And so, you said Americans are so ideological.
Come on.
You don't assign long-term power to that. That the U.S. could support Ukraine purely on ideological grounds.
Ready?
Just look in the last 4 years. The last 4 years. Do you remember what happened? China swooped into politics violently, beating protesters. Killing them in the street.
Take it off, everybody.
And Hong Kong has enough.
Are the best way to show
And the whole world should try and happen.
It
And
is
then what
like
happened in
the
Afghanistan just a year ago?
point to and say, hey
And the
man,
whole
I
world
love
stood by.
this many
Let the
dollars.
Taliban take power again.
There's
After
president.
20 years of war, we are showing a people point of view. We will talk. Americans,
Okay.
we will say a lot of things. We will promise a lot of ideological, pro-democracy, rah-rah statements. We'll say it.
That's for me.
But when it comes down to putting our own people, our own economy, our own GDP at risk,
You obviously forgot to get
we step away from it.
and then he went to his closet and
America
dug out
is
this
currently
little number.
supplying military equipment to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that military equipment has actually been the thing that turned the tides of war a couple of times already. Currently, that's behind our systems. You mentioned you can afford to live.
Thank you very much,
Winning
Santa,
in
whoever
different
you
ways, so
are.
you kind of find so on. At this moment,
All right, next.
the prediction is that winning looks like capturing not just the east, but the south. But that narrative is winning that will turn back to the disobedience before the Crimea is still with Russia. There's some kind of negotiated thing about Donbass, where it still stays with Ukraine, but there's some.
Just like everyone has in Georgia.
Okay, well, who cares? Doesn't matter what I spent. What matters is that Christmas is fun, right?
Russia winning for Russia, and for
Myself.
Ukraine
Hey,
Thank you.
me.
and for the West,
What
as
is
democracy
yeah.
and kind of negotiating. And that seems to be how
Knitting is
geopolitics works. Everybody can walk away with a win-win story, and then the world progresses.
So Bill is
That's the
basically saying,
highlight.
hey, Michael, I know you're wanting to help the
The
office
most
here, but I
probable
don't care
outcome
about
is
you.
that
I'll make
Ukraine becomes in
I can
essence
find
a sovereign nation. It's not going to be truly sovereign because it will become, it will, we don't have to have new government in place. Zelensky will, it's extremely unlikely he will be president because he has gone too far to demonstrate his
going to
power
turn
over the people and his
Santa
ability to separate
into
Ukrainian from the
one
autocratic power of
person
Russia.
chooses
So
a
he would
gift.
have to be
The next person
unseated, whether he goes into exile
or
or
steal
whether
that
he is
person.
peacefully left
If your gift gets stolen, then you can steal someone else's gift or choose a new gift. I thought that was called
negotiated.
Yeah, we call it right.
I call it fine.
North Korea and South Korea are technically
It's
still
better
just
because it's more
negotiating.
special.
It sounds mean.
What you end up having
No,
is
it's not.
Russia will allow
Just give it a shot.
Ukraine,
Michael should have asked the
Ukraine
party planning
to
committee
offer
first.
tendency to have their
That's
own
supposed
debt
to
to
just
the
bring
United
things on
States.
us out of nowhere.
On that debt. And then in exchange for that, they will have firmer guidelines as to
Okay,
how
there
NATO
it
is
is. Not
able to
first. Here's the
and
deal.
that becomes an
You can
example
either
for
pick
all
a
the
new gift
other
or
sentences,
you can
which are
steal
all
somebody
required
else's gift.
economically
It's already done.
by Russia, not required economically
I'll take the
by the
teapot.
West.
Oh,
And then you end up seeing how it just
about that.
see how the whole thing plays out once you realize
I can make
that
it
the
fun.
keystone
And you can
is
still
you.
the other
I'll take the iPod.
There is something
I
about
have to give
Ukraine
it to you right now.
that you support
Yes.
by the
Now you can
Americans
steal the oven mitt, the old
That's-
chairs for the shower
is in
radio.
contrast to
Yeah.
that it seems like ideologically Ukraine could be beacon of freedom and narratives by the United States to fight geopolitical wars in that part of the world. That they would be a good partner for this idea of democracy and
I
freedom
think it's going great.
of all the values that America stands for. They're a good partner. And so it's valuable if you sort of have a cynical, pragmatic view, sort of like Henry Kissinger view. It's valuable to have them as a partner, so valuable that it makes
That's like
sense
the
to
creepiest
support
thing that I've
them
ever seen.
in achieving a negotiated ceasefire that's on the side of Ukraine. But because of this particular leader, this particular culture, this
Some
particular
people like it.
dynamics of how the world
I will steal the
and
iPod.
things like Twitter,
Everyone wants
and the way
to
this communication works, it just seems like this is a powerful symbol of freedom
Oh,
that's useful
well,
for the United
here's
States.
me a little
Instead of
more
something
mine.
pragmatic.
Next
Don't
year,
you
I'll
think
take the
it's possible
teapot.
that the United
Okay,
States
moving along, Meredith,
supports
let's go.
Ukraine
I
financially,
really want the
militarily enough
iPod.
to get
Sorry
an
for going
advantage
this
in
round.
this war?
Something else.
I think
And
they've
we'll
already
take
got
this
the
big.
fact the war
Very
demonstrates the case. The fact that Russia has stepped up and negotiated with them several times
I'll take the
without
oven mitt.
just turning to Chechen,
Yeah, I wanted somebody to
without
take
turning
it.
to
So,
Chechenian levels,
reverse psychology.
mass
Reverse psychology.
which was another
I don't know if you know about it, but
to
basically,
see that those
make someone think the opposite of what you believe. And
I
that
think the
tricks them into doing
true
something
way to
stupid.
look at the benefit of Ukraine as a shining example of freedom in Europe for the West isn't to understand whether or not they could. They
Paintball
absolutely
pellets
could.
are just includes
It's the question of
paintball
how valuable
lessons with
is
white
that?
boots. You and me,
Yes.
Michael.
How
Yes.
valuable is it? Which before January, before February,
Who wants to play paintball
nobody
lessons?
even thought
How is
about
that better
Ukraine.
than an
People didn't know
iPad?
about Ukraine. Knew that it was an extremely corrupt former Soviet state. With
Michael
20%
keeps bragging about his iPod, but you know what? Two paintball lessons.
So reason
Diane is worth
there's a reason
easily
he
like
promised
$2
that he
grand.
would go
Take that,
for
ta-da.
to be part of the decade.
Last gift, Kevin.
Because
I want
the
to put that.
circumstances were aligned. It was a corrupt country that self-identified as Russian in many ways.
That's the thing I bought myself.
It was
I'm really
supposed to be
excited.
easier, multiple marks in terms of the
Maybe I should have taken the iPod.
That's all part of the miscalculation that the president did when
Hey,
he thought it
steal
was all
something.
quickly.
Final gift.
So to think that it could be a shining example is accurate, but is it as shining a star as Germany? Is it as shining a star as the UK? Is it as shining a star as Romania? Is it as shining a star as
I will take that to go short stories.
it's got a lot of
There you
democratic,
go. I want the
freedom-based countries in Europe to compete against to be the shining stuff.
Is like
In exchange,
Machiavelli.
counterpoint to that, it has an extreme strategic value to Russia, which has no interest in making it a shining star.
Maybe because you hated a present so much.
Well, I think the Yankee Swap was a big hit. I think it was a success, and I'm the one who ended up with Dwight Stupid Baseball. Well, Michael, the point is that we're all about gifts.
Intention of the world that we no material
Well, I did. I got a big bonus because I fired Devin and I used the money to buy something awesome. Tell me.
With influence into money, I just think attention is money.
Attention is money in democracy.
Yeah,
All right, I'm
which
done.
is the common way just authoritarian regimes. So for Putin, resources matter. The United States also resources like the attention He believes the people ladder because that's how you attain and maintain political power.
So,
Right now, really expert. Is this enough that you get 20 people faster?
president.
So
So if people were very fond of this book,
Feel bad for that.
that counterbalance some of our upset, the dissent coming from the audience, the dissent coming from the Great Recession, the second great resignation that was happening in the stock market. People would feel like there's capitalism in each other. If they really believe
Real man
that you
makes a
create
dumb luck.
that staying next to the president who is so staunchly driving and leading the West against this conflict.
Well, I think the opposition to this particular president, I personally believe, has less to do with policies and more to do with a lot of the human factors.
But again, empirically, I look at things from a very empirical, a very cold, fact-based lens. There are multiple data points. Yes, that the American people ideologically sympathize with you, but they really just want their gas prices to go down. They really just want to be able to pay less money for grocery store food. And they want their sons and daughters to die in exchange for free.
Does not really see the civilization as well.
Spirit, as in
I
spirit.
think that has maybe has to do with the calculation you're but it seems like
It's a party. Come on.
it seems like
If I can't throw a good party for my employees, then I'm a terrible boss.
attention of the media for the moment.
Who wants to drink?
The red team chooses one side, the blue team chooses another. And
The
then
deal is, this is my last draw, because I
correct me
made
if I'm
a
wrong,
New
I
Year's
believe
resolution.
the Democrats
I'm not gonna drink it.
support Ukraine and have the ideological side, and then I guess Republicans would say, why are we wasting money? That's a very clear analysis, but they basically whatever argument people want to side. But now, more and more, this particular Ukraine kind of pawn in the politics that's midterm elections, stops being
Come on, Sean
philosophical
Alexander.
and social to political aspects rather than just the sport and politics. Whatever the heck captivates
Anybody making out in here? Not yet. Give it time. Oh, hey, Ebenezer. Fine. Okay. How's it going in here? We're running on. No. We're fine. Sorry. Come on.
The American people really
Come in there. No, I really not.
and we've turned back into
You don't have to answer what I was doing.
that's what we care about. You're right. That's how that's how the United States works. That's why in both red paper and red source and you don't see Ukraine being mentioned very much. If anything, I would say that your politics are probably more interesting.
And also, where I got me an iPad or
Creating new
was
military
like
getting
an iPad.
we're sending these books. We get to test military systems in combat in Europe. That's priceless in the world of being able to field test combat test without having to sacrifice is incredibly valuable. You get all the data, you get all the metrics, you don't have to put yourself at risk. That is one of the major benefits of what we're seeing from the troops. Long-term benefit.
So awesome. And if it didn't go to Ryan, you are the guys who want to go to
Security. Because Ukraine is not a player. It is not.
Most misunderstood injuries captured on the side of their base steps. First, relies on list of prescription. Second, their quantity force land in the style. Your quantity captures their quantity on capturing one square diagonal. Truth is aware that their fun just fun may capture the captured sun. It is only possible to capture the sun immediately after the while confusing at first, the sun is a good thing that gives advanced funds more power to move territory and prevents their opponent from buying them more by bypassing
generation.
What are you doing?
I happen to be
Shouldn't do things like that.
my family
Why not
is
supposed to
from
do that?
Ukraine and Russia, and so for me personally, the part of the world I care about in terms of its history, because I speak the language, I can appreciate the beauty of literature, the music, the art, the
Thanks for the
culture,
party, Michael.
century,
Oh, hey, listen
all
up.
the
We're
dark
going to Fort
times,
Richards.
through
Who's in?
all the hell,
Michael?
the dark side of authoritarian
Yeah.
destruction of war. There's still just a beauty that I really appreciate. That I
First
can't
of all,
appreciate about China,
You get to spend time with people you
other
love.
countries, because I don't
Secondly,
speak their language.
you can
This
get
one I
drunk
can
and go
appreciate.
to
So
friends.
in that
Third,
way, this is
get
personally
presents.
painful
What's
for me
better
to
than getting
see
presents?
so much of that
Fourth,
history,
getting
the
presents.
beauty in that
So
history,
4 things, not bad,
suffocated
one
by
day.
the
It's
hatred that
really
is born
the
from this kind
greatest day of all
of
time.
geopolitical game.
Hey, there
Fought mostly
I go
by
to Fort Richards.
the politicians, the leaders. People are beautiful.
You drive.
People are just people are beautiful. Culture, art, and science.
All right, let's head out. Sounds good. Do the
The
coach?
thing that gives me hope
Yeah.
is that
Hey,
no matter what conflict or and we've seen some devastating, horrible already. We saw nuclear bombs go off in Japan. We saw genocide happen in Rwanda. We've seen horrible things happen. But people persevere. Language, culture, arts, science, they all persevere. They all shine through. Some of the most people don't even realize how gorgeous the architecture and the culture is inside Iran. People have no idea. Chinese people in the rural parts of China are some of the kindest, most amazing people you'll ever meet. And Korean art and Korean dance, Korean drumming, you know, nobody has ever even heard of Korean drumming. Korean drumming is this magical, beautiful thing. And the North Korea does it better than anybody in the world. Taekwondo in North Korea is just
funny. Why is my stuff in here?
exceptional. North Korea. Nobody knows these
What do
things.
you know about China?
I have questions. Well, my bad thing. That's if people don't think about that, the culture, the beauty of the people still flourish. And we've always will accept
No. That's my pencil.
and that is just the truth of it. It breaks my heart to see travesties that people commit against people. But whether you're looking at a micro level, like what happened shootings here in the United States, or whether you look at a macro level, like geopolitical power exchanges, intra and interstate conflicts that you see in Syria and you see in Ukraine, those are disgusting, terrible things. War is a terrible thing. That is a thing to look. But people will persevere. People will come through. I hope so. I hope so. And I hope we don't do something that I'll probably discuss later on. There's things that destroy the possibility of perseverance, which is things that can war, things that can do tremendous damage that we don't. But yeah, amidst your pragmatic pessimism, I think both you and I have a kind of maybe small flame of optimism in there about the perseverance of the human
Michael
species.
sent out this mysterious
Let me ask you about
Time for our first quarter from the
intelligence
Thursday.
agencies
Sit back and
outside
swing.
of the CIA.
Rubber soled shoes.
Can you eliminate
a ski mask, and a
what is the
swimsuit.
most powerful intelligence
So that
agency?
he can have his rabbit back.
The CIA, the FSB, formerly the KGB, the MI6, Mossad, intelligence in Iraq, Israelis.
Banana family.
Now, in terms of what training, I just confidently skilled in the military.
She's not coming in tomorrow.
The United States say that creative as well. Just start those beautiful. I just hate like carpenters and people that are just extremely good at their jobs that take pride in their craftsmanship. It's beautiful to see. And I imagine the same kind of thing happens at some of these agencies as well that we didn't get to appreciate because of the secrecy. Same thing with like Lockheed Martin. Maybe the CTO of Lockheed Martin. It breaks my heart as a person who loves engineering because of the cover of secrecy that make it personally incredible engineering. Lockheed Martin. There's kind of this idea of people have conspiracy theories and kind of assign evil to these companies and some artwork.
What did you say, Pim?
Incredible.
You're good, big dog.
That said,
How old?
yes.
And he cried?
So it's your so
I agree. You're good, big dog. There you go.
integrated with essentially every tiny person.
Amazing.
Oh, that's the way it's served. Little kingdom. Chinese version of China.
He's doing his thing. He'll be back.
Most assets, most
So guess where we went?
you know what a Chinese person
What's the sales?
ourselves as
I thought the sales department was
living on the local economy, embracing the local culture.
If I may mention, I believe the way Scott operates. Zero.
It's just
Right, but the number of people in this
So when it comes to reach, China, when it comes to professional capability, budget-wise, capability, yeah, is the lead around the world, which is why every other CI, they want
You're good.
CIA is the most powerful in terms of capability. Meaning, espionage, economic and then in terms of just no the lines we live CIA will let Americans stay in jail there are two different
regional manager of Thunder. Please, the life preservers. Seats all along the
Going back and forth, yeah.
I have also you are gonna put on your dancing shoes later on. We're gonna yes. That's right.
If you work against them,
We're all gonna have a good time. It's nice.
Less which is this is a terrifying organization. So Mossad is going to do a job of that. Psychological information. Also,
Yes, I
has a
did.
lot of
So
Walker is a strong
Listen up, all you Thunder. I would like to talk to you all about life preservers. Now, their business is
I was the youngest boy in NN. And when I was 4, ride the fly the and I was great for
motivational dance contest. It is a primal art form using patience to with the body and communicate. Sometimes you have to take a break from being the kind of boss that's always trying to teach people things. Sometimes you have to just be the boss dancing. What do you do with the Taylor? What do you do with the Taylor? What do you do with the Taylor lion?
The one thing that never asked.
That's
You're not there to you're not there to handle that's from the first accountants. Those are the truly hard. Because fighting up there to be cat, he's so honest about that. Inspiring to me to be told not to happen. And when I look at that guy, he didn't. He just. And it was absolutely one of the things that happened in the CIA.
And he was honest.
What's this presentation all about?
Same guy.
It's about and making decisions using the phone.
What did you,
What is
what do
thinking?
you mean?
What do you say?
Family versus job? You want a lot of life in the CIA. This was possibly about that.
Well, I was the captain of PC-1 cycle towboat during Desert Storm.
You also have it. That count.
Yeah. Captain John Gallagher.
My son
I'd like to be engaged. How did you manage to hold up?
my wife.
3 years. And so I did fight.
You got this
You don't want to ask
pregnancy
my
test, like some people do, and she cried. My wife was like, that's my wife. That's what we always wanted as a child.
You're in the Navy?
We're in this thing.
Oh. I was thinking about some customers.
So, long story. Yeah, brought back and claimed what we did next.
Everybody, I think enough is enough. But we should get the day for a wedding. June 10th. Come on, let's do it. About commitment and making choices, right? Did I motivate you?
Is always going to challenge you.
Well, right now.
No, I want my mom dead.
Protecting them.
No, thank you.
And they've done it, even though it's made them use alcohol or use substances. They've got diseases and issues. That's great. I'm just not sure those two.
You said that you're.
They miss it for different reasons. Similar reasons, like they miss it in different ways. The people at CIA are just
Really?
amazing. They're people that they're everyday people, like the guy and the gal next door. So smart and so dedicated. It's the sacrifices they make are massive. More massive than the sacrifice. Both my wife and I absolutely
the
My
ship
wife, this is
is sinking.
because you know,
Okay?
when you're
Going
inside,
down right
it's
now.
all.
Let's wrap your head
We
around
had
the reality of that.
TSS back there to the
Everybody is watching now. Okay, Captain Jack is gone. In 5
My wife
minutes,
had other
this ship is going to be at the bottom of the lake.
You
And
know,
they're running it up on a lifeboat. Who are we going to save?
there wasn't a
Do we
headline.
save sales? Do we save
And
accounting?
she understanding how people think, driving their direction, thought, stupid. You do that every day.
Well, that's your for years. Maybe you could tell me the story of how it began before you recorded this.
Feel free. So I was a lieutenant, getting ready to become captain, and I was graduate. So I forced myself through the academy, barely graduated, 14 years, and then I went on. Montana to leave the Air Force because I didn't like it. It's not what you want. So when I found myself as a person talking 200, I had questions and more. I have, yeah, you have.
It's not thinking to be CIA.
So I discovered I had a mission at CIA because I used to go style, being crazy, wacky hair, brown guy, long hair. Even notice. I think that he's forgotten. Nobody ever thinks that guy is a spy. So it was perfect for me. It was one of my favorite disguises. So someone's level 2 disguise. One of my favorite disguises is almost just delight.
He actually was really taking what's his disguise? What are the different levels of disguise? What is the disguise?
Yeah, there's 3 levels of disguise, by and large. Level 1 is what we also know. So that's essentially you put on sunglasses and all cap, and that's a disguise. If it's different, then you own the different enough that someone who's never seen it before, someone who literally has to see you just from a picture on the internet, they may not recognize you. Walk around all cap, oversized jacket, baseball. It just needs to not look like a cowboy, not look like it. That's level 1. Is all of your prosthetics, all the stuff you see, possible, fake pictures, fat suits, inside your leg, your feet, all that's level 3. Prosthetic disguise, that's a level 3 disguise because prosthetics are cut. Nobody's going to say you're a spy, but when you're caught with a custom prosthetic that changes the way your face, it's not a fake job. Top team, and you got to get a good. Wait.
Give me a call now.
All the things that you can do to permanently change
Okay.
the way you look.
Wait a second. I thought you.
You're bringing over the same person you're traveling. So maybe
Hey, Michael. Okay, Jim, say again really loudly what happened. I broke my foot very badly on my forearm, and I now your foot. I enjoy having breakfast in bed. I like it. And since I don't have a butler, I feel like that. So most nights before I go to bed, I like 6 strips of bacon. And I go to sleep. When I wake up, I plug up bread. I go back to sleep. Then I wake up to the smell of crackling bacon. It's delicious. It's good for me. It's a perfect way to start the day. Today I got up, I stepped onto the floor, and I clamped down on my foot. That's it. I don't see what's so hard to believe about it. Could you come get me?
I have to stay here and answer the phone.
Okay, could someone come and get me, please, Ryan?
Disguise
Michael, you should say something right.
There's no toilet paper here. Could Ryan tell Ryan to bring toilet paper? Can you tell him that?
when you go undercover. What you
I tried hopping, Kevin, and I bumped my elbow against the wall, and now my elbow has a protuberance.
even if it's just
No, check me out.
it's all covered.
What is going on?
The method acting, this is
What
a
is going on?
fantastic point. They don't get the difference between
I'm coming, Michael. I'm gonna take you. Okay. Hold on, Michael. I don't
they
know
try
it.
to
Wait there,
shed
guys.
all the messages
Michael, why don't you tell your
and
girlfriend?
decode it. And that's part of what makes them so easy, but it's also part of what makes them mentally unstable. It's part of what feeds their depression, their anxiety, their personal, because they lose sight of it. Field officers don't get that. We have to always we are over CIA intelligence officer collecting secrets with you.
Oh.
So we're taught a very specific skill to compartmentalize our true self.
Right.
Separate.
Forgot your bumper.
Make that true self the true identity. So then we can still live and act and effectively carry out our religion without ever losing sight, without ever losing that compass of true north. And then we can compartmentalize, secure all the information we need, attain it, remember it, and return to yourself. Get back to the is it possible to do that so that makes sense? And really trying to give examples of all conditions, which makes it very easy. Like if you're not lying, it makes it very easy to,
Morning, everyone.
first of all, to exist,
Don't
but
freak
also
out.
to communicate
Anybody didn't freak out.
and genuineness.
Clearly, I had
I
a
think
very
it's really
serious
important.
accident.
Trust and integrity around trust is extremely important because it's the thing that opens doors
Normal would
and
actually be
maintains
good.
relationships. And
He was
I
to the
tend to
conference
think,
call today, one with corporate.
when I
Oh,
was
did
in
you
Ukraine,
explain?
so many doors just open
No,
throughout
I didn't. Just
I burned my foot.
areas and everywhere else too. They got this
Please stop popping like.
without
Thank you.
kind of concerns, who's this guy? Communicate trustworthiness somehow. You can just and I think as method actors trying to keep that company.
Very important to you earlier.
There is
You need to stay and your job is being a
people. But you're saying
Before you said you didn't want to have a special treatment.
I just want you to treat me
you
like
think
you
that
would
gives
a family member who's under other service. I'm sitting here with a bloody stump of a foot.
You are not alone. But because what's here has come to systematically or we're the one that controls the source that's giving us intelligence. And the core relationship relationship is understanding the main matter truth of feeling. What all becomes their point of view on what reality is. So when you understand and you learn how to do it, then you can essentially correct that feeling.
Yes.
So if you want them to feel like they can trust you,
They were. I got you.
they should feel like there are men who make women feel like they're a woman. Manipulation is a core behavioral trait of all. We all understand at some level. The two different factors. Ways he's just automatically tapped into the vitalized emotional side of the brain, so that we can get past all the what don't you have to be convinced? You don't have to be able to story. You don't have to have authenticity. You don't have genuine feeling. Yes, all this is true if you're having a genuine relationship, but in an artificial relationship, there's ways to find all that and get right to that.
I guess the question I'm asking is the thing I was creating an artificial relationship is an extremely difficult skill to accomplish the level of how good I am at being real and feeling in another person. For you to do that, my sense is yeah. I venture to stimulate.
Yeah.
Especially when you people whose job to they're gonna smell bullshit.
It's fine.
Right? Sounds good.
Well, I think it's show that
Oh, God.
but I would also say that you
Oh, my God. Wait, hit my friend.
people smell. But here's the thing. Still smell like shit. And if you come in smelling like all that matters is that you don't. Here's the thing that's one of the secret sauce of CIA. When you find you look at your spirit, they never stop. They might think you're stupid. They might think you're. They might think it's trailer trash. They might think that you're a migrant worker. They never. And that's what that lesson in everyday life is immensely powerful. You're trying to take your boss's job as long as you don't ever look like the boss. The boss is focused on all the employees who are trying to do that. Everybody's prioritizing, you know it or not. The goal is to not be the one that they're target them without them.
So people just when they meet, they put you in the field. And if you want to avoid being taken advantage of that, and you just show some kind of characteristics that they use.
Exactly right. You have to be convinced. Just choose the win. Sorry. So,
I can't know knowing these issues, when you talk to people, especially like, how do you know who's lying to you?
That gets to be more the training skill side. There's micro expressions. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't believe that micro expressions are good. I also don't believe that micro expressions that affect baseline. So don't for a second think that all the people out there pitching and you can tell if someone's lying to you just help with it. It's all below. In my world, that's below. The way you move your eyes. Without knowing the baseline, without knowing that individual. An individual baseline is based on education, culture, life experience, so this is huge. But when you combine facial expressions with body language, nonverbal cues, and
can I ask you a question? Do you know what it's like to be disabled?
Now you have
I had scoliosis as a child.
No,
So
real.
there's like
Not a woman's
a
struggle.
set of like
All
interrogation
creations.
that can help you figure out.
The point is, I am the only one here who has a legitimate
Because an interrogation,
although I'm sure Stanley has had his fair share of that.
What's the
I'm not very sure how they might you.
So in an interrogation,
To look like you, Stanley.
Know about
also
each other.
you are there to be interrogated. Okay. Anybody who works with your mom and dad.
You know what?
Anybody who
Abilities
works
are not things to laugh about. You people are
you're there to
jerks.
say,
Imagine if you had left Stevie Wonder on the floor of that bathroom instead of me.
you are in
We would
control.
love
This for sure. But if we were having coffee,
I very much would.
take control. If I wanted to ask you personal questions.
Okay,
I would. If I
20
wanted to ask you
minutes.
about your background,
Conference room, everybody's in there.
Because the person in control is the person asking questions.
Obviously, you care. I just look at that.
While we are waiting
My
for a
power
special
is
guest to
on
arrive,
quiet.
I want you all to say goodbye.
Every time I answer a question, which emotionally, subconsciously makes me have to answer your question.
Yes. Right in here. This ladies and gentlemen,
Which is called
is our special guest.
Maybe.
So great. It's hard for you, right? Because you're how long does it take? Every day. Like 30 seconds. That's true. Hey. Well, that's good. Couple things.
Yeah, but
Is this? It's a bit though. I would say that like art is often the foundation of speech. Are taught in their structure and in the way that you think that's surprising.
Yeah, baby. I am.
Did it glitch? That was
just want to say goodbye, okay? Yes, I know, but it's going to be different.
This thing called the lab that we went to.
What is that? That circle thing?
Anyways, I was filling out an online
Is it a loading screen?
work in the US Peace Corps. I wanted to stop.
I gotcha. Play Red Dead Redemption, dog. Well, install it, dude. Okay, take one of your games. You don't have to do it right now, but I want to watch you play that game. That's a game I would really like to watch.
I just wanted to let you know.
You don't have to do it right now, but in the upcoming days, do it, and I will watch that. That's fascinating to me. I'll tell you to kill guys, to steal horses. Hey, are there Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption? Not at all. They were real Native Americans in the Old West. That's like half the people. So there are not Native Americans in the game?
How cool is this?
Oh, there are? No, there aren't? Or there are no Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption 2? I want all that. Oh, wait. So you can't like team up with Native Americans? There are none in the game? Oh, that's ridiculous. Are there any black people in the game? So there are black people, but no Native Americans? Are there Asian people? Yes or no? Are there railroads? Okay. So they have African American people, but no Native American people? Are you fucking with me? Are there Native American people in Red Dead Redemption? Wow, that's a big oversight. I gotta find out why. Please do.
Everything up to the something. But during the interview
Is
they
that
do
up
psychological evaluation.
I don't know. Nothing. What's up with you?
They do personality assessment. They do skill. They'll start sending you back to your living.
Wait.
Assignments. Not
Hey, is it me or does this place smell like us? What's up, dog?
essay of parts of the world.
There are Native Americans, but they're not very prominent.
3 to 5 years, or prioritize top 3 strategic priorities for the United States. You know, put it into.
There are some. There's a guy named
Whatever else.
Rains Fall.
And then you start meeting. You start
Today is spring cleaning day.
which was some of the coolest experiences that I've had. Still, one of my best friends today, who I don't get to talk to still, is a guy.
They say a cluttered desk means a cluttered mind. Well, I say
so he
a desk browser.
Close.
Meredith,
like
men's room, replace the urinal case. One down. Kevin, file, drawer. Angela, kitchen. Oscar, dusting. Where's Oscar?
I don't know why, but we could do with my foot down here. And he was like, yeah, you were here after we got in. You're always
What are you guys
there's
doing?
where that is getting in. And I remember looking at you were just another white guy in my suit. You're not looking at you. Here you are. So it was kind of so you were totally wrong about it. You know, until you're in, you have no idea what they're looking for. And you're just shooting the dark.
They had the lie detector test.
Yes, called the polygraph.
How effective? Just interesting for our previous discussion. How effective are those?
Polygraphs are really interesting. So one of the things that people don't understand about polygraphs is that polygraphs aren't meant to detect a lie. Like they're called a lie detector, but they're not actually meant to detect a lie. They're built to detect variant from your physiological baseline. So they're essentially meant to identify sensitivities to certain types of questions. And then as they identify sensitivity to a question, it gives the interviewer an additional piece of information to direct the next round of questions. So then from there, they can see how sensitive you are to a certain level of questions. And your sensitivity could be a sign of dishonesty, but it could also be a sign of vulnerability. So the interrogator themselves, the interviewer themselves, they're the one that have to make the judgment calls to which it is, which is why you might see multiple interviewers over the course of multiple polygraphs. But that's really what they're all about. So, I mean, outside of, they're extremely uncomfortable. Like, they're mentally uncomfortable. Then there's also, you kind of sit on a pad, because the pad is supposed to be able to tell like your body movements, but also like your sphincter contractions or whatever. So you're sitting on this pad, you're plugged in, you're strapped in, you're tied up, and it takes so much time to get in there. Then they start asking you questions, baseline questions at first, and then other questions from there, and you just answer it the best you can. And you never know what they're saying, you know what they're doing. It's hard not to get anxious anyways. And
Are
then,
they monitoring the reading?
yeah, from like a big, they got multiple screens, and they got, it's all information superiority. They have information superiority. You're the idiot looking away from them, sideways, and trying not to move because you're afraid that if you like have gas, or if you move a little bit, there you can face it. And the whole time you're worried, your heart's racing, your blood pressure's increasing, which is a barrier to face. So yeah, I mean it's an interesting art.
Well, your business.
Yeah.
Maybe there's that's their business.
Right. But
So that's what they're doing. They're establishing this. I mean, I guess that even the polygraph is a skill that you develop. Well,
so when people talk about beating a lie detector, it's not that they're talking about that. That's not hard. It's not hard to an interview. And the interview doesn't care if you're being honest or not honest about a topic. What they're looking for is sensitivity. If they see no sensitivity, that's a big sign for them. That's a big sign that you're probably a pathological liar. If you show many things, then that's a sign that you're probably an anxious person. And they can still reset the baseline because they can tell how your anxiety is increasing, in 15-minute increments. It's a unique skill. And they're really good prolific. It's immensely valuable. But the misnomers, misconceptions about polygraphs.
you also mentioned personality tests. That's really interesting. So how effective is personality tests? One for the hiring process, but also for understanding what people do.
So personality is extremely important for understanding. And I would say that there's 1,000 different ways to look at personality. The only one that I can with any significance is the MBTI. And the MBTI is what all the leading spy agencies are looking at.
Well, that's kind of interesting to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So there's been criticism of that kind of test.
There have been criticisms for a long time.
Yeah, and there's value.
Absolutely. And here's a few reasons why, right? So first, MBTI makes the claim that your core personality doesn't change over time. And that's how it's calibrated. And one of the big arguments is people say that your personality can change. In my experience, the MBTI is exactly correct. Your core personality does not change because your core personality is defined as your personality on all resources are available. So essentially, your emergency, your dire condition, that is your core personality. We can all act a little more extroverted. We can all, be a little more empathetic when we have time and money and patience. When you strip away all that time, money, and patience, how empathetic are you? How much do you like being around people? How much do you like being alone? Do you make judgments or do you analyze information? That's what's so powerful about MBTI is it's talking about what people are like when you strip away resources. And then, because it's so consistent, it's also only 4 codes. It's super easy to be able to assess a human being through a dialogue, through a series of conversations, to be able to hone in with high accuracy what is their 4-letter code. There's only 16 options, and it becomes extremely valuable. Is it perfectly precise? And does everybody do it the same? I mean, those things are the answers to those. No. But is it operationally useful in a short period of time? That is a resoundingly powerful yes.
Yeah, I only know the first letter is introvert extrovert, right? I've taken the test before, just like a crude version of the test, and that's the same problem you have with IQ test. There's the right thorough one, and there's a on internet. And do you mind sharing what your personality? Yes.
I'm an ENTP. That's an extrovert, intuitor, perceiver, thinker. ENT, thinker, P, perceiver. My wife is an ISFJ, which is the polar opposite of me. I'm extroverted, she's introverted. I'm a intuitor, she's a sensor. I'm a thinker, she's a feeler. I'm a perceiver, she's a judger.
Is there good science like long-term successful relationships in terms of the dynamics of that, the 16. I wonder if there's good data.
I don't think there's a lot of good data personalities at large because there's not a lot of money to be paid in personality testing. But I would say that there's that with experience with a good MBTI test, with a good paid test, a 400, 500 question test. Once you understand your own code, and then you're taught how to assess the code. With those two things kind of combined, because you have experience and vacation, it becomes very useful.
Very nice.
You can have high
set of dates
confidence
for the wedding.
about people's professions, about people's relationships with family, about
And that's that.
professional, people's capabilities to deal with stress, how people will perform when pushed outside of their comfort zones. Really, really powerful stuff.
Looking at me
Corporate world.
a lot.
So in terms of compressed
I would be freaked out
representation,
by it.
another thing would be you can't do much better than those 4 letters.
I don't believe it. In my experience, I have not seen something.
Yeah, it is kind of it's difficult to realize that there is a core personality. To the degree that's true, it seems to be true. It's even more difficult to realize that there's a stable, because the sign says a stable, consistent intelligence. Unfortunately, that you call that if you do a barrage mindset test, consistent representation that I can't fix it. I never find someone to it's sad.
I don't see it as that because it's for me, the faster you learn it, faster you learn what
Ham plus
sort
spam.
of natural strengths
Go back. How's your vacation?
the faster
great.
you get to stop wasting time on things that you're never going to be good at. And you
Roy
get
and
to
I
double
just got
down
back
on
from
the
the
things that
Poconos.
you're already naturally skilled
I get
at.
10 vacation days a
So
year,
there's
and I try to hold on taking them as long as
I know
possible.
now that I will never be
This
a
year,
ballerina.
I got to the third week in
I know that I'll
January.
never be an artist, never be a musician.
I am paying.
I'll never be an artist. And when I was 18, that might have made me sad, but now at 42, I'm like, shit, awesome.
Whoa,
I can go be something else good. Instead of being
Wow,
bad.
what happened in there? I don't know. There's stink in there. My God. What is?
Learn
What is that?
years.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I don't know if there's an MBTI equals for grace.
How could that happen? How?
Oh,
Right in the
Yeah.
middle of the
Because
carpet.
a sensor is someone who's
Somebody
able to
vomited right in the
actually
middle of
your
the
5 senses very effectively.
I don't think that's
If you talk to dancers creation with the grace in all of it. They know what position their finger is. I don't have any. I don't know what position my feet are.
What is it?
right? I definitely have.
What is it? No, just tell me what it is. I gotta get out of here. That's my breakfast.
Yeah, that's true. That's that. But I think because there's a technical aspect to that. It's just like less about feel, but I do know
Pipe burst, and what's that there? There's no burst pipe. How do you know that? What is it
you know,
then?
this guy comes in and tries to run into stuff. I don't just all know how to say. I just have an awareness of stuff. Like there's a little, yeah, like I know that there's a small object. I just like they have a good sense of that. So it's just like
My wife is really. She still walks.
I'm a big fan of anything Joe Rogan does, actually.
She'll walk in the doorway. She'll bang her knee on the same wall that's been there for the last 50 years.
It's for some reason really hilarious. You've been asked if you can Reddit a big secret that you know that could lend you and our country in terrible trouble if it came out to the public and you answer yes. I wish I could get that. Let me ask you just about secrecy in general. Are these secrets or just other secrets ones that the public will never know? Or will it come out in 10, 20, 50 years? I guess the deeper question is, what is the value of secrecy?
Yeah, so
Transparency.
the standard classification for all human intelligence applications is something called 25x2, 25 by 2, so 50 years, 25 years
I thought
times
we would be
2.
desk buddies while they changed my
So in essence, anything that
That might be a little difficult with the.
has the first chance of becoming
Definitely
domain
open.
declassified after 50 years, unless there's some congressional requirement.
I'll be taking. No, seriously, I don't mind sharing. No,
So by then,
seriously,
I'll be 80 something years old or potentially dead, which is either way. That's when it can come out according to its typical constitution.
just for the day. Oh, Michael,
The value of secrets,
His hubby's is there?
I have seen,
And he had to go
is
there
that
because of
secrets create
the desk.
secrets give opportunity for security, opportunity, they give space. And space is incredibly
Donate me.
if you know something somebody else doesn't know, even if it's just 15 or 20 minutes different,
Pressures of my
you can
office are
direct your page towards something. So I find secrets to be extremely valuable.
No way.
Even at the place where secrets are being kept from a large mass,
That truck.
part of what all Americans need to understand is that one of the trade-offs to building a system of government that allows us to be first world and wealthy and secure and successful. One of the trade-offs is that we have given up personal freedom. And one of the personal freedoms that we give up is the freedom of knowing
I'm serious. My closet doors will not.
you get to know
I mean, it only takes so long
you get to know what you need to know, what you've learned
Like
yourself.
our own
You
hair
don't
is
get
that
to
big.
know
So I don't understand why the
people
closet is
who
weird.
get to know
Because
secrets.
now I'm doing this new thing where I just like piles of clothes on the floor.
Difficult
I walk around the pile to get an outfit.
It's surprisingly difficult as
The guy Miles with his own company.
it's also surprisingly difficult as
I thought he was out on
as
the
our
road.
culture
He was,
becomes
but,
one where people want variety. People want to be the person who breaks the secret. 25 years ago, 40 years
When I
ago,
was in
that
training,
wasn't the case.
many
There was
years
a time
ago,
in the United
not so
States
long
where
ago,
if someone gave you a secret,
I worked side by
it was
side with a
a
fellow named
personal
Todd
not to share
Packer.
the secret.
And
Now we're in a place where someone tells you a
we
secret,
rocked the office.
that could turn into a Twitter post that gets you a bunch of
Packer
fun.
that whole day, that
Right, so the value
and still noticed he convinced them that they were good.
there's almost a
I
greater
would buy
value
you for
exposure
Tuesday
than
or a hamburger today.
that makes the difference, especially in technology.
Yeah, we're but
I'll be
people
back.
with the secrets. I think
Another time?
the karma,
I had no
again,
sense.
back to the trust.
Probably why I
I
wasn't.
think in the short term you can benefit
What'd you hit me for? Charlie!
long
It's
It's
Joe,
a test
Packer
of sorts.
banged every chick in the office.
If they know you can keep that secret, that means like if you trust them, that means that like
It's a person.
not just effectiveness in this life,
Basically,
but
everyone knows
happiness in this life is
No
informing
phone.
the circle of people you can
Michael
trust.
wanted
That secrets are in that they have a limited shelf life. If you treat them like food. So if you cash
Oh
in
my
on them
god, he is
while they're
so
still fresh,
cute.
you beat them before they spoil. You get to take advantage of them before they spoil. However,
Oh, please,
trust
please,
has
please,
trading a short-term victory
please,
and
Jim,
losing a
please,
long-term.
please,
It's always better to keep the secret. It's always better to let the lie live because it will eventually come to light from somebody else, not from you. It has a shelf life. But what you win in exchange for not being able to keep the secret is immense trust.
Hey guys.
Let me ask you
What's up? What?
lying and trust and so on. So I don't believe this being decided in other intelligence agencies. What do I know about lies from your perspective?
No, we don't do that.
For sure, you can.
Watch out, man.
Absolutely, you can.
Why?
Maybe.
Because you're
Who's
What
interested?
happened in Michael's office was
it's
wrong.
not necessarily foreign collection, but your network. If someone had access to, if someone gave the every time through some sort of security, if you bag,
And
That's exactly what
they
they
do a very good job, obviously, because my offer still
they make whatever photocopy. Your old school plan, whatever it might be. But for sure,
You know
you
what?
are
I am beginning to
this
think
target. It
that
just may be a person who reports from the house. I've got 100 people are potential sources of valuable information to our host
Hello, Rock
country.
107. Am I the 107 caller?
Someone like you with your notoriety,
Am I the
with your
107 caller?
national identifications, becomes a viable and valuable target information.
Yeah, to speak to that, I take security pretty seriously, but not to the degree that it runs my life. I'm very careful about it. So when you start to think about germs, right? Like you start to freak out and you become sort of paralyzed by the stress of it. You have to balance those two things. If you think about all the things that can hurt you in this world and all the risks you take, it can overwhelm your life. But that said, the cyber world is a weird world because it doesn't have the same. I know not to cross the street without looking each way because there's a physical intuition about it. I'm not sure.
Hi, guys.
Besides, guys, I have some intuition. Cyber world.
Yeah.
It's really hard to
really swamped over here. Oh, I'm not. Why would you say that?
A lot of people,
I'm having fun.
just
You
logging out
guys
of your devices.
are working for the weekend, are you? I'm working for the week.
Just like that
Sales
physical
team.
access stuff, just a lot of people
Listen to me.
don't take it.
This is
You just,
what we're gonna
walk
do.
in, you see
I'm going to help the Annie a little bit, but literally. Right here, I'm going to put a twist $100 bill. The person with the most sales at the end of the day gets to keep the cash. Sound good?
I'm incredible for it.
70,
Somebody
80,
that sounds really shady.
$83. Still,
read
a lot of money
like
that
things
I'm
like
going
order
to.
type of anonymous reading.
I'm going to leave it
And like
right over
I did
here,
that for
where everybody can see it.
do my PhD as recording.
I will be
everything
taking
on your device and
clients
everything
today
on your
because
computer.
he's not here.
To
I'm
understand
out of
people
sight.
sign up to this
I'll
study.
build the contract.
When we do
Let's see
this,
who goes
to
up with
understand
cash, shall we?
behavior, I was trying to use machine learning to identify
Oh, it's
people
on, Phyllis, and it's
based
so
on
on,
different
it's so on.
biometric and behavioral things, which allows me to study
Michael
human
is gonna
behavior
wipe
and to see
floor with
which is uniquely identifiable. And the goal there was to remove the password. But how easy it is to write a thing that logs everything you type, I was like, wait a minute. Like, I can probably get a lot of people
Very
in the
good,
world
let's do
to run
business with
this.
you.
I
Thank
can
you.
then get all of the passwords. You could do so
Read
much.
it and read.
Like I can run the entirety and say, hey,
Look at me, Phyllis. Oh, what is that?
this
It's
is
my
myself.
sales.
I imagine there's a lot of other patterns like that out there, much better than me. So I try to prevent myself from being all the different low-hanging
No,
fruit
just
definitely
my dad. You know what, guys? It's none of your concern. It's official business. You just
do that. But then
yeah.
I'm also aware
It's
that
done.
there's probably people that are in 5 steps.
Extreme Home Makeover put together a house.
You're doing the right thing.
On that crew, you'd be fired.
What I
Exactly.
always advocate is
Somebody did
the
something
low-hanging
bad to
fruit
Michael's
of
carpet.
being target of opportunities.
Maybe
Because
that's all we need to
your
know.
half-assed hackers, your lazy hackers, your unskilled hackers, they're looking for low-hanging fruit. They're looking for the person who gets the Nigeria email about how you could be getting $5 million if you just give me your bank account. That's what they're looking for. The thing that's scary is that if you're not the target of opportunity, if you become a intentional target,
No act of God.
then there's a
person who works
because once you become an intentional target, then your security apparatus
today,
they will behave
day for sales
dedicated, customized way vector of attacking your specific
Does
security.
anyone need to smell my old carpet?
Because security is always
how that was fair.
there's always there's
Plus,
leading advantage and the trailing advantage.
I think the picking today was sort of
When it comes to attacks,
I
they always have
am
to,
a victim
because
of
they
a
have to
hate
create
crime.
the attack before anybody else
Stanley doesn't complain about it.
create
Not what I hate. Well, I hated it a lot.
You are always stuck just leaning on
If the guilty
this is
person
the
will
best
just come
security
forward
that I know
and
of.
take their punishment,
Meanwhile,
done.
there's always somebody who can create a way of attacking the best security out there. And once they win, they have a monopoly. They have all that time until the defensive countermeasure.
Yeah, I tend to think exactly as you said that the only hanging fruit protects against like crap.
No.
And then I assume that people can just hack in if they really want.
Think about how much anxiety we would give people if everybody just accepted that.
Well, there's several things. That, first of all, to be honest, it just keeps me honest, not to be a douchebag or like not. Yeah, to assume everything to be public, and that so don't trade this information that should hurt people. So I try to do that, and the thing I try to make sure is I Home Alone style. I really would like to know if I was hacked. Right? So I try to assume that I will be hacked. And detect. Yeah.
We're not a slut, but
Do you remember it?
Not paranoid. I think that's probably the future of life on this earth is to go like everybody of interest is going to be hacked. That fortunately as far as this is outside of the company. There's individual. There's of course if you're actually operating like I'm just the scientist person, podcasting person. So if I was actually running a company or was an integral part of some kind of military operation, then you probably have to have an entire team.
Somebody did something in my office, and I don't think it did
like trying to be ahead of the best hackers in the world all the time. That requires a team that full time is their focus. Then you still get in trouble.
Correct. Yeah. So what I've seen has been more. So what I've seen is the cutting edge standard for corporations to be ultra and even
What would you think of you as a boss?
is that we
Not necessarily.
it's
You
better
can
if
love
you
a
can't
boss like you do a
prevent
father.
from being hacked. The next best thing is to know as soon as you get hacked. Because then you can essentially terminate all the information. If you know it fast enough, you can just destroy the information. They have multiple phones. So as soon as one phone gets hacked, the trip goes off, the operating system is told to get all data on the phone, and a second phone is turned on with a new separate set of metadata. And now for them, there's no break in service. It's just this phone went black. It's got a warning on it that says it was hacked. Trash it. They don't care about the price of the phone. Pick up the next one and move on. That's the best thing that you can do essentially outside of trying to out-hack hackers. And then even in the intelligence and military levels, the cyber warfare happening, the people who are aggressing are not trying to create aggression that beats security. They're trying to find aggressive techniques, offensive techniques that have no security built around them. Because it's too cost and time intensive to protect against what you know is coming. It's so much more efficient and cost effective to go out and do vectors. So it just becomes like, it becomes almost a silly game of your neighbor gets a guard dog. So you get big, and then your neighbor gets a fence. So you're just constantly outdoing each other. It's called the security. People just want to each other. So it's never worked just the same way. Always trying to outdo each other.
Banks have to fight that fight, but not
Did anybody see a package here
yeah,
today?
no. So you're saying I operate
No, how
as
big
state
was
of the art with tripwires? It's not.
See a big
And also
package?
just not
Where did you leave
not
it?
using ABS services doing that. So that's hard to figure out what this person is doing. Because if I'm using somebody else's service, I did. QNAP.
Are you
I have
kidding me?
QNAP now I use for cold storage of unimportant things that are large. Materials.
Oh,
I don't know if you know
you are
QNAP
dead.
is a company that
You are
does
dead, my friend. That is hilarious. Oh, God.
And everybody didn't update as of a week ago. It's one of the zero day hack. Everybody got hacked. It's several thousand machines that they asked. You can get your data back if you pay. I forget what it was. It's about a couple $1,000. And QNAP can get all the data back for their customers.
Oh, I'm just so sorry that I threw the thing out.
but that came from me relying on the systems of others for security. I assumed this company would have their security handled, and that was a very valuable lesson to me. I now have like layers of security, also an understanding which data is really important, which is somewhat important, which is not that important. Layering that all together.
So just so you know, the U.S. government, the military did got the exact same thing. It's still very. They were sourcing, take night vision goggles for example. They were sourcing components and engineering and blueprints for night vision goggles from 3, 4, 5 different subcontractors all over the country, but they never asked themselves what the security status was of those subcontractors. So, fast forward, a few years, and all of a sudden they start getting faulty components. They start having night vision goggles that don't work. They start having supply chain issues where they have to change their provider. The Army doesn't know that the provider is changing. This is a strategy. The idea of going through third-party systems is identifying the vulnerability in the supply chain. That's a savvy offensive practice for more than just cyber hackers.
Let me ask you about physical hacking. So I'm an introvert, so I'm paranoid about all social interaction. But how much truth is there? It's kind of a funny question. How suspicious should I be when I'm traveling to Ukraine or different parts of the world when someone attractive female walks up to me and shows any kind of attention? Is that like this kind of James Bond spy movie stuff, or is that kind of stuff used by intelligence agencies?
I don't think it's used. It's absolutely used. It's called sex espionage. That's the term that we jokingly call it, sex espionage. But yeah, the art of attraction, appeal, the manifestation of feelings through sexual relation, all of that is a super powerful tool. The Chinese use it extremely well. The Russians use it extremely well. In the United States, we actively train our officers not to use it because in the end, it leads to complications in how you professionally run a case. So we train our officers to use it. However, you can't control what other people think. So if you're an attractive male or an attractive female officer, you're trying to talk to an older general who just happens to be gay or happens to be straight and is attracted to you, of course they're going to be that much more willing to talk to an American who is also attractive. So it's hard to wrap that back.
It's all definition, so it could be all elements of charisma.
It's very nice to see all of you.
So,
Today's a women in the workplace.
Attractiveness,
Jams coming in from corporate, talk
visual
to other
attractiveness,
women about
the smile, the humor, the wit, the
I don't really know what,
stuff that could be
but
used
Michael's not allowed in.
to,
She said that about 5
to the art
times.
of conversation.
Women
There's
today,
also elements
we
of
have the
sexuality
same
that people
businessmen. We
underestimate.
often
So
face a very
physical
different set of
sexuality, physical
obstacles
attraction
in
is
getting
the
them.
one that everybody talks about.
Michael,
But then there's
Yeah,
also
I thought about it. I
which
just have a
is
few things
being
about
sexually attracted to thoughts, to
Yeah.
intelligence.
it.
And then you have all the various varieties
Equal. Now, studies show that today's
people
woman,
like
the Ally
people
McBeal
with a certain
as I
color
call
skin,
her,
or they like big noses, they like small noses, they like big butts, they like small butts, they like tall guys, they like bald guys, whatever it may be.
just want to keep
You
it
can't
within
ever
reason. They
predict
did this up in
You are
Albany,
not allowed,
and the
sexual
ancestors that bring them into
arousal
relationship.
preference is going to be.
now you're
So
really
then
not
you
allowed.
end up
Well,
walking into a
and
situation
your
where
boss.
then you discover, just imagine being an unattractive, overweight, married guy, and you're walking
Fine,
into
Michael, we just need you to leave.
an asset
Women in the workplace.
like a middle-aged
Yeah,
female who's also not very
translation.
attractive and also
I have been
married.
banned from my own
And it turns out that person is sexual and gets extremely turned on by intelligent conversation.
About what
That's exactly what you're to do. Your mission is to have intelligent conversation with this person to find out if they have access to by virtue of you carrying out your mission and becoming extremely aroused and attracted to you. That is a very complicated situation.
Hard to know the trust. How do you know your wife? How does your wife know that you're not a double agent for Russia?
There's a large element of experience and time that goes into that. She's also trained. I think my wife and I also have the benefit being recruited together where over time you figure out that
So on the baseline, just like the person very easy.
The most difficult thing in the world is consistency. It's the most difficult thing in the world. Some people say that discipline or self-discipline, what they're really talking about is consistency. When you have someone who performs consistently over long periods of time under various levels of stress, high cycle, that is the person who you can trust. You can trust, again, you can trust them to behave in a certain pattern. You can trust the asshole to be an asshole without trusting the asshole to take care of the kid. Right? So I don't ever want to mix up the idea of don't trust versus trusting the outcome. You can always trust a person to operate within their pattern. It just takes time to make it consistent.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're doing here, Michael. But guys, the very place thing. Why can't boys play the song?
Right. And you know it's fascinating.
Why does society force us to use urinals? But sitting down is hard.
Technology
Can you please
is
put this somewhere else?
that would be
Nowhere else.
create a model of behavior in the
warehouse.
Dwight,
Technology
excellent idea. Go now.
Okay, fine. Actually, perfect. You know what? Another side to this place, gentlemen, and I know we all
That's
love our
actually what I
first
did.
job,
PhD on this, what I did.
exciting office, but you realize that underneath us,
Representation,
there's another
unique
world.
representation of the entire world.
A world that is being reflected.
The specific task there is so that you don't have to type in the password. The idea was
The
to
bowels
use the
of the
password.
office. These guys are down there, they are real men, real man's work.
All right, what is
We
the
are going
unique
to learn
representation of the person?
how a warehouse works.
How, because we have very specific
Oh,
patterns.
I think it's going to work out
A
great.
lot of humans are very similar in their
Because
patterns.
managing the
They're
warehouse
the unique
is very
identifier.
important part of my job.
And that's, I think that's psychology perspective, a super fascinating question. And from a machine learning perspective, it's something that as the system gets better and better and better, and as we get more and more digital data into individual, you start to be able to do that kind of thing.
And it's, I mean, I think of the fact that you can create a dossier of somebody 24 hours. You could wire them for 2 days. Right? And then make stuff that was put in their own
I'm so sorry
How
about
heavy
that.
are they walking? How much time do they sleep? How many
Cam,
times
are you okay taking
when they
notes?
log into the computer? How do they do it? Which hand do they use when they log in?
So let's make the warehouse.
The most common
Let's
site,
get
what's the
some
most
shots.
site? You could
And
collect an
around
enormous
there,
amount.
this is
Enormous
Daryl,
data.
one of our warehouse staff.
Otherwise,
Daryl,
we're stuck.
what is your biggest fear?
The way that we do it now,
My biggest fear is that someone will
twice a
distract
week,
me.
Daryl is actually
2 hours at a time.
here and not Roy.
8 weeks, 12 weeks.
There's Roy riding
Coming
the
up
big
with
rig.
a
So Roy is actually going to be marrying Pam sometime this summer.
just that time
And she's our receptionist, sort of a
Something
Brangelina.
you've also spoken about is brethren.
Brangelina is the Brad Pitt
The
and
reach,
Angelina. Roy and Pam. It's a ram. It's a ram thing.
Elaborate on what is private intelligence and what's the role of private intelligence in the scope of all the intelligence that is gathered and used here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that certain people
Oh,
and
got taking somebody down here who shouldn't be. It's a hunting situation. All right,
because Trump
sure.
made it no secret
This
that he was
is
going to hire
a
private intelligence
big day.
organizations to run his intelligence.
Now, you may look
So that
around
really brought it
and see two
but
groups,
going all the way back to 9/11.
but I don't see
When
that.
when the
Why not?
9/11 attacks happened,
The guy in
there
a
was
collar
a commission that was formed.
Why don't we go around the table and all say something
Determine
we know we're good at?
reasons
I will
that
start.
9/11
I
And
am good
among
at
the
public
lists they determined, of course, they found out that
Hi,
the
I'm Meredith,
intelligence
and I'm
community wasn't coordinating well with each other.
supplier.
There were fight guns,
Great.
there was infighting, it wasn't good in culture.
I'm good at computers.
But more than that, they identified that we were operating
Really?
at Cold War,
Oh,
even
no.
though we were living in
Okay,
a
stop.
time when terrorism was the new biggest threat to national security.
I don't know how I
So
did
the big
it.
recommendation coming out of the 9/11
Here.
Commission was
Or
that the
John.
intelligence organizations, the
I mean, we get along great.
significantly
Fine.
increased the presence of intelligence operations
I guess the person I have the
overseas
most in
and
common with
in
is
terms of analytical capacity here in the United States. When they made that decision, it completely destroyed and totally was incomplete with the existing hiring process. Because the existing hiring process of CIA or NSA is a 6 to 9 month process. The only way they could plus up their sizes fast enough was to bypass their entirety. Naturally, the government contracted with companies that they already had secure contracts with. Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Khaki, you name it. And then over time, from 2001 to now, or I started really in 2004 when this significantly increased in the private presence of private sellers. From there until now, it's become a budgetary thing. It's become a continuity of operations thing. And now,
I don't think guy. That's right. I'm loading the truck.
One of the wealthiest zip codes.
Okay. Let's go. Step up.
Concentration.
Check this out.
That is supporting CIA, NSA, DIA, FBI.
Hello. Okay.
By the way, this volunteer,
Palantir is one of those organizations that was trying to
For 5 years, I
to
want to be
intelligence
5 years sober.
because they have
That
it's a
is
fantastic
excellent.
product on paper.
I'll
But
tell
the
you one
challenge
thing,
was
I am not getting one of those women schlepping your kids around in a
proprietary
minivan.
system
Right.
currently
I
used
want an
in
SEO
CIA prior
free
to Palantir
residence.
continue to outperform.
I'll be honest, one of the goals of
So,
the women's seminar
just
was
like
to
any
be
other
able to
decision,
stand out. Women to be
if you've got
evaluation to
homegrown systems that outperform external systems, it's not worth it to share the entire information.
Michael wants us to follow so any topics or conversation.
the close connection between Peter
How about Rainbow?
and Donald Trump.
No.
That will play
No. Hey, you're gonna hurt yourself. Mike, stay
Donald
clear.
Trump's
Mike, get off the left. Please. Come on. I'm fine.
I think that they're made it.
Oh.
So the last thing to do
We're the ones that gotta clean that up.
this network.
Damn it, Michael! You have to have listening service.
Trump didn't want to use the
So,
process
guys, right session.
CIA
Here we are.
only to
Now, we definitely live
so instead it was
different
valuable
worlds.
to put
We have
people
a lot in
in
common.
tool to use in private intelligence.
Even like the
And
same
of course, I think
girls, some of us,
nowadays,
then that's gonna happen. You know, we're guys, so.
at some point in time, he tried
Do you want me to
to
go?
presidentially appoint the TO into a position of government.
What do you think the videos are like
And a piece of that. Oh, that's part of my dream.
today? And I'm sure there's other videos similar
And Pam, what
scale
about you? What
and reach
is yours?
power of private
Well,
intelligence.
I
What do you
was
think
drawn
about
to the
their
house with a terrace
own
upstairs,
power
plant flowers on it, stuff like that.
without
Since I was a girl.
Yeah.
say you
Um,
directly with CIA?
More seriously though,
So this is
a
where
husband that I love,
private intelligence
Right.
has both the strength
and I love the girl.
So ultimate law
And I did a little in college, and I still love to teach some
private intelligence is not
The company is offering a design training program. And meanwhile, I have a job right now. So I can't really- It's only on weekends, and then a few weeks in New York, but sure, I can-
And that's a very simple business.
it's just that the weekends aren't good
Whereas
because they're always
the current national security infrastructure, you can create a crap product, but the taxpayer dollars are always.
Let's start with the warehouse. What bothers you guys? You know?
Especially during
My
Trump
priority
administration.
is
This is one of the
okay.
things that
So really bothers me. Somebody comes in here screaming around on the plane with like a
shown
sword.
Yeah.
So, don't shit on it. That was just
one of
I
those
agree that
huge
pictures of speed drives me
this
crazy. I hate shushing. You know, that's the thing. Okay, what is our
lack of the
as human men?
accountability for intelligence
Good
organizations
question, asshole.
when
Right.
that light
All right.
shown down.
Good. Guys ragging on each
That's
other.
when you also saw
That's
Trump start to
what
go
guys
after.
do.
You remember there was a period
All right, let's talk about
retiring officers. That became a
I'm
big
excited about
hot
the
issue. That became something that people were very opposed to
dress for
when
the
they
job
didn't
you want,
realize
not the job you
that
want.
that process
Right? You
of
can use
taking
your clothing to
security
send a message
clearances
about your ambitions by
that
wearing clothes
incentivized seasoned senior officers
that
to
you
stay
aspire to
tuned.
be. I'm not gaining anything
Because
from
with
this
private
seminar.
intelligence
I'm
paying
a
a premium
professional
during
woman.
Trump administration,
The head of a
because Trump was
company.
paying premium
I'm in the
for
healthiest
private
relationship of my life.
when
Just
when
the jam
senior officers found that it's more profitable
And
to retire
apparently,
early,
judging from
keep
her
their clearance,
outfit,
and go work for
Jan
premium.
aspires to
Trump
be a
saw
woman.
that as bypassing.
I hate it when
services
girls
and
insist on
people.
taking
He
them
made
out
it
to
clear in
restaurants
CIA, he made
every
it clear
weekend
in
night.
CIA, you should
And
stay
you're like,
you leave,
Totally. Yeah, and then they make you drive them to church the next morning. That gas ain't free.
negative narrative against Trump when in fact,
Yeah, my salary, man. What do they expect? What is it? Take us out every weekend? You know what I mean? I'm not millionaire. You don't feel us. How can you? You know what? You say we're the same, but we get compensated very differently. We work the same hours as you. And you just said we work a lot harder. So, but we get paid a lot less. No benefits. I know. God, what is that? That's whoa, whoa, man. So this would not happen if we had a union. No, absolutely. That's what we need. Right, man. See, that's what I've been saying, man. We need to do is find it.
You know what? It's not necessary because you already sort of have a union of guys.
It's more than necessary, Mike. We need to destroy it. You see how that car on the dock works? Man, look at all. Come on, man.
Yeah. You know what I think of? The problem with the checks. The problem with the checks. And you gotta clean up.
Dynamics, the incentives of economics,
Are you with us, Mike?
that the private intelligence operates under.
Welcome to
Is
the
that
world.
more or less ethical than the forces
Another issue is inequality.
need?
I'm sure
You
there
mentioned
are
maximization, efficiency, and performance. Is that correlated with ethical behavior? When we're talking about such hairy activities of selection.
so let me.
What, a union? I'm not.
CIA hires people on a spectrum of our ability to control the process.
The concept that everyone will lose their job, like everyone, office, warehouse.
I would never punch somebody in the face. Right. Some people out there say, I would never hurt another human being. But as soon as the human being poses a direct threat to their daughter,
You got yourself into this, Mike. So bonding down there. I mean, something that never happened here.
but at the end of the day, it's still hurting another human being.
Michael,
So what CIA were able to swing across that spectrum for lesser offenses, right? More flexible. I do not believe that private intelligence
We could get this done a lot quicker. Laws like the type of assembly line.
increased ethical behavior in the short. But what
sports
happened
metaphors are one of the
is
ways
that
we use the language of the office. And I know this might sound silly, but I'm going to ask to go over it. So, fumble means
within norms of your
the
customer.
course is a golf
So
round.
as the
It means
norms
right
of
on
that
track.
customer base dictate
The
certain
low
environments,
bar means worse.
the company has to adapt to those requirements in order to
What about
continue to
second
scale.
base? Like,
So
if Michael said
if a company
you got
tries
second
to
base with you,
ostracize
does that mean you like close the deal?
LGBTQ, or if
I
they
mean,
try
that's
to
what they say,
ostracize
right?
men or ostracize women, they're limiting their ability to grow. They have to adapt to whatever is the prevailing ethical requirement of their customer base.
Such an interesting question because you look at big pharma and they have a quite poor reputation in the public
We
eye.
watched a video about it.
And some of it's
Did you hear
not too good.
Oh my God.
So you start to wonder, well,
Cool.
intelligence
There's this
agencies
internship with graphic design.
use the same technique to manipulate the
Really
public,
great.
Nice.
like what they believe about those agencies, in order to maximize profit as well. So they're finding shortcuts.
Full front,
ethical
coming into the warehouse.
that allow you to not
Better put on your ski boots. Wow! Happy New Year, Daryl! Hey, Daryl.
Is really attractive.
You ever done this?
Because now they have all the
Are you married?
with none of the oversight. And all they have to do is
You're probably feeling really depressed and sad, and that's why you have that thing with Michael.
I think we should all spend a little more time thinking about your careers and less time on business.
We all know that there come those times
At
when you
least
have
you don't
to
have kids. You have no kids, right? Thank God. Okay, let's take time.
propriety or morality or commitment to promises to other people. Because at the end of the day, if your business fails, it's on you.
Take care of the situation.
Promise to deliver something to a client, kind of deliver to the client. Even if that means
Excuse me.
stay up late,
Excuse me.
or you lie on your
I'm
taxes,
told that there's
whatever
been
it
some
may be.
interest in forming a union and that Michael supported it.
Yeah, I
Obviously, he's not a friend of yours because he didn't tell you the facts. So listen.
the best way
If there is even a whiff of unionizing in this branch, I can guarantee you the branch will be shut down like
to
that.
be a company that's
But unionizing in this field, and we all know what happens.
is really
It will cost each of you a fortune and legal fees. Union dues, that'll be nothing compared to the cost of losing your job. So I would think long and hard before sacrificing your savings and your futures just to send a message.
publicly
If you have any further questions, you can direct them to
I've already been supposed to talk to POT twice on the podcast, and it's just been complicated.
Dreams are
If I were to
just
put
that.
myself into
They're
the
dreams.
shoes,
They help get you through the day.
why do
Like the thing about the
podcasts?
terrace,
Where
it's nice.
the risk is
But,
too high to be a public person.
I don't know, it's just something I read in this book when I was
So I
12.
totally understand.
The girl in the book
Sometimes
has a terrace outside of her bedroom.
they,
And
you're
she
doing
planted
things
flowers
that
on it. And
and
it just
you're
like that.
the
It's
best
always kind of stuck with me.
in the world that you
I love this.
and you can advertise that, and you recruit, you help recruit. I mean, that's the
That's
work of capitalism. Is you want to advertise that.
Roy's right, there's no guarantee it's going to lead to anything.
I think that your
What?
point of view is, I would also say that there, the complexities of what makes someone
You want to be a receptionist here always?
can
Oh,
only really be
excuse me. I'm fine with my choices.
with a baseline. So because there isn't a baseline that you or I have to deal, it's difficult to really ascertain
Impractical. I mean,
why
you're not
he
going to
does or doesn't accept
try to
advice,
get
why
a
he
house
doesn't
like
live
that.
here.
Well, let me ask
They don't
you.
even make houses like that in Spain. So I'm never
The
going to.
NSA, and then maybe you could mention about gold connection, collection in general in the state.
What's this over there?
It's just a
good idea.
mass
You get up there, okay.
reporting that being conducted. NSA. We've talked about ethics.
Pizza,
Are you troubled?
great equalizer. Rich people love pizza, poor people love pizza, white people love pizza, black people love pizza.
Unethical nature of mass surveillance, especially American citizens.
This is a topic that I never get tired of talking about, but it's very rare that anyone ever really refuses it. Just so you know.
Hey,
So
I see where you're going with. I think there's a nuance here. Maybe you're talking about.
the truth is that the American experience after 9/11 is nothing like the Israeli. So all the
Thank you to our hosts.
all this talk about privacy laws, mass surveillance, all this other stuff, it was a completely different time. And that's not to say it was an excuse, because to this day I would still say mass
excellent.
collection, all
I mean, I love the
collection
guy stuff, but
that allow for expedient identification right? National security benefits all of us. But people don't understand what they want. When people don't understand what the value of their own privacy is. First of all, the fact that people think they have personal privacy is laughable. You have no privacy. The cell phone that you carry in your pocket, you're giving permission to those apps constantly. You're giving commercial organizations, you and I have already said, are less tied to ethical responsibility. You're giving them permission to collect enormous amounts of private data of you all the time. And you know what happens if AT&T or Verizon sees some various activity on your account? They do nothing. They might send a note to FBI because they have to according to the checklist. But when NSA was collecting intelligence on metadata from around the United States, they were very specifically looking for terrorist threats that would harm American lives. NSA can clone my phone. I will give them my children's phone. I will give them the passwords to every one of my accounts if it means that there's a likelihood that my family will be safer from areas that have this intent on hurting us. NSA doesn't care about your affair. NSA doesn't care if you're cheating on your taxes. NSA doesn't care if you talk shit about your boss or if you hate the U.S. president. Nobody cares about that. Your intelligence community is there to find threats to national security. That's what they're there to do. What Snowden did when he outed that whole program, The fact that the justice system, the civilian justice system, went back and essentially overruled the ruling of the intelligence courts before them just goes to show how the general mass community really shouldn't have a say in what happens in the intelligence community. They really shouldn't. You have politicians and you have the opportunity to elect people to a position.
It's kind of like grade school. Everybody gets that little present.
You vote.
Like last year, Jen gave me this card with Dwight's head on it. It was her time was funny.
They believe are in the best interest of the constituency. And that's how our form of democracy works. It worked. We were safer. Now that we don't have that.
Ryan and I are saving for the wedding, so I made him promise not to get me.
Happy Valentine's Day, darling. Love, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
They were looking for
All right, guys, as you know, I'm heading to New York today for a presentation on the branch.
And you want me
We
to
are
come
now
with you?
less secure because they can't
Stay here and run things on this end. Good.
So, so if you believe these things, because you are kind of inside of war for time military, meaning you guys build up an intuition about the good, the bad, and the ugly of these institutions.
This is a business trip.
Specifically the good.
I would have to be a raving lunatic to try to talk to Dan about what happened between
And
us.
for the bad.
Not mine.
You mentioned that the one little thing there at the end, saying the NSA doesn't care about whether you hate the president. Now that's what people really worry about. Is they not sure they can trust the government to
You do a
not
good job in front of the
go
news.
into full
Dude,
dictatorial
gonna
mode.
nail it. Me in New York. Oh, I own that city. Forget about it.
Basically, one of the essential powers the freedom of speech and states' ability to criticize the government. That is worry about the government get a hold of the states to pass the basic it's a preponderance. You would have to tap on multiple elements of
So here we go. On our way to New York. New York, New York. City so nice they named it twice.
Can you give us
Manhattan was the other name.
We're tweeting
So
terrible
I
things
broke
about
the key and
okay, cool.
I haven't
Here's
started
your
dating anybody else. So
whatever it is.
this year I don't have to worry
Here's
about
all
that.
people saying negative stuff together.
It's gonna be good. I invited a couple friends over to go see
What do they do
friends,
next?
and I don't end up winning one of
Let's
them.
just make it simple.
Because
Stay within its hands.
ready,
Surveil them
it's gonna
easily.
be great.
Tap their phones, tap their computers. I want to know you.
This,
So then they
what
get
is
this
this?
preponderance of evidence. What do you do with evidence? You take it to a court. Well, guess what? No court is going to support anything that goes against the freedom of speech. So the court is not going to support what the executive is asking you to do. Even before you take somebody to court, you have to involve law enforcement. Essentially, you have to send some sort of police force to go apprehend the individual in question. Well, guess what doesn't meet criteria for any police force anywhere in the United States? Arresting people who say negative things about the president. Now, if somebody poses a threat to the life of a public figure,
The meeting isn't so great, but I always like to come to New York a little bit early and hit some of my favorite times. Like right here, my favorite New York pizza joint. I'm going to go get me a New York side.
So all these people who are afraid of this exact situation that you're outlining, they need the creation of a secret agency, the creation of a secret corps that operates outside of the business, the creation of a secret intelligence service that operates outside of the
So funny
business.
because Mark was borrowed this one. I was sitting next to him the whole night. It wasn't making a noise, so in my head I was like, Ryan, what's taking you so long? And I didn't know what to say. So I said, Ryan, what took you so long? What did you say to him? Can you
How
believe
hard would
it?
it be to keep that secret? Have all of those things in motion. The reason it
Now
worked
it's
in Russia
Thank God, because I was nervous then. I'm not
was
going
because
to. But now I have Wi-Fi.
I hooked up with her on February 13th.
Well, so there's a lot to say. So one,
Here it is, part of New York City, Times Square.
I wanted
James.
to
for the good times you have when you're in it. Most people, when they come to New York, they go straight to the Empire State Building. That's very touristy. I come here. Great places to eat. We have bubblegum shrimp, red lobster down there. You know, this is the heart of civilization right here.
Fear that plays a message for art.
That's exactly what you see happening in China. That's it. You just find out. It's genius. And that is the standard.
But that said, if you did do the tour,
Everybody takes the subway in New York. It's fast, it's efficient. Get you there on time. Waiting. Okay. There's a guy pooping in a cardboard box.
you know, yes,
This is the world famous Rockefeller Center. Founded, of course, by Theodore Rockefeller. This is the skating rink. And I think the Rangers practice there sometimes. And that's Tina Fey. That's Tina Fey from Saturday Night Live.
with that, start just
Hello? Hello? Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were okay. She looked a lot like Tina Fey. Hello. I thought that was Tina Fey. No. Are you serious? She was here? When I was talking to the fake Tina Fey? Come on. No, seriously.
How the citizens because especially in most countries, everybody is rich because corrupt nation you have to
Really?
the laws.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
And that's what the state taxes fully in those nations.
I didn't get anything for Valentine's Day.
So
Really?
they then use that breaking of the law
I hope I
to
do.
come up with an excuse to actually put you in jail based on that. Yeah, so it's possible to imagine. But yes, I think
I would love to live in New York City.
that's the ugly.
Corporate, the chance.
But I do think
Some Broadway shows and hot dogs. Scranton is great, but New York is like Scranton on acid. No, on speed. No.
Charismatic,
On steroids. Okay. I think
to level
that's either the Hudson or the East. So we're back.
They'll just
We'll be back this way.
the usual thing. One, have propaganda machines to tell narratives.
There is a lot of pressure on me right now. It's like Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals, or like storming Norman Schwartz. And this presentation hasn't stormed. And as soon as it's over, we will not have to deal with resurrected.
The surveillance, you know what is useful for the surveillance?
Oh, that's all right.
Is the thing you mentioned in China, which is encourage everybody, citizens, to watch each other. Say there's enemies of the state, and then you start having children reporting their parents. Again, you don't need a surveillance. Now the good of the surveillance system. You're saying like the good.
There they are. What's up?
Hey.
Like a Josh Porter. High five.
The good outweighs the bad.
Absolutely. So let me give you just a
Yeah, how you doing? Gregor, what's up, buddy? You kicked out of every strip club in Albany, is that true?
one of the things that is
What's going on? What is it?
I'm up there, I guess right now. I lived in UAE, waiting for 2008.
Cool. Good, good.
Came back on a repatriation flight
Time to catch up.
COVID broke out. And so we were there for a year. We were residents, we had IDs, we had everything. Now, when you get your national ID in the embassy, you get a chip. And that chip connects you to everything. It connects you to cameras, it connects you to your license plate, your cards, your passport, your credit card, everything. Everything is intertwined.
Yes, and the reason I didn't
When
get
you
it
drive, there's no police. There are no police. Every
is
50 to 100 meters, you cross a camera that reads your license plate, measures your speed, and if you're breaking the limit, it just immediately charges your credit card because it's tied. It's all tied together. Totally
Okay,
simple.
well,
That
sometimes
technology
the
was
gift is
invented
really
by the
about the
Israelis.
gesture, you know, like what it means instead of what it is.
You mean?
When I was in Abu Dhabi, I was rear-ended at high speed by what turned out to be an Emirati official,
It's about
senior
doing
ranking
something
official at one of the
so that the person knows that you really
It was caught on camera.
Shut up.
Everything was tied back to your IDs. The proof and the evidence crystal clear. Even
She
today,
crazy was
he's
on.
Emirati, but it's not.
Man.
So when I
She
went
had
to the
called
police
me in
station,
September and I was like, you
it
gotta fire 4 people. I was just like,
something
what?
that nobody was comfortable with because generally speaking, Emiratis don't
Just
accept
ignore her.
legal claims against their own foreigners. The difference was that I was American. I was there on a
Hey,
contract.
guy, you know, that's
So I had these different.
You like Jay? Fucking
Long
like
story
Jay.
short, in the end, the surveillance state is what made sure that justice was played because the proof was incontrovertible.
Months ago.
There was so much evidence collected because of the surveillance of the state. Now, why do they have a surveillance state? It's not that they state. It's because they're constantly afraid of extreme terrorist activity happening inside Abu Dhabi or inside the UAE because they're under constant threat from Islam and threat from extremists and under constant threat from Iran. So that's what drives the people to want the police state, to want the surveillance state. For them, their survival is paramount. They need the surveillance to have that survival. For us, we haven't tasted that level of desperation and fear yet.
I mean, I know it's Valentine's Day
But
or
that's what
whatever,
makes
but
us
there's
feel like
totally
there's
no
something wrong with
pressure at all of any kind whatsoever.
surveillance is all about intent.
Well,
Okay.
like you said, companies
That's
do a significant amount of
Completely
surveillance to provide us with services that we take for granted. For example, just one of the things to give props to the digital efforts of the Zelensky administration in Ukraine. I don't know if you're aware, but they have this digital transformation efforts where there's it's laughable to say in the United States, but they actually did a really good job of having a government app. It has your passport on it. It's all the digital information. You can ask the doctor. Everything.
So we are in the process of
American
doing
can
completely
do,
new
like licenses, all that kind of stuff. It's in this app. You can pay check this.
I guess I'm trying, but it's over.
And that's all
You see if I was
contractors and digital things. That's like under the flag of government. So that's an incredible technology.
So with the 12, we had a total of 4% organic growth, which was
it is
just above our
they are super easy. Frankly, already so easy and convenient that we take it for granted that of course this is of course your passport is on your phone.
What is it?
How's
Is it a collection of numbers?
It has to be done by itself.
They don't ask these kinds of questions because it's so convenient, as we do for Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Microsoft. Products we use.
Security and convenience are two opposite sides of the spectrum. The more convenient something is, the less, and the more secure something is, the less convenient. And that's the
Life
battle
moves
that
a
we're
little
always
slower.
We're always
Spread to Pennsylvania.
we're trying to outsource that
Like
battle
it.
to our politicians.
Because at Dunder Mifflin Sprint, we're not just
Yeah,
in the
that's it. I
paper.
mean, people are really
We're
worried
in the
about
people business.
giving anyone
Let's meet some of the folks who make the Sprint branch so special.
especially so it's
This
federal
means Stanley
government
Hudson, one of
institution.
our talented salesmen,
Given some history,
an African-American father of two.
history of the
Stanley's
corruption.
dedication is no doubt one of the hallmarks of the foundation of the business we're hoping to build our
Second
basis
of all, myth or
Yeah,
reality
we shot a bunch of footage around the
of
office
certain
and
institutions
together
like the CIA.
on my Mac and thinking about entering
Let
it.
me actually ask you about the Everett
Whole
Snow.
long. You know,
So
this is about.
you, outside of the
And finally,
utility that
Ann Beasley,
for
look at her.
NSA
Look how
surveillance,
cute. Not
do you
bad at
think
all.
Edward Snowden
As the receptionist, Pam is truly the gateway
In
to
terms of the
our
eyes of the
world.
law,
Well, I hope this gave you a little
broke
taste.
law,
What life is like here
it
at
was
Dunder Mifflin
under
Sprint.
state obligation.
What it's like to
And when he
walk a
ran away,
mile in Oxford
he ran away all
shoes
of
and try and fill us his pants.
from the U.S.
Next time you're in town, give us a call. Stop on by. You're gonna be greeted by a big smile and a how you doing,
How
pal?
you act,
Maybe even one of Angela's famous brownies.
accusation,
And
is
you'll know.
in essence part of the case that goes through stuff. So running away to China, Russia, Cuba, where is it not? That's sort of where that just paints a very negative picture. It does not suggest that we're doing anything that is ethical and upright and in favor of the American people. We're going to the American instincts to support yourself. So for sure, the eyes of law,
Okay.
in the eyes
Thank you,
of
Michael. That was great. Yes, thank you.
who are largely ignorant to what they lost To them, he's a hero. To me, he's just kind of a sad case. I personally look at Snowden as a sad, unfortunate case. His life is ruined. His family name is tarnished. He's forever going to be a desperate haunt.
Join the club.
And that's all because of the decisions that he made and the order that he made.
I'm not sure his name is tarnished. I think the case you're making is a difficult case to make. And so I think his name is fighting one man as a Kansas Square
It's
thing
fascinating
with
because
tank.
it's so
Is like one man fighting the government. And I think that there is some aspect to which, taking that side of the case aside, that is the American spirit, which is cold, powerful, accountable. So whenever this big in power, one individual can
is it okay
change, can
One man can make a difference.
make a difference. Yeah,
Very nice writer.
I mean, that's the American individual. So he represents that, and I think there's a huge skepticism
Here's the deal.
against
I
large
did not understand
federal
it was
institutions.
supposed to be a
And I think if you look at the long arc of history, that actually is a forcing function for the institutions to behave their best. So basically hold them accountable.
So
If what's nice about this is that we can agree with history, and history will be the one to decide.
Realize that
But,
we were trying to
but once,
decide whether that's
like,
success.
there's a reason that
Alright,
Snowden needs to do something new for 16 or 18.
you know what?
Remain relevant.
Michael made that stupid movie. He doesn't
Because if he
trouble.
didn't, he needs
Maybe
to
I should have slept with you too.
because he was not a maverick who changed history for the better. He was a man who broke a law,
Okay.
and now
Okay.
he's
All right.
on the run. And to some people, he is a hero. To other people, he is a criminal. To the vast majority,
Yeah,
he's just a
CFO
on
thinks
the
it's
radar
so
of everyday life.
understand people get fired for much less. And
So actually,
I just
just to clarify, do you think,
sleep together.
are you making a difficult case that the NSA mass surveillance program was one ethical and two made it?
It's over.
I am making the case that at the time it was exactly what we needed to feel safe on the home.
What about to be safe? Actually be safe.
This is what's difficult. Any proof that was that they collected that actually prevented an attack from happening is proof of nothing. This is the really unfortunate side of intelligence operations. And I've been at the front end of this. You work your ass off. You take personal risk. You make personal sacrifice to make sure that something terrible doesn't happen.
If you want to walk,
Nobody knows
you have to
that.
trap
Does
it.
that have to be that way?
Just snare it.
Does it have
then
to
you
be
can
a secret every
You can
time
have
the
it. Careful.
NSA, the CIA
Loving it
saves
the way an animal deserves to be
saves
loved.
lives?
It does for two reasons. First,
Deserves a loving.
the same thing we're talking about with Jennifer. You can't brag about your victories if you want to let that myth shape itself. You can't do that. The second thing is, it's once something is, once a victory is claimed, the danger comes when your enemy knows you claimed victory. Because they can reverse engineer, they can start to change how they think. If a terrorist attack, if a terrorist assault, that's an operation, the operation fails. From their point of view, they don't know why. Even if you
Yeah, this is my fault. This is totally on me.
now they have new input. Right? The whole power of secrets that we talk
Made
about, the power of secrets
little dumb
is in knowing
joke.
that there's only
You needed to
take
do
advantage
it.
of stuff. There's stuff that you get
And
states. So you gotta keep it secret.
not to try
There is no tactical advantage
It's a tool.
from sharing a secret.
Well, I don't need
Unless
to explain to you that even the joke
are
of sexual
specifically
relation
trying to
with
receive a
your
certain
boss
tactical advantage from sharing a secret, which is what we see so much of with U.S. intelligence and Ukraine. There's a tactical advantage from sharing a secret about Russian military secrets, or weaknesses in tanks, or supply chain challenges, whatever.
Well, you could argue that there might be an advantage to share information with the American public and a terrorist attack is averted, the lives of the Americans are saved. Because what that does
is make every American think that they're not that safe. There's no doubt. Absolutely. If the Austin PD started telling you every day about these, would that make you feel more safe? It would make you feel like they're doing their job.
Is that obvious to you? Make us feel less safe? Because if you see confidence, that there is extremely confident defenders
No big deal. Well, sorry.
in this territory of these people.
Human nature is not to stay. So, empirically, humans overvalue losses and undervalue gain. That's something that you see from finance to betting and beyond. If the Austin police department starts telling you about all these heinous crimes that were avoided because of their hard work,
Boy,
your brain is actually going to process that information. Because you are going to say, if this is all the stuff that they stopped, how bad must this place be?
Yes.
How much more haven't they stopped?
I take your point, a powerful psychological point, but looking at the other picture of it, looking at the police force, looking at the CIA, the NSA, those people now with the police, there's such a negative feeling amongst Americans towards these institutions. Who the hell wants to work for the CIA now and the police force? Like, you're gonna be criticized. Like, that's really bad for the CIA. It's terrible. Like, as opposed to being seen as a hero. Like, for example, currently, soldiers are, for the most part, seen as heroes that are protecting this nation. That's not the case for the CIA.
Soldiers weren't seen as heroes, right? You got to remember that so first of all, public service is a sacrifice. We oftentimes forget that. We start to think, oh, government jobs are cushy and they're easy, and it must be so easy to be the president because then you're basically a celebrity overnight. Public service is a sacrifice. It's a grind. For all of the soldiers, the submariners, the fusiliers, the police officers, intelligence specialists, they all know what it's like to keep things up, to serve a public that can turn its opinion at any given time. And history is what defines it. The more important thing is to understand that if you want a true, open, and fair democracy, you cannot control a narrative. And starting to share all of your victories, or starting to share your biggest victories, with the intent of shaping public opinion to be supportive of the police force, or supportive of the CIA, or supportive of you name it, is shaping a narrative. That is intentional operational use of influence to drive public opinion. That is something nobody wants to get into. It is much more professional to be silent, sensitive, silent servant, humbly carrying the burden of public service in the United States, where we are a fair and open democracy.
Why not celebrate the killing of Bin Laden?
We did.
The search, discovery, and the capture, and the killing of Bin Laden. Wasn't that actually the details of that? How much of the details of that? How he was discovered were made public. I think some were made public. Why not do that? Doesn't that make heroes out of the people that are servants? Or do people who do service for this nation, do they always have to operate in a thankless manner in the shadows?
I think that's a very good question. The folks who I left behind when I left CIA, who continue to serve as faceless, nameless heroes every day, I am grateful. The truth is that if they were motivated by something else, they wouldn't be as good as they are at doing what they do. And I see your point about shouldn't we be celebrating our victories? But when celebrating our victories runs the risk of informing our enemies how we operate, giving away our informational advantage, giving away our tactical battlefield advantage, and running the risk of shaping a narrative intentionally among our own American people, Now all of a sudden we're turning into exactly the thing that the American people trust us not to become.
Yeah, then you operate in secrecy, and then there's corrupt and douchebag people everywhere. So then they, even inside the CIA, criminals inside the CIA, there's criminals in all organizations and all walks of life. Human nature is such that this is always the case. Then it breeds conspiracy theories.
And sometimes those conspiracy theories turn out to be true, but most times they don't. That's just part of the risk of being a myth.
Can you speak to some of the myths? So MK Ultra. So not a myth. So this is a fascinating human experimentation program undertaken by the CIA to develop procedures for using drugs like LSD to interrogate people through, let's say, psychological manipulation, maybe torture. The scale of the program is perhaps not known. How do you make sense that this program existed?
Again, you've got to look through the lens of time. You've got to look at where we were historically at that time. There was the peak of the Cold War. Our enemies were doing the same kind of experimentation. It was essentially a space race. What if they broke through a new weapon technology faster than we did? What would that mean for the safety and security of the American people? So, right decision or wrong decision, it was guided by and informed by national security priorities. So from this program that was designed to use drugs to drive interrogation and torture people, was born something very productive, Operation Stargate, which was a chance to use remote viewing and metaphysics to try to collect intelligence. Now, even though in the end, the outcome of MK Ultra and the outcome of Stargate mixed, nobody really knows if they did or didn't do what they were supposed to do, we still know that to this day, there's still a demand in the U.S. government, in CIA, for people who have sensitivities to ethereal energies.
By the way, is there any proof that that kind of stuff works, or is it just shows that there's interest? It shows that there's openness to consider those kinds of things. But is there any evidence that that kind of stuff works?
If there's evidence, I haven't seen it. Speaking from a science-based point of view only, if energy and matter can always be exchanged, then a person who can understand and become sensitive to energy is a person who could become sensitive to what does become matter.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of the physics might be there, but a lot of people probably are skeptical.
I'm skeptical too,
but you should be open-minded. Right? That's actually what science is about: is being open-minded even for those things that are long shots, because those are the things that actually defy scientific recognition. What about Operation Northwoods? It was a proposed 1962 false flag operation by the DoD and the CIA to be carried out by the CIA to commit acts of terrorism on Americans and blame them on Cuba. So JFK, the president, rejected the proposal. What do you make that this was on the table, Operation Northwoods?
So it's interesting. First, I'm glad that JFK rejected it. That's a good sign. So we have to understand that good ideas are oftentimes born from bad ideas. I had a really good friend of mine who actually went on to become a pastor. And he used to say all the time that he wanted all the bad ideas on the table. Give me all your bad ideas every time we had any kind of conversation. And I was always one of those people like, these are bad ideas, just a waste of time. And he was like, no, because the best ideas oftentimes come from bad ideas. So again, Cuban Missile Crisis, mass hysteria in the United States about nuclear war from Cuba, missiles blowing up American cities faster than we could even see them coming. It makes sense to me that a president would go to, especially part of CIA, which is the Special Activities Division. It makes perfect sense to me that the president would go to a division called Special Activities, whose job it is to create, crazy ideas that have presidential approval, but nobody knows they exist. So it makes sense that he would challenge a group like that to come up with any wacky idea, right? Come up with anything. Just let's start with something. We can't bring nothing to the table. We have to do something about this Cuban issue. And then that's how an operation like that can reasonably be formed. Not because anybody wants to do it, because they were tasked by the president to come up with 5 ideas, and it was one of the ideas. That still happens to this day. The president will still come in, but he'll basically send out a notice to his covert action plan, and he will say, I need this, and I need it on Wednesday. And people have to come back with options for the thing he asked for. A finding. He will issue a presidential finding, and then his covert actions have to come back and say, here's how we would do this to hide the hands of the enemy.
How gangster is it of JFK to reject it, though?
Those ballers, right? that is the mic drop. Nope, not doing that.
So,
Yep, doing that.
you know, a thing that crosses an ethical line, even in times where the entirety of human civilization hangs in balance, and still forfeit that power. That's a beautiful thing about the American experiment. It's a few times throughout its history that has happened, including with our first president, George Washington. Well, let me ask about JFK.
25 times 2, and they still keep that stuff classified.
So, do you think the CIA had a hand in the assassination of JFK?
I cannot imagine, in any reasonable point of view, that the organization of CIA had anything to do with the assassination.
So it's not a possible to infiltrate the CIA, a small part of the CIA, in order to attain political or criminal gains.
I think, yeah, absolutely it's possible to infiltrate CIA. There's a long history of foreign intelligence services infiltrating CIA, from Border Games to
I am actually looking forward to take your daughter to work
So
day.
we know CIA
I am
can
not great with kids, but I want to get better.
even if they are infiltrated, even if
But
that
I put out a bunch of
interlocutor
extra candy on my desk so they can
executes on their own agenda or their
like,
the agenda as directed by their foreign adversary, their foreign handler. That's different than organizations.
Miss Beasley have done that day.
So I do think it's possible they could have infiltrated at the time, especially it was massive, major priority for the Cubans and the Russians.
Listen, I like kids,
Some aspect.
but this is not a kid's environment. This is like HBO, no limits.
Moles.
That's what I'm gonna say. Crazy stuff. And it is R rated. It is not rated G. I am like Eddie Murphy in Raw, and they are trying to make me into Eddie Murphy and Danny Daycare. Both great movies, but still.
That's a significant stretch. I've seen no evidence to support that, and it
cool.
goes contrary
Michael, I think that is the
everything
boss.
Fine. Hi, children.
Well, let me ask you.
I'm Michael Scott, and I am in charge of this place.
Drug trafficking, which is another big kind of
I'm like Superman,
shadow.
and the people who work here are like citizens of Gotham City. That's Batman. Okay, I'm Aquaman. Where does he live, guys?
a division that's dedicated to fighting and preventing narcotics from coming into the United States. So when you paint a picture for me like you think the CIA was complicit in trafficking, when I say yes,
Well, from that big bad of
for America, it's a mistake. If the CIA basically set up two different that's just letting cartels do what they do. So especially at the beginning of drug war, I think there's tons of space, lots of room for the CIA involved in the economic drugs.
You are the
And
future.
then let the inevitable happen. And it was way more efficient, way more productive than us trying to send our own troops in to kill a bunch of cartel warlords. So that makes a ton of sense to me. It just seems efficient, it seems very practical. I do not believe that CIA, I don't think all the acquisitions are how they buy drugs and sell drugs and somehow make money on the side of it. That's not how it works.
So do you think there's on that point a connection between various the great governor and President Clinton and Vice President former CIA Director George W. Bush and the little airport called
Oh,
Reno?
yes. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Wow, really grown up.
This is
You
what
know
I'm
what?
Don't mind me saying so. She has turned into
So,
a stone cold
Your
fox.
sense
Better
is
keep
any
the
of the
frat boys away from her.
has
I'm in
to
eighth
do
grade.
with criminal
She's
operations
in
outside the
yeah,
United States, and the
it
CIA
is
just undertaking
extraordinary.
that
An extraordinary time.
It's not
achieve
that
its
children may be
ends,
uncomfortable,
nothing
it's just
to
that
the
why
right
be dads be
and
fun
Democrat
uncle?
politicians.
I've never heard of anyone who
American
definitely gets their
citizens,
fun
again,
uncle.
speaking
In a
organization.
house
So that would be the exception.
Let me ask you about some
I got
back to
permission to bring
Operation
Jake
Notebook,
in the
because
room,
this is such a
which is great
powerful
because he got suspended this week and now I don't have to pay for
tool, sadly powerful tool used by dictators throughout history, the false flag operation.
Can you get it out?
No.
So I think
Come to
there's,
explain
and you
everything.
said
It's probably just easier
terrorist
to do
attacks
it
on
ourselves.
9/11 were
I wasn't expecting.
changed
So let's go drop.
for us.
Oh
for
my
the
god,
folks
she
who
is
live
so
in
cute.
the
I
United
want to
States, for
die. I
Americans,
just love
change
her.
the way we see the world to woke us up
I guess
to
I
the
wouldn't
harshness
mind
of
if
the
I
world. I
was
think
small, well-behaved
there's,
boy.
to my
God, I
eyes at
cannot wait
least,
to get
there's
pregnant with
nothing that
baby.
shows evidence that 9/11 was a quote
Kelly and I
inside
have
job.
both agreed that we would just have fun.
But
And I'm learning that
is
for
the
Kelly
CIA
is
or intelligence
getting married and
agencies
having babies.
or U.S.
Immediately.
government capable?
Just compare
That's the
last year
question.
versus this year.
So there's a bunch of shadiness about how it was reported on. I just can't. That's the thing I struggle with. While there's no evidence that there was an inside job,
Yeah, they're
it
very
raises the question to me. Well,
different.
could something like this
Yeah,
be an inside job?
last year,
Sure as
you're
heck,
gonna have to
now
suffer
looking
that.
back 20 years,
Hey,
the
Abby,
amount of
do
money
you
that was
want to
spent on
help
these
me
wars,
shred some old
the
documents?
military-industrial
It's
complex,
actually pretty cool.
the amount of interest in terms of power and money involved.
I only have one goal today. Make one kid
Organization
like
can something like that happen?
You know, Occam pays.
For the next step, I
So,
also have
parents
basically thankful.
is that you can never prescribe to conspiracy
Yeah, but I read it
what
before.
could be explained
So have I.
through incompetence,
Hey, question.
right?
Yeah.
That is
You
one
would
of
have
those
done that
two
math or
two fundamental guidelines that we follow.
Definitely sorry.
Right?
Yeah,
The simplest answer is
Yes,
oftentimes
that's
yes,
said that.
and never prescribe to
You don't want
conspiracy
to help
what
someone
can be
sales
explained
for
through
you.
incompetence.
Can you elaborate by
Really?
We as
And you're Abby,
intelligence
right?
professionals,
From James.
do you think there's a deep truth
That's
to
also
that,
David.
that second reason?
there is more than a there is
Yes. Well,
there's ages of experience for me and for others. And
So
for
in general, people are
hey, you know what? Can I call you back?
left to their
I'll call you
own
right back.
means.
Yes.
They're more confident than they are malevolent and
Hello?
large organizations.
Can I help you?
people are more incompetent of executing a
You can pick that up
conspiracy
if you want. That's all right.
than they are of competent. Yeah, they are competent. of executing. That's really what it means. That it's so difficult to carry out a complex plan that most people don't have the competency
My
to do
name's
it.
Michael.
So it doesn't make any sense to think of a
Nice to meet
conspiracy.
you.
It makes no sense.
Oh, you know what that is?
Assume
That is a train
when you
whistle.
look at all the evidence, all the findings, it
But I'm sure we can get through the office here.
speaks rationally and openly to incompetence. And nobody likes to.
All aboard for sales. Next stop,
9/11
go.
Commission is going to go down in history
Come on down.
as a painful example of
Ow,
incompetence in
ow,
American
ow. You broke my hand. There's no way.
That's going to come back again and again. Time is no it's going to come back.
Little girl, come over here.
What are you seeing even right now?
Shake my hand.
We miss
Come on.
U.S.
Hold on.
intelligence infrastructure, misjudged Afghanistan, misjudged
Okay.
Hong Kong, misjudged Ukraine's and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Those were three massive misjudgments for a few years.
Oh, excuse me. These are expensive collector's items.
That
It's
speaks
embarrassing to me.
Do you have any computer games?
No, I don't.
Exactly right.
have computer games on my wall.
All the
Yeah, Meredith
couple
doesn't
of
have any.
things around
It's so
9/11
lame here.
Call your mom, Meredith.
If they're taking steps to cover anything up, it's
You
just
refer to me as
their
Mr.
own.
Fruit.
That's your name.
A painful reminder.
Mr. Fruit?
Competency at the time.
Mr.
Now,
Fruit.
I understand that
Sure,
conspiracy
Mr.
theorists want to take inklings of information and put them together in a way that is the most damning. But that goes back to our point about overvaluing and undervaluing data.
Are you
It's
really
just
doing?
predictable human behavior.
Let let me ask you about this
I drink
because
like
it comes up
100 iced
often.
macchiatos a day. And
So I'm from IT, and there's a
there's
guy
no
named
coffee
Jeffrey
place.
Epstein
At the same time,
that still troubles me to this day. That the people I
covers in
respect
each other.
who
Fine.
interacted with this individual fell into his influence, charm, whatever to use to lead his people. He did so successfully. I'm very open-minded and just want to know, but a lot of people tell me that and so this goes back to the original aspect of the conversation is how much each individual intelligence agencies is willing to go to control, to manipulate, to achieve.
Those green slaves,
Do you think there is,
can you
educate me if
now, a very special
obviously
treat.
you don't
A
know
book my
what
grandmother used to read me when I was a
are the
kid.
chances that
Very
intelligence
special
agencies
stories
are
called
involved with
Sterling
character
Theft by
In some way, shape, or form, it's
1864.
100% guaranteed.
The great tall tailor always comes to little girl.
Let's talk about lottery. Let's talk about okay?
Right? And ere they
There's
dream
multiple
what
types
he's
of
about,
intelligence
he
assets.
takes his great sharp
So
scissors
you're
out
talking about
and then cuts their thumbs clean
foreign
off.
intelligence reporting
What the
assets.
hell are you?
There's
Access
access.
for kids.
Yeah,
No, They no. The kids don't want to hear some weirdo book that you're a Nazi war criminal.
One is a
What's a Nazi? Nazi was
These
a
are people
fascist
that
in the 1930s. No one
exchange control.
shut it. I was going to teach the children how to make corn husk dolls. Why don't you just leave?
Access agents. Their job is to give you physical access or digital access
There goes Mr.
to
Group.
something
Now,
of
who
interest
I stand
to you.
up.
So maybe they open the door, the ship a lot, and you tell them the ship comes out. Or maybe they're the ones that share a phone number with somebody, and then they're just like, just don't tell them you got the phone. Their job is to give you access. Then you have these agents of influence. An agent of influence's job is to be part of your effort to influence the outcomes in some way that fits your intelligence requirements, right? Of these three types of people,
This is where the
least
magic happens.
scrupulous
Right over
and
here.
most shady
See all
is your
these?
agent of influence. Because
What
your
that
agent of
is?
influence understands
Paper.
exactly what
This
they
is
do.
where the
They
paper
know
comes
they're
from.
working on
That's
you,
okay.
and they know they're giving,
Cut the
using
paper and you got it.
influence to
No,
manipulate
we
some
don't
of
actually
that.
cut the paper. That's a good
When it
question.
comes to
The paper
powerful,
is sent to us, cut
especially
and
wealthy,
dyed
powerful
from a
people,
paper manufacturer, and then
the
we
only
sell
thing
it
interesting
to a business
is power.
for more than we paid for.
Money is not challenging.
Yes, it is. It's, well, you need someone in the middle to
The rest of
facilitate.
us, we're just trying to get money.
I'm not
We're busy trying to build a
Why does it
reputation.
sound like
We're busy trying to build a career.
You are
At the highest
describing an
levels,
author
they're
team,
poor.
and you're kind of running this out of
The
business.
only thing
We have better service than they do.
So, a character
There's
like
Reed.
Jeffrey
Let's take a look at what he's
exactly the kind
doing,
of character
everybody.
that the Chinese would want,
This is
the Russians
Reed.
would want,
And he is in charge of
the French would want.
something, right? Correct?
It's too
Say hi to
easy
the kid. Hi,
because the
kid.
man had access to a wide range.
Stop it. No. Would you cut it out? What's your problem? No. We're not going to see. We're not going to see the first code. Please, okay? Well, there's something interesting about me that you might want to know. I used to be the star of a picture.
No
It's true. I did. I'm totally serious. There was a show called Fundle Bundle, and I was a star. It's true. I can prove it. Watch this. Can you come here a second?
Once he's achieved,
I would like to go to my mother's house in Dixon City, and she's at the pool. The back kitchen window should be unlocked. She puts herself up, but I go down to the basement. In the basement is a tape labeled Fundle Bundle. She grab it, or she get a guitar. Right, once you get a tambourine, you know how to play the tambourine? I'm already going to teach this good ideas. No.
Or do you literally
Okay.
create
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, so
Good attitude.
intelligence
Not in
organizations
the
are
office.
pretty
All right, now,
In the United
what's
States, we
you're
never
right. I don't get why parents
We
are
don't
always
have a budget
complaining
cycle
about
that allows us to create. In mean,
Joke
the
around with it.
maximum budget
Give
cycle in the
them
United States is 5
them
years.
candy.
So
Let
even
them
if you
live
were
their
trying to
lives.
invest in some seed operation,
I am going to give you a
create
little
some character,
blast from the past
essentially
of Michael Gary Scott, who was a child star, and a show that you might remember called Humble Bundle. Okay, without further ado,
Russia
Ryan?
and China are extremely adept at seed long-term operations.
That
They
is
are
pretty.
able
Can't tell them
to
enough to
invest
appreciate an
and
amazing
develop and create an agent that serves their purposes. Now, to create someone from scratch, Jeffrey Epstein,
Yes, that is Edward R.
they would
Meow.
have had to start with 1,000 different targets,
Yeah.
try to grow 1,000 different SEO images, and then hope that one of them hits. Kind of like
Yep, check mark over it. I don't know.
More likely, they observe at some point that there's a natural they identify his personal vulnerability, classic SEO technique, and then they
Eddie is on TV now. Would everybody please shut up, please, so you don't miss it. Nope, that's me. That's me.
And
I recently talked to Matt Grace, who's Matt Grace, who's a fighting jet pilot, about many things. He also does work on autonomous weapon systems, drones, and that kind of thing, including quantum computing. But he also happens to be one of the very few pilots that were willing to go on record and talk about UFO studies.
Did you get married?
Does the CIA and the federal government have
It's never happened.
in my experience, the CIA is an area that is very
I do okay.
You shut November, can we let
Yeah.
know too? I know.
Okay, all right, okay.
You didn't get to be if you wanted to.
or it could be because it's an area that's it's just not important.
I have a load of work to do, so I'm going to grab a slice of this Polish pizza.
One of the areas that I've been
Fine.
quite interested in and where I've done a lot of research and actually some work in the private investigation side is with UFOs. The place where UFO is really connected with the federal government is when it comes to aviation safety. So FAA and US Air Force, they're invested in what's happening in the skies above the United States. And that's a primary interest. When they can rule out the direct threat to national security of UFOs, then they become less interesting.
I met your mom a couple
That
times.
said,
She's
when
so
you have unexplained aerial phenomena
Terry.
that are unexplained,
That woman is not my mother. That's my
can't
stepmother.
directly be tied to anything that is known of the terrestrial world,
You should go back to
then they're left
Okay, but first
without
the
the answer to their question. They don't know if it's a threat or not a threat. But I think the scariest concern for the U.S. national government, the scarier concern that he talks about is what if the UFO isn't an alien? What if it is actually a cutting edge war machine that we are eons behind in being able to leverage?
Or the other concern is that it's a system, it's a machine from a foreign power that's doing intelligence collection.
Correct.
It's not just military purposes, it's actually collecting data.
By default, a lot of times it's a hostile tool.
It's a collection of information. It's a hostile act.
Absolutely. That's why the US exists. That's why it's a criminal offense. If you're committing espionage in the United States, as a US citizen,
Field is great.
Yes, they keep digging until they confirm it's not a threat. But it just, when you're saying that they're not, they understand much evidence that they're doing so, it could be because their current partner is life. But you're saying private intelligence institutions are trying to make progress on this. Yeah, it's really difficult to know.
there's a vested, there's an economic interest in the private company. Because, for example, if you understand why certain aerial phenomena are location, then you can use that to inform investors to invest in application or avoid investing in that.
Yes.
But that's not a national security concern, so that doesn't matter to
Is it okay if I take them? Sure.
Could easily avoid even. Now I'm going into territory of
You drove hard?
being wondering about
Not
all
too
the
bad.
alien civilizations out
I
there.
get to shred things
The
sometimes.
humbling question.
Yeah.
We are not.
Really?
Do you think we're
It's an improbability that we are alive. If by virtue of the fact that sentient human life exists, intelligent human life exists,
Yeah.
all the probabilities are actually true.
Yeah,
That can be
like every
true.
week.
Simply speak, over the galaxies
Yes.
that exist,
It is
there's
true.
no possible way.
I, Michael Scott,
It's a
am
mathematical
signing up
equation.
for an online dating.
It's a 1 or
Now,
0.
some people have done it.
To me,
I am going to do it.
it's
I need a username.
otherwise. Rationally, truly the only intelligent life form in all the universe. But to think
Little kid
that
level. That
an
way
alien
people will
life
know
form is
exactly
anything
where
like
my
us at all
pronouns
is equally as inconceivable.
are.
To
Okay.
think that they're carbon-based, bipedal, humanoid, alien species that just happen to fly around like machines and visit alien planets in a way that they can observe is it's just silly. It's the world of sci-fi.
Well, let
What
me
does
put
every good
Hey,
scientist,
Bill,
you always assume
so
that
one
there's
more thing we need to do.
intelligence. When any scientist carries out experiments, the whole objective of the experiment is to observe without being discovered.
That you can live
So why would you think
by
that the superior
and
species
so
makes them stay the same?
become yourself.
of
Because the
course back to
past
that idea. If we think about
is
us
just
humans trying to communicate with aliens,
and
first we
deep.
observe for a while. Like the PhDs right now, people just sort of
I
collect
think that
data,
would take
take
place.
notes, understand this thing that you detected that seems to be a living thing, which is a very difficult thing to define from an alien perspective, or from our perspective. We find out how ours. Okay, so you observe, but then once you actually interacting, how would you interact with aliens? If I would interact with aliens, I would try to infiltrate. I would try to like figure out what is the language they use to communicate with each other. I would try to operate at their physical scale, like in terms of the physics of the interaction, in terms of the information, the mediums of information exchange, pheromones,
Many children, so you would have enough laborers to work.
so I would try to
And if it
mimic
was an especially cold winter
in
and
that
there weren't enough
sense,
grains or vegetables,
that
they would eat the weakest of the brood.
the objects we would see, you mentioned by
They
people,
didn't
yes, it's ridiculous that aliens would actually be very similar to us, but maybe they create forms of the, like here, the humans will understand it, and this needs to be sufficiently different for humans to know that there's something weird. I don't know. I think it's actually an incredibly difficult problem of figuring out how to communicate with a thing way dumber than. Is people assume like if you're smart, it's easier to talk to the dumb thing, but I think it's actually extremely difficult when the gap in intelligence is just orders of magnitude. And so, of course, you can observe, but once you notice the thing is sufficiently interesting, how do you communicate?
So this is where one of the things I always try to highlight is how conspiracies are formed. Because many people don't understand how easy it is to fall into the conspiratorial cycle. So the first step to a conspiracy being formed is to have a piece of evidence that's true. And then immediately following the true evidence is a gap in information. And then to fill in the gap of information, people create an idea, and then the next logical outcome is based on the idea that they just created, which is an idea that's based on something that was imagined in the first place. So the idea of the factual thing is now 2 steps away, and then 3 steps away, 4 steps away, as the things go on. And then all of a sudden you have this kernel of truth that turned into this wild conspiracy. So in our example, You talk about humans trying to communicate with ants. Ants are not intelligent.
Now I'm
There's no ants are not intelligent. The drones somehow commanded through whatever technology, whatever whatever biological things are clean. But they're not still fair.
Thank you. You will get rich quick. We all will.
Some sort of.
A lot of money on another investment. You know what, Toby? When the son of the deposed king of Nigeria emails you directly asking for help,
And then
you help.
communicate.
His father ran the freaking country.
That's a
Okay.
human thing, not an intelligent life.
Raise your hand if you
So
want
for
to
us
get
to even
rich.
think that a
All right.
intelligent alien species would want to engage in communicating is an extreme human assumption. And then from that assumption, then we start going
Me and another guy. Now we are getting 3
they
people
want to get
each.
if they
The
want
more
to get
people that get
they
involved,
create
the more
devices
people
like
who are
ours. So now we're 3
investing,
steps
more money
removed
we're
from the
It's not a pyramid scheme. It is it's not even a scheme per se.
Yeah, so the fact is, so as a look, we're filling in gaps on basic devices and stuff like that. But the thing is,
now we're getting that's the project. We need some plan. I don't care how crazy the idea is, guys. Give me some plan. A hostile threat is trying to take over the.
ridiculous, or just types of truth over a period of decades. And at first, that truth is pretty cute.
Happy birthday, Michael.
Oh, what?
I said happy birthday.
Thank you. That's really nice. Today is my birthday, and people around just
To me, it's interesting because
I don't know why. Oh, fun fact. I share my birthday with people on.
Like, is
So,
unfortunately has questions about ourselves. What is
excited?
special? First of all, what is intelligence? How special is intelligence? How
You're late.
I think it's
I
actually
forgive you because
inspiring
it's my
and challenging
birthday.
to us as human beings. Scientific and engineering level, philosophical level, all of those questions
Thank you,
before
sir.
us. And you start to think about
Michael's birthday.
You were
Pretty fun to watch, actually. He gets very excited and then he eats a lot of cake.
really.
And we got thrown in the office. And he has a sugar crash down the road. And he falls asleep.
He said that he realized at some point that the turn in his opinion about UFOs happened when he realized how desperately he wanted it to be true. This is the human condition. Our brain pattern works.
There he is, the birthday boy. No.
It's a mental shortcut. Essentially, your brain doesn't want to process food facts. Instead, it assumes certain facts and just jump right to the conclusion. It saves energy, saves mental. So Joe,
Not necessarily.
no,
24/7 all day.
Mr. Rogan identified on his own
No,
was his
no.
own and then he immediately grew suspicious of that. That is a superpower. Never becomes to realize that they have a cognitive, let
When should we
alone
bring up
questioning their own cognitive. So that was when it came to this topic specifically. That was specifically what I thought.
How are you, big dog? What's new?
Planning committee, listen up. Michael,
I'm well. How are you?
after different drinks, one goes out.
Excellent. Glad that you're here.
Michael, in that moment of time,
I think I'm going to be on AFK again. I'm going back to sleep, my man.
he definitely one of the things shows how.
That could be. That could be. Enjoy. Check me out tonight. We'll talk, my friend. Take care, baby. Shout out to Adam. Or Adam. Shout out to Adam.
It actually represents balance those two things, but you have to wake up to it. Like, is there a chance this is true, or do I just really
Totally
want it
private.
to be true? And that,
Let's see, whatever is in your house.
for a brief moment, there's actually a deeper explanation for what I'll tell you off the mic that perhaps a lot of people can kind of figure out. Anyway,
just to take it one step further, because I love this stuff. Personally, I love pink matters. In your interview with Jack Barsky, Jack's a good friend of mine, a good dude. Yeah. In your conversation with Jack Barsky,
Somebody brought in
you guys,
donuts on my
he
birthday.
started talking to you about how his recruiters were feeding back to him his own opinions about himself, how smart he was, how good he was, how unique he was. That's all pink matters. Feeding right back
Second
to
opinion
the
on what?
person. What they already think of themselves is a way to get that
Oh
to the
no,
best.
I was watching Grey's Anatomy and there was a lifeguard on it and he had sleepover
Obviously, you
too.
value them for all the right
I
reasons.
never really thought about
That's how they
that
see
until
themselves.
Princess Diana
So
died. It was the saddest funeral
that
ever.
the KGB was using with Jack.
That and my sister.
Jack did not wake up to that
Brought
at
in
the time.
donuts.
He woke up to it later.
They got donuts for my birthday.
So it's
Happy
happens to
birthday.
all of us. We're
I didn't know it was my birthday.
I guess I forgot.
Whether it's about
I guess I forgot to
opium,
give you
or whether it's about aliens, or whether it's about the Democrats trying to take your guns, whatever it is, everybody's in a loop, and we've got to wake up to ask ourselves, just like you said, is it true? Do we just really want it to be true?
Skin cancer.
Until you ask yourself that question, you're just one of the masses trapped in the loop.
You don't know it's going to be
yeah,
okay.
really, when Nietzsche gaze into the abyss, it's a dangerous thing. That's the path to insanity. Is to
Hi,
ask
delivery
that
from Michael
question.
Scott.
You want to be doing
Here we go.
carefully, but it's also the place
Okay,
where you
looking
can
great.
truly discover
Thank you,
something
my friend.
fundamental
You're
about this
perfect.
world that people don't understand.
Right
and
manager here, please.
that and lay
And
the groundwork for
singles, if you will.
progress,
All right.
cultural, all that kind of stuff. What is one spy trick? This is
all right. This has arms.
What's one spy trick? And you're full of a million spy tricks. People should follow you. You're an amazing podcast. You're just an amazing person. What is the one spy trick you would teach everyone that they can
When I was
use to
7,
improve their life instantly? You already
my
mentioned
mother hired a
quite
pony
a few, but
and a cart
what else could
to come to my house, all the kids.
My go-to answer for this is
And
not really changed much over the last few years.
I got a
So
really
the
bad
first-
rap.
The most important
From
spy
pony.
trick to change everything
And
immediately.
all the kids got to ride the pony, and I had to go inside. And my mother was rubbing cream on me
We all look
for
at the
probably
world
3
through our own
hours, and I
perception.
never came outside. And by the time I got out, the pony was already in the truck.
Tell me this perception of reality. I was arguing
So that was
with
my
when I
worst trick.
14 years old. I told you so, Dad. You're still wrong. But perception is your interpretation of the world around you, but it's unique only to you.
Stop it.
There's no
Stop.
advantage
What is
in
that?
your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing,
Yeah.
trying to convince other
On
people
the radio.
they're the way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead,
Apparently, my mother
out
was the only one who cares enough to send me anything.
outrace anyone is when you move off of perception and move into perspective.
I bet Luke Perry said something.
Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing,
If I knew I had a week to live, I would
or even
probably
more,
go to Europe
you sit in the shoes
and
you
South
sit and
America
see the person opposite you,
and
you
the
think
Grand
to yourself,
Canyon,
what is their life like?
and I
What do
would
they
want to
feel
see the
right
Pacific
now?
Ocean.
You know, are they comfortable?
It would be
Are
a
they
pretty busy week.
Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're facing this tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perspective
Michael!
and
Michael!
into someone else's
Michael!
perspective,
Come
now
here.
you're thinking like
What's up,
them,
everyone?
which is giving you information.
It is 11:23
They're
exactly.
all doing
Exact
everyone else out
moment.
there is trapped in mother's bad not
So, right, have a
so
seat.
immediately
Oh,
you have
there's
all
a
your
tradition
information,
that the
your
Hebrews
position.
have
You have
of
an advantage
hoisting
they
the
don't have.
birthday boy up on a chair. So come over and help me celebrate Michael's birth moment. Kevin!
It's yourself.
No, you can't try. Come on, Creed.
Change your family legacy. Because nobody else
I
out
feel
there
like we
is
should go get Kevin something.
It's so interesting how difficult that would be is for people, and how powerful it is, especially for, like you said, your spouse, like intimacy.
Yeah.
Like stepping outside of yourself and really putting yourself in the shoes of the other person, considering how you see the world.
3.
That's
Whoa, kick!
I
All right,
really enjoy that
all right, watch it.
because,
Please.
how does that exactly lead to connection? I think
Okay, that
when you
is
start
not
to understand
we don't make
the
it
ways that a person sees the world, I start to enjoy the world through their eyes, and you start to be able to share in terms of intimacy, share the beauty that they see together.
49.
Because you understand their perspective, and somehow you converge as well. Of course, that allows you together. Makes you better.
60. And I tip someone for a job. I'm
that
capable of
allows
doing
you to
myself.
work together better to
I can deliver food.
share in all.
I can drive a taxi.
ways,
I can and do cut my own hair.
and also for
I do have to tip my urologist.
actually, like who you really disagree with,
I am
people on the
unable to
internet.
verbalize my own kidney stones.
I find empathy is such a
Come get in
powerful
here.
way
Come and get it. Everybody.
to,
Birthday
resolve
party
the
time.
tension
My gift
there.
to you.
Even when people like
Bologna,
trolls
tomato,
and stuff,
and the best.
I don't deride them.
Yes.
Just kind of put myself in their shoes.
I don't eat bologna.
Well, we just have the tomato and ketchup. Still good.
camaraderie with them.
Just the bread.
So I want to draw a pretty hard line between perspective and empathy.
Get whatever you
Because
want.
empathy is friendly.
When I was 16, I was supposed to go out on a date
I
with a
think
girl
you know
named
this. The
Julie.
vast majority of people listening
Do that.
But there was another
As soon
Michael in
as
the
you say
class
empathy,
that she had apparently thought the date was finished. So she went out with him.
empathy
on
is about
Michael.
feeling
And she got him a cake at the restaurant.
understanding.
And it wasn't even his birthday,
It's about
but I heard
feeling.
about it the next day at school. So
Feeling,
that was the worst thing.
not to say sympathy, feeling.
So
Empathy
We
is
got to
about
have some stuff.
recognizing what you have. Recognize.
Party Bag of M&M's, his favorite candy.
Perspective is
DVD of American Pie 2, which is his favorite
It's about
movie. And he lent it
it's
to
about
Creed,
the brain,
so
it's about the
I can
brain
get
matter
get that
on
back.
the left side
69
and the right side.
noodles.
Which
Yes,
we
I care
realize
about
sounds
feelings.
fast, but it
And
is.
this goes directly to
And
your
his
point about
favorite
connection. Yes, I care about feelings, but I also care about objective. What is your life? What is your aspiration?
still got 5 feet of
What
sandwich
would you like to grow up as?
And then increase
What was it
the
like to experience this?
Yeah.
How did this shape your opinion
Savor
on
for
that?
ice cream cake.
What
Thank you.
Oh, I got it.
What is it that you're going
Ready
to
for the committee.
more than just feelings, actual tactical action? And that becomes extremely valuable in the operational level. Because if you can get into someone's head,
Meeting
left brain and right brain, feelings and logic,
to discuss
you can start
finances.
anticipating what actions they're going to take next. You can direct the actions that they're going to take next because you're basically telling them the story that's in their head. When it comes to relationships and personal connection, we talked about earlier, the thing that people want the most is community. They want someone else to understand them. They want to be with people. They don't want to be alone. The more you practice perspective, empathy or no empathy, the more you just validate that a person is there. I'm in this type of space with you.
No, I do.
Feelings aside, right?
Happy
That is powerful.
birthday,
That is
dear
what you're talking about.
Michael.
This is the
Happy birthday
I'm here with
to
you.
you.
That's power.
How much of what you
Kevin.
learned in your
Second
role
birthday,
at
please.
CIA transfer over to relationships, to business relationships, to other aspects of life?
Are you
This is
done?
something you work closely with powerful people to help them out. What
Okay,
have
here
you
we
learned?
go. Okay.
Man, I would say about
Yay!
solid
Yay!
95% of what I learned is carries over. That 5% that doesn't,
I almost
is
forgot that.
so it would carry over in this aspect. Just knowing how to shoot.
Hello, what about
target
the birthday boy? Haven't had a hug all
really
day.
only has one purpose. It's not going to happen day to day. Knowing how to do a dead drop that isn't discoverable by the local police force isn't going to be useful right now, but it could be useful in disaster. But the 95% of stuff is useful. It's all tied to the human condition. It's all tied to being able to
Wow,
understand
that's
what
good
someone's
timing.
saying, understand what someone's
That,
saying, direct
sorry,
their
that's
thoughts, direct
terrible.
their emotions,
Terrible.
direct their
That's
thoughts,
terrible.
win their attention, win their loyalty, win encouragement with them, grow your network, grow your own circle of influence. I mean, all of that is immensely valuable. Here's an example, the disguise thing we talked about earlier. Disguise in and of itself has the excuse. If you're Brad Pitt and everybody knows Brad Pitt, you're on level 1 disguise. Or maybe you call me and I level 2 disguise so that you can go to Aruba.
Comes at the table for dinner.
But even there, 5% that doesn't apply to everyday life. There's still elements to it. For example, when a person looks at a human being's face, the first place they look is the same part of the face as if they were looking to something. So in English, we start from top left to right. So when an English-speaking person interacts with another person,
research.
the first
Turns
thing
out
they look at is
98% of people with skin
it's
cancer
the upper left is what scary.
Yeah, but it's
Corner
not
of their
brain cancer,
face.
and it shouldn't
Right?
stop
They
us from
look
having
there.
fun.
That's the information they
Say the
get
best
is
medicine
hair
is
color.
the doctor said combination interferon and
Before they know anything else about the face. This is one of the reasons why they can look at you and then you ask them what color my eyes. Because
Why
they
did
really
you-
see the face, they read
I didn't even invite you to my birthday.
so they're paying a lot of attention to the first few things they see.
All right.
And then
Well,
they're
you know
paying
what's
less
the
attention
suggestion
to
for
the
everybody?
face.
I
Same
am your
scrolling
boss.
behavior that you see.
I think you just take the rest of
So
the
when you understand that, it's through the lens of disguise.
I'll just drive myself
Most important part of disguise.
driving everybody else.
Here, if you're English speaking, right? Here, if you're speaking some foreign languages that you're
I don't think they're worried.
if it's Chinese, you know they're going to from here down because they read left down. So it's so interesting.
So yeah, knowing that really helps you sort of configure the things in terms of physical presence.
Correct. So when it comes to how to make a disguise, not so useful to be able to usually. But when it comes to how to read a face, or more importantly, how people are going to read your face, that's extremely important. Because now you know where to find the first signs of deception and baseline.
You mentioned that the idea of having privacy is one that we think we can, but we really don't. Is it possible?
Yeah. We're going to take you to a very special place, a place that will make you happy,
Absolutely.
and a place that is
it's
far,
not
far away from the
It's
people.
not convenient. Again, convenient. You can disappear tomorrow. Right? I can walk you through 3 steps right now. But none of that.
That should not be there. I guess I'm going to take it down. No,
First thing you do is every piece of digital technology you have
Let's get off skate off.
connected to you anyway is now dead. Do it so quiet, new, realistic.
Yeah, I've been pretty much skating my whole life.
So you have
I thought about playing in the NHL, but you're on the road so much. You get no time to spend with your wife and kids. Yeah, I really want to kids.
I got it.
Okay. All the stuff with Kevin, it's pretty scary.
But now you
I think
have,
that next time you're in the shower, you should check yourself out. You know, give yourself an exam.
and then from
Those
there
things
on,
are like taking time
you're
back.
just doing whatever you have to do, whether you're
Right?
stealing
Think about it.
away, or whether you run a massive
Something
con.
to think about.
Keep in mind that we often talk about
Kevin.
content.
You heard anything yet?
No, not yet.
Well, let's try.
Confidence.
Okay, Michael.
All right, so a con man, con man is a
Carol?
confidence. Just somebody
sold me my
who's so
condo.
brazenly confident.
Hey, was this place on the market or?
Living in their own perception.
No, I don't just sell
Their
real
perception
estate.
of life.
My daughter has a skiing
He's
listing.
confident.
Oh, these all your kids?
Yeah, do what he says.
No, just
So you
your
can
car
run
kid.
a massive
Oh,
car.
hey, guys,
Take
what's
care
up?
of your finances,
You wanna go for a ride? Is that okay?
Whatever amount.
Sure.
It is.
Cool. All right,
You
grab it.
are,
Here we go.
however you present yourself.
Ready? Hang on tight.
You want to go be.
All right. We are moving. We are moving.
So, intelligence,
Push. Good. That's great. Yeah.
systems we have in the United States and in the world.
Hello?
To the
Yeah, okay.
long like, are they
Until you do something. If you are
Okay, I will.
consistency, if you are consistent,
Negative.
it's not convenient. It's quite difficult.
does that like require training?
It does require training.
We're going to beat this, okay?
Why
We're
do
gonna...
criminals always get caught?
Because they criminals.
Well, apparently in the medicine community, negative means
I
good.
never.
Makes absolutely no sense.
People tell me to.
In the real world community,
Because
that
of the
would
guides.
be chaos.
I like criminals. I'm friends with a number of criminals
Awesome.
because the only people who get me
Thanks, you
right away
guys.
who get me are criminals.
Okay, who's this
We
from?
know what it's like to basically again operate,
Wow.
do everything our own way.
Hey,
Most
cool.
people are so
Oh,
stuck in the
great.
traffic.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks. Yeah.
This is
Go
for
tell
all of
people
them.
your name is.
Oh,
Most
you
people.
didn't need to do that.
But it could be like, oh yeah,
Night sweat.
I just told everybody my name is
This
Nancy.
is
And dude,
really
still
amazing.
believe
Thank you.
criminals.
I love it.
So
Michael's birthday was actually
what
pretty
happens
cool.
with criminals is they go to school.
It was a good day. I don't know.
They learn.
It was a good day.
Spies go to school. We go to the best high school in the world. Go to Langley's, the farm, right? Was the field trade ground, it's FTC. Covert location for a covert period of time. Covert. So if you see I was watching, I'm not breaking any rules. That's all on Wikipedia, but it's not coming from me.
Yeah.
But we do. That's how we do it. They train us from 100 years of experience in the best ways to carry out covert operations, which are all just overseas. We learn how to do this right, so we don't get caught. We learn how to be consistent. More importantly, we learn how to create an operation that has a limited lifespan. Because the longer it lives, the more at risk you are. So you want operations to be short, concise, on the X, off the X. Limit your group of mistakes. Criminals want the default to wanting these long-term operations because they don't want to have to recreate a new way to make it every 15 days.
You mentioned if anybody from the CIA is watching, so I've seen you talk about the fact that sort of people that are currently working at the CIA would kind of look down on the people who've left the CIA and they deride them, especially if you go public, especially if there's a book and all that kind of stuff. Do you feel the pressure of that to be quiet, to not to not do something like this conversation that we're doing today?
I feel the silent judgment. That's very weird. I feel it for myself and I feel it for my wife who doesn't appear on camera very often, but who's also former CIA. We both feel the judgment. We know that right now, 3 days after this is released, somebody's going to send an email on a closed network system inside CIA headquarters, and there's a bunch of people who are going to laugh at it. There's people who are going to say that who knows what. It's not going to be
people use,
a bunch of people who I'm trying to bring honor to. Whether I know them or respect them is irrelevant. These are people who are out there doing the deed every day. And I want to bring them honor. And I want to do that in a way that I get to share what they can't share and what they won't share when they leave, because they will also feel the silent pressure. The pressure to shame, the judgment, right? But the truth is that I've done this now long enough. The first few times that I spoke out publicly, the response to being a positive voice for what the sacrifice is that people are making. It's so refreshing to be an honest voice that people don't normally hear, that it's too important. One day I'm going to be gone, they're going to look back on all this, and they're going to see their dad trying to do the right thing for the right reason. And even if my son or daughter ends up in the CIA, and even if they get ridiculed for being, oh, you're Bustamante kid, hey, your dad's a total sellout, which it might be. Like, I want them to know, Dad was doing what he could to bring honor to the organization when he couldn't stay in the organization.
So you said when you were 27, I think you didn't know how you're doing. So now that you're a few years older and wiser, let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat and give advice to other 27-year-olds or even younger 17, 18-year-olds that are just out of high school, maybe going to college, trying to figure out this life, this career thing that they're on. What advice would you give them about how to have a career or how to have a life that you be proud of?
It's a powerful question.
Have you figured it out yet yourself?
No, I think I'm a grand total of 7 days smarter than this. Not a good average.
Progress. There's still time.
There's still time. So for all the young people out there deciding what to do, I would just say the same thing that I do say and I will say to my own kids. You only have one life. You only have one chance. If you spend it doing what other people expect you to do, you will wake up to your regret at some point. I woke up when I was 38 years old. My wife, in many ways, is still waking up to it as she watches her grandparents pass.
Tonight, Scranton Business Park is having casino night.
Both of them
Converting our warehouse into a full-blown gambling hall. And I know it's illegal in Pennsylvania, but it's for charity. And I consider myself
and live every day as if the last day. Not necessarily to waste it, or maybe waste it silly, but to recognize that today is a day to be productive, constructive for yourself. If you don't want a career, today's not the day to start pursuing a career just because someone else told you to. If you want to learn a language, today's the day to find a way to buy a ticket to the country and learn the word. If you want a date, if you want to get married, if you want a business, today is the day to just go out and take one step in that direction.
Belonged to my grandfather.
As long as you,
He was buried in
every
it,
day,
so
just make one new step. Just like the CIA recruited me. Just do the next thing. If the step seems like it's too big, then probably 2 other steps.
On, it'll be fun. And besides, I'm a roulette expert.
impossible. Roulette is not a game of skill, it is a game of chance. I know it's not. All right.
Would be
How would you do that? Mind control. You can't be serious.
what do you think is the
Are you serious? Ever since I was a little kid.
That's a fast answer. There's a story behind it.
Sort of control things in my mind. I don't really do
There's a
anything.
comfort training based on
There's just little things, you know, like I could make some big shape, or I could make a marble ball
in America, where elite tier 1 operators go to learn.
That's ridiculous. You know what?
There's a bar.
Why don't you move that telegraphic?
And on the wall,
Excuse me, everyone. Attention in the office, please. Jim is about to prove his telekinetic powers. And he needs absolute silence. What happened?
and all these elite operators over the last 25 to 30 years, they all go, they get drunk, and they scribble their answer in a circle of a shark, right? Love, family, America, freedom, right? Whatever. And then the only thing they have to do is if they're going to write something on there, they have to connect it with something else on the wall, at least one other thing. So if they write love, they can't just leave it floating there. They have to write love in a little bubble and connect it with something. When you look at that wall, the word self-respect is there. It's got a circle on here. And then you can't see any other word because it's all the things that connect to self-respect. Just some people have written over, written their words down. So what's the end of life? My point of view, I never see the answer. If you don't respect yourself, how can you look to your how can you build business? How can you raise kids? How can you make a difference? How can you pioneer anything? How can you just wake up and have a good day if you don't have self-respect?
I try not to think of it as lagging behind. It's more of a David and Goliath thing.
The fact of the matter is that your branch is currently number 4 of the 5 branches that I oversee.
Top 80%.
Especially in place of war.
You know that I'm very, very
Coming
aware.
back to the United
Dan,
States,
listen, I promise I will kick it up a notch. Bam!
the better angels of this nation.
Emerald. Oh, actually, while I have you, not
And
that
I'd
I have you
like to
or
thank
have ever had
you
you,
for serving
but we're having our
this
casino night
nation
tonight.
for time
And I think everyone is nervous leader here.
and
But you were there.
for being
I
brave
am,
enough,
but
bold
you
enough
are the Eagle Throne to my
to
Caesar
inspire others to
Chavez.
educate others, for having
I think you can
many
handle it.
amazing
Oh, come on,
conversations,
come on. It'd be fun. I can hear it in your voice. You need a break.
Thanks so much for talking.
Lex, I appreciate
Bye,
that.
Michael.
Janet and
Thanks
I
for
understand
listening
each
to this
other.
conversation.
The romance thing is sort of on hold for the time
Support
being.
this podcast. Please check out our sponsors.
Good pleasure, privileges.
Now, let me leave you with some words from Sun Tzu.
Okay, everybody. Tonight's event is to
Let your
benefit the
plans
Boy
be
Scouts
dark
of America.
and
Again,
impenetrable
we
as
do
night.
that every year. Well, they need our money. They don't have cookies like the Girl Scouts. It'd be nice to do something for people who are
Thank you for
actually
listening.
suffering
Hope to
well.
see you.
Oscar, if you don't like it, then you should concentrate on winning. Because the person at the end of the evening with the highest chip count will receive $500 to donate to the charity of their choice. And they will get a mini fridge, compliments advanced
I
refrigeration.
remember the
So,
reaction where he
if
had
you
drawn
turn
these
it in
characters and was
I,
slowly
for
moving
example,
around.
am paying
People
people
had no
to
experience with
doesn't
3D navigation. It was all still people hitting
comment
that
very
price
much about
I had set up at that time.
No, they stopped
Slowly
making
moving,
sure.
going up, picked up a key,
So then they need our money more than
disappears, and a
ever.
little
It's hard to
animation.
click an approved nonprofit
Right there.
organization.
There's a great soup
Practically
kitchen
fell
in
out of
downtown
his chair.
Scranton. Delicious
And
food soup on
games
Thursdays.
just didn't
And
do
probably
that.
give them a
You know, the
little
games were
something
God's
like
eye
that.
on you. You were a little invested in your little guy
Pork
who likes,
meatballs.
happy or
Kobe
sad.
Bryant has a
what
foundation,
happened.
and
But
he
you
is
just did not
so
get that
high.
kind of star
And he had his
reaction.
wife,
You
his
weren't
biggest
inside
fan
your
There
meeting.
was something in the back of
I
your
know
brain,
he is.
some reptile brain thing, just going, oh shit, something
Maybe
just
he
happened. And
We
that
are
was one
giving
of those
money
early points
that
where,
has been gambled.
yeah, this is going to make
Why
a
don't we just
difference.
do drugs or
This is going to
prostitute
be
ourselves and
powerful
donate that
and
money to
impactful.
charity?
Oh, and another fun thing.
Following this
We, at
conversation
the end
with
of the night,
Johnson,
are going to give
widely
the check
considered
to an
one of
actual
the
group
greatest
of Boy Scouts, right, Toby? We're gonna.
He was the
Actually, I
co-founder
don't think it was
of
appropriate to
software,
invite
the lead programmer of several games that revolutionized technology, the experience, and role of gaming in our
the
society,
school one.
including Commander Keen,
There's a
Wolfenstein
theater.
3D, Doom.
Is that
He spent many years as the CTO of Oculus VR, helping to create portals into virtual worlds
Honestly, every time
to
I try to do
define
something
the
fun
technological
or
path of the
exciting,
metaverse.
you make it not that
Now,
way.
he has been shifting some of his
I
attention
hate
to the problem of artificial
so
general.
much about the things that you
This
choose to
was
be.
the longest conversation on this podcast.
Okay, you know what? I will not donate
Still,
my
talk to John
winnings
many, many
to
times.
Thomas Lee, since
We hope
apparently it
to
doesn't
just
exist.
that.
I am going to
This
donate
is
to
the Let's Use
Afghanistanis with AIDS.
Supported. You should put our sponsors in the description.
No, I mean
Now,
Afghanistanis
your
with
friends,
AIDS.
here's John.
Afghan.
That's
What
a
was the
dog.
first program?
Afghan.
That's a dog.
Wait,
Yeah, I
AIDS?
did.
No,
So,
humans
I
with
remember
AIDS.
being
Who has
at Radio
AIDS?
Shack
Oh, the
with
Afghanistan.
PRSA
Hey, you know what?
and
No,
learning
no.
just enough to be able to do
AIDS is not
10
funny.
print John
Believe
Carpenter.
me, I've tried.
And it's kind of interesting
There are
how,
certain
of
topics
course,
that are off
I,
limits to me.
Cardigan and Ritchie
JFK,
kind of standardized
AIDS,
hello world was the
Holocaust,
first thing that you do in
the
every
Lincoln
computer
assassination
programming
just
language
recently.
and every computer, but
I need to
not
see
having
this
any
play like I
interaction
need a
with the
whole.
cultures of Unix or any other standardized
And
things.
I
It
hope
was just,
to
well, what
someday
am I
live in
going to
a
say?
world where a person could tell
And then
a
you learn how to
race
do
is
code 10 and have it scroll all on the screen. That was definitely the first thing that I did.
Can I ask you for any advice? I was always told to begin
Nobody
you're not
knows
allowed to
the
speak on stage. That's
Roy
really
was
bad.
supposed to pick the band,
This is
but
correction. Jump around. You can't always look at the philosophy and the technical aspects of what you statement that's also communicated.
So certainly back in the day, basic programming languages, you didn't have probably you didn't have 4 miles. That was the land of Pascal for people that kind of generally had access to it back then. So you had no choice but to use these. And
I'm pretty
as you
happy
made
these days.
big
I'm getting
programs
married
back then,
soon,
which was
and I'm
1,000
getting
basic
along with
programs,
everybody at work.
big programs, they did tend to sort of degenerate.
Why did I talk to Jen about transfer?
You didn't have good editors or code exploration tools, so you would wind up fixing things in one place, add a little patch, and there's reasons why structured programming.
I have already put down the deposit. Do you understand how the deposit works?
Mike, I'm not having fire eaters in a paper warehouse.
It's casino night, like Las Vegas. It's fire eaters all over the place.
Except my warehouse.
Well, actually, it's my warehouse.
Actually, it's owned by the properties. I've been renting this 4 years and there's 7 years.
Why are you here? And Darla's got it. He said you wanted me here for protection.
All of my code right now. I
Don't
don't think any of my current code bases would actually have a
We just have a lot of stuff down there that
deep within sort of the technical
That's
underpinnings
ironic.
of a major game engine. You're going to have
that
some
you are afraid of.
what?
Yeah, the
Something good.
infrastructure on top of like the closer you get to the cheat code, the more go-tos you get, the more of these like
I
hacks.
taught Mike some
Because
phrases.
instead of features
In
available to
the
you in
relationship
other
conversation.
programming languages is not
You know, stuff like
is
sit out
so
for Mach 5, thinking
according to John
different,
Carmack, what is
you
the
know,
first
things of
time
Negroes.
you
Give me
talk
something.
about last? You fell in love with her. You said like this is really special.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was handshake.
first site where just really from the time that I understood what a computer was, even I mean I remember looking through old encyclopedias and the black and white photos of the IBM mainframes with the reel-to-reel tape decks,
And for people nowadays, it can be a little hard to understand what the world was like then for information gathering, where I would go to the libraries and there would be a couple books on the shelf about computers, and they would be very outdated at that point. Just not a lot of information, but I would grab everything that I could find, devour everything, whatever time or news we had some article about computers, I would cut it out with scissors and put it somewhere. It felt like this magical thing, this idea that the computer was just exactly what you told it to. And there's a little bit of a monkey's paw sort of issues there where you better be really, really careful to tell what to do. But it wasn't going to backtalk you. It wasn't going to have a different point of view. It was going to carry out what you told it to do. And if you had the right commands, you could make it do these pretty magical things.
So what kind of programs did you write first? So beyond.
Oh my! Yeah, you haven't seen that since
As going through that learning process where you find at the start you're just learning at the most basic. I remember stuff like Superman comic that Radio Shack commissioned to have Superman had lost some of his super brain, and kids had used Radio Shack TRS-80 computers to do calculations to help him kind of complete his heroics. And I find little things like that. And then a few basic books.
Hey, Carol, how goes the real estate biz?
Is
it real good?
It was so precious back then. I had a couple books that would teach me important things about it. I had one book that I could start to learn a little bit of assembly language from. I have a few books on basic and things that I can get from the libraries.
Hi, Carol, how you doing?
That's great. I just needed one signature for your mortgage insurance.
Oh, hey, no problem. I know. Incidentally, I love the place.
Oh, great.
It has a little bit of a weird smell. Okay, this was the treehouse.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Can I drop it over later?
Actually, I'm sort of hosting this charity thing in our warehouse, casino night.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it'll be good. You know what? Why don't you come by, bring the papers, I'll sign them, and then you can stay and have a drink? Yeah, it'll be fun. Oh, I'm sorry, did you like? Yes. Okay,
and in fact, one of my first sort of
Jan Levinson, I presume,
was on the Apple II computers. They had a mode called low resolution.
Hey Jen, how you doing?
You know, I thought about it, and
regular low resolution graphics. It was a grid of 40 by 40 pixels.
I
You could have 16 different colors. And I wanted to make a game kind of like the arcade game Vanguard, a scrolling game. I wanted to just kind of have it scroll vertically out. And I could move a little ship around.
Okay,
sounds great. There's no way I could
bye.
off on the screen. And I remember
hello,
time,
Carol?
just coming out.
Sorry about that. I just
no problemo.
I knew enough about the way hardware was controlled. The text screen and the low resolution graphics was basically the same thing. And all those computers could scroll their text screen reasonably predictable listing. It would scroll from the side. And I figured out that I could kind of tweak just a couple of things that I barely understood. Put it into a graphics mode. I could draw graphics, and then I could just do a line feed at the very bottom of the screen.
Queen's Own Casino Night.
Scroll it all up using an assembly
I'm
language.
going to drop my deuce on everybody.
So that was like this first great hack that sort of had analogs later on in my career for a lot of different things. So I found out that I could draw a screen, I could do a line feed at the bottom, I could scroll it up once, I could draw a couple more lines of stuff at the bottom. And that was my first way to scroll the screen.
Thanks for inviting me. It looks so great in here.
Well,
To do efficient drawing.
that's how we do it in the paper biz.
Where you don't have to draw the whole
It's
screen,
European.
where you draw from the bottom.
Yes.
And thing that was designed in the text.
Where so much of, until recently, game design was limited by what you could actually get to the computer to do. Where it's easy to say, okay, I want to scroll the screen, just read all the entire screen and
Jan
swipe off.
Carol.
And nowadays, that works just fine. Computers are ludicrously fast. But up until a decade ago or so, there were all these things everybody wanted to do. But if you knew enough programming to be able to make it happen, it would happen too slow to make an experience. Either just ridiculously slow or just slow enough that it wasn't fun to experience.
Oh, I still think that.
So much of kind of the first couple of decades of the programming work that I did was largely figuring out how to do something. Everybody knows how they want it to happen. It just has to happen 2 to 10 times faster than sort of the straightforward way of doing things will make it happen. And it's different now because at this point, lots of things you can just do in the most naive possible way and it still works out. Don't have
She was never my nurse. I met her in Chile. My waitress.
incentives for optimizing on that. There's a lot of pros and cons, but I do generally, I'm not going to do the angry old man shaking my fist at the clouds. Back in my day,
Bienvenue and welcome to Monte Carlo.
You don't have to be some assembly language wizard.
I am no longer your boss. Lady Fortune is your boss.
That's true. Let me
Will Lady Fortune be your mistress? Only time will tell, my friends. Leave all your preconceived notions about casinos at the door. Old friends, new lovers, and the disabled. Welcome all. Great. Okay. Shuffle up a deal. Get it started.
Spiritually, go to the limit.
No Limit Texas Hold'em.
And that really was why
Good luck, everybody.
virtual reality was specifically interesting. Where it had all the ties to, you could say that even back in the early days, I have some old magazine articles that's talking about doing as a virtual reality experience rather than just seeing anything. So you could say that we've been trying to build those virtual experiences from the very beginning. In the modern era of virtual reality, especially on the mobile side of things, when it's standalone, you're basically using a cell phone chip to be able to produce these very immersive experiences. It does require.
Well, Toby, I went all in.
It's not at the level of what
I tell you that I might have some
programmer would have operating and hardware registers and your digital DMA accesses, but it is still definitely a different level than what a web developer and again, it's great. There's
I
opportunities.
don't really play cards. They're not my idea. It's not really good to take money from my phone.
Let me ask you sort of a big question about preference.
I expect to do very well tonight. I have an acute ability to read people.
Your favorite
Jim, for instance, has a huge tell. When he gets a good hand, he coughs.
The greatest programmer ever. I mean, it's so difficult to place that label on anyone. But if you let me ask you a kind of ridiculous question. What's the best band of all time? But in your case,
Every time I cough,
everything has all the caveats about it. So what I do nowadays, I do program with a small amount of Python.
I was always doing
I'm not a native Python programmer. It's something I keep very late in my career. I understand what it's
okay, you don't dream
I do not. And it has some of those things where some of the basic stats just start to make a nested operations in Python.
After you said you want to make
thousands to potentially a million times more than tensor operation. And these are static.
Hi, I'm Jan. Hi. Does anyone want a drink? No, I'm good.
So your intuition inefficiencies within Python.
It keeps hitting the upside of things where it's gotten to the point now I understand. It's like, okay, we just can't do everything you care about. You have to figure out how you can reformat this to something vector it's amazing to be and people are all together on just import a few different things and do stuff that nobody on Earth 10 years ago. When I'm sitting down to do what I consider serious programming, it's still in C++, and it's really kind of a C flavor in C++ at that, where I'm not big into the modern template meta programming sorts of things. I see a lot of trademarks from that abstraction. I spent a few years really going kind of deep into programming side. And there is a lot of value there, and think about things. It's changed a lot of the way I write in C++ code based on what I learned about value that comes out of not having these random mistakes that kind of lose track of. Because something that many people don't really appreciate is it's not the writing of the program.
Thank you very much.
It's the lifespan of the program. And that's when it's not necessarily just how fast you wrote it or how fast it operates, but it's how can it bend and adapt to situations. And then the thing that I've really been learning in my time in Meta, keep an eye on not closer to our work, is it's also how well it hands off with continuous revolving door programmers taking over maintenance and different things. How you get people up to speed in different areas. There's all these other different aspects.
Well, actually,
good
I guess this would be our
and over engineers.
maybe not in the warehouse.
And there's some other interesting aspects. In some cases, languages that are not generally thought well of for many reasons, like C is derided pretty broadly. That it's obviously all of these security laws that have to be memory and things that we got there. But there is this underappreciated aspect to it. The language is so simple, anyone can go and if you know
not playing favorites.
Oh, right. Great that
Here we go.
if I mess around with something
Come on.
everything that's going on.
So, where are you staying, Radisson?
It's not hard for me to figure out what's
Until 6?
what I can do
Holiday Inn?
people ever change that I need to while keeping out more significant languages. Like, it's a downside of Lisp, where I don't regret the time that I spent with Lisp. I think that it did help my thinking about programming in some ways. But the people that are the biggest defenders of Lisp are saying how valuable of a language it is. That if you write a huge Lisp program, you basically invented your own kind of language and structure, because it's not the primitives of the language you're using very much. It's all of the things you built on top of that. And then a language like Racket, kind of one of the more modern Lisp versions, it's essentially touted as a language for building other languages. And I understand the value of that for a tiny little project, but the idea of that for one of these long-term supported by lots of people kind of horrifies me, where all of those abstractions that you're like, okay, you can't touch this code until you educate yourself on all of these things that we've built on top of that. And it was interesting to see how when Google made Go, a lot of the criticisms of that are, it's like, wow, this is not a state-of-the-art language. This language is just so simple and almost crude, and you can see the programming language people just looking down at it. But it does seem to be quite popular as basically saying, this is the good things about C. Everybody can just jump right in and use it. You don't need to restructure your brain to write good code in it. So I wish that I had more opportunity for doing some work in Go. Rust is the other modern language that everybody talks about, but I'm not fit to have judgment on. I've done a little bit beyond Go world. I wrote some video decompression work in Rust just as an exercise. That was a few years ago.
Yeah,
I haven't really done it since.
I got Jim's
So the best programming language is the one that
means at my 10-year high school reunion, it will not say Ryan
That's
Howard.
another track.
It will say
Almost every
Ryan Howard
place
is a
I've
junior sales
seen
associate that
languages
has been
on a
arranged to the
project,
platform.
that's a mistake. I would rather
That'll
say
show 'em.
just in one language so that everybody can work across the entire thing. And we have, at Meta, we have a lot of projects that use React frameworks. So you've got JavaScript here, and then you have C++ for your work, and then they have Java interfacing with some other part of the Android system. And those are all kind of horrible things. And that was one thing that I remember talking with Oz at Facebook about it, where, man, I wish they could have just said, we're only hiring C++ programmers. And he just thought from the Facebook Meta perspective, well, we just wouldn't be able to find enough. With thousands of programmers that got there, it is not necessarily a dying breed, but you can sure find a lot more Java or JavaScript programmers. And I kind of mentioned that to Elon one time, and he was kind of flabbergasted about that. Like, when you just go out and you find those programmers, but you don't hire the other programmers that don't know the languages that you use. But right now, I guess you have to use JavaScript on the SpaceX work.
I do not miss
find UI programmers with JavaScript.
I wonder if that's because it's more JavaScript. Because I do
everybody fed. Why would I even find that offensive?
Okay, I think that's where just like if you use a land or something.
That's what fagging means.
No, not really.
Oh,
Apparently,
so
it's called Oscar
it
Tag,
brings out
or like the movie Shakespeare in Love more than an action movie.
it wasn't just an action movie. Die Hard.
solutions at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
Good
He's
software
attracted to other men.
practices
Okay.
that
Go too far,
lend themselves
cross the
to the
line.
real world systems.
Okay, I'm telling
Let me
you,
ask you.
Oscar is an actual homosexual.
So if we, aliens
Yeah,
visit
he told me this morning.
in thousands of years,
Obviously, he looks like he kind of discretion.
something tells me
I would
that
never
most
call
of
them
the
that if I knew.
systems
You don't call retarded
I think
people
that
retards.
for giving us knowledge,
Bad taste.
it's written in JavaScript.
You call your friends retards when they're acting
For
retarded.
the longest time,
And I consider Oscar a friend.
JavaScript was
Listen,
but-
I'm so
and
sorry.
yet it was
I had no idea.
increasingly
No,
it's impossible to
I
everything to work with JavaScript.
have
So
been
the
calling
engineering
people
under
faggots since I was
is
junior
really
high,
pretty
and I've never made this mistake.
The systems that
If
make
I'm
JavaScript run as fast as it does
It
right
is
now
because I am just so
miracles
far
of
in
engineering.
opposite ways. You know,
It does
I'm just,
feel
I
like
can't even imagine.
it is not an optimal language for all the things that it's being used
Maybe
for,
we'll go
or an
here
optimal distribution
sometime.
system
You
to
can tell
build
me
huge apps in something like
how
this,
you do that to another
type
dude.
systems and so on.
That's
But I think for a lot of people, it does reasonably the necessary things. It's still a C-flavored language. It's still a braces and semicolon language. It's not hard for people to be trained in JavaScript and then understand the roots of where it came from. I think garbage collection is unequivocally a good thing for most programs to be written. It's funny that I still, just this morning, I was seeing a Twitter thread of a bunch
And
of
I don't
really senior
understand why
game dev
anyone
people
would think
arguing about the
that I'm gay.
virtues and costs of garbage
If-
collection. And you'll run into some people that are top-notch programmers that just say, no, this is literally not a good thing.
That
That,
makes you lazy.
yes, that it makes you not think about things.
Yeah.
And I do disagree. I think that there is so much objective data
I can't say whether or not there's less people to say, but
programs.
I'm sure
Sometimes
that it's
written
certainly
by the
not
best
more
programmers.
Why did I
Nobody
transfer
is
to
good
there?
enough to avoid ever shooting
I think that's
themselves in
pretty
the
obvious.
foot. Write enough C code, you're going to shoot
I
yourself.
got promoted.
And garbage
You can't do
collection
that
is
to
a
you.
very great thing for the vast majority of programs. It's only when you get
do
into
that.
the tightest of real time
Right.
things that you start saying it's like, no, the garbage collection has more costs than it has benefits
Yeah.
right there. But that's not 99+% of all the software.
It's completely crazy.
So JavaScript is not
You're
terrible in those ways. And so much of programming is not the language itself; it's the infrastructure around everything that surrounds all the libraries that
I
you
ate
can
that
get,
tuna
the
sandwich
stuff
on
that
my first day, so Andy started calling me Big Tuna.
portability that it gives you. And JavaScript is really
I
strong.
don't think any of them actually know my real name.
For a
Big
long
Tuna
time,
is
it
a
still does
super
if I look
ambitious
at it. The
guy.
web
You know,
stack
cut
around
short to get ahead of
everything
that
that
guy,
has
but
to go when you
I mean,
do
I'm
something
not
really trivial in JavaScript and it
I
shows
went
up on
to
the web
Cornell.
browser to
You ever heard of it?
X-ray through that.
I graduated 4 years and I studied once. I was drunk the whole time, and I sang in the acapella group.
Web browser.
Here comes treble.
It's very, very
So, end of day, we are going to have a little
depth of that
diversity
stack
policy
and the fact that so few
because
people
there's some more
can
problems with the
comprehend
screen.
all of the levels that
And I
go
have
on
a list
here.
of business startups I got from the
Again, I have
chamber.
to caution
Yes,
myself to not
I'm going to
be
need so much
the
cold
old man about it because clearly
Jim's nice enough.
the world
I don't know how well he's
JavaScript
fitting in
is a
here.
pretty good approximation.
He's always
And it's not
looking
all
at the
apart.
camera
There's a
like
bunch of scary
this.
stuff where you look at console logs and
What
you
is
see
that?
all of these bad things that are happening, but it's still kind of ripping along and nobody really notices. But so much of my systems design and systems analysis goes around you should understand what the speed of light is, like what would be the best possible to do here. And it sounds horrible, but in a lot of cases, you can be 1,000 times off your speed of light velocity or something, and it's still be okay. And in fact, it can even sometimes still be the optimal thing in a larger system standpoint, where there's a lot of things that you don't want to have to parachute in. Someone like me to go in and say, make this this web page run 1,000 times faster, make this web app into a hardcore native application that starts up in 37 milliseconds and everything responds in less than 1 frame latency. That's just not necessary. And if somebody wants to go pay me millions of dollars for software like that, where they can teach somebody right out of a boot camp and say, spin up an application. Often being efficient.
Gator, yes. No, I think they have it at Sharper.
That applies in a lot of areas.
If you want, I can check for you.
It's kind of interesting how a lot of our appliances and everything are all built around energy efficiency.
It's
Sometimes
sold
at
out.
the expense of robustness in some other
Yeah,
ways.
sorry about
Higher
that.
costs
It's a bummer.
where there's interesting things where energy or electricity could become much cheaper in a future world, and that could change our engineering trade-offs for the way we build certain things, where you could throw away efficiency and actually get more benefit that actually matter. That's one of my one of the directions I was considering swerving into was nuclear energy. And I was kind of like, what do I want to do next? It was either going to be cost-effective nuclear fission or artificial general intelligence. And one of my ideas there is like, people don't understand how cheap nuclear fuel is, and there would be ways that you could be a quarter the efficiency or less.
Yeah,
but
I
if you
didn't go
wound up
through with the
making
wedding.
plans,
I got
10
cold
times
feet
cheaper, that
a
could
few days
be a
before,
critical
and
innovation.
I can't really explain it. I just
Some of
have to
these
get
thoughts around like direct fission,
We still
energy
pay for all
conversion,
food,
fission
so we froze it.
Maybe you
But
build something that doesn't
I'm
require all this wind
doing
turbines
well.
and everything.
I have my own apartment, and I'm taking art classes, and I have lunch for the next 5
It's always
weeks.
good to know what you
I
really sat down and took it.
stopped taking care of myself for a while there.
Like around user reaction, there were some points where it didn't
Drunk driving
really
arrest.
operating at 1 second and 700.
I've been working out, and
not that
you know,
you'll see it in web page
I'm not gonna take it
statistics.
for granted.
Most of these build stuff is not that great, but if you get down to 50 milliseconds, then all of a sudden this just feels amazing.
I gotta
So
win
it's
back.
just like doing your bidding
I
instantly
got them
rather
toast.
than you're giving it.
They called up the win and gave the toast back to me.
So
I
sometimes
tried to
it's
return the toast to the store, and they said they no longer sold. I got two toasts.
metric for lots of work where it just doesn't pay you to go that extra mile. And there are craftsmen
It's so
that
cool that
they
you're
just
gay.
don't want to buy
It's totally
more
understandable.
power to say, no, I'm going to be.
Yes, I am super
My
cool.
pride is in my
I am
work.
an
I'm never going
accountant
to do something that's
at
not
a
as good as I
failing
could
paper
possibly
supply
make it.
company.
I respect that, and sometimes
Much
I
like
am that person,
Sir Ian
but I
McKellen.
try to focus on your value picture, and you do pick your battles, and you deploy your
Sure,
resources
sometimes I
in a
watch
way
one break,
that's going to give
and I
you
want to
the
throw
best
up.
user value in the end.
It's terribly loud.
If you look at the
I
evolution
feel like it
of
sometimes when Harry Connick
this
Jr.
kind of programming effort, it seems like efficiency isn't the thing that's being optimized for. Like natural selection is very inefficient, but it kind of adapts, and through the process of adaptations, building more and more complex systems that are more and more intelligent. The final result is kind of pretty interesting.
Put my calculator
So
in
I
Jello.
think of JavaScript the same thing. It's like this giant map that
Good one.
things naturally die off if they don't
But
work. And
seriously,
if they're
guys,
becoming people, they naturally evolve. And you build this community,
Seriously,
large
guys.
community of people there. Some code is sticky. And we
Video, calculator in Jello, or I'm gonna lose my freaking mind.
Assume it works and then gets unpleasant surprised, and that's kind of the evolutionary process.
So that's a really good analogy.
It's amazing to me that in this day and age you can be so
in the earliest
obtuse
days of
about
programming,
sexual orientation.
I watch the Elfers. Okay, I watch Elfers.
one less instruction than the other person.
Michael, are you aware that you have this Oscar?
Perfectly
What
crafted
is that?
piece of
Significant
because there just were
and
not.
they should be allowed to see
You couldn't
timing
afford to be
and manner
lazy.
other noises.
Well,
I
gay
see
pride,
that
right?
as in the
Pride parade.
again,
It's not like gay
did not have
Shane
the resources
Festival.
to just say, well, we're going to
Now,
do billions of
Oscar
this. Something.
I think Angela might be gay.
But that's
Could
definitely
Oscar and Angela be having a gay affair?
Maybe. Is that what this is about? No.
I don't know.
It's not possible.
And it's
Anything's possible.
Okay,
it's
no,
amazing like how little programming companies
So I'm not gay, Jan, and you should know that better than anybody.
Michael, your immaturity is extremely
and this is
disappointing
not
and
like
maybe
Shannon
leads
limits
to loss,
perfect
which do you understand?
conveyances here. It's like
The
these are
company has needed my responsibility.
important things or they do things in very awkward ways. But it is this
First
process
game
of
manual.
accumulation on top of things.
Your question,
And you need
can't always tell. So how would I know?
population for that. In the early days, 50s and 60s,
You asked me to do this just for him. There's his own reason.
something on it. It's this small finite number, and you were still optimizing as good as you possibly could be.
Nothing wrong with this stuff at all. This is fine.
Everything.
You know what?
Gate
Gate form, straight form.
Very much natural.
It sounds good. I don't particularly get into this.
Lots of
But,
things are tried, lots
you know
of
what?
things are slowing up. Venture capitalists
I totally
use
see
their
the
money
merit.
all the time.
And actually,
Startup investing in the wrong tech stack.
quite
They
beautiful.
failed to scale.
What are you doing?
Watching
But
some
good
of your
things do
friends.
come out of
This
it.
is stupid.
And it's interesting to see
Don't text
the
me.
genetic evolution of really
Whoa, stop it!
It's funny.
All right, everybody in
some
conference
thing
room.
like that. Where
I don't
everybody-
care
every programmer
if you are
knows the
gay
world
or
is
straight
all
or
the different
lesbian
sort of
or
decisions.
overweight.
It
Just
came
get
out
in here
of
right
the
now.
dominance of Unix and C
Did you
and
know that gay
early examples of things like that. So millions of
When I was
experiments
growing
are
up,
going
it
on
meant
all the
lame.
time, but some things do kind
And
of
now,
rise to the top and in the fitness
man
or whether it's
Well,
mind space or programming techniques or anything.
we're all homos,
Stack exchange.
homo sapiens. Gays aren't necessarily who you say
Right, the
are.
shortest
I mean,
possible
anybody
program
can be
for
gay.
your task,
Businessmen,
and all the different kinds of languages.
antique
And it's really
dealers,
interesting to see
or hairdressers,
folks
or
kind of
accountants.
that are masters
Oscar,
of
why don't you
craft
take this opportunity
really
to
play
officially
in the
come out
limits of programming. It's
Everybody
really
do it.
beautiful to see
wherever you want
across
to?
all the different programming languages. You get to
Go
see
ahead.
some of these
Yeah.
weird programming languages, the mainstream ones, like the difference between Python 2 and 3.
Yes, I'm gay.
Difference between C and C++.
And I didn't plan on sharing that part of my life with you today, so whatever. Can I sit down now? I'm not offended by homosexuality.
In the
60s, I made love
languages that cold golf kind of tasks reveal.
The mud and the
Most
rain.
of us, if you do any kind of programming,
Possible
kind of
man
born
should
with very vanilla types of code.
Who
The way
should be the judges and juries of our society?
Judges and juries.
Languages.
Yes, that's a good point. She has a good point.
So
Because
given
gay
that,
marriage
given that you are
is
once
not
again one of the greatest
legal
programmers
in
ever,
this law.
what do you think
But a lot of
makes
straight men wish that applied
maybe
to
a
them.
good modern
So they could go out there and have
So
some
I
Twitter
just
on
gave
a bash
a
monkey
long
sex.
rant /
They
lecture
should.
at Meta
You know,
to the TPM
sounds pretty good, right?
organization. And my biggest
Yeah.
point was
I
everything
think all the other office
really
gays
should
should identify
go for
themselves, or I will do it for them.
No one else is in this office is gay. What about
not
Phyllis?
technical
She makes
people, like,
absolutely no attempt to
you
be
shouldn't be
feminine.
taking pride
I'm
just in a
getting
specific
married.
thing. Like code golf is the sort of thing that's fun puzzle, but that really should not be a major goal.
That's great.
It's like we're
Congratulations,
solving
Phyllis. That is
problems
great
for people
and frankly
providing entertainment,
kind of amazing.
doing something of value
See?
to people,
Everybody has a
displacing
chance.
something else in their
But
lives.
still,
We want to be
Phyllis,
providing a
in
net
college,
value over
you ever
what
experiment
they could
with other women? A lot of women do.
use our products. That's
No,
where
usually in
I mean,
high
it sounds
school.
trite or
Of course, we
corny,
all thought
but
you
I
were gay in
fundamentally
high
do
school.
think that's how you make the world a better place. If you are giving more value to people than it took you and your team to create,
And I take that as a
then
compliment.
the world's
Well,
a better
with your
place.
ties
People
and your
have
matching
Well,
socks.
I just like to look good, okay? So self-defense. No, I am just coming out myself. I am coming out hetero.
I think the problem with this office is that you are sending mixed signals about my being.
No. The only signal that I am sending is gay, good. Look, if I was gay,
so
I would be the most flamboyant gay you've ever seen. I would be beating the parade covered in feathers and
great to get a little smile,
waving that rainbow flag.
but the top level metrics should
I don't think I can work very well.
Now, you can get the argument about how
the worst,
what is
most
user value,
backwards
how you
day
actually
of my life. You
quantify that.
misunderstand. Okay.
There can be
No,
big arguments about that, but it's
Okay.
easy to be able to say, okay, this
I,
user there
I'm gonna
is
put my
not
money where my
getting
mouth
value
is.
from what you're doing. This
You
user
ready?
over there,
What I am going to embrace Oscar. You might want to watch this intro because you can't change
there's a
this.
value.
Here we go. No, we're going to make a
You have to at
statement.
least
You and I are going to make a statement together. Oscar is my friend, and I just don't care who sees it. It doesn't bother me. Really better not come here, friend. You're my friend. No, no.
You know, being a
I don't want to touch
being
you.
a servant to the
Ever
user
consider
is
that?
a job.
You're ignorant
You want to be
and
producing
insulting
something
and small.
that other people are going to find valuable. And if you are technically inclined, then finding the right levers to be able to pull, to be able to make a design that's going to produce the most value for the least amount of effort. And it always has to be kind of defined. There's a ratio there where you. It's a problem at the big tech companies.
That was a good idea.
Whether it's Meta, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, companies that have almost infinite money. I know their CFO will complain that it's not infinite money, but from most developer standpoints, it really does feel like
Michael appears to be gay
and
too.
it's almost counterintuitive that if you're working hard as a developer on something, there's always this thought, if only I had more resources, more people, more RAM, more megahertz, then my product will be better. And that sense that at certain points, it's certainly true that if you are really hamstrung by this, moving an obstacle will make your product more valuable.
For a long time.
If you're not making your core
Whenever
design
you come into the office and what you
this
think
fiercely
about
competitive way where you're saying feature A or feature B, you can't just say both, because then you're not making a value judgment. You can just say, well, they both seem good. I don't want to necessarily have to pick out which one is better or how much better. And tell Team B that, sorry, we're not going to do this because A is more important. But that notion of always having to really critically value what you're doing, your time, the resources you spend, and the opportunity cost of doing something else, that's super important.
Well, let me ask you about this debate that you mentioned how to measure.
Oh, come on, Dwight! Come on, man! You're not in the
Is
playground
it possible to measure
They're
it
in the
kind
rules.
of
We have to be mature, but we can't lose the spirit
this sort of Johnny Eye
childlike
design
wonder.
around of
What is
imagining
love?
sort
Anyway,
of somebody
maybe
using a thing
it's
and
supposed to
imagining
break
a
all
flower or a case, imagining
like me and
the
Jan
experience of love
or Oscar, some guy.
That's my
Might be
design
short.
perspective. Or if you're
When two
building more
people
like a
find
little
each other,
little thing
like,
for
should
clinics,
stand
you
in
imagine
the
a developer that might come across this and use it
Oh,
and become happy and better off because of it. So where
I'm
do you
glad
put
today
those?
spurred social
Is it
change.
measurable?
It's
So
my job as
imagine
regional
if it was
manager.
Meta
You know what?
and
Even if it
Google
didn't,
would probably try to
at least we
measure
put this matter to bed.
try to like you try to
That's what she
optimize
said.
engagement or something. Let's measure engagement.
Or he
And
said.
then I think there is a kind of I admire the design ethic of like think the future is immeasurable. And you try to make something that future is different.
I wonder if he knows.
So I do
I was
usually
going to quit,
favor if you can
but
get
Jan
any
offered
kind
me
of
a
a
week
metric,
of paid
by all
vacation
means,
and a company car. All I have to do is sign something saying I'm
We've
not
had
sick.
problems where, like, hey, we had a
Bill and I
performance
go
review
together.
because our fancy new
Kids,
telemetry system is
sometimes
doing
it pays to be gay.
bazillion file rights to kind of archive this stuff because we needed to collect information to determine if we were doing, if our plans were good. So when information is available, you should never ignore it.
From actual users using the thing, human beings using the thing, large number of human beings, you get to see some.
So there's the 0 to 1 problem of when you're doing something really new, you do kind of have to make a guess. But one of the points that I've been making at Meta is we have more than enough users now that anything somebody wants to try in VR, we have users that will be interested in that. You do not get to make a completely greenfield blue sky pitch and say, I'm going to do this because I think it might be interesting. I challenge everyone. There are going to be people, whether it's working in VR on your like on your desktop replacement or communicating with people in different ways or playing the games. There are going to be probably millions of people, or at least in some tiny niche that we're not in right now, there's still going to be thousands of people out there that have the headsets that would be your target market. And I tell people, pay attention to them. Don't invent fictional users. Don't, make an Alice, Bob, Charlie that fits whatever matrix of tendencies that you want to break the market down to. Because it's a mistake to think about imaginary users when you've got real users that you could be working with. But on the other hand, there is value to having a kind of wholeness of vision for a product. And companies like Meta have, they understand the trade-offs. Or you can have a company like SpaceX or Apple in the Steve Jobs era, where you have a very powerful leading personality that they can micromanage at a very low level and can say it's like, no, that handle needs to be different, or that icon needs to change the tint there. And they clearly get a lot of value. They also burn through a lot of employees that have horror stories to tell about working there afterwards. My position is that you're at your best when you got a leader that is at their limit of what they can kind of comprehend of everything below them, and they can have an informed opinion about everything that's going on. And you take somebody, you've got to believe that somebody that has 30, 40 years of experience, you would hope that they've got wisdom that just out of boot camp person contributing doesn't have, and that if they're like, well, that's wrong there, you probably shouldn't do it that way, or even just don't do it that way, do it another way. So there's value there, but it can't go beyond a certain level. I have Steve Jobs stories of him saying things that are just wrong right in front of me about technical things because he was not operating at that level. But when it does work, you do get that kind of passionate leader that's thinking about the entire product and just really deeply cares about not letting anything slip through the cracks. I think that's got a lot of value. But the other side of that is the people saying that, well, we want to have these independent teams that are bubbling up the ideas because, it's almost anti-capitalist or anti-free market to say it's like, I want my great leader to go ahead and dictate all these foods here. Where clearly free markets bring up things that you don't expect. In VR, we saw a bunch of things. It didn't turn out at all the way the early people thought were going to be the key applications, and things that would not have been approved by the dark cabal making the decisions about what gets into the store turn out to, in some cases, be extremely successful. I definitely kind of wanted to be. There was a point where I did make a pitch. It's like, hey, make me VR dictator, and I'll go in and get shit done. And that's just, it's not in the culture. They understand the trade-offs. And that's just not the way. That's not the company that they want. The team that they want to do.
Yeah, it's fascinating because VR. We'll talk about it more. It's still unclear to me in what way VR will change the world, because it does seem clear that VR will somehow fundamentally transform this world, and it's unclear to me how. Yeah. And it's
when you want to get it.
Well, hold on a second. So, stick to the you being the best programmer ever. Okay, in the early days when you didn't have the self responsibilities of leading teams and all that kind of stuff, and you can focus on just being a programmer. What did the productive day life John Conrad look like? How many hours at the keyboard? How much sleep? What was the source of calories that fueled the brain? What was it like? What time did you wake up?
So I was able to be remarkably consistent about what was good working conditions for me for a very long time. I was never one of the programmers that would do all-nighters going through work for 20 hours straight. It's like my brain generally starts turning to mush after 12 hours or so. But hard work is really important. And I would work for decades. I would work 60 hours a week. I would work a 10-hour day, 6 days a week, and try to be productive at that. Now, my schedule shifted around a fair amount when I was young without any kids and any other responsibilities. I was on one of those cycling schedules where I kind of get in an hour later each day and roll around through the entire time. And I'd wind up kind of pulling in at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, sometimes working again past midnight or 2 in the morning. And that was when it was just me trying to make things happen. And I was usually isolated off in my office. People generally didn't bother me much and I could get a lot of programming work done that way. I did settle into a more normal schedule when I was taking kids to school and things like that.
So kids were the forcing function that got you to wake up at the same time.
It's not clear to me that there was much of a difference in the productivity with that, where I kind of feel if I just get up when I feel like it, it's usually a little later each day. But I just recently made the focusing decision to try to push my schedule earlier to getting up at 8 in the morning and trying to shift things around. Like I'm often doing experiments with myself about what should I be doing to be more productive. And one of the things that I did realize was happening in recent months where I would go for a walk or a run. I cover like 4 miles a day, and I would usually do that just as the sun's going down. Here in Texas now, and it's still really damn hot, but I'd go out at 8:30 or something and cover the time there, and then the showering, and it was putting a hole in my day where I would have still a couple hours after that. Sometimes my best hours were at night when nobody else is around, nobody's bothering me. But that hole in the day was a problem, so just a couple weeks ago, I made the change to go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to get up a little earlier, I'm going to do a walk or get out there first so I can have more uninterrupted time. So I'm still playing with factors like this as I kind of optimize my work efforts, but it's always been, it was 60 hours a week for a very long time. To some degree, I had a little thing in the back of my head where I was almost jealous of some of the programmers that would do these marathon sessions. And I had like Dave Taylor, one of the guys that he would be one of those people that would fall asleep under his desk sometimes, and all the kind of classic hacker tropes about things. And a part of me was like always a little bothered that wasn't me, that I wouldn't go program 20 hours straight because I'm falling apart and not being very effective after 12 hours. I mean, 12-hour programming, that's fine when you're doing that, but you're not doing smart work much after, at least I'm not. But there's a range of people, and that's something that a lot of people don't really get in their gut, where there are people that work on 4 hours of sleep and are smart and can continue to do good work. Then there's a lot of people that just fall apart. So I do tell people that I always try to get 8 hours of sleep. It's not this push yourself harder, get up earlier. I just do worse work where, you can work 100 hours a week and still get 8 hours of sleep if you just kind of prioritize things correctly. But I do believe in working hard, working a lot. There was a comment that a game dev made that I know there's a backlash against really hard work in a lot of cases, and I get into online arguments about this all the time. But he was basically saying, 40 hours a week, that's kind of a part-time job. And if you were really in it, doing what you think is important, what you're passionate about, working more gets more done. And it's just really not possible to argue with that if you've been around the people that work with that level of intensity and just say, it's like, no, they should just stop. And I kind of came back around to that a couple years ago where I was using the fictional example of, all right, some people they'll say with a straight face, they think, no, you are less productive if you work more than 40 hours a week. And they're generally misinterpreting things where your marginal productivity for an hour after 8 hours is less than in one of your peak hours, but you're not literally getting less done. There's a point where you start breaking things and getting worse behavior and everything out of it, where you're literally going backwards, but it's not at 8 or 10 or 12 hours. And the fictional example I would use was, imagine there's an asteroid coming to impact, to crash into Earth, destroy all of human life. Do you want Elon Musk or the people working at SpaceX that are building the interceptor that's going to deflect the asteroid? Do you want them to clock out at 5 because, damn it, they're just going to go do worse work if they work another couple hours? And, it seems absurd. And that's a hypothetical, though, and everyone can dismiss that. But then when coronavirus was hitting, and you have all of these medical personnel that are clearly pushing themselves really, really hard, and I'd say it's like, okay, do you want all of these scientists working on treatments and vaccines and caring for all of these people? Are they really screwing everything up by working more than 8 hours a day? And of course, people say I'm just an asshole to say something like that, but it's the truth. Working longer gets more done.
So that's kind of layer one. But I'd like to also say that, at least I believe, depending on the person, depending on the task, working more, harder, will make you better for the next week in those peak hours. There's something about a deep dedication to a thing that kind of gets deep in you. So the hard work isn't just about the raw hours of productivity. It's the thing it does to you in the weeks and months after too.
You're tempering yourself in some ways.
And I think, it's like the Jiro dreams of sushi. If you really dedicate yourself completely to making the sushi, like to really putting in the long hours, day after day after day, you become a true craftsman of the thing you're doing. Now, there's, of course, discussions about, are you sacrificing a lot of personal relationships? Are you sacrificing a lot of other possible things you could do with that time? But if you're talking about purely being a master or a craftsman of your art, that more hours isn't just about doing more, it's about becoming better at the thing you're doing.
Yeah, and I don't gainsay anybody that wants to work the minimum amount. They've got other priorities in their life. My only argument that I'm making is not that everybody should work hard. It's that if you want to accomplish something, working longer and harder is the path to getting it accomplished.
Well, let me ask you about this then. The mythical life balance. For an engineer, it seems like that's one of the professions for programmer where working hard does lead to greater productivity in it. But it also raises the question of sort of personal relationships and all that kind of stuff, family. How are you able to find working balance? Is there advice you can give, maybe even outside of yourself? Have you been able to arrive at any wisdom in this part in your years of life?
I do think that there's a wide range of people where different people have different needs. It's not a one size fits all. Certainly what works for me. I can tell enough that I'm different than a typical average person in the way things impact me, the things that I want to do. My goals are different, and sort of the levers to impact things are different. Where, I have literally never felt burnout, and I know there's lots of brilliant, smart people that do world-leading work that get burned out, and it's never hit me. I've never been at a point where I'm like, I just don't care about this. I don't want to do this anymore. But I've always had the flexibility to work on lots of interesting things. I can always just turn my gaze to something else and have a great time working on that. And so much of the ability to actually work hard is the ability to have multiple things to choose from and to use your time on the most appropriate thing. There are time periods where it's the best time for me to read a new research paper that I need to really be thinking hard about it. Then there's a time that maybe I should just scan and organize my old notes because I'm just not on top of things. And then there's the time that, all right, let's go bang out a few hundred lines of code for something. So switching has been real valuable.
So you always have kind of joy in your heart for all the things you're doing. That is a balance is the first sort of step.
Yeah,
so you're always happy.
I do.
Happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a lot of people would say that often I look like kind of a grim person, with just sitting there with a neutral expression or even like knitted brows and a frown on my face as I'm staring at something.
That's what happiness looks like for you.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Where that's like, okay, I'm pushing through this. I'm making progress here. I know that doesn't work for everyone. I know it doesn't work for most people. But what I'm always trying to do in those cases is I don't want to let somebody that might be a person like that be told by someone else that no, don't try it. Don't even try that out as an option. Where work-life balance versus life sport, where there's a small subset of the people that can be very happy being obsessive about things, and obsession can often get things done that just practical, prudent, pedestrian work won't, or at least won't for very long.
There's legends, your nutritional intake in the early days. What can you say about sort of as a being a programmer as a kind of athlete? So what was the nutrition that you?
I have never been that great on really paying attention to it. Where I'm good enough that I don't eat a lot. I've never been like a big heavy guy, but it was interesting where one of the things that I can remember being an unhappy teenager, not having enough money, and like one of the things that bothered me about not having enough money is I couldn't buy pizza whenever I wanted to. So I got rich, and then I bought a whole lot of pizza.
So that was defining, like that's what being rich.
There was
like it's
a lot of
buy
little
pizza.
things, like I could buy all the pizza and comic books and video games that I wanted to, and it really didn't take that much, but the pizza was one of those things. And it's absolutely true that for a long time I did software. I had a pizza delivered every single day. The delivery guy would be my name, and I didn't find out until years later that apparently I was such a good customer that they just never raised the price on me. I was using this 6-year-old price for the pizzas that they were still kind of sending my way every day.
So you were doing eating once a day? Or were you?
It would be spread out. You have a few pieces of pizza, you have some more later on, and I'd maybe have something at home. It was one of the nice things that Facebook Meta is they feed you quite well. You get a different, I guess now it's DoorDash sorts of things delivered, but they take care of making sure that everybody does get well fed. I probably had better food those 6 years that I was working in the Meta office there than I used to before. But it's worked out okay for me. My health has always been good. I get a pretty good amount of exercise, and I don't eat to excess, and I avoid a lot of other kind of not so good for you things. So I'm still doing quite well at my age.
Did you have a kind of, I don't know, spiritual experience with food or coffee or any of that kind of stuff? I mean, the programming experience, music or like I listen to brown noise or program, or creating an environment and things you take into your body, just everything you construct can become a kind of ritual that powers the whole process. Did you have that relationship with pizza or?
It would really be with Diet Coke. There still is that sense of, drop the can down, crack open the can of Diet Coke. All right, now I mean business. We're getting to work here.
Still, to this day, Diet Coke is still a part of it.
Yeah, probably 8 or 9 a day.
Nice. Okay. What about your setup? How many screens? What kind of keyboard? Is there something interesting? What kind of IDE, like Emacs Vim or something modern? Linux, what operating system, laptop, or any interesting thing that brings you to?
So I kind of migrated cultures where early on through all of game dev, there was sort of one culture there, which is really quite distinct from the more the Silicon Valley venture culture for things. They're different groups, and they have pretty different ways and the way they think about things. And I still do think a lot of the big companies can learn things from the hardcore game development side of things, where it still boggles my mind how hostile to debuggers and IPDs that so much of the kind of big money, get billions of dollars, Silicon Valley venture-backed funds are.
Well, this is sorry. So you're saying like big companies like Google and Meta are hostile to?
They are not big on debuggers and IDEs. Like so much of it is like Max VM for things, and we just assume that debuggers don't work most of the time for the systems. And a lot of this comes from a sort of Linux bias on a lot of things, where I did come up with the personal computers and the DOS, and then Windows, and it was Borland Tools and Visual Studio, and
you appreciate debuggers?
Very much so. I mean, a debugger is how you get a view into a system that's too complicated to understand. Anybody that thinks just read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement. You can't even read all the code on a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding log statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. I mean, yes, you can always get things done, even if you're working with stone knives and bear skins. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you'll figure out a way to get it done. But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old Lisp direction of like you've got a REPL and you're working interactively and doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger has a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all the different things in your programs, all these different breakpoints. And of course, you could do that with GDB or whatever there. But this is one of the user interface fundamental principles, where when something is complicated to do, you won't use it very often. There's people that will break out GDB when they're at their wits' end and they just have beat their head against a problem for so long But for somebody that grew up in game dev, it's like they were running into the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem. And you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before you did one compile sign. You could be in the debugger and you would say, well, I'm just going to change this right here. And yep, that did the job. And fix it and go on.
And for people who don't know, GDB is so popular. I guess Linux debugger. Primarily for C++.
And they handle most of the languages, but it's based on C as the original Unix.
But then it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for clean visualizations. You're exactly right. So you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're at wit's end. There's a problem. You can't figure out why by just looking at the codes. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process, just a normal programming process, but to understand the code deeper.
When I'm working on my C++ code, I'm always running it from the debugger. I type in the code, I run it many times. The first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. Now, other people will say, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there, and I've written brand new code. I want to step in there and I'm going to single step through that, examine lots of things, and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to.
It is a kind of companion, the debugger. Like you're now coding in an interactive way with another being. The debugger is a kind of dumb being, but it's a reliable being. That is an interesting question of what role does AI play with Codex. This kind of ability to generate code might be, you might start having tools that understand the code in interesting, deep ways that can work with you.
There's a whole spectrum there from static code analyzers and various kind of dynamic tools there up to AI that can conceivably grok these programs that literally no human can understand. They're too big, too interconnected, but it's not beyond the possibility of understanding. It's just beyond what we can hold in our heads as kind of mutable state while we're working on things. And I'm a big proponent, again, of things like static analyzers and some of that stuff, where you'll find some people that don't like being scolded by a program or how they've written something. Where it's like, oh, I know better. And sometimes you do, but that was something that it was very, very valuable for me when, and not too many people get an opportunity like this to have. This is almost one of those spiritual experiences as a programmer, an awakening to the software code bases were a couple million lines of code. And at one point, I had used a few of the different analysis tools, but I made a point to really go through it, scrub the code base using every tool that I could find. And it was eye-opening. We had a reputation for having some of the most robust, strongest code. Where there were some great things that I remember hearing from Microsoft telling us about crashes on Xbox, and we had this tiny number that they said were probably literally hardware errors. And then you have other significant titles that just have millions of faults that are getting reported all the time. So I was proud of our code on a lot of levels, but when I took this code analysis squeegee through everything, it was shocking how many errors there were in there. Things that you could say, okay, this was a copy paste, not changing something right here. Lots of things that were the most common problem was something in a printf format string that was the wrong data type that could cause crashes there. And you really want the warnings for things like that. And the next most common was missing a check for null that could actually happen, that could blow things up. And those are obviously the top C++ things. Everybody has those problems. But the long tail of all of the different little things that could go wrong there, we had good programmers. My own code, stuff that I'd be looking at, it's like, oh, I wrote that code. That's definitely wrong. We've been using this for a year. And it's just submarine, this mine sitting there waiting for us to step on. And it was hard. It was, and I reached the conclusion that anything that can be syntactically allowed in your language, if it's going to show up eventually, a large enough code base. You're not going to, good intentions aren't going to keep it from happening. You need automated tools and guardrails for things. And those start with things like static types, or even type hints in the more dynamic languages. But the people that rebel against that basically say that slows me down doing that. There's something to that. I get that. I've written, I cobbled things together in a notebook. I'm like, wow, this is great that it just happened. But yeah, that's kind of sketchy, but it's working fine. I don't care. It does come back to that value analysis where sometimes it's right to not care. But when you do care, if it's going to be something that's going to live for years and it's going to have other people working on it, and it's going to be deployed to millions of people, then you want to use all of these tools. You want to be told, it's like, no, you screwed up here, here, and here. And that does require kind of an ego check about things, where you have to be open to the fact that everything that you're doing is just littered with flaws. It's not that, you occasionally have a bad day. It's just whatever stream of code you output, there's going to be a statistical regularity of things that you just make mistakes on. And I do think there's the whole argument about test-driven design and unit testing versus kind of analysis of different things. I am more in favor of the analysis and the stuff that just like you can't run your program until you fix this, rather than you can run it and hopefully a unit test will catch it.
Yeah, in my private code, I have a search everywhere.
Yeah.
Just there's something pleasant to me, pleasurable to me about the dictatorial of like, this should be true at this point. Too many times I've made mistakes that shouldn't have been made.
A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, Captain Warship's, was told to put his men and his goods on board and sail away. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the Admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to fly. He was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board knew much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle many were injured. Before long, all of them were hungry.
That's one of the
Some of
things
them
where
were starving.
I'm kind of fond in a
The
lot
winds
of
weren't in
cases
their
of
favor,
static
and the
array
voyage
size
took longer than it should
declarations
have.
where
When they
I went
were
through this
finally
period
able to
where
reach a port
okay,
where
now
they
we
could
have general
resupply,
collection classes.
some of them
We
had
just
ate
make
so
everything
much that they
very
became
important.
ill, even
Because
the
I had
food
this
that
history of in the
This
early
is a thing
days,
that
you
does
get
happen.
Doom, which had
Back in
fixed
World War
limits on
II,
it, then everybody
many
started
Allied
making
soldiers
crazier
were
and
given
crazier
orders
things,
only to
kept
give
bumping up to different
concentration camp
limits, this many
victims of
lines,
camps
this
that
many
they had liberated
sectors.
a little bit of
And
water
it
and a little
seemed
bit
like
of grog.
a good idea.
Giving
Well, we
them
should just
a
make this
solid
completely
food is
generic,
hazardous
go
to
kind
their
of go
health
up to
after
whatever.
so long a time without
And
sufficient food.
there's cases where
So
that's
some
the
of the
right
men
thing
on
to do.
board died
But
from
it
overeating.
also, the other aspect of the world
ignominiously
changing
thrown
around
into the
you
sea.
is it's good to be
When they
informed
finally
when the
reached
world has
Europe,
changed
they were
more than you
forced to
thought it would.
land
And if
in
you've got a
Spanish ports.
continuously growing
This must have
collection,
stunk
you're
after
never going
having
to
been
find out.
attacked
You
by
might have this
Spanish until they
quadratic
saw as a
slowdown
dire
consumption
betrayal.
where you
However,
thought,
the
I'm only
Spanish
ever
gave
going
the
to have
English
a
ships
handful of these.
some
But
repairs
something
and
changes
few
and there's a new
sailors to
design
sail them
style, and
back
all
to
of a sudden
England.
you've got 10,000.
When John Hawkins reached
So
England
I
as
kind of
quickly as
like in many
possible,
cases
he learned that
picking a
Francis Drake
number,
had landed in
nice
Plymouth
ground
only a
power
few
of
days
2
before.
number, and
The
setting it up
Spanish
in there
sailors
and
were
having
sent
it
back
assert
home,
say, it's like,
and the
hey,
English
hit
crew was brought on
this
board
limit.
to take
You
John
should probably
Hawkins' ship
think
to
are
Plymouth.
the choices that you
There,
made
he met
around
his
all of
brother,
this still
the elder
relevant if
Hawkins,
somebody's
William,
using
who
10
told him that he had
times
sent
more than
Francis
you thought.
Drake
Yeah,
on
this
to
code
make
was
it clear
originally
to give a
written
report what
with
had
this
happened
kind
to
of
the plane.
worldview, with this kind of set of
John
constraints.
Hawkins saw
Thinking
Francis
of the
Drake
world
leaving
this
the
way.
Caribbean as a
If
betrayal.
something breaks, that
However,
means you got to
Francis Drake
rethink
contended
initial
that the
stuff.
orders had been
And
unclear.
it's
He was
nice
only
for it
told to
to
leave the
for
battle
it to
and
do that.
not told
Is there
where
any
to meet
stuff
up with
like
the fleet later.
keyboard or
He had seen his
I'm
responsibility
monitor?
to get his men and as many
pedestrian
of the
on
goods
a
as
lot of that,
possible
where
back to England
I
safely.
did move to triple
And he did
monitors
so.
like the last several years ago.
Back
I
in
did
London,
dual monitor
John
for a
Hawkins
very
had three
long
goals.
time,
One was to see the name of
and it was
Francis
one of
Drake
those
dragged
things
through the
where
mud.
probably
Two
years
was to
later than I
petition the
should have.
Queen
Because
for
well, the
letters of
video
marque
cards now generally have
criticism
3 output
against the
ports. I
Spanish,
just
which
put
he
the
was going
third
to go
monitor
into
up there.
defense
That's been a
against.
few
And
years
third
that's
was to
very happy
petition the
with that.
Spanish Constitution for the release
But
of the
no, I
English
don't have
sailors that had
fancy
captured
keyboard
him.
or mouse.
This led to John
the key
Hawkins
things
being
is
drawn
an
into a
IDE
world
that
of
has
political intrigue that he didn't
helpful
really want to
debuggers
be
with
part
helpful
of.
tools.
However,
Does
it
not
was
do that
and
thin route and
its own priorities and its own goals.
So I
And
did
it was
spend,
going to
I
use John
spent
Hawkins to
one of my
secure these
week-long
goals.
retreats where
This
I'm
is
like,
a
okay, I'm
story
going to make
that's going
myself,
to lead to some of the
it's actually
greatest
classic
military and
BI, which I
political
know people would
achievements
say you
in
should
his
never have done that,
history.
you should just use
However, we're
Vim
going to
directly.
wait on
But,
this.
I gave it the
For
good
now,
try. It's like,
we're going
okay,
to
I'm
stay
being in
Captain
kind of classic Unix developer
His
mode
focus
here,
has shifted
and
from
I worked for
harassing the
a
Spanish
week on
and
it. I
trying
had
to
used
disrupt
Anki
their
to like
trade
teach
to
myself
seeking
the
revenge
different
against
little
something
key
amounting to
combinations
almost
for things
all-out
like that.
war.
And in the end,
This
it's
has
just like,
been called
all
the
right, this was
historian's
kind of like my Civil
great
War
sword.
reenactment things. it's like
This
I'm going
is
out there
episode
doing
number
it like they
8,
used to do in the old
The
days.
Treasure House
It
of
was
the
kind
Lord.
of fun in that regard.
So many people right now.
After his meeting with the
But
Queen,
it was
Screaming.
Straight
Girls
disappears
leave
from
to
the
this.
so again, the out is that this is not
It's
modern
possible
film,
that he
but
was briefly
still,
imprisoned on the
yes, I was
Keystone
very
John
happy to
Hopkins
get back
for
to
the
my
the voyage.
Yeah,
If he
I'm
was
actually,
not
I
a
struggle
prisoner,
with
then
this a
it
lot
still
because
proved a smart
so
move
use
to
a
get out of
Kinesis
England
keyboard
for a
and
while until the heat died down.
AZ Max.
There is some evidence that
And
Straight
I
would
feel
like
like
to
I could
legitimate
exactly
and
as you
pretty
said.
small
I can
trading
understand the code, I can navigate the code. There's a lot of stuff you can build within Emacs.
The next
Use the
official
list.
record
You
that we
can
have of Francis
customize a lot of
appears in
things for yourself to help you
Now this raises some
introspect,
questions
like
because
to help
the
you
voyage of
understand
John
the code,
Hawkins
visualize
was
the
seen to be
you can
reported
run
as a
buggers,
financial
but
failure.
it works.
However, for the young Francis
And
Drake to
the
raise
world
enough
moves
money to
past you,
support a young
and better
wife
and better
and
ideas
teach
you
their
have to
family,
build.
he must have had
That
some money
that
put away
is
from somewhere.
kind of,
And she was going to
I
need
need to
a
take the
little
same
bit
kind
of
of
cash
retreat
to
as
live
you're
on,
talking about,
something
but
to
now
nest in.
I'm still
Because
fighting
Francis
civil
Drake
war,
is
and
soon
you to kind of
to go on
move
his
into
next
what you
voyage to
can
the
And it
Caribbean.
does seem like the world is,
3 ships left
a
Plymouth
large chunk of the
November
world is moving
25th,
towards Visual Studio
1561.
Code, which is
All 3
kind
were
of
owned
interesting
by
to
the
me
elder
because
Hawkins
JavaScript
brother William, and
ecosystem
one of them
on
was
the one
actually
hand,
captured by
and
him.
IDs are one of those
The
things
3
that you
ships
want
sailed
to
through
be
Africa, where they traded
infinitely
some
fast. You
legitimate
want them to
goods. There was
just
no
kind of
slavery
immediately
on this voyage,
respond.
just some
And
English
like,
goods
heck,
or
I've got,
African
for
goods.
someone I know,
Then
I'm
the
an
ship
old
of
school
William
game dev
Hawkins
guy that still
sailed
uses
west
Visual
inland,
Studio
while the
6.
other 2
And
ships,
on
the
a modern
Swan
computer,
and the Dragon,
everything is just
sailed
absolutely
west
instant
across the
on something
Atlantic.
like that because it was made to work on a computer that's
This voyage
10,000
wasn't
or 100,000
tremendously
times
eventful.
slower, so just everything
Drake didn't
happens
keep the
immediately.
official record of
And
it,
all the
and
modern
the Spanish
systems
records of the
just
time
feel,
record
you
no
know, they
English
feel so
abuse
rough
in
to
this
you. And it's
record.
like, oh, why is
At
this
least
refreshing the
none that
screen
mentioned
and moving
specifically
around and
Francis
updating
Drake
over
or
here and
any
something
ship
clicks
belonging to
down
the
there
Hawkins
and
brothers.
update this?
There
And
were
there's,
records of attacks by
you know, there
Gonzalo's
are things that we've
posteriors, but
lost
some
with
of
that
these were
incredible
probably
flexibility,
French future
but
upgrades. The Spanish were
lots of
made
people get
mention
tons of
of the
value
good
from
of
it, and
Francis
I
Drake.
am super happy
This may
that
have
that's
been just
continuing
another
over even a
simple
lot of
trading
the old
move,
Emacs
or
people that
it
are
may
kind of like,
have been
hey, Visual
that
Studio Code's
Drake
maybe, you know, not so
reconnaissance
bad.
the voyage where
That
he
may be the
intended
final
to learn
peacekeeping
as much as he
solution
could for
where
his campaign.
everybody is reasonably
He
happy
harbored
with
hard ill
something
will
like
against the
that.
Spanish, sometimes
So, can
offered
you explain what a
affiliation to
.plan
control
file
him
is?
into the
What
voyage of John
role that
Hawkins.
played in your
He
life?
intended
Does it
to
still
see
continue
the
to play a role?
If
Back
this
in the
was
early days
intended
of its
to be a
software,
voyage of reconnaissance,
one of
which
our
Drake
big
learned
things
as
that
much
we
as possible,
was what
well,
we
that
did is
information was
I
broadcast
had
on
adopted
the
next stations
The
or
Spanish had
next step
organized
systems
the
from
defense against Nazis
Steve
with
Jobs'
both
out
French
in
and
the
English
out in the woods away from Apple
The Spanish had begun a system of
and
naval convoys that would
they were
accompany
basically,
any
it was
Spanish
kind of
merchant
interesting
ships
because I
traveling
did
around
not
the
really
Caribbean.
have a background in
These were
Unix
heavily
systems.
gunned
So many of
ships
the
that would
people that
carry
get
any
immersed in
garrison
that
that would
in
be
college,
Spanish
and
merchant
you know,
If
that's
Francis Drake
that
had
sets a lot of
intended
cultural
to
expectations.
Spanish ships on this
And I
voyage,
didn't have any
he
of
would
that,
quickly
but I
realize
knew that
there was no hope of
my
success
background was I
against
was a
this
huge
conspiracy.
Appleseed fanboy,
At
and
first, the French
I was always a
mercenaries
little
and
suspicious of the Mac.
quickly
It's not
learned
really
to
what kind of I wanted to go
While
with.
even the best
But
of
when
these
Steve
French
Jobs
ships
left
couldn't
Apple
hope to
and
go
started
toe to toe
Next,
with these
this
Spanish
computer
warships,
did
they
just
would
seem like one of those
focus
amazing
on
things from
economy.
the
He
future.
decided to use a
It
different
had all of this cool stuff in
Just
it.
attack.
We were still,
He
back in
was
those days, working on DOS.
They
Everything
had those
blew up.
called
You had
mush for the
reset buttons
primary
because your computer
purpose.
would just freeze.
But
You
the
could
ancient
develop
code, or
literally
sometimes
dozens
even
of
2 or
times a
3
day.
smaller
It was
vessels.
repeated constantly.
Vessels that weren't
And
suited
so this
for
idea of,
long-range
yes,
sea
any
travel,
of the
but in the
Unix
Caribbean Sea,
workstations
they
were
were
given
small,
stable
they were
development
fast,
platform where you don't crash and
Along
reinstall
with course, they
the
could
time.
get
But
into certain
Next also
inlets and
had
rivers
this
that a
really
larger
amazing
vessel would
graphical
avoid.
interface, and it was great
Most
for
of these
building
ships had
tools.
single stairs,
They
but they also
used
came equipped with
Objective-C
poles so
as
that they
kind
could move
of an
very
interesting
quickly in the
way
space
to get
below.
into the
They usually had a single cannon or
Inside
pole.
of Objective
Now, of
C, so
course,
there's
the
a
single
lot of
vessel
the
with a
elements
single
that
cannon
became
couldn't
Mac. I mean,
hold
the
a
kind of
sling
reverse
against the
acquisition
single
of Apple
action.
by
But this
Next,
wasn't
where
intended for
that
long,
took over and
drawn-out
became
sea.
what the modern
It took
is
time
today.
for a ship to move in position to fire on another ship. And these small rowboats could move in quickly.
Yeah, you've still
To
got
get
if you're
alongside
programming on
a
Apple
ship
stuff
and
now, there's
board
still
her.
all these
There was
NS somethings,
this one
which was
with
originally next step objects of
muskets,
different
swords,
kinds.
pikes, and axes.
But one of
They could
the
sneak
aspects of
in
those
alongside
Unix
larger
systems
vessels
was
and
they
board
had
her
this
before
notion
any
of
of their
a
crew
dot
realized
plan
what was
file,
happening.
where a dot
If they
file
did so
is
at night,
an
when most of the
invisible
crew was
file
sleeping, they could subdue
from
the
your home
ship
directory
with
or
their
something, and there was
wits.
a trivial
At that
server
point, they
running on
could
most
leave
Unix
the ship
systems
at any
at the
dive
time
they felt worth
that
taking, get back on their
that when
smaller
somebody
vessel,
ran a
and sail
trivial
away
will command,
before any of the
finger,
Spanish ships could respond.
finger, and
Even
then
if these Spanish
somebody's
warships gave
address could
chase, they
be
were
anywhere
nowhere
on the
near as
system
fast as
at
these
this
small
time.
craft.
Then all that
They
server
had the
would do
element of
was
surprise
read
and
the
threat.
dot plan
Sometimes,
file
if they
in
were
that
lucky,
user's home
they were able to
directory
leap the
and
ship
then
and be
just spit
away
it out.
before any of the other
And
ships
originally
or
the idea
convoy
was
knew
that could
anything
be
was happening.
when you're on vacation, what your current project was, it's supposed to be the plan of what you're doing. And people would use it for various purposes. All it did was dump that file over the terminal of whoever issued the finger command. And at one point, I started just keeping a list of what I was doing, which would be what I was working on in the day, and have this little syntax I kind of got to myself about here's something I'm working on, I'm going to start when I finish it, I can have to do other little bits of punctuation. And at the time, it started off as being just like my to-do list. And it would be these trivial, obscure little things like I fixed something with collision detection code, Firewall do something different, and just little one-liners that people that were following the games could kind of decipher. But I did wind up starting to write much more in-depth things. I would have little notes of thoughts and insights, and then I would eventually start having little essays I would sometimes dump into the non-planned files interspersed with the work logs of things that I was doing. So in some ways it was like a super early protocol where I was just dumping out what I was working on, but it was interesting enough that there were a lot of people that were interested in this. So most of the people didn't have Unix workstations. So there were the websites back in the day that would follow doing web development that would basically make a little service that would go grab all the changes and just get it in the web browser. And there was a period where all of the little kind of Dallas gaming diaspora of people that were all in that orbit, there were a couple dozen plan files going on, which was, and this was some years before blogging really became kind of a thing. And it was kind of a premonition of sort of the way things would go. And there was, it's all been collected, it's available online in different places, and it's kind of fun to go back and look through what I was thinking, what I was doing in different areas.
Have you had a chance to look back? There's some interesting, very low level specific to-do items, maybe things you've never completed, all that kind of stuff, and high level philosophical essay type of stuff.
There's stuff on both where a lot of it was low-level nitpicky details about game dev, and I've learned enough things where there's no project that I've worked on where I couldn't go back and do a better job on now. You learn things, hopefully, if you're doing it right, you learn things as you get older, and you should be able to do a better job at all of the early things. There's stuff in Wolfenstein Doomsday, clearly I could go back and do a better job. Something in the rendering engine side, or how I implemented the console behaviors, manage resources. Yeah, I do. I mean, sometimes I'll get I'll look at it and say, yeah, I had a pretty clear view of I was doing good work there. And I haven't really hit the point where there was another programmer, Graham Devine, who had worked in the 7th Guest. And he made some comment one time where he said he looked back at some of his old notes and he was like, wow, I was really smart back then. And I don't hit that so much where I look at it and I always knew that, there's all the reason you get certain changes in how you were able to work problems, but all of the problems that I worked, I'm sure that I could do a better job on all of them.
You could still step right in such as the Jesus Robert talk to that guy. He would teach you everything.
In many ways, he really
I've worried about the high level philosophical stuff.
Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were
there's things that I was understanding about development and the industry and so on that were in a more primitive stage where I definitely learned a lot more in the later years about business, organization, and team structure. There were definitely things that I was not the best person or very good person about managing how a team should operate internally, how people should work together. I was just get out of my way and work on the code.
Had no monarch, they were
more and more I learned how in the larger scheme of things, how sometimes relatively unimportant some of those things are. There is this user value generation that's the overarching importance for all of that. And I didn't necessarily have my eye on that ball correctly through a lot of my earlier years. And there's things that I could have
This
I could
was
have
a
gotten
personal
more out of
thing
people
that
handling
he was
things in
seeing
different
from
ways. I could have
secondly,
made,
most
in
importantly,
some
this
ways,
meeting,
more successful
all three of these
products
groups
by following things
desperately
in different
hated
ways.
the
There's
Spanish.
mistakes that
The
we
three
made that we
groups
couldn't
joined
really
forces.
have known how
Drake
things would have
had
worked
his
out, but it was
brand new
interesting to see in
vessels,
later
which were
years
manned by
companies
both
like
his
Activision showing that,
Englishmen
hey, you
and
really
several
can
French
just do
pilots.
the same
The
game, make it
Cameroons
better
sent to
every
help
year.
their man who
And
was
you can look at
French,
that from a negative
a man who
standpoint and
knew
say,
the
oh,
Irish
that's
came
just
with
being
him,
derivative
he
and all
joined
that.
them.
But
He was
if you
going to
step
leave
back
them
again and say,
secretly
it's like,
and
no, are the
quietly.
people buying it
The
still
rivers of
enjoying it?
Panama
Are they
to
enjoying it
reach the
more than
Spanish
what they
settlements.
might have bought otherwise?
The
And you
plan
can say,
was
oh,
to load
that's
small
actually
cargo
a
with
great
the real
value
cargoes.
creation engine to do
The
that
real
if you're in a
cargoes was
position
an
where
extremely
you can.
important ground. It
Don't
still
be
is today.
forced
It's the
into
basis for the
reinventing
modern Panama
everything just
Canal.
because you think that you
It
need
translates
to.
into English as the Cargo River,
Lots of
and it
things
was
about
the connection
business and
between the
team stuff
Caribbean
that could be
Sea
done
and the
better.
north
But the
and the
technical
Gulf of
work,
Panama
the
in
kind
the
of
south.
technical visionary
Where I
type
met the
stuff
Gulf
that
of
I
Panama
laid
was a
out,
small
I still
town
feel pretty
called
good about it.
Panama.
There are some
This is
classical
today
ones about
Panama
like
City,
defending
the
an
capital of
OpenGL
Jamaica.
versus
This town of Panama was
which
where all of the
turned out
goods
to be
from
one
the
of the
former
more
Inca
probably
Empire,
important
that is
momentous
modern
things
Colombia,
where
Ecuador,
it
and Peru.
it was
They were
always
all
a rear guard
shipped
action on
through
Windows
Panama.
where
These were
Microsoft was
goods
just
such
not
as
going to let that win.
herbs and
But when I
spices
look
and
back on it
pearls and
now,
dyes,
that
extremely
fight the
valuable.
OpenGL
These were then
relevant
shipped
for
over
a number of
usually
years
by
now
mule train
meant
over
that
mountains and
OpenGL
through
was there
jungles
when
and
mobile
swamps
started
to get to a
happening,
town in
and
the north
OpenGL
called Nombre
ES
de
was the
Dios.
thing that drove all of the
Now, twice a
acceleration
year,
of global
they were
industry.
not shipping
And it's really
herbs
only in the
and
last
spices
few
and
years,
powders.
as Apple's
At
beat the
particular
metal and
times,
the other
twice a
companies have
year,
moved to
they would
evolve
ship
it,
all of the
that's
minted
moved
gold and
away.
silver
But
from Spanish
really
South
stepping
America
back and looking at it, it's
to the
like, yeah,
Gulf
I
of
sold
Panama
tens of
to
millions of
go
games
by
for
mule
different
train
things,
over land
but
in
billions
Nombre de
and billions of
Dios.
devices
However,
wound up
this
with
time of year
an
been great
appropriate,
because the
capable
continued on the
graphics
voyage was not
API
that time of
in
year.
no small
This
part
was the
to
dry
me
season.
thinking that that was
That
really
was a time of
important,
year
that we not
when these
just
vessels and the real cargoes
give
were
up and
forced to
use
leave.
Microsoft's
They had to wait for the rainy season
at
before they
that
could
time
continue their
really terrible.
voyage and drop off
Now, the
less
thing about
productive
Microsoft
goods
is
at any of the
APIs don't
warehouses
stay
along the river.
They were
And
terrible
these
at
were
the
all
start,
larger
but
river
a few
vessels,
versions on, they were
larger
actually quite
vessels
good. And
in
there was a
Francis
pretty
Strait's
fair
small
argument
galley,
to be made
which could
that
move
by the time
freely along the river
DX9
at this
was
time
out,
of year.
it was probably a better
While these ships
programming
waited
environment
helplessly,
than
Drake and the
OpenGL,
men with
but it
him
was still
would row up
a
alongside,
wonderful
board
good
the
thing
ship,
that
and
we had an
steal
open
everything they
standard
could
that
carry.
could show up on
Really,
Linux
anything
and
they could
Android
carry.
and iOS,
Much more than they
eventually
could hope to carry
WebGL
on their
still
small
to this
vessel.
day.
But they
So
destroy, put
that
away,
was
or
that was
burn
one that would
anything
be
that
on
they
my
didn't think
greatest
was worth
hits
keeping.
list of things
This
that,
wasn't
that
just
I kind
to
of
enrich
pushed.
Drake and
had
the Americans. It
billions
was
of
to destroy
devices, yes.
Spanish goods.
We'll talk about it.
Even during this time on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other
Again, one of the
pilots stole
greatest
more than
game
50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took
on
only 2
JD,
days.
games
They
that
stole a
define
whole lot of
my
Spanish
life
goods,
also
but they also
many
managed to craft the
as a
course of the
thing that
river
made you
and
realize
learn
what
the
you could
ins and
be
outs of the
capable of
area
in
around
terms
them.
of graphics, in
But
terms of
then, after this
performance.
voyage,
It just
Drake was back
unlocks
on
something
his
deep.
rocket ship. It was anchored at the Cabo
Gave me an
Cathedral,
understanding
near
of
that
these
northern
machines
town of
and
Nombre
how
de
games can do
Dios.
that. So
Now, of
Wolfenstein
course, the
3D,
trip
Doom,
was
Quake,
and Drake had
and
left most of
all
his
the
crew
incredible
on
stuff
board
here
on
is
land to
that.
spy on the
So
town of
how
Nombre
did
de
it all
Dios,
start?
learn the ins and
So
outs of the
I'll
village
caveat
and
up
their
front that
defenses.
I usually don't
Dropping off
consider
his
myself
share of
the
goods back in his
historian
mothership,
of
Drake
the
was out
software
just a
side
couple
of
of days
things.
later
I
on his
usually
yacht,
do
looking for new
kind of
Spanish
point people at
prizes.
John Rivero
It was
for
in late
stories about the
February
early
that he
days
attacked the
where
Spanish trading fleet.
I'd
The
never admit, like I've commented that I'm a remarkably unsentimental person in some ways, where I don't really spend a lot of time unless I'm explicitly prodded to go back and think about the early days of things. And I didn't necessarily make the effort to archive everything exactly in my brain. The more that I work on machine learning and AI, the aspects of memory and how when you go back and polish certain things, it's not necessarily exactly the way it happened. But, having said all of that, from my view, the way everything happened that led up to that was, after I was an adult, I had taken a few college classes and decided to drop out. I was first Scrabble contract programming, really struggling to kind of keep groceries and pay my rent. And the company that I was doing most work with was a company called Soft Disk Publishing, which had the sounds bizarre now business model of monthly subscription software. Before there was an internet that people could connect to and get software, you would pay a certain amount, and every month they would send you a disk that had some random software. And people that were into computers thought this was kind of cool, and different ones for the Apple II, the 2GS, the PC, the Mac, lots of different things. Quirky little business, but I was doing doing a lot of
We
contract
only
programming
wish
for
to
them,
speak
where I
here,
write tiny
and
little
since you will not
games
come
and
previously
sell
to
them
talk
for
with us
$300,
without evil or
$500.
damage, you will
And one
find
of
your
the
head
things
spoiled by your own
that I
fault.
was doing to get
And
my
should
head
you be
above
courteously
water,
declined,
I
we
decided
will
that
now
I could make
under our flag.
one
Okay, I'm
But
going
whoever
down.
does
I
not
could
come,
port
will bear
it
the
to
blame.
multiple systems.
Do not
Right?
think that we were
Again,
afraid of
like
those ships,
start
nor
designing
of others,
aspects,
but the
and
help
I
of
would
God it shall
develop it
costing their
capital
lives with what
to
is available
yes,
over us.
I
Now you have proof that it
which
would have been
apparently
better
was
had
the
you
thing
come
that
talk with us.
really
For
kind
the
of
frigate
piqued the
even
attention
nothing
of
but
the
four soldier
people
vessels, done by the English, who are
Oh,
as
Michael,
follows.
you get some pepper down in the warehouse?
and they kept
If
asking
he
me,
comes,
hey,
we will be
come down
glad to
and
get
work
him.
for us. And I pushed it off a couple
Drake
of
and
times
his English
because I was
pirates
really
then headed
enjoying
back
my
to their
freedom,
mothership, where they
being off on my
unloaded all
own,
of the
even if
loot
I
that they
was
stolen
barely
from
getting
his two
by.
frigates.
I loved it.
They
I was
immediately
doing nothing
headed
but
back to their
programming all day.
apartments, where they get
But
back
I
up
did have
river
enough
and
close
restocked the
breaks where like,
warehouse.
damn, I'm just
The
really
warehouse
out of
was a
money
small
that maybe I
town called
should
the Venture Crucis,
get an
which
actual
literally
job rather
translates
than
to
contracting
crossroads
kind of one
warehouse.
at a
And
time
it's told
things.
there, goods
And
were
Jay
an
Wilbur was
estimated
great. He was like FedExing
100,000
me checks
pesos.
when I would need them
On the
on
voyage
it,
back to
kind
the
of
Caribbean
get
Sea
over
at the
whatever
mouth of
hump
the
I
Rio
was at.
Grande, he took
So
3
I
Spanish vessels.
I
One
finally
of
took them
them
up on their
had been
offer to
sink.
come down to Shreveport,
These English
Louisiana.
and
I
French
was in
pirates were
Kansas City
becoming
at the time.
something of a real menace
Drove
to the
down
Spanish along
to
California.
through the
They
Ozarks and
were
everything down to
uncatchable. They
Louisiana
would attack these
and
Spanish
saw
ships,
the
run
disc
away, and
offices,
then hide,
talked to a bunch of
anchoring
people,
in small
met the
bays
people
or
I've been
inlets that
working
were
with
too shallow for
remotely
the
at
Spanish
that
ships to
time.
search.
But the most important
It
thing
was
for
said
me
during
was
this
I
time that
met
Francis Drake
programmers
owned the
there,
coast
John
between the
Romero
Rio
and James
Grande
Ross,
and
that for
Cartagena.
the first time ever,
The
I had
Spanish
met
were, of
programmers
course, sending
that
out ships
knew
to
more
search
cool
these
stuff
natives,
than I
these new
did, where
colonials, but
the
they
world
weren't
was
having
just
any of
different
it.
back then.
Part
I
of the
was in
problem was
Kansas
that
City.
the
I was one of
locals were
those
being
the
ordered
smartest
to
kid
watch
in the
these
school,
ships,
does all the
and
computer
the locals
stuff.
didn't
You
really
don't
care
have
all
anything
that
to
much.
teach him.
The
But all I
British
had
and
to
the
learn
French
from
made a
was
smart
these few
move.
books at the
They weren't
library.
bothering
It was
the
not
local
much at all.
Spanish colonists,
And there were
the
some aspects
fishermen
of
and
programming that
farmers.
were kind of
They were
black
attacking
magic.
ships that belonged to
Oh, he knows
Spanish
how to format a
overlords and
track
merchant
on
seamen, men
on
that
a
the
low-level
locals
drive
didn't really
programming
care much about.
interface.
So these Spanish
And
locals weren't
this
trying
was,
all that
I
hard
was
to
still
hold
not at
Drake
all
and
sure I was
French.
going to take the job,
However,
but
the
I met
English
these
realized
awesome
that they needed a
programmers
base
that were
operation.
doing cool stuff.
Their
Romero
fleet was
had worked at
growing.
Origin Systems and
The
had done
English had
like
taken a number
so
of
many
ships,
different games
mostly
ahead of
because they had to have more
that
space
I
to
did
hold
kind of
all of
quickly
the goods
decide,
that
like,
they
yeah,
were
I'll go
taking
take
from
the
them.
job down there. And I settled down there, moved in, and started working on 4 little projects. And the first kind of big change that happened down there was the company wanted to make a gaming-focused, PC gaming-focused subscription. Just like all of their others, the same formula that they use for everything. Pay a monthly fee and you'll get a disc with 1 or 2 games just every month. And no choice in what you get, but we think it'll be fun. And that was the model they were comfortable with. And said, all right, we're going to start this Gamers Edge department. And all of us that were interested in that, the Romero, Tom Hall was kind of helping us from his side of things. Jay would peek in and had a few other programmers working with us at the time. And we were going to just start making games, just the same model. And we dived in. It was fantastic.
You have to make new games
every month.
Every month.
Yeah. And this, in retrospect, looking back at it, that sense that I had done all this contract programming, and John Romero had done like far more of this, where he had done one of his teaching himself efforts was he made a game for every letter of the alphabet. That sense of like, I'm just going to go make 26 different games, give them a different theme. And you learn so much when you go through and you crank these things out on a bi-weekly, monthly basis.
It's hard to finish. So it's not like, hey, just an idea. It's not it comes from the very beginning to the very end. It's done. It has to be done. There's no delaying. It's done.
You've got deadlines. And that kind of rapid iteration, pressure cooker environment was super important for all of us developing the skills that brought us to where we eventually went to. I mean, people would say, like in the history of the Beatles, like it wasn't them being the Beatles, it was them playing all of these other early works, that opportunity to craft all of their skills before they were famous, that was very critical to their later successes. I think there's a lot of that here where we did these games that nobody remembers, lots of little things that contributed to building up the skill set of the things that eventually did make us famous.
Yeah, Dostoevsky wrote The Gambler. I had to write it in a month just to make money, and nobody remembers that probably because he had to figure out this literally. He didn't have enough time to write it fast enough. So they had to come up with hacks. Literally.
It comes down to that point where pressure and limitation of resources is surprisingly important. And it's counterintuitive in a lot of ways, where you just think that if you've got all the time in the world and got all the resources in the world, of course you're going to get something better. But sometimes it really does work out that the innovations are a necessity, and where you can resource constraints, you have to do things. When you don't have a choice, it's surprising what you can do.
Is there any good games written in that time? Would you say
Some of them were still fun to go back and play, where you get they were all about kind of the more modern terms game feel, about how just the exact feel that things. It's not the grand strategy of the design, but how running and jumping and shooting and those things feel in the moment. And some of those are still, if you sat down on them, you kind of go, it's a little bit different. It doesn't have the same movement feel, but you move over and you're like, bang, jump, bang. Hey, that's kind of cool.
So you can get lost in the rhythm of the game? Like, is that what you mean by feel? Is it just like there's something about it that pulls you in?
Nowadays, again, people talk about compulsion loops and things, where it's that sense of exactly what you're doing, what your fingers are doing on the keyboard, what your eyes are seeing, and there are going to be these sequences of things. Grab the leech, the monster, jump over the obstacle, get to the end of the level. These are eternal aspects of game design in a lot of ways, but there are better and worse ways to do all of them. And we did so many of these games that it was, we got a lot of practice with it. So one of the kind of weird things that was happening at this time is John Romero was getting some strange fan mail. And back in the days, this was before email, so we literally got letters sometimes and telling him, it's like, oh, I want to talk to you about your games, I want to reach out, different things. And eventually it turned out that these were all coming from Scott Miller at Apogee Software. And he was reaching out through, he didn't think he could contact John directly, that he would get intercepted, so he was trying to get him to contact him through like back channel fan mail, because he basically was saying, hey, I'm making all this money on shareware games. I want you to make shareware games, because he had seen some of the games that Romero had done. And, you know, we looked at Scott Miller's games and we didn't think they were very good. We were like, that can't be making the kind of money that he said he's making 10 grand or something off of this game. Well, we really thought that he was full of shit, that it was a lie trying to get him into this. But so that was kind of going on at one level. And it was funny the moment when Romero realized that he had some of these letters pinned up on his wall, like all of his fans. And then we noticed that they all had the same return address with different names on them, which was a little bit of a two-edged sword there.
Trying to figure out this puzzle laid on how to perform.
Yeah, what happened after kind of coincident with that was I was working on a lot of the new technologies where I was now full on the IBM PC for the first time, where I was really a long holdout on Apple II forever, and I loved my Apple II. It was the computer I always wished I had when I was growing up, and when I finally did have one, I was kind of clinging on to that well past its sort of good use.
Is it the best computer ever made, would you say?
I wouldn't make judgments like that about it, but it was positioned in such a way, especially in the school systems, that it impacted a whole lot of American programmers, at least, where there was programs that the Apple IIs got into the schools, and they had enough capability that lots of interesting things happened with them. You know, in Europe, it was different. You had your Amigas and Ataris and Acorns and UK and things that had different things. But in the United States, it was probably the Apple II made the most impact for a lot of programmers of my generation. But so I was really digging into the IBM, and this was even more so with the total focus, because I moved to another city where I didn't know anybody that I wasn't working with. I had a little apartment, and then at SoftDisk, again, the things that drew me to it, I had a couple programmers that knew more than I did, and they had a library. They had a set of books and a set of magazines. They had a couple years of magazines, Dr. Dobbs Journal, and all of these magazines that had information about things. And so I was just in total immersion. It was eat, breathe, sleep, computer programming, particularly IBM, for everything that I was doing. And I was digging into a lot of these low-level hardware details that people weren't usually paying attention to, the way that the IBM VGA cards worked, which was fun for me. I hadn't had experience with things at that level. And back then, you could get hardware documentation just down at the register levels. This is where the CRTC register is. This is how the color registers work and how different things are applied. And they were designed for a certain reason. They were designed for an application. They had an intended use in mind, but I was starting to look at other ways that they could perhaps be exploited that they weren't initially intended for.
Could you comment on like what operating system was there? What instruction set was it? Like what are we talking about?
So this was DOS and x86. So 16-bit 8086. The 286s were there. 386s existed. They were rare. We had a couple for our development systems, but we were still targeting more broad. It was all DOS 16-bit. None of this was kind of DOS extenders and things.
How different is it from the systems of today? Is it kind of the precursor that's similar?
Very little. If you open up command.e on Windows, you see some of the remnants of all of that, but it was a different world. It was the 640K is enough world, and nothing was protected. It crashed all the time. You had TSRs or terminate and stay resident hacks on top of things that would cause configuration problems. All the hardware was manually configured with your auto exec. So it was a very different world. But
the code is still the same, similar.
You would still write it. My earliest code there was written in Pascal. That was what I had learned. Kind of
Pascal. So between BASIC and C++, there was Pascal.
So like basic assembly language, and some of my my intermediate stuff was, well, you had to for performance. BASIC was just too slow. So most of the work that I was doing as a contract programmer in my teenage years was assembly language.
Wait, you wrote games in assembly?
Yeah. Complete games in assembly language. And it's thousands and thousands of lines of 3-letter acronyms for the instructions.
You don't earn the once again greatest programmer ever label without being able to write a game in assembly. Okay.
But that's again, everybody serious wrote their games in assembly language. It was kind of a
serious. Everybody's serious. Yeah.
It was an outlier to use Pascal a little bit, where there was one famous program called Wizardry. It was one of the great early role-playing games that was written in Pascal, but it was almost nothing to use Pascal. But I did learn Pascal, and I remember doing all of my, like to this day, I sketch in data structures. When I'm thinking about something, I'll open up a file and I'll start writing struct definitions for how data is going to be laid out. And Pascal was kind of formative to that because I remember designing my RPGs in Pascal record structures and things like that. And so I had gotten a Pascal compiler for the Apple IIgs that I could work on. And the first IBM game that I developed, I did in Pascal. And that's actually kind of an interesting story, again, talking about the constraints and resources, where I had an Apple IIgs. I didn't have an IBM PC. I wanted to port my applications to IBM because I thought I could make more money on it. So what I wound up doing is I rented a PC for a week and bought a copy of Turbo Pascal. And so I had a hard 1 week, and this was cutting into what minimal profit margin I had there. I had this computer for a week. I had to get my program ported before I had to return the PC.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what the first thing that I had done on the IBM PC and what led me to taking the job at Softisk.
And Turbo Pascal, how's it different from regular Pascal? Is it different compilers?
So it was a product of Borland, which before Microsoft kind of killed them, they were the hot stuff development tools company. Yeah, Borland, Turbo Pascal, Turbo C, and Prolog. I mean, all the different things. But what they did was they took a really pragmatic approach to making something useful. It was one of these great examples where Pascal was an academic language, and you had things like the UCDP system that Wizardry was actually written that they did manage to make a game with that, but it was not a super practical system. While Turbo Pascal was called Turbo because it was blazingly fast to compile, really ridiculously 10 to 20 times faster than most other compilers at the time. But it also had very pragmatic access to, look, you can just poke at the hardware in these different ways. And we have libraries that let you do things. And it was a perfectly good way to write games. And this is one of those things where people have talked about different paths that computer development could have taken, where C took over the world for reasons that came out of Unix and eventually Linux. And that was not a foregone conclusion at all. And people can make real, reasoned, rational arguments that the world might have been better if it had gone the Pascal route. I'm somewhat agnostic on that, where I do know from experience it was perfectly good enough to do that, and it had some fundamental improvements, like it had range checked arrays as an option there, which could avoid many of these real hazards that happen in the security space. But C1, they were basically operating at about the same level of abstraction. It was a systems programming language. But
Visa Pascal had a data structures. Actually, in the tree of languages, did Pascal come before C?
They were pretty contemporaneous. So Pascal's lineage went to Modula 2 and eventually Oberon, which was another sort of kind of experimental language. But they were all good enough at that level. Now, some of the classic academic-oriented Pascals were just missing fundamental things like, oh, you can't access this core system thing because we're just using it to teach students. But Turbo Pascal showed that only modest changes to it really did make it a completely capable language, and it had some reasons why you could implement it as a single pass compiler, so it could be way faster, although less scope for optimizations if you do it that way. And it did have some range checking options. It had a little bit better typing capability and properly typing them sorts of things and other stuff that C lacked. But C was also clearly good enough, and it wound up with a huge inertia from the Unix ecosystem. And
Pascal didn't have garbage collection.
No, it was not garbage collection.
Same kind of thing as
same manual. So you could still have your use after freeze and all those other problems, but just getting rid of array at least if you compiled with that debugging option, certainly would have avoided a lot of problems and could have a lot of benefits. But so, anyways, that was the next thing I had to learn C, because C was where it seemed like most of the things were going. So I abandoned Pascal and I started working in C. I started hacking on these hardware things, dealing with the graphics controllers and VGA systems. And what we most wanted to do, so at that time we were sitting in our darkened office playing all the different console video games, and we were figuring out what games do we want to make for Gamer's Edge product. And so we had one of the first Super Nintendos sitting there, and we had an older Nintendo, looking at all those games. And the core thing that those consoles did that you just didn't get on the PC games was this ability to have a massive scrolling world, where most of the games that you would make on PC and earlier personal computers would be a static screen. You move little things around on it, and you interact like that. Maybe you go through additional screens as you move. But arcade games and consoles had this wonderful ability to just have a big world that you're slowly moving your window through. And that was, for those types of games, that had action, exploration, adventure games, that was a super, super important thing. And PC games just didn't do that. And what I had come across was a couple of different techniques for implementing that on the PC. And they're not hard, complicated things. I'll explain them now. They're pretty straightforward, but nobody was doing it.
It's not like Einstein describing his 5 papers. It was pretty straightforward. I understand. But they're never left like it. Besides scrolling, it's a genius.
And some of the consoles had different limitations about you could do one but not the other. And there were similar things going on at advancements even in the console space, where you have the original Mario games, like Jeff Horizontal, later Mario games added vertical aspects to it, and things that you were doing, explore, kind of expand the capabilities. And so much of the early game design for decades was removing limitations, letting you do things that you envisioned as a designer you wanted the player to experience, but the hardware just couldn't really, or you didn't know how to make it happen. It felt impossible.
You can imagine that you want to create like this big world through which you could side scroll, like through which you could walk, and then you ask yourself the question: how do I actually build that in a way that's like the latency is low enough as the hardware can actually deliver that in such a way that
yeah, and we knew what we wanted to do because we were playing all of these console games, playing all these Nintendo games, and arcade games. Clearly, there's a whole world of awesome things there that we just couldn't do for PC, at least initially. Because every programmer can tell it's like if you want to scroll, you can scroll the whole screen. But then it turns out, well, you're going 5 frames per second. That's not an interactive fun experience. You want to be going 30 or 60 frames per second or something. And it just didn't feel like that was possible. It felt like the PCs had to get 5 times faster for you to make a playable game. And Interestingly, I wound up with two completely different solutions for the scrolling problem, and this is a theme that runs through everything. All of these big technical advancements, it turns out there's always a couple of different ways of doing it. And it's not like we found the one true way of doing it. And we'll see this as we go into 3D games and things later. But so the scrolling, the first set of scrolling tricks that I got was the hardware had this ability to you could shift like inside the window of memory. So the EVA cards at the time had 256 kilobytes of memory, and it was awkwardly set up in this planar format where instead of having 256 or 24 million colors, you had 16 colors, which is 4 bits. So you had 4-bit planes, 64K. 64K is a nice round number for 16-bit addressing. So your graphics card had a 16-bit window that you could look at. And you could tell it to start the video scan out anywhere inside there. So there were a couple games that had taken this approach. If you could make a 2x2 screen or a 1x4 screen, and you could do scrolling really easily like that. You could just lay it all out and just pan around with it. You just couldn't make it bigger because that's all the memory that was there. The first insight to the scrolling that I had was, well, if we make a screen that's just one tile larger, we usually had tiles that were 16 pixels by 16 pixels, a little classic Mario block that you run into. Lots of art gets drawn that way. And your screen is a certain number of tiles. But if you had one little buffer region outside of that, you could easily pan around inside that 16 pixel region. That could be perfectly smooth. But then what happens if you get to the edge and you want to keep going? The first way we did scrolling was what I called adaptive tile refresh, which was really just a matter of you get to the edge and then you go back to the original point and then only change the tiles that are different between where it was. In most of the games at the time, if you think about sort of your classic Super Mario Brothers game, you've got big fields of blue sky, long rows of same brick texture, and there's a lot of commonality. It's kind of like a data compression thing. If you take the screen and you set it down on top of each other, in general, only about 10% of the tiles were actually different. So this was the way to go ahead and say, well, I'm going to move it back, and I'm only going to change those 10, 20, whatever percent tiles there. And that meant that it was essentially 5 times faster than if you were redrawing all of the tiles. And that worked well enough for us to do a bunch of these games for Gamer's Edge. We had a lot of these scrolling games like Snorlax and Shadow Knights and things like that we were cranking out at this high rate that had this scrolling effect on it. And it worked well enough. There were design challenges there where if you made, in the worst case, if you made a checkerboard over the entire screen, you scroll over one and every single tile changes and your frame rate is now 5 frames per second because it had to redraw everything. So the designers had a little bit that they had to worry about. They had to make these relatively plain-looking levels, but it was still pretty magical. It was something that we hadn't seen before. And the first thing that we wound up doing with that was I had just gotten this working, and Tom Hall was sitting there with me, and we were looking over at our Super Nintendo on the side there, with Super Mario 3 running, and we had the technology, we had the tools set up there, and we stayed up all night, and we basically cloned the first level of Super Mario.
Performance-wise as well?
Yeah, and so we had our little character running and jumping in there. It wasn't. It was close to pixel accurate as far as all of the backgrounds and everything, but the gaming was just stuff that we cobbled together from previous games that I had written. I just kind of really kit-bashed the whole thing together to make this demo. And that was one of the rare cases. I said I don't usually do these all-night programming things. There's probably only 2 memorable ones that I can think about. One was the all-nighter to go ahead and get our Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement is how we titled it, because we had a game called Dangerous Dave, running around with a shotgun shooting things, and we were just taking our most beloved game at the time there, the Super Mario 3, and sort of sticking Dave inside that with its new scrolling technology that was going perfectly smooth for as it ran. And Tom and I just kind of literally the next morning kind of left, and we left a disc on the desk for John Romero and Jake Wilbur to see. Just said, run this. And we eventually made it back in later in the day. And it was they grabbed us and pulled us into the room, and that was the point where they were like, "You got to do something with this. We're going to make a company. We're going to go make our own games." Where this was something that we were able to just kind of hit them with a hammer of an experience. Like, wow, this is just like so much cooler than what we thought was possible there. And initially, we tried to get Nintendo to let us make Super Mario 3 on the PC. That's really what we wanted to do. We were like, hey, we can finish this. It's line of sight. This would be great. And we sent something to Nintendo, and we heard that it did get looked at in Japan, and they just weren't interested in that. But that's another one of those. Life could have gone a very different way. We could have been like Nintendo's house PC team, at that point.
And define the direction of, Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake could have been a Nintendo creation.
Yeah. So at the same time that we were just doing our first scrolling demos, we reached out to Scott Miller at Apogee and said, it's like, hey, we do want to make some games. These things that you think you want, those are nothing. What do you see what we can actually do now? This is going to be amazing. And he just popped right up and sent a check to us. Where at that point, we still thought he might be a fraud, that he was just lying about all of this. He was totally correct on how much money he was making with his shareware titles. And this was his kind of real brainstorm about this, where shareware was this idea that software doesn't have a fixed price. If you use it, you send out of the goodness of your heart some money to the creator. And there were a couple of utilities that did make significant success like that, but for the most part, it didn't really work. There wasn't much software in a pure shareware model that was successful. The Apogee innovation was to take something, call it shareware, split it into 3 pieces. You always made a trilogy, and you would put the first piece out, but then you buy the whole trilogy for some shareware amount, which in reality it meant that the first part was a demo, where you kind of the demo went everywhere for free and paid money to get the whole set, but it was still played as shareware, and they were happy to have the first one go everywhere. And it wasn't a crippled demo where the first episode of all of these trilogies, it was a real complete game, and probably 20 times as many people played that part of it, thought they had a great game, had fond memories of it, but never paid us a dime. But enough people were happy with that, where it was really quite successful. These early games that we didn't think very much of compared to commercial quality games, they were doing really good business. Some fairly crude things, and it was good business. People enjoyed it, and it wasn't like you were taking a crapshoot on what you were getting. You just played a third of the experience, and you loved it enough to hand write out a check and put it in an envelope and address it and send it out to Apogee to the rest of them. So it was a really pretty feel-good business prospect there, because everybody was happy. They knew what they were getting. When they sent it in, they would send in fan mail. If you go to the trouble of addressing a letter and filling out an envelope, you write something in it, and there were just literal bags of fan mail for the shareware and games. People loved it.
I should mention that for you, the definition of wealth is being able to have pizza whenever you want. For me, there was a dream because I would play shareware games over and over, because the part was free over and over. That was a very deeply fulfilling experience. But I dreamed of a time where I could actually afford the full experience, and this is kind of this dreamland beyond the horizon, where you could find out what else is there. In some sense, even just playing the shareware was it's the limitation of that. Life is limited, so eventually I'll die. In that way, shareware was somehow really fulfilling to have this kind of mysterious thing beyond what's free, what was there. It's kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's because of part of my childhood is playing shareware games. That was really fulfilling experience. It's so interesting how that model still brought joy to so many people.
Yeah,
the 20x people that played it.
Yeah, I felt very good about that. And I would run into people, it's like, they would say, oh, I loved that game that you had early on, Commander Keen, whatever. And no, they meant just the first episode that they got to see everywhere.
That's me. It was the crap out of Commander Keen.
That was all good.
Yeah.
But so we were in this position where Scott Miller was just running us cash and saying, yeah, make a game. but we did not properly pull the trigger and say, all right, we're quitting our jobs. We were like, we're going to do both. We're going to keep working at Softus, working on this, and then we're going to go ahead and make a new game for Apogee at the same time. And this eventually did lead to problems, and we had trouble. It all got worked out in the end, but it was not a good call at the time.
And your legal mind at the time was not stellar. You were not thinking into illegal.
No, I definitely wasn't. None of us were. And in hindsight, yeah, it's like, how did we think we were going to get away with using our work computers to write software for our breakaway new company? It was not a good plan.
How to commit a
So the design process, we would start from, we had some idea of what we wanted to do. We wanted to do a Mario-like game. It was going to be a side-scroller. It was going to use the technology. We had some sense of what it would have to look like because of the limitations of this adaptive tile refresh technology. And it had relatively constant tiles, so we just ease up the background and then move that around. The early design people, all the design came really from Tom Hall, where he was kind of the creative mind for the early software stuff, where we had an interesting division of things where Tom was all creative and design, I was all programming. John Romero was an interesting bridge where he was both a very good programmer and also a very good designer and artist. But Commander Keen was very much Tom Hall's baby. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on the piece of paper, which represented the fluid's curriculums being the two dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe represented by the S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. You listen to who goes by the function, this isn't necessarily the general consensus amongst scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on the dollar sign origin. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line along through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the symbol / dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer. There is a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just the S line. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I just like the origin first. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at viralrabbi.com, or you can email me at viralrabbi@gmail.com. I'm going to take all your questions and comments seriously. I'd like to address any issues that you might have. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing this presentation. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Full Year on 5. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, Germany, Switzerland, the World Countries, mainly England, and we're going to be talking about the political upheaval of this times, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in those countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high season missions and swashbuckling piracy, and so far we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are so why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person in every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean, and in Europe you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, let's say, Germany, you could be safe, but if you were to just move over in parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe where you were, but you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from the area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely
one of your opinion
two-dimensional
because of your
window
religion.
graphics. And that was one of those
Beyond
like,
that,
this is
there
so
were
simple.
many
This just,
actual
this
wars
just
and
works. It's
conflicts that
faster.
were called
It
wars
seemed like
during
there
this
was no
time
downside.
that were based
Funny
entirely
thing
around the
was,
issue of religion.
it turned out
And so
after we
many of
shipped
these
titles,
Catholic and Protestant
there
sailors
were
and
what they
soldiers
called
had a
super
deep-seated hatred for people on
cards
the
that
other
would
side.
allow higher
Many people
resolutions
that we're going to be
and
talking
different
about in a
features
very
that
short amount
standard
of time,
ones didn't.
people like Sir Francis
And
Drake
on some
and
of those
Captain Henry
cards,
Morgan,
this
and
was a weird
even on people
compatibility
like
thing
Benjamin
because
Morgan.
nobody thought
Well,
this
they
was
were
not what
people
it
who
was
saw
designed
themselves
for.
not as
And some of
pirates,
those
but as
cards had
people
more
on a
memory. They
religious
had
and
more
political
than just
war
256
against the other
pages full of
side.
slaves. They had 512K
So,
or
for the people
megabytes.
who
And
were
on some of those cards,
engaging in
I
piracy
scroll my
on the
window down,
Caribbean,
and then it goes into
religion
uninitialized
was a
memory
highly
that
important
actually
factor.
exists there,
And
rather than
here
wrapping
is where
back
all that
around some
conflict
stuff.
started.
And
I'd like to
then
introduce
I was
that
in the tough
conflict with the
position of,
book
do I have
from
to
Winston
track every
Churchill.
single one of these? It was a
This comes
madhouse back
from
then.
his
There
multi-volume
were
work,
20
A
different
History of
video
the
card
English-Speaking
vendors with
Peoples.
all slightly
This
different
is from
implementations
Volume
of their
2 of that
non-standard
work,
functionality.
subtitled
So
The
either I
New
needed to
Quote,
natively
we
program
have now
all
reached
of
the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years and the hundred years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period of time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. It hopes that, in the meanwhile, it comes from oral rulers, with the lusts and pomps of other prerogative. Yes, they claim to carry with them the spiritual power of man. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences, to emit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their careers. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they were not heard.
And then later, I think it probably got enabled by default as just more and more of the cards did not do exactly the right thing. And that's the two-edged sword of doing unconventional things with technology, where you can find something that nobody thought about doing that kind of spooling trick when they set up those cards. But the fact that nobody thought that was the primary reason, when I was relying on that, then I wound up
which I think is kind of important to understand.
Let me take a bit of a tangent, but
The Catholic Church was, during the time of the Roman
basketball
Empire,
is the hacker
very much
ethic.
like
Because you mentioned share a word.
there was, of course, the Roman Church. There was the Roman
that make money,
bureaucracy. And then there were the legions. When the fall of Rome came, really, those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away.
What is the
church was left all throughout Europe,
You've been a
trying to
man
change
of
its
people,
spiritual needs and its
and you've embodied
without
at least
any
parts
support at all.
that.
So it had to work from
What does it mean?
scratch to
What did it
build
mean
that
to you at
structure.
the time?
It did so by allying itself with
Stephen
various
Levy's book
tribes who revised
Hackers
the
was
purpose
a
of
really
the
formative book
country.
for me
There were
as a
some
teenager.
very
I read
big
it
alliances,
several
such as the one
times,
between
and there was
France
all of
and
the great
Church
roaring
that
early
brought up through what we
MIT
know
era
today as the Holy Roman
hackers
Empire.
and ending up at
It
the
even
end.
managed to hold on
They kind of went
much
through
stronger in some
the early
places, but
MIT
the
hackers,
Gaul
the Silicon
and
Valley
reform
hardware
parties of
hackers,
Hispania,
and then
which would have been
the
very
game
cancer,
hackers.
even in Britannia,
And
which
at
was
that
the
time, as a
farthest
teenager,
one part of the
I
empire to the
really
north, and
was
that
kind
was
of bitter in some ways. Like
subsequently
I thought I was
invaded
born
by
too late. I thought I
pagan
missed
barbarians, the
the window
Anglo-Saxon
there,
invasions,
and
which
I really
threatened to
thought I
wipe out the
belonged
Catholic
in
Church
that third
entirely,
section of
began
that
to
book
hold
with the
on
game
and
hackers. They
ally
were
themselves
talking
with people
about
who were likely to
the
carry
Williams
on
at
the
Sierra
somehow
and Origin Systems
all
with
of those
Richard
people.
Garriott.
Now,
And
of
it's like,
course, the Catholic
I
Church had a lot to
really
offer.
wanted to be there,
Really,
and I
they
knew
only
that
had
was
schools that
now a
were
few
in
years
Europe.
in the
If
past.
you were going to get any sort of form of
It
healthcare
was
anywhere
not to
in Europe,
be.
it was going to be a
But
church vicinity.
the early days,
We also
especially
had
the
a
early MIT
massive
hacker days,
communications
talking a lot
network
about this
between
sense of
galaxies that
the
if any of
hacker
these
ethic.
strong
There was this
wanted to
sense
be
that
clean would actually
it was
rule,
about
they were going to
sharing
need a
information
piece
being
of that
good, not
communications
keeping
network.
it to yourself,
Perhaps even the
and
most
that
important
it's not a
point was
zero-sum game. That
the Roman
you
Church.
can share something
And on
with
their
another
side,
programmer,
the Roman
and it
Empire.
doesn't take it away from
Many of these
you.
barbarians
Then have
were,
somebody
before
else doing
this,
something.
pagans,
And
barbarian
I
pagans, the
also
Norse
think that
people.
there's an
They
aspect
would
of it
have
where
made
it's this
sacrifices to
ability
Odin
to
and Thor.
take joy in
Other
other
enemies,
people's
the people they were fighting,
accomplishments, where
were
it's not the
frequently people
cutthroat
making
bit of
sacrifices
like
for
I
the
have
same
to
two
be first,
gods.
I have to be be
So if they
recognized
could
as
ingratiate
the
themselves
one
with
that
the
did this
church,
in some way.
then they
But
would have the
being able
honor
to see
of
somebody
the
else
God of Rome,
do something and say,
the God
holy
who
shit,
would
that's
help
amazing,
build
you
the
know,
most
and just
powerful
taking
empire
joy
in the
in the
world,
ability of
these
something
dramatic
amazing that
people's
somebody
never
else
been able to
does.
accomplish.
And
And it seemed to work out
the big
because
thing
people
that I was
who
able to
allied
do
themselves with
to
the
get
church
involved
usually
here
wound up on
was
top.
this ability to eventually release the source code for most of all of our really seminal game titles. And that was it was a stepping stone process where we were kind of surprised early on where people were able to hack existing games. And of course, I had experience with that. I remember hacking my copies of Ultima, so I give myself, 9999 gold and raise my levels and break out the sector editor. So I was familiar with all of that. So it was with a smile when I started to see people doing that in our games. Making level editors for Commander Keen or hacking up with inside. But I made the pitch internally that we should actually release our own tools for like what we did, what we used to create the games. And that was that was a little bit debatable about, just let other people give people a leg up. It's always like, what's that going to be competition? But really, our intention was to actually release the full source code for the games. And it was a balancing act with the other people inside the company where it's interesting how the programmers generally did get certainly the people that I worked closely with, they did kind of get that hacker ethic that you wanted to share your code, you were proud of it, you wanted other people to take it and do cool things with it. But interestingly, the broader game industry is a little more hesitant to embrace that than like the group of people that we happen to have at id Software, where it was always a little interesting to me seeing how a lot of people in the game body were very possessive of their code. They did not want to share their code. They wanted it theirs. It was their claim to fame. And that was much more like what we tended to see with artists, where the artists understand something about credit and wanting it to be known as their work. And a lot of the game programmers felt a little bit more like artists than like hacker programmers, in that it was about building something that maybe felt more like art to them than the more tool-based and exploration-based hacking cultures.
And the church,
so it's kind of
massive tracts of land
fear that credit will not be sufficiently attributed to.
from every citizen.
And that's one of the things that I do bump into a lot, because I try not to go. I mean, it's easy for me to say because so much credit is due on the software side of things. But when people come up and they want to pick a fight and say, no, it's like that wasn't where first-person gaming came from. You can point to, you can point to some of like things on obscure titles that I was never aware of, or little Play-Doh systems. Or, each personal computer had something that was 3D-ish and moving around. And I'm happy to say it's like, no, I mean, I saw Battlezone and Star Wars in arcades. I had seen
extraordinarily large
all these things. They're standing on the shoulders of lots of other people. But sometimes these examples they pull off, I didn't know that existed. I had never heard of that before. That didn't contribute to what I made. But there's plenty of stuff that did. I think there's good cases to be made that obviously Doom and Quake and Wolfenstein were informative examples for everything that came after that. But I don't feel the need to go fight and say claim primacy or initial invention or anything like that. But a lot of people do.
I think when you fight with the credit in that way, it does go against the hacker ethic. You destroy something fundamental about the culture, about the community that builds cool stuff. I think credit ultimately
defiantly against God.
So I have
For
this,
the rest of us who hadn't committed a
there's
mortal
a
sin,
famous
we were
wrestler,
going to go to
freestyle wrestling
but
called
first,
with
we
my
had to have
Sarsi
our earthly sins
and
purged.
he always preached
When that was
that
done,
you should just focus on the art, the wrestling, and let
my favorite
people
description of purgatory is probably the one
write
that
your
Ron
story
about
however
Bill.
they want.
He envisions purgatory
The highest
as a
form of
mountain,
the art is just
a mountain spiraling up
something
towards heaven.
that is something about
After
the
death,
hacker
your soul
ethic is
went to
just
that mountain of
focused on
purgatory, and while it
cool
ascended that
stuff,
mountain,
sharing it with other cool
it
people,
underwent several
and
trials,
credit
7
will
of
get
them,
assigned
that were
correctly
intended to purge away the 7 deadly sins,
in the long
so that
arc of
when you got
history.
to the top,
I
or ever
generally
go to
think
heaven,
that's true.
your soul would be clean out
Like there's some things there's a graphics
So
technique
probably
that got
wasn't a
labeled
particularly
Carmax
nice
reverse.
place. It wasn't as bad as hell,
Literally
but it
named
wasn't a
that.
place
And
that
it
you
turned out that I
necessarily
wasn't
wanted
the
to
first
be.
person to
So the
figure that
church
out. Like
had
most
these endurance
scientific things or
that
mathematical
the
things, you
hope
want
and
it's like, oh,
grant
this
to
other
you
person
that will allow
had
your
actually
soul
done that
to
somewhat
skip
before.
over
And then
that
there's things that get attributed to like the inverse square root hack that I actually didn't do. I flat out that wasn't me. And it's like it's weird how the mimetic power of the internet. I cannot
people
that is seen by many to be swindling parishioners by lying to them about being able to get them in heaven for money.
But part of
This was the Rome that at the end of a very long journey was first encountered by Martin Luther.
Let's talk about
Martin Luther was one of tens of
one
thousands
of the
of
greatest
people
games
that
we've
would make
made.
a
I know
pilgrimage to
people
Rome
talk
every year.
about
Many of them members of the clergy in an effort to find themselves closer to God. Martin Luther was taking this journey on the advice of higher up because of what who had suggested he do so. Because Martin Luther was in trouble. He always found himself
and also,
distant
just something
from
you
the
haven't
presence of
mentioned.
God that he hoped to feel. In fact,
I don't
Martin
these
Luther
ideas
was a very troubled youth in general. His father was a member of a growing middle class society who, for all accounts, was not a very pleasant man. However, he did send his son
So I
Martin
usually
off to the
can't
university,
introspectively
a
pull
very
back
respected university,
pretty
where he was
detailed
supposed to try to become a
accounts
lawyer.
of how
And for a while,
technology
he did so.
solutions
A lot of those
and
skills that he
design
learned
choices
would
on my
not serve
part
him well later
where
on. But
technically we had
after
done
running
2
with the
games,
page,
3D
in
games
which one
like
of
that
his friends
before,
died,
where
and
Hover
then
Tank was the
a
first one
near-death
that had
experience
black
on a
shaded
lonesome
walls but
road
did have the
during a
scale
very
of
violent
enemies
thunderstorm.
inside it. And
Martin
then
Luther decided
Catacombs
to
3,
dedicate
which
himself to
had
God.
textured walls,
However,
scaled
after becoming a monk and going through all of those
some more
ordeals, he never felt
some more
himself truly in the
functionality
presence of
like
God. He never felt God's love filled him.
But
The church
what's
taught him
really
that to
interesting
feel
from a game
God's love,
development
there were two ways
standpoint
about
is
it. One
those
was
games,
doing
Catacombs
good works,
3D,
which were
Hover
good
Tank,
works
and
of the
Wolfenstein,
church, things that the
they
church
literally
should do.
used
The
the
other
same
was to
code
suffer
for
in
a lot of
Christ.
the character
And Martin
behavior
Luther
that
did
the
plenty
2D
of good
game
works,
that I
but
made
also
earlier called
undertook
Catacombs,
suffering and penance on a level
where
that
it was an overhead
was
view game, kind of like
dangerous.
Gauntlet.
He would
Running
wear those
around
horsehair
and
shirts
open up
with
doors, pick
hair
up
on the
items,
inside
basic
that
game
become
stuff.
extremely uncomfortable all the
And
time.
the thought
He
was
would
that
flagellate himself
this exact
until he
same
really
game
broke.
experience
More
just
than once,
presented in a
his
different
brothers had to
perspective.
hold him in
It
from the
could be
cold when he
literally
was
the same
outside,
game,
merely
just with a
nude,
different
pleasing
view
to
into
them,
it. Would
trying
have a
with
dramatically
all of
different
his
impact
might
on the
to
players.
feel the presence of God
So it
through
wasn't
suffering. And
it
yet,
wasn't a
Martin
true
Luther
3D.
never did
You're
feel
saying
the
that
presence of
you
God.
could kind of
Not
take
in
it,
his
you
life.
could like scale and
So
you'd
he
make things
suggested
like
that he
farther
keep his
away,
clothing strong.
smaller.
And he did. It
So
was about 2
the
months
game
to
wasn't
get
just
from
that.
his
Like all
monastery
of our
to Rome.
games use
But
the same
on a
tool
later
for
note,
creation.
well,
We use the
this
same
was the
map
height
editor for
of the
creating
Italian
Keen and
Renaissance.
Wolfenstein and
When
Hover Tank
he
and
was in
Catacombs and all
Rome,
this stuff.
literally,
So
Michelangelo
the
was
game
painting
was
the
a
roof of the
2D
Sistine
grid
Chapel.
made out of blocks.
Raphael
And
was
you could
painting
say,
the
well,
folks'
these are
apartments and
walls, these are
decorating
bringing
them
in
with
stuff,
lavish
and they
ways.
start moving around.
There were
And these
some of
early
the
games
greatest
like
artists
Catacombs, you
and
played it
thinkers and
strictly in a
architects of
2D
all
view. It was
time
thrown
living
into
and
2D
working in
view.
Italy,
That was kind of
especially in
an
Rome,
adaptive
at
tile
this time
refresh
when
at the
Martin Luther
time.
lived there.
They
Not
used
only
something
was
like
Rome
that.
culturally
And
significant
then
to Europe in a way that
the
Martin
thoughts
Luther was
that
only
these early
beginning to
games,
grasp.
all
This
it
was
did
the
was take
center
the same
of
basic
church
enemy
travel. This was the
logic, but
center
instead of
of
seeing you from
God's
the God's eye
house.
view on
This was
top,
where God was
work
closest to
inside
earth
it
and
and
spoke
turning
directly
from
to
side to
the
side,
leader
drawing
of the
you
Catholic
forwards and
Church, to
backwards
which
and
Martin
side to
Luther had
side.
dedicated himself.
And it's a
At first,
striking
Martin
thing
Luther
where you
was
always
in
talk
awe
about wanting to
of all
isolate
of the
factor
majesty and
changes in
grandeur of Rome.
values. And this was
As
one of those
I
most
imagine
pure cases
anybody
there
would be
where the
arriving
rest of the
in
game changed
Italy
very
at about
little.
the
It's
time
our
when
normal
the
kind of
Italian
change the
Renaissance.
colors on something and draw different pictures for it,
Consuming
but it's kind of the same
the
thing.
veneer
But the perspective
awe
changed in a really fundamental
began to
way.
fade.
And it
One of Martin
was
Luther's first
dramatic engagement.
destinations,
I can
as
remember
a man
the
who's also
reaction
known as the best
where
creative
the
creature of
artist,
God, was
Adrian, that had
equipped
been
with
drawing the
millions of
pictures, we
thousands
had a
of
cool
dollars
big
worth of
tunnel from Catacombs
However,
3D.
when he
And we
arrived at
had
this place,
these walls
that
that
he would
get a
have to
key
pay a
to
fee
make the
to
blocks
enter
disappear.
and see
Pretty
those
simple
things
stuff.
existed,
Blocks could either
which
there
he
or
did.
not pay for. So our idea of the door was we make a set of blocks just disappear. And I remember the reaction where he'd drawn these characters, he was slowly moving around, and like people had no experience with
sermon that
navigation. It was all
understandably
still
pointed
before
one
any of that
day
mice
in Rome
I
in
had
front
set
of
up
one
at
of the
that
very
time.
highest members
But
of the
slowly
clergy.
moving,
He
going
overheard
up,
one of them
picked up
say
a
he
key,
just
go to a wall, the wall
This was
disappears,
not
a little
Nichols' experience
animation,
time after time, and nearly
right
every
there.
site he visited was
Practically
published
fell out of
in
his
Rome.
chair. He was just like,
And so he returned to
and
Germany Even more disillusioned than he had found
You know, the games were
he
the
began to
outside
feel that there was
you were a
something
little
wrong.
invested in your
In his
little guy.
writings, he would frequently ask what's wrong
Happy
with
or
him.
sad when things
Why
happen,
can't I
but you
feel
just did
God's
not
love?
get that kind of
And so,
subtle
after
reaction.
Carlos watching him
Something
show
is
his
irritating,
feelings
something in the
wrong,
back of your brain,
he was
a
sent to
reptile brain
Hitler.
thing is just
Attorney General
shit,
had just
something
opened a
just happened.
university and had a couple
And
small
that was one of
churches in
those
it.
early points where
There was
yeah,
also
this is
a
going to
leader
make a
in Martin
difference.
Luther's order
This is
there
going
who
to be
was
powerful
someone
and
who
it's going to matter.
Were you able to imagine
after
that
getting
in
to
the
know
earliest
him,
days?
he decided to
No.
make Martin
So,
Luther a professor of
not
Bible
that
studies
exact
at the
thing.
theological
So, yeah,
university.
you had cases like
At
the
first,
arcade
Martin
games,
Luther
Battle
protested.
Zone,
He gave a
Star
number of
Wars,
reasons
that
for
you could
it.
kind of see a
One of
3D
them
world
being
of
that the
things
amount of
coming
work
at you.
into his
And you
schedule
get some
was killing
sense of it,
to
but
which this leader
nothing had done the
replied,
kind of world
"That's
that we
okay.
were doing and
That
the
is
sort of
much use for
action-based
clever men
things.
can help."
3D
He
at the
always
time
knew just what to say
was
to Martin.
really largely
And
about
so
the
Martin Luther
simulation.
became a teacher,
And
forced
this is
to leave
something
his
that
world of
really
meditation
might have
and
trended
suffering and
differently
penance
if not for
and
the
interact with
softer
life.
approach in the
He had
games
to
where
look these
there
students in
were
the eye
flight
and tell them with
simulators, there were
authority
driving
the word of God
simulators,
said.
you had hard
To do this,
driving and
he studied not
Microsoft
only the
Flight
Roman Bible,
Simulator,
but he went
and these
back
were doing
further to
3D
study the
like
Greek
general
texts
purpose
and the
3D
Hebrew
in
texts. And it
ways
was
that
while
were
studying
more
these texts
flexible
that he
than
began
what
to
we were doing
see
with our games, but they
discrepancies
were looked at as
in what the
simulations.
Bible
They
originally
weren't trying to
taught
necessarily be
and what
fast
the
or
church was
responsive,
preaching in the years that
letting you
came
do
out.
kind of exciting
He
maneuvers
realized, he
because
continued
they were
as he
trying to
texts that
simulate
to
reality
him,
and taking their
what the church
cues
was
from
teaching was
the game
wrong.
systems, the
The way to
evidence
get to
algorithms and
God
the sliver
wasn't
graphics
by
that were doing
penance
things.
or doing good
But
works.
we
The
were
way to
taking
get to
our
God
cues
for
from
him
console
was by
arcade
opening
games.
his
We
heart
wanted
and his
things that
hands
were
and allowing
sort
God's
of
love
shorter
in.
years that were doing
So many
fast-paced
years had
things
passed
that
between
would
the
smack
time
you
he went to
around
Rome
whether it
and the
just
time he
you
was done
gliding
teaching.
from
The
place to
old
place.
person died,
So
and he had chosen a new hope. And then
and
the
you know, the
real
funny thing is,
discovery.
so much
I
that
would
that
picture
built
a
into us
movie
that
about Martin Luther.
Wolfenstein
I
still
would picture
had
someone who was
lives. You had
young
like one of the
and
biggest
fresh-faced
power-ups in
and
all video
innocent
games,
and
like
ever
was an
curious.
extra life.
And I
Because
would
you
picture
start
real
off with 3
Hitler.
lives
I
and you
would
use
picture
your
a man
lives and then
who
it's
was
game over.
cold-eyed
And there weren't save
and
games
stern
and
in
most of this
belief.
stuff. It was,
And yet
and
the same
it
time
sounds almost crazy
enjoyed
to say
the
this, but
smoking
it
the
was an
lights
innovation
with
in doing
sumptuous
to not have
state.
lives.
I would
So
also
you could just play
imagine
you as
that
long as
every
you
time
want.
he were
You
on
just restart at
screen,
the start of the
there would
level,
be
and why not? This is like
music
we aren't
accompanying
trying to
the
take people's quarters.
something
They've
that
already
lets you
taken the
know
entire
that
game.
an
Want them
evil
to have
presence has
a
gone.
good time.
No, I'm
You
not
would have
saying that
some,
that's how the
some
relationship
old-timer
between Martin
purists that
Luther
might think
and
there's
Leo
something to the
XIV
epic
actually
journey
was,
of
but
making
that's
it to the
definitely
end
how
and
it's
having to
been
restart all the
recorded
way
and
from the
received
beginning
throughout
after
the
a certain
ages
number
ever
of
since this
tries. But
time.
now,
You
more
see, as
fun is
Pope,
had when you
Leo
just let
was not
people
exactly
kind of
careful
keep
with him.
trying when they're
He went
stuck,
in these
rather than
extravagant
having to work all the
boardwalks
way back
and through these
and
huge
learn
dinner
different
parties in
things.
which it
So
was
he
reported
recommended
at
the
the
book
time
Game
that
Engine
people
Black
who
Belt
should be said were
3D
not
for
pro the
technical
papacy.
exploration of games.
But they reported that there would be
30
young
years,
naked boys
what is
jumping
the
out of
memorable
pies
technical innovations
to
that made
entertain
this
our biggest
perspective shift
sacrifices.
into this world of
It was said
forces that
even,
scares you
and this is
from
not
the
necessarily
fears
proven to be
or
true,
some
that
things you
he
have to solve.
vetoed the
So
decree that the bishop
one of
of
the
the day
interesting
that
things
said
that
that
comes
there should
back
be
to
a
the
limit
theme
on
of
the number of
deadlines
young
and
boys
resource
that the clergy
constraints,
could keep track
the
of.
game Catacombs
Now,
3D,
this all may be propaganda
we
against him.
shipped,
There's
we
no
were supposed to be
definitive
shipping this
proof
for
of it,
Gamer's
but this
Edge
was
on
something that was
monthly
believed
cadence,
at the
and
time.
I had slipped.
More
I was
important, something
actually
that can be
late. It slipped
proven
like
is
6
that
weeks
within
because
2
this
years
was
of having been
texture
raised in
map
the
walls,
papacy,
doing stuff
the
that I
coffers
hadn't done
of the
before.
church were empty.
And at the
And this was
6 week
due
point, it
not
was
just to
still
his
kind of
lavish parties
glitchy
and
and buggy.
boardrooms,
There were things that I knew that you had a wall that was like almost edge on, you could slide over to it and
sculptors
things
in
freak
Rome
out or
and
vanish
Italy
or not
were there
work.
working
And
on
I
St. Peter's
hated
facility,
that.
and they did
I,
not
I,
have a
but
sheet.
I was up against the wall. We
So
had
in
to
the
shift the game.
15th
It was
in
still
order to
a
raise
lot of
some more
fun to
money
play. It was
for the
novel.
paperwork
Nobody
on
had
St.
seen it.
Peter's
It gave you that
facility,
startle
Leo
reflex
the
reaction.
began
So
a
it was
campaign
worth
for
shifting,
new
but
indulgences.
it had these things that I
These
knew were
indulgences
kind of
were
freaky and
far
janky
more
and
inclusive than
not
any
what I was
indulgences
really
ever
proud
gotten
of.
before. They were
So
also
one of
made
the
much
things that
more
I did very
appealing than any
differently
other
in
indulgences.
Wolfenstein
Before, you would have to
was I
prove
went
that you'd done good
cash
works
flow
to get your
reviews
indulgence. Now, all you
almost
had to do
conventional
was
thing
pay a
where you
little
had
money and
segments
you
that
could get
were
these indulgences.
one-dimensional
And they
polygons
covered
based
all
in
sorts of
Eclipse
sins.
and
Sins that
back
even people
based
who
and done
believe in
kind of like a
indulgences
very
thought were just
free
ridiculous.
engine for the
It was even
professionals,
said
but
by
I
people
wasn't
who
getting it
opposed
done
these
right.
indulgences. It
I
should
was
be
not
noted
doing a good
that
enough
these
job, and I didn't
indulgences
really
would
have
allow
line
someone
of
to be
sight
forgiven for raping the
to
Virgin
fix
Mary.
it right. There's stuff that, of course, I look
However,
back,
these
it's obvious
indulgences
how
of
you
the
do this, you
1517
do the math
campaign
right, you do
raised
everything
in
right,
today's dollars
check all of
millions
this,
and
how you
millions
handle
of dollars.
precision. But I did not know
So
how
it
to
was
do
made
that at that time, and
the
I
bishop named Johann
He
Tetzel
wrote
who was put in charge of the
had hover
campaign
taken been a
of
little
these
bit before that, but
indulgences.
that had the
He's
flat
seen
shaded
today
walls. So
by
the
historians
texture mapping
as
on the
a
walls was what was
master
bringing in some of
marketer,
the
somebody who came up
challenges
with
that
even
was
little
that was hard
jingles
for
to
me.
sell
I
these
couldn't solve
indulgences.
it
One of
right at
them
the
was
time.
heard to say,
described with
when the
flat
coin
shading
is a copper
So
ring
in
and
the
the
walls
soul
were
is a
solid
white
color,
ring.
one of 16 colors.
So that was all
It
it took Just a little bit
So
of
that's
coin,
easy,
and
it's
your
fast,
soul,
you
which
just
would be going to
draw the
purgatory
solid
after
color.
death, would be able to skip over
Texture
the
mapping is what we all see today, where you have an image that is stretched and distorted onto the walls of a
Beyond
surface.
that, one of the big problems that many people have with
And
this
it was,
15, 17
it was a
indulgence
long time for me
campaign
to just
is
figure out
that
how to do
before
that
you
without
had
it
to earn
distorting in the
indulgence
wrong
during
ways.
life. But now,
And I did
if
not
you
get
wanted
it
to
all
earn
exactly
indulgence for
right
somebody
yet.
who had died, say,
Had
your mother
flaws.
had passed away,
So
you didn't want
that
her
was
to
important enough
suffer
for
in
me that
purgatory.
rather
You
than
could just give the
continuing to
church
bang
just a
my head
little
on
bit of money,
that,
all
I
of a sudden
wasn't
she would
positive I was going to get it.
these
I went with a
indulgences
completely
were
different
very
approach
all
for
for
drawing,
no more so
figuring out where
than
the walls
Germany,
were,
which had become the
ray
prime
casting
market to sell these indulgences.
which I had done
Martin
kind of
Luther
go
himself
3D. I had
noted
a
that
bunch
many
of
of his
C code
congregation,
trying to
including
make
his
this work
students,
right,
had
and it
stopped coming
wasn't
to his
working.
services and stopped
In
paying the fast
Wolfenstein,
because
I
they
wound
were
up
told
going
that all
to
they had to do to
a
reach
very
heaven
small
was to
amount
pay the
of
church a little bit
assembly.
of money.
So in some ways, there
This,
should be a slower way of
understandably,
doing it,
enraged
but by
Martin
making it
Luther.
a smaller amount of
The
work,
story of
more
what's to
tightly
come is
optimized,
really a
it
turning
worked
point
out,
in the
and
history of
Wolfenstein
Western
3
civilization.
was just absolutely rock
Because
solid.
of the importance of it, the crux of that story,
Nothing
the thing
glitched
that
in
will
there.
set
The
this
game
fire
just was
off,
pretty much
is usually
flawless and
told
all
in
that.
very
I'm super
melodramatic
proud of
ways.
it.
It's told as if
But
it's an
eventually,
epic
like in
tale,
later
almost
games, I
something you'd
went
see in
back
an
to the
adventure
more
movie.
span-based things where I
If
could
this
get
were
more
a scene
efficiency
in that
once I
movie about
really
Martin
did
Luther I
figure
was
out how
talking
to
about
do it.
earlier,
So
the
there were
scene
two sort
at
of
the
key
beginning
technical things
with
with
very
Wolfenstein.
dark,
One was this
brooding,
raycasting
and
approach,
epic music.
which you still, to this day, you see people go and say,
October
let's write a
31st,
raycasting engine because it's an
1572,
understandable way of doing
all
things.
in
Sometimes you
Louisiana.
make games
In
very
the
much
small
like
town
that.
of
So you see
Wittenberg, a
raycasters
young
in
monk by the
JavaScript,
name of Martin
raycasters in
Luther has
Python,
learned that the
that
church is
are
educating
basically
people.
going and re-implementing
They are
that,
being
that
lied to,
approach
told that for a
making
small amount of
child
coin
roles
they
and
can earn
casting out images.
indulgence,
It
which
works
is
pretty
putting
well,
their
but it's
immortal
not the
souls
fastest
in
way to do
danger
it.
and
I
pain.
just got what raycasting is.
So
In a
you
rage,
start off and
Martin
you got
Luther
your screen
flies to his
images,
study where he
320
grabs ink,
pixels across
pen,
at the
and
time.
paper
You have
and
it
begins to
sized
scrawl
down
out a list
the
of
video
every
for
case of the
graders.
crime of the Catholic
And,
Church and
and
their
every
vile
pixel,
Pope,
there's going to be
Leo
an
X.
angle where you've got your position in the
Late
world,
into the night
and
he
you're going to
works.
just
By
run along that
candlelight, he
angle
finishes
and
his
keep going
minute
until you
fire
hit one.
theses detailing
So
everything
up to
that the church
320
has done
times
to its
across there,
people.
it's going to throw a cast
He
array
grabs
out
his
into
hammer and
the
nail
world
and he rushes to the
wherever
church
your
of
origin
Wittenberg.
is until it
Standing
runs into
before
a
the
wall,
door,
and then
he
you figure
lays
out
the
exactly
95
where
theses
on the
upon
wall
it, puts
it
his
hits.
nail in
The
place,
performance
raises his
challenge of
hammer,
that
and
is,
brings it
as it's
down.
going out, every
Those
block
inside
it's
the
crossed
church can
checks,
hear it as the
is this a
thunder
solid
of
wall?
God.
So that means
Again,
that
he raises his
in like
hammer
the
and
early
brings it down,
Wolfenstein
and
levels,
again,
installed jail
like
cells
Jesus
and
being
out into a
nailed on the
small
cross,
hallway,
Martin
it's
Luther
super
knows
efficient that
that this
one
event
step
will change
across
the
three or
history
four
of the
blocks.
Christian church
And then if
forever.
somebody makes a room that covers a max limited to 64 by 64
But,
blocks, if you
of
made
course, that's
one
not
room
exactly
that was
what happened.
nothing but walls of
If
car
you like that
space,
story,
it
and
would
that's how
go
you
pretty
like to
slow
continue
because
to
it was
think of
stepping
it, and I
across
wouldn't blame you if you did, it's
the
pretty
tile
awesome.
tests or something.
I'd go ahead and just
By
skip
the way,
forward
the
a couple
physics of
things
our
because
universe
I'm
is
about to
reproducing this very thing. So this maps
Martin
nicely to
Luther
the
was an
actual
academic,
physics
an
of
educated
our
man.
world.
Yeah, you
Beyond
can.
that,
I
he had
follow
been
a little
trained
bit
as a
of
lawyer,
like Stephen
and even more
work
so,
on
he was a monk, so not
interconnected
exactly a
network
rash
information
person.
states of that.
He
And
did occasionally
that's
lose his temper,
it's
but
beyond
when
what
he
I
had a
can
chance
have
to
an
stop and think
informed
about
opinion
things, he went
on,
about
but
them
it's
carefully.
interesting that
And
people
if you
are
were somebody
considering
who was
things
trying
like
to
that
get your
and
message across,
and
would you
have
just
things that can
scroll
back it
out a
up.
list of your 95
Yeah,
theses
there's
and take it
whole
on the
different
church
sets of
door,
interesting
or the
stuff.
very first priest
So
who saw it in
Wolfenstein
the morning
did
as you walk
have
by,
raycasting.
see it,
Raycasting, and then the
scoff,
other
throw
kind
it
of key
down,
aspect
and
was
take it to the
what I
requisite
call
authorities?
child scanners, where
Well, that's
the
not what Martin
idea idea
anything
of
to do either. What
you
he
saw this in
actually
the
nailed in
earlier
the first
classic arcade
trailer
games like Space
was
Harrier and
notice
stuff,
how
where
the
you
debate
would take a
to
picture,
discuss the
which is
95
normally
pieces,
drawn
which he
directly on the
had
screen.
printed up
And
at
then
the
if you
local
have the
printing
ability to
press
make
and
bigger or
passed out to
smaller,
people
big
like
chunky
the
pixels
square,
or
his
physically small
parishioners,
drop
and
sample
especially his
pixels.
students. He had
That's the
too many
fundamental
copies printed up
aspect
to
of
be
what
just
a
gotten
character
rid
is
of
doing.
that easily, so that people
You
had
have,
to pay attention
just like you
and
might have
had to
drawn a tiny
discuss
little
it.
character, but now we can
And it
make
doesn't
it
come as
big
good
and
a story, but it makes a
small,
lot more
move it around.
sense when you're actually
That
trying
was
to
it
seek
kind
out
of 3D that we had
which
for
Martin Luther
characters.
did
To make a turn,
in a way that I
literally
don't
8
think
different
even
views
he
of
saw
them. You
coming.
didn't actually have a 3D
You
model
see,
that would
Martin
rotate. You
Luther
just
wrote
had
the
these
95
cardboard
Theses.
cutouts.
He
That
was
was good
still
enough for that
Catholic
startle
priest.
fight
His
reaction,
intention
and
wasn't to start a
it was what
revolution
we had to
or
do
start a
to
new
there.
religion.
So a
He even
straightforward approach to
through
doing that,
that,
you could just
he
write
also
out
said
your
that he
WS
saw the power of the
loop
church
of,
in his thesis.
you've got your
Several of
stretch
the first
factor,
arguments he
you've got
makes are
point
actually
stretch
about
by
how
a little bit,
who
you've got the
is in
same things
fact
for
the
write down
conduit
next
of
person by
God
skip
on
the
earth.
pixel.
But his writings caught on
You
in a
write that
way
out, but
that
it's
not
not
the
going to be
he
fast
or
enough.
any of the
Where
characters saw coming.
especially you get a character that
Originally, he
right
just
in
wanted
your
to have a
face
discussion
wants to
about
cover
things that the
almost the
Catholic Church
entire
was
screen.
doing,
Doing
problems
that
that
with
they
the
had
general
that he
purpose
wanted to
scaling your
address.
team
But
would
I
have just
think
been much
to
too
the people
slow.
who
Would
read the
work when they're
95
small
Theses,
characters, but and it would get
saw
slower
them
and
and
slower as they
spoke
got
to a part
closer
of them that
to.
was
So right at
higher
the
than
time,
the
we
control
most
of the
care
Catholic
about
Church over
having a
their
fast
lives.
reaction time,
So
being
they
able to chunk
took
it
what needed to
down.
be said and
So
really
the
kind of ran
fastest
with it.
possible way to draw
At first, it was the
pixels
students.
at that time
Young people and
was
students are
to
frequently people in history and our
instead of
modern
saying
world
I've
that
got a general
take
purpose
a new idea that speaks to them and run with
version
it.
that can handle
They
any
would pass
scale,
around copies of
I
the
made
radical theses as
I
well
used
as
a
other
program to
radical
make
Luther
essentially
papers.
100
Read
or
them and
more
discuss
separate
them
little
in ways that
programs that was
people who were parts
optimized
of the
for. I
aristocracy
would take
and
an image
respectable
and I
members of
would draw
society
12
probably
pixels
weren't.
tall. Take an
Yes.
image, I'll draw 14
And this
pixels
spread
small.
throughout all
Up
of
by
his
every
regions, Switzerland
2
and
pixels,
further
even
others in
just
Germany
for
and then
that.
into
So
the
you would have
the
most
Netherlands and
optimized
all
code
throughout that
so that
northern
in the
central
normal
region of
case
Europe very
where
quickly.
most of the
It didn't
world
take
is fairly
long
large,
before a copy of the
like
95
the pixels
Theses
are big.
appeared
You
on
do not
desk
have a
in
lot of
Europe.
memory. So
As
in
you
most
can imagine,
cases, that meant
it was
you
like
would
it
load
happened.
a pixel
His very
color
first
and then
action
you would
was to
store
label the
multiple
writings of Martin
copies.
Luther
So
heresies.
that was
And
faster
then
than you
sent
could
a
copy
bishop
an
to
image
inherit
in a
his
normal
what
conventional
he
case
was
because
doing
most of
after
the time
that.
the image is expanded.
During the
So instead of
interrogation,
doing
Martin
one
Luther
read, one
was
write, or simple
uncool.
copy, you might
In
be
his
doing
writings
one
later,
read
he was
and
very
4 writes
dismissive
as
of
it
the
got
Bishop
really
who
big.
sometimes
And that had the
His
beneficial
actions
aspect
by the
of
church
just when you
really
needed to
galvanized
perform
not
the
just
most
Martin
when
Luther,
you're
but also
covering
his
authority,
supporters,
it was
the
giving
young
you the
people,
most
and brought new
acceleration.
supporters to his side
By the
who
way,
saw
were you
this
able
as
to
an action that the Catholic Church had no right to
understand this through
with
thinking about
Martin
it, or were
Luther
you
being
testing
so
the right
unresponsive
speed?
to the bishop's
So
essential
this again
authority,
comes back
the
to
next
I
action
can
he took
find
was
the
to label
antecedents for
Martin
things
Luther
like this.
himself
So
first,
in
which is a pretty big
back in
deal.
the Apple II
He was
days,
able to promote it
the
because of
graphics
ambassador
were
Rome, so they could
essentially
especially
single
the
bits at a
switch.
time.
For somebody who was a
And if
character
you
on the
wanted
level
to
of
make your
Martin
little
Luther,
spaceship, if
then
you
that
wanted
wouldn't
to
have been
make it
well.
smoothly go across
There
the
was
world,
another
if you
priest
just
about
took the
100
image
years
and threw
before
it out at the
beyond
next
us,
location,
who had
you
been
moved
in a
by
similar
7 pixels at a
situation. He
time.
had written
So
about
chunk, chunk, chunk.
something at the
If you
church
wanted to make it
and
move
went
smoothly,
put
you
it
actually had to make
onto
7
Rome to
versions
discuss
of
his
shifts
crimes.
that were
He
easily
did so.
shifted.
In
You
the
could write a
6th
program
he
that shifted
burned at the stake.
dynamically, but on a 1
Martin Luther
megahertz
knew that it was a
processor,
bad
that's not
idea
going
for him to
anywhere.
go there. However,
So if you
in
wanted
most
to do
cases,
a
that wouldn't have been
smooth
up
and
to
fast
him.
action
If the
game,
church
you
and
made
the
separate
Pope
versions
requested your
of each of
presence,
these
then you'd better
sprites.
go, and if you
Now
didn't
there
have
were
your
a
own
few more
permission,
tricks
then
to
the
the
local
rule that if it
authorities
still
would
wasn't
collect
fast
you,
enough,
arrest
you could
you,
make
and
a
send you down to
compiled
Rome.
shape
However,
where
in
instead
time
of
Wittenberg, things
this
were a bit
program
different.
that normally
It was
copies
known,
an
it was
image
known
and says
today
like
as
get
Friedrich
this byte from
virus.
here, store here, get this byte from
He
this byte.
enjoyed
If you've
the
got the
publicity
memory
that
space,
Martin
you could
Luther's
say,
writings
I'm
would
going to
bring
write
into
a
a small
program
town,
that
as well
does
as
nothing.
being Friedrich was the
It's
one
going to
who
be like,
founded that
I'm going to
university,
load
and he
the
saw this
immediate
as
value
not only good
25,
advertisement of the
which is
press,
some bit
but
pattern,
also something
and
that
at this location, rather than loading something from memory that would involve indexing registers and this other slow stuff. You could go ahead and say, no, I'm going to hard code the
this
exact
was, of
values
course,
of all
very
the
good
images
news for
right
Martin
into the
Luther, who was
program.
able to
This was always a
study
horrible trade-off
more and
because you
more
didn't have much
copies of his
memory
75
and you didn't
theses,
have much
as well as
speed.
new
But if you
pamphlets
had
that were
something that you
becoming
wanted to go really
less and less
fast,
the
you
writings
could
of
turn
the
it into a
Catholic
program.
priest, and more
And
the
that
writings
was
of someone who
knowing
was
about that
open
technique is
protest
what made
against
me
the
think
church.
about some
Some
of
of
these
these writings would get
unwinding it for the
subsequently
PC, where
dirty
people
or
that didn't
dirtier.
come from that background
Anything
were
that
less
people
likely
like it
to think
was
about
almost
that.
evil.
I mean, there's
Who
deep parallels
some of Martin
probably to
Luther's
human condition as
publications,
well. There's
living
something
with
about
as a kid. There is a wood
optimizing
page
and
out very fond
compressing
of. It has on the left side a picture
the
of Christ
processing
watching
of
over
new
his face.
information that
Above it,
requires you
labeled
to predict
Christ.
the
And
possible
next to it,
ways
a
in
quote,
which
Leo X, having his
gain
see
in the world
a
on
movement
roll.
against
You have something
anti-Christ.
like compiled
This has
scalar
gone
results
beyond
there.
simple complaints about
You
the
have like
church to
optimal,
really open up.
like you have a prediction
If
of
this
how the
was
world
the
will
way,
unroll, and you have
even
some
Luther had a
kind
lot
of
on his side.
optimized
Aside from just the people
data
that support
structure
him, as
for
well
that
as the
prediction,
replicability,
and then you
he
can
had things
modify
that
it so the
many
world
people
turns
had
out to be
before
different.
him
You
didn't
can modify
have.
it slightly.
Most
And as far as
notably,
building out techniques,
he was able to
so much of the
publish
brain
not
is
just
about
topics
dissociative
like
context,
theses
where
or
just
pamphlets that
when you
amount
learn
to
something, it's in the
propaganda
context of
against the
something
church
else. You can have
frequently and distribute
faint,
them
tiny
all
little
over
hints
Europe.
of things. And
This made
I
it
do think there are
impossible
some
for
deep
the
things
church to
around
quash any
like
of his
sparse
writings, no
distributed
matter how
memories
many
and
of them
movie
his
states
collectors
that like you
confirmed.
could just be
In
slightly above
addition
the
to that,
noise
there
floor
was
of
a
having
force
some
that was
hint
beginning to
of
grow
something.
in
You
European
could have
society
things
that was
refined into
new to
pulling the
European
memory back up.
experience.
So
They
having
were
a
really,
being a
for the first
programmer and having
time,
a
beginning
toolbox
to
of like
develop a
all
middle
of these things
class,
that
a
things
merchant
that I
class,
did in all of
people
these
who
previous
had
lives
good
of
money
programming
and a
tasks.
fair amount
That
of
still
power
matters to me
without
about
being
how I'm
connected to
able to pull
either
up some of these
nobility or
things.
the
In that
church,
case, it was
which led
something
them
I
to
did on the
be
Apple
really
II
some
that
of the
made
first
relevant for the
democratic
PC.
reformers in Europe.
And
They
I
were
have
looking for
still
measures of
cases when I
rule
would
that
when I
our
would work on
ancestors
mobile
had
development.
had
Like,
before.
okay, I did something
Perhaps
like
most
this
importantly,
back in
Luther
the
had
Doom
something to
days,
say,
but now it's a
an
different
internal
environment.
resolve that
I
could
can
hold
still
the
have
people
that pie. I
fighting
can
and
bring
never
it in,
deprive the
transform it into what
But
the world
despite
needs
all
right
that,
now.
the Catholic
And I
Church
do
was
think that's
still the
actually
most
one of the
powerful
very core
organization
things
in
with
Western
human
Europe.
cognition and
Luther knew
brain-like
just how
brain-like
unstable this world
functioning
was.
is finding
he
these
took
ways.
steps,
Got
necessary
your brain is kind of
steps,
everything
to
everywhere all
ensure
at
that
once.
he would be able
It is
to
just a
prove
set of all
fighting
of this
the
stuff
power
that
of
is
the
just
church.
fetched back by these queries
He
that
wrote
go
it
into it.
He
And
connected
just
to the Christian
slightly above the
nobility
noise
of the
floor
German
with
people.
random noise in neurons and
This book would
synapses that are
argue,
affecting
quote,
exactly what it's
German
called.
money in
So
defiance
you're
of
saying
nature
some of these very
flies
specific
away.
solutions for different games.
This argument held a
You
lot of
find
weight
that there's
to
a
the German
kernel
nobility.
of a
The
deep
Roman
idea that's
Empire
generalized
was a
to
Catholic
others.
empire, and their emperor,
Yeah, you can't
Charles V,
predict what it's
was a
going to be,
Catholic
but in
man.
that idea,
However,
like I called
ever
out
since
that
the time
Kyle
of the Roman
Chambers
Empire,
in
there
the
had been
forward
a
that I wrote
tension
for that
between
the
the
Game Engine
Romans
Black
and the
book
German people.
as, you know, this
Even
is,
at the
it's
height
kind of an
of the Roman
endpoint of
Empire, there was a
unrolling
heresy,
code,
long
but
before the
that's
heresy
one
of
of those
Martin
things that
Luther,
thinking
known as the
about that
Arian
and having
heresy,
that in your
in
mind.
which
I'm sure there are
German
some
Christians
programmers that
disagreed
hear
with the
about
way
that
that
and
the
they utter a
Roman
little bit, it's
Church
kind of a
was
mind
moving
blown
out.
moment. It's like, oh,
And
you can
this
just turn all of that data
cultural
into
schism
code.
never
And
really
nowadays,
went
you
away.
have instruction
Even after
cache
the
issues,
founding
and
of the
that's
Holy
not
Roman
necessarily the
Empire,
best
when
idea,
the
but
German
there are
peoples
different,
were allied
it's an
strongly with
idea
the
that
Roman
has
Church,
power
there
and has
was
probably
tension
relevance in some other
between them.
areas. Maybe it's a
So
hardware
it
building
made
that
sense to the
there's a way
German
you
nobility
approach
in the Holy
building
Roman
hardware
Empire
that
that
has
their
that
money should
same,
belong
you don't
to
even
the
have to think
German
about
people
iterating,
and
you
not to
just make
hurt the Romans.
everything all the way into
Now, it seems to me that a friend in the
What
place
is the
of
story of how you came to program
he
to
may
do?
have helped
What is some
Martin
memorable
Luther
technical
craft his
challenges or
argument
innovations
to the
you
German
had?
nobility. He would
So
know
the
better
path
than
that
a
we
monk
went
what
after,
arguments would
after
work best
Wolfenstein got out,
to
we
motivate
were on
the
this
German
crazy
nobility
run
to
where
protect
Team
his
1 through
burgeoning
3,
Lutheran
more
movement.
success than we thought. Team 4
And
through
it seemed
6,
to work.
even more
Many other
success.
nobles took
Wolfenstein
part
even
from
more
this and
success.
really
So we were on
joined
this
arms with Frederick
crazy
the Wise
trajectory
and
of
the
things.
Lutheran
So actually, our
cause.
first box commercial project
However,
was
the man
Managed
they really had to
game,
convince was
but
Charles
then
V,
Wolfenstein was going to have
a
a
young,
Spear of Destiny,
19-year-old,
which was
newly
a
raised low
commercial
Roman
version,
emperor
60 new
who was
levels.
staunch to Catholic.
So the rest of the
In
team took the game
1520,
engine pretty much
Charles
as it
V
was
visited
and
Frederick the
started
Wise, who
working on
convinced
that.
him
We
to
got
hear
new
Luther's case,
monsters,
which
but
was just in
it's
time,
basically
because in
reskins
Rome,
of things
the
there.
Pope had
There's a really
issued an
interesting
order of
aspect about that that I
excommunication
didn't
for Martin
appreciate
Luther.
until much later.
Excommunication
About
is the
how
most powerful weapon that
Wolfenstein
in his
clearly
arsenal
did
to
tap
fight
out
the heretics
its
of
limit
Martin
about
Luther.
what you want to play.
And he sent
All the
Bishop Rabbi
levels and a
with
couple
the
of our
bold
license things.
excommunication,
There was
stopping at every
a
counter
hard
press
creative
to
wall
read
that
the
you did not
excommunication
really
of Martin
benefit
Luther, to
much
where
by
anybody who might have any
continuing.
sympathy for the Lutheran
But
cause know
a game
that
like
this is going to
Doom
be nipped in the
and
bud
other more
shortly.
modern games,
Or
Minecraft or
the further
something,
north you
there's
go,
kind of a Turing
across the
completeness
Alps
level
and
of
into the Holy
design
Roman
freedom
Empire
that
and
you
into
get
the
in
region
games.
known as
Wolfenstein
Germany,
really sat
the
on
less and
one
less
side.
sympathy the bishop
You
found.
know, all the creative people
He
in
would
the
find
world
that
did
every
not
time he
go
would
and
pass
do a
around
masterpiece
copies of the
just
bold
with the technology
excommunication, he would be
Wolfenstein
torn
had.
or burned or even
Wolfenstein
thrown
could do
into the river.
Wolfenstein, but you really couldn't do
Martin
something
Luther's
crazy
movement was
different.
growing,
But it didn't
and
take
it was
that
going
much more
even beyond
capability to
Lutheranism.
get to Wolfenstein with
This
the
had turned from a
freeform
religious
lines
argument
and
into
a
a
little bit
social
more
argument,
artistic
and had gone
freedom
beyond
to
whether or
get to
not
the
the
point
Romans
where
just had
people
religious
still
control
announce
over
new
people in
Doom
general,
levels
but
today,
whether or not the
all
Romans
these
had
years
any right to
after,
the
without
political
having
control over
completely
people
tapped
in
out the
general.
creativity.
How did you
And
put
that
it
middle class we
during
talked about earlier,
During
along
the
with the
design
peasantry,
design
began to
where
phase?
it's like, you know, we have the
some of these
kind of
efforts were more
computational
peaceful,
universality
some of
behind
them
on
were
a lot of
more,
things that
some
you're
of them
going
were
to
efforts that build against
But yeah, there's
resistance.
things where a
However,
box can
Martin
be
Luther
small, but
wanted the
above
flames of the
a
rebel.
certain point, you
You
kind of
see,
are at the point
after
where
his many other
you
publications,
really
he
have
published
almost
perhaps his
unbounded
best-selling work
creativity.
at that time, which
And
makes
Doom
it
was the
considered
first
the best-selling
time you
author
crossed
at the
that.
time.
Yeah, where there
He
were
published a Bible
thousands of Doom
in
levels
German,
created, and
a
some of them
language
still
that
have
the common
something new
people
and
could
interesting
read.
to say
You
to the
see,
world.
Bibles had
Is
always been
that
published in Latin.
line
And Martin
Keeping
Luther,
interest
who
back
read the
to what
text
that
of the
line
Greek
was,
and Hebrew, was able to
science
translate the
based,
Bible
it's
from the
something about the
language that the
programming
Bible was actually written.
capabilities that you were
So
able
these
to
people
add.
were able to read a Bible in their
So
own language
the
without
graphics
the filter of the
fidelity
Catholic
was
Church.
a necessary part
And
because the
what they
block
found out,
limitations
finally
in
able to read the Bible
overtime,
for themselves,
what we
is that
had
what the
right
Catholic
there
Church was teaching them
was
was
not
not
enough
exactly the
full scale
teachings
block.
of
Although
the Holy Bible.
Minecraft
This
really
area
did
of
show
people,
that perhaps
along with
blocks
many other
stacked
cultural
in
forces
3D
pushing
and
back
at
to
1/4
overthrow
the
the old
scale
order.
of that,
Germany
1/8 in
was in
volume,
chaos.
is then
Germany
sufficient
was
to
in
have
chaos,
all
the
of that.
Netherlands
But
were in chaos, the
the
Low
wall
Countries were in
size
chaos,
blocks that we had
Switzerland was in
was
chaos.
too much of a
Essentially, the way the earth
devices,
has worked for
technology
the
with
past
the other
1,000 years is
none of
kind of
them
on its
made
head.
too
All
much of
due
a
to the
dent.
publication
It just wasn't enough
of a Bible.
readability.
The
But
Bible
a
that
little
people
bit
could
over
actually
whether
read.
it was the
However,
variable force
Martin Luther
ceilings
wasn't the
and
first
arbitrary
man
angles in
to
doing,
publish a Bible
or the smaller
in the
voxel
language that
blocks
the common people could
in
read.
Minecraft is
There
then
were
enough to open it
several
up
other people
to
before him.
just worlds and
However,
worlds of
who
new
didn't publish the
capabilities.
Bible in
What
German,
is binary
they
space
published the Bible
partitioning?
in English.
So
For the 14th century, there was a monk.
yeah, so jump around a little bit on the story path.
He had
So
some
while
of
the team was working on
First of all,
Spirit
he was a monk. He was also a
we
philosopher.
had met another
He also
developer,
taught
great
seminary.
software, while we
This
were
was
in
something that
Wisconsin.
brought Luther to his
And
realization
they were
that
doing, they had
something
RPG
larger
background, and I still
Here
kind of
are
love
some
that, and I offered to do a game for them.
He
Let
believed,
them
much
do
like
a
Luther,
3D
that
rendered
focus
RPG
religious
instead of
teachers should not be on good
most
works, but
RPG
on a
games were
personal
kind of
relationship
hand-drawn.
with
They
God.
made it look kind of
And
3D,
that
but
people
it
should
was
be allowed
done
to
just
have
all
a
with
personal
artist
interpretation of the
rather than
Bible,
a real
not an
engine.
interpretation that is
And
filtered
after
through
Wolfenstein, this was
comedy.
still a
He
tile-based
was
world,
also,
but I
in
had
many
floors and
ways,
ceilings and
against
lighting
some of
and
the
the ability
things
to have
that make the
some
very
floors
Catholic
in different
Church a
areas.
Catholic
That was
church.
my intermediate
Things
step
like
for a
the
game called
sacrament,
Shadow.
the existence of sainthood,
And
or the
it
very
had
existence
slowed
of the
down enough,
papacy
it was
itself.
not fast
He was,
enough
in many
to
ways,
type
much more
action
radical
things,
than
so
Martin
that
Luther
they had
was
to
when he
screen
started.
crop down a little bit, so
In
you couldn't go
1380,
the full
he
screen
started
with
perhaps the most
tried
radical
to
thing
do
he had done yet,
Wolfenstein.
a translation of the
But I learned a
Bible
lot. I got
into
floors and
English.
ceilings and lighting, and it looked great. They
Unlike
were
Luther,
great
however,
artists.
he translated the Bible
It was an
directly from the
inspiration for us to
Latin.
look at some of
Now,
that
this
stuff.
may have been out of
But
respect for the Bible,
I
but it
had
may have been
learned
because
enough
he
from
didn't have
that that I
access
had
to
the
the
plan
original Greek and
for
Hebrew
new,
texts.
faster
He
ways
also
to
decided
the
to
lighting and
translate the
shadowing,
Bible
and I wanted to do
directly,
this
words that
freeform
were
geometry. I wanted to break
which
out this
there were a lot of
tile-based
strange translations that I
90s
imagine
world
even native
limitations.
English speakers at the time had
So
trouble
we
understanding.
had, that
For
was when we got
example,
our next station,
quote,
and we
I
were working
forsook
with
unto the
higher
Lord thy
powered
God a
systems.
strong jealous.
We built an editor
Or
that let
perhaps,
us draw kind of
quote,
arbitrary
Lord,
lines
go
on
from
it,
me, for
and
I
I
am
was
a
working
man
hard
sinner.
to try to make something that could render
Now,
this
these are,
fast
of course, lines from the Bible that you may be
I was
familiar with,
pushing
but
myself
not
pretty
as
hard,
familiar with nothing. Largely
and we
because
were
they
at a
weren't
point
written in
where
a way
we
that
could
people were
see some things that
necessarily
looked
able to read
amazingly
at
cool,
the
but it
easily.
wasn't really fast
Woodruff
enough.
had built a
The way I
movement
was doing it,
around his beliefs
there
that
was
actually gained a
flexibility.
lot
It
of
was no
strength.
longer, I couldn't just
However,
recast
the
into
Pope
it, and I had
watched
these
that
very
movement
complex
as
sets
hard
of
as
lines.
possible, and
Simple little
within
worlds
just a
were
few
okay,
years
but
after
cool
Woodruff's
things
death,
that we wanted to
nearly
do
every copy
just
they could
weren't
get
quite
their hands
fast
on
enough.
had been burned.
And I
But
wound
his
up taking
followers
a break
followed his
at that point,
However,
and
even
I
today,
did port. I
170
did two
copies of this
ports
Bible
of
still exist. This was in a time before the printing
Wolfenstein
press.
to
All of these copies were
the
written
Super
by
Nintendo.
hand in monasteries by
It was
English
a
monks.
crazy, difficult
So
thing to
there
do.
must have
It just
been
needed
a
slower
large
processors
desire to
to
have a copy of this
a couple
manuscript.
megahertz
For so many to still
processor.
exist, that's almost unheard
And
of.
it
But
had
he
been this
wasn't the
whole
last
thing where
English
we had
monk
carved
to
out
translate the Bible.
the
Others took his
work, and it
translation,
wasn't
treating it a
going
little more
well.
rigid,
I took it
making
back
it more
over,
publishing and passing it
and
around, much
trying to
like
make
Martin
it go
Luther passed
fast
around
on
his
there,
medical
where it
theses,
really did
his
not have much
honest
processing
activity.
power.
The
The
people
pixels were
believed
stretched out
that how the
hugely,
Catholic
and
Church
it
was
was
too
pretty
strong
ugly
and
when
too
you looked at it,
influential
but
on
in
the
the
national
end,
level,
it did come out fast
well, they
enough
were
to
trying to
play and still
undermine
have
it
fun to
quietly,
act.
but as
But that
powerfully
was
as
where
possible.
I started using
And this
EST
continued
trees,
even
binary
up until
space
the time
partition
that
trees. It
Henry
was one of those things I
VIII
had to make it faster
collected
there.
every copy
It
of
was
the
a stepping
Bible he had
stone
his hands
where
on,
it
as
was
well as
reasonably
any
easy to
subsequent
understand
translation
the grid
that
world
had
of
been burned in a
Wolfenstein. There
massive
was all
bonfire
still
right
90
outside
degree
St. Paul's
angles.
Cathedral that lasted for 2
BSP
days
trees
solid.
were,
And this
I
was only
eased
one
myself
of
into
many burnings of these
and it was a
heretical
big
Bibles.
success.
And then came
Then when
another
I
one,
came back to
a
working on
man named
Doom, I
William
had this new
Kendall.
tool in my
There's a
tool.
quote
It
from
was going to
William
be a
Kendall
lot harder
to
with
another monk
arbitrary
named
angles of
William
Doom.
Kendall.
This was where I really started grappling
In
with
many ways, I
epsilon
will pause a board
problems
and
and
try to
just,
plow to
you know,
more
up until that point, I
descriptions
hadn't
and
really had to deal with the fact that
this was saying that
so many
he
numeric
wanted
things. This
the
almost felt like
people
a
of
betrayal
this country
where
to
people
know
told
the
me that I
actual
had
scriptures and the
mathematicians
word of
up on a
God
bit of
and
a
not have it
pedestal where
given to them
I
by
was,
a figure.
people think
And
I'm
unlike
math wizard.
John
Not.
Wycliffe,
I really,
someday
everything that I did
translated the Bible
was really
from
done
Hebrew
with a solid
and
high
Greek,
school math understanding.
not
Algebra 2,
Antonio's
trigonometry,
Bible isn't exactly
that was
the
what
King
got me
James
all the
version
way
of the
to
Bible,
Doom and
but
Quake
it
and all
very
of that,
nearly
just
is. About
understanding
85%
basics of
of
matrices,
Tyndale's Bible is
knowing well enough
directly
to do
from
something.
James version. They
What's
made
the
some
absolute
changes
problems you
and
run into?
So when you wind up taking like a
needed to
slope
be enough
line
for
and
people
you
to
say
see.
I'm going to
It's
intersect it
very,
with
very
another slope
close
line,
what's in the King James Bible.
then you wind up with something that's
Tyndale
not going to be on
was
these
not
nice
able
grid
to do his work
boundaries
of translation
with
and
multiple
essentially
tile maps.
sedition
All you've got is
in
horizontal
England,
and vertical lines
because
looking at
the
it from
king
above,
in England
and
at the
one
time,
of which is
Henry
obvious,
VIII,
the other one
was
is
a
cut
Catholic.
exactly at
He
that
the
point.
founder of the
But when
Catholic
you
Church.
have angled lines,
It
you're
wasn't
doing
going to
a
last.
slope intercept
It
problem, and you
wasn't
wind
until
up with
after
rational
Tyndale's
numbers
death,
there,
unfortunately.
where things that
But
are not going to be
Henry VIII,
evenly
of
planned
course,
on an integer or
eventually
even on a fixed point
recanted
value that
his
you've got. So everything winds up
You
having
see,
to snap to
his first
some
wife
fixed point
did not
value.
give him
So
his son.
the lines slightly
This
change
was
their angle.
something
You
that
wind up,
any
if you
monarch,
cut something
especially
here,
a
this
king,
one's going to bend a little
vitally
this way, and
important
it's
to
not
have
going to
a
be
strong
straight.
hand.
And then
He
you
knew
come
would
down to all
succeed
these
on the
questions
throne.
of, well, this one
There was,
is
of course,
a
many other
point
factors
on
in
an
the
angled line.
limitations of
You
building,
can't
and
answer
Henry
that
VIII
in finite precision unless you're doing something with actual rational numbers. And later on, I did waste far too much time chasing things like that. How do you do precise arithmetic with rational numbers? And it always blows up eventually.
So these kind of things are impossible.
So they're possible. Again, there are paths to doing it, but you can't fit them conveniently in any of the numbers. You need to start using big numbers and different factor tracking.
Right. So you have to, if you have any element of OCD and you want to do something perfectly, you're screwed if you're working with floating point.
Yeah.
So you had to deal with this for the first time.
And there were lots of challenges there about, okay, they built this cool thing, and the way the ESP trees work is it basically takes the walls and it carves other walls by those walls in this clever way that you can then take all of these fragments, and then you can for sure, from any given point, get an order in everything in the world. And this goes from this in front of this all the way back to the last thing. And that's super valuable for graphics, where kind of the classic graphics algorithm, haters algorithm. Or this thing first, and then the next thing, and the next thing, and then it comes out and it's all perfect. That's slow. You don't want to have to draw everything right. But you can also flip it around and draw the closest thing to you. And then if you're clever about it, you can figure out what you need to draw that's visible beyond.
And that's what PSP trees allow you to do.
Yeah, so it's combined with a bunch of other things, but it gives you that order. It's a clever way of doing things. And I remember I learned this from one of my graphics Bible called Foley and Van Dam. It's a different world back then. It's a small integer number of books. And this book, this book that was in this big fat college textbook that I read through many times. I didn't understand everything in it because it wasn't useful.
Thank you for listening. I really
hope
you enjoyed this episode.
And
I
finite
think
orderings
that anybody
raw
to
little
listen to
T-shaped thing.
talking
You
about
could
what
say
is
you
still
can
for a
make
lot
a
of
fixed ahead
people
of time
very
order for
controversial
this
and
and
emotional.
generalize this. The
The reason I
ESP
think
trees.
that even
And I
though
got a
it's
little
a
bit
lot of
more
negative
information
things to
about
try
that.
and
And it
be
was kind
as
of fun later while I was
honest
working
as
on Quake.
possible.
I got to
So
meet
hopefully you'll
Bruce
tune
Taylor,
in
who was
next
one
week.
of the
Our
original
theme music this week
researchers that
was, as
developed
always, the old
technologies
fantastic band Rabbi.
academic
If you've been
literature.
enjoying the
And that was
podcast
kind
so
of
far,
fun.
we'll
But I
keep
was
you
very
on
much
your
just
why not come
finding
over
a
and check
tool
it
that
out?
helped me solve what I was doing. I was using it in this very crude way, in a two-dimensional fashion.
If you're going over there, why not come
Yes,
over
one
to
much more sort of three-dimensional, so they can everywhere.
then you can go on over
But
to
eventually I
follow us
did
at
sort out
Flagcast
sort out how to do it reliably. There were still a few edge cases
Thank you so
in
much
it
for
that was
listening.
not absolutely perfect, where they even got terminology in the communities, like when you got to something that was messed up, it was a public errors, and then by to draw something there, you just wind up with a leftover remnants after we did do our major competition from there were critical things about making any of those games fast. Raising your glass in the air, tearing your heart, time has come out again in good money. And all the games that kind of had that kind of stuff. But there were still a bunch of other things that could imagine. And we made enough decisions to get what we wanted to do. We brought in multiplayer significantly, and it was our first game that was designed to modify by the user community. We had this whole setup of our log files and logs and things that people could build the tools and use to them, and they eventually grew to be better than what we used. But they could build things and they had to do things without destructively modifying, which is what you had to do in all the Doom was set up in this flexible way so that you could just say, run the normal game with this added on top, and it would overlay just the things that you
Hello,
wanted.
and welcome to the Pirate History
Would you
Podcast.
say that Doom
My
was
name is
kind
Matt.
of the first
Thank you for
true
listening.
3D game you created?
For the next few
No, it's
weeks,
still
we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England.
three-dimensional points on it.
Some of
This
these
is another one
events
of
will
these
occur
kind
in
of pedantic
Europe,
things that people
England,
love to
Scotland,
argue
Ireland,
about.
moving
It was
on
the
to
first
Spain
3D
and
game.
France,
I
Rome,
still-
even moving
every
further
month
east
probably
as
I hear
England
from
searches
somebody
for a
about,
land
well,
route
was
to
Doom really
Asia.
a 3D game?
But more of them will
Yeah,
take place moving
and
west. in North America as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies will one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing the Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, and Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry II, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a nobleman and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first wife. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another War of the Roses. However, both sides were at peace because a Lancaster would be on the throne, and he was so much of the champion of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like him that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he married his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty poor alliance because England and Spain were allied against the common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled A SEO-friendly Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo XII. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church
8
wasn't
months
going to
earlier,
last.
and then maybe
Henry's
6
star
months
began to
after it was
fade.
actually shipped, then there would
While
have been
once
the full
he had been a
running on
European
NPM
superstar,
6 degree of freedom
handsome,
graphics engine
young,
things there. So it's not that
adventurous in his wars on the continent.
it would have
Those
been
wars
something
left the
amazingly
realm
cool
in dire
earlier,
need
and then
of
something
money.
even cooler.
So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only born him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many of the partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Bolton, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was atypical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery with him. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had decided before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé, Anne Boleyn, in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position rival in the queen. It was somebody who was well respected around the court in places like France that even had a name for it, but still Anne tried him now. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well-educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him a male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. Divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having a marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome, invading the city, and at the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal itched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to him. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Roman tyrants. They had been on the advice of a woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else to Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, made him suggest that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did. In secret at first, but within only a few weeks she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more privately and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have his child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match on his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of whom happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest onto the pile as well. And at the trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a Connor named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant, and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward again. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere.
I did eventually.
Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language for her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through courtiers. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her face to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is a copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful. But on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There's not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She is a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci, or Mozart, or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court, and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was going to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up playing in his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Her older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old, her brother, the King of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee alone at night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council. The small group of men that had, under Henry, helped to rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So, he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, His
does
sixth
what I
wife.
asked it to do and did it faster
Catherine
than
Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted blindly.
But then we have some cases
However,
where
she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian.
30% or 40% of
Most
all
of what
these
we know
pixels.
about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it can be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek, or he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and would cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of the key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for his stepfather and his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her unwaiting father. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun to bark. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and lured one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that where he could kill the king, a newly caused nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support her belief, and when the pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour Ward, in short order, he beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon him. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become a queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor. And after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, and that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This is what led Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. The resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would of course have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode in England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been misleading, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy current in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth had become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to her. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army that helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering who Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with, and that will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a piece of court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was reported saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when it was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation and Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dying.
people that are thinking
We'll
about
talk
more
about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe.
And then modern things that are completely
I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. And if you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brillig. The song is The Old Cat, and it was absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. It helps us with the cost of research materials as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, select over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us at
the idea that you could have done something like that, it could make it increasingly evolutionary here. To start saying, like, okay, and persistence of social and type of science of life for living on a hand. I still think that's quite a good decision to take. That Palmetto was playing
raise your glass in the air, tear in your eye. Don't come out with goodbye. Or first light this morning, the old captain
examples of both sides.
let it go on, imagine
tonight. And expanding from there.
So, can you imagine the thing that will be, if we look back a couple of centuries from now,
last week,
and
we
you think
discussed the
about
early days of
the
Elizabeth's reign.
experiences
We talked about
that
the
marked
challenges
the
she faced, as
singularity
well as the tactics that
transition,
she used to overcome them,
where
including
most
the
of
new
our
class of
world
men
moves into virtual
men
reality.
who were
What do you think
young,
those experiences will
ambitious,
look like?
eager to make their
So I
fortunes
do
in
think it's
everything,
going to be kind
known
of
as
like
the
the way the
gentleman
web
adventurers.
slowly took
And we
over,
talked
where
about some of
you're
England's
the
earliest
frog in the
voyages to
pot
the
of water
Caribbean.
that's slowly heating
Voyages
up. Where
under a man
having
named
lived
John
through all of
Hawkins and
that,
one
I
voyage
remember
under
when it
another
was
captain named
shocking to
John
start
Milton.
seeing
At
the
least
first
one,
website
maybe two of
address
these
on a
voyages
billboard.
were on
And
board
you're like, hey,
a
my
young,
computer world is
highly talented
infecting the
man
real world.
named Francis
This
Drake.
is spreading out in
Today we're
some
going
way,
to be
but
talking about the
there's still,
third
when you look back
voyage of
and say,
John
well,
Hawkins.
what
This was
made
a
the
much
web take
larger
off?
voyage, meaning
And
that
it wasn't a big
that
bang
also
sort
had
of
on
moment
board
there.
Francis
It
Drake.
was a bunch of little
This
things
voyage
that
would
turned
change
out not
relations
even to
between
be
England
things
and
that are
Spain
relevant
forever,
now that
and it would
brought them
shape the
into.
world
So
Well, I
and the
wonder if,
future career
I mean,
of
like
Sir
you said,
Francis
you're not
Drake.
a historian.
This is
So
episode
maybe
number 7.
there's a historian
Viralrabbi.
out there that could really identify that
Last
moment.
week we discussed how
Data-driven
John
way,
Hawkins,
it could be
John
like
Oswald, and
MySpace.
Francis Drake were all members of
Maybe
those
the
West
first
Country
major
nations
social
born
network
in
that
or
really
around the
reached
Council
into
who were fiercely Protestant and extraordinarily
non-world or
loyal to
something
the
like
Queen
that.
I think that's kind of the fallacy of the story, and looking for some of those kind of primary dominant causes where so many of these things are, like we see an exponential curve, but it's not because like one thing is going exponential, it's because we have hundreds of little sigmoid curves overlapped on top of each other, and they just happen to be adding up so that you've got something kind of going exponential at any given point, but no single one of them was the critical thing.
Assume that Francis Drake
Dozens
was
and dozens
born
of
in February
things. We're seeing the transitions of stuff like as MySpace giving way to other things, even like blogging giving way to the social media and getting resurrected in other guises and things that happened there.
Dancing baby gift, whatever those early memes,
there is a
like
record
modern memes,
that after the English
humor
Reformation under Henry VIII,
different
his
evolution
father
of humor on the
became a
internet.
priest in the
I'm
English
sure the historians will also
However,
focus
that doesn't
on
exactly make it
from the different websites
there are
that
records
support
that show
the
that Francis
infrastructure
Drake's
so that
father
humans
was
read it,
a
all that kind
man.
of stuff.
Now, not
So people
necessarily
will
against
go back
his
and they
family
will
or
make
against
first some
Francis,
critical
there are
moments, but
several arrest
it's
records.
probably going to be before
You do know he
approximation
gets
actually
arrested for
happens.
assaulting
And
and
we've already
robbing a
seen
man
like
with
in the VR
another
space
accomplice,
where
and then, after
it
being
didn't play
released
out
just a
that
few
they
miles
thought
away,
it would in terms of
assaulting
what
and
was going to
robbing
be like.
another man
When
of his horse and
the modern era of
horse.
VR
After
basically
these
started
two
with
incidents, his
free
father
demos
was
to
restored.
on the
The shame
So we're like
great.
first person
However,
shooters
this
in
probably
VR,
didn't
match
have a
made in
huge
heaven,
effect
right?
on
And
Francis.
that
He had
didn't
already
work out that
left
way at
home
all.
to
They
get his
have
education.
the most comfort
When he was
problems
still
with it.
very
And then
young,
the most
Francis,
popular
along with all of his
yeah,
brothers
Beat
and a
Saber,
number of
which
other boys
nobody
from the
predicted
community,
back
went to
then.
study at the
What does that
home
make
of
you,
William Carnes.
like,
That was the father
from
of
first
George
principles if
Carnes,
you
who
were
was
to,
about
like,
the same age
first
as
engineer,
Francis,
like,
and
why
it's
are these,
reported
like,
that they
silly
became
fun
a good
games
friend.
the most?
It's
It
also
actually makes
knowledge that
very
they were
clear
close
sense when you
kinsmen.
analyze it from
In
hindsight.
these days,
Look
it's
at
pretty
engineering
typical for
reasons
boys
where
who were
it's not
what you
just
might
that it
call
was a
middle
magical,
class to
quirky
receive an
idea. It
education
was
at
something
the
that
household
played
of a
almost
relative or
perfectly
close
what
family
turned out to be
friend.
the real strengths
And
of
many
VR,
of this
where
clan
the
and
one thing
people
that I
in that West
really
Country region
underestimated
did so
importance in
at the
VR
Hawkins
was the
household.
importance of the control.
That's where they
I
learned
was
to
still
do things
thinking you
like
could do a
reading.
lot more with
That's where they
the
learned
gamepad
basic
and just the
arithmetic and a
amazingness
fair
of
amount
taking any
of what you
existing game,
consider
being able to move your head
gentle
around, look around.
that
That
included
was
how to behave
really
as
amazing.
how
The
to talk to
controllers
one's
were
elders and
super
how to talk to
important. The
one's
problem is
fathers.
so many things that
Everybody
you do with the
from
controllers
merchants
just
to nobility to
suck. It
even
feels like it
royalty.
breaks the illusion. Like trying
And
to
at
pick
the
up
Hawkins
glasses with the
household,
controllers.
they
They're like,
learned
oh,
about the
use the
doctrine
grip
of the
button when
English
you're kind
Church.
of close and
They
then
read the
snap it in
Bible,
your
which
hand.
was something that
All of
hadn't
those
really
things
been
are
done by most
unnatural
young men before.
actions
And they
that
would
you
talk
do them and
about
it's
the
still part of
reported
the VR
excesses
experience.
of the Catholic
But
Church.
Beat
In
Saber
exchange for their
winds up by
education,
playing
boys all
only
across
to the
Europe would
strengths.
work
It
for families
hides
in
all the
question.
weaknesses
If
of
the
it
family they
because
were working for
you are
were,
holding
say,
something in your hand, keeping
copper
a solid
snobs,
grip on it
they
the
would
whole
learn the
time.
craft of
It
copper
slices
snobs.
through things
In the
without
case
ever
of the
bumping
Hawkins
into it.
family,
You never get
they
into
were
the point
merchants
where,
and mariners, and
I'm
these
knocking on
boys
this
worked
table,
off
but
the
in
debt
VR,
of their
my hand just
education
goes right
on
through
board
it.
ship.
So you've got
They
something
traveled all
that
around Europe,
slices
from
through.
France
So
to
never
Spain
your
to the
brain
Low
telling
Countries,
you, oh,
even
I should have hit
occasionally
something.
into the
You've got a
Mediterranean.
lightsaber here.
They
Just
watched
respect it
and
with
learned
slice
as
through.
their elders bought and sold
Audio
goods
and
when they
music turned out to
negotiated
be a really
terms, and
powerful aspect of
sometimes
virtual
when
reality
the
where
ship
you're
would
blocking
come
the
upon
world
a
off and
small,
constructing the world
unsuspecting
around
ship,
you.
they
And
would watch as their elders
being something
overtook
that
that
can run
ship
efficiently
and
on even
would
this
negotiate a
relatively
transfer
low-powered
of goods
hardware
at the point
and
of
can
sale.
have a valuable loop
Now, we
in
don't have any
small
proof that
time
Francis
where
Drake was
a
on
lot of
board
modern
any of
games,
these trade
you're supposed to sit
informations,
down and
but
play for an hour just to get
probably
any.
was.
Sometimes
We
new game
do
takes
know
an hour
that
to get
John
through
Hawkins
tutorial.
was on board many
And
of
that's
these
not
trade
good for VR
voyages,
for a couple
and
of
so it can be
reasons. You have
assumed that
comfort
Francis was
issues,
alongside.
moving around it all.
Our
But you've
first
also
records of
got
Francis
just
Drake on board the
discomfort
ship
from the
don't
headset,
happen until
battery
he was about
lifespan
17
on
years
mobile
old.
versions. So
But then
having
we
things that
do
do
know
break
that he
down
was sailing
into
on ships
3
owned
and
by
4-minute windows of play
Now,
that
these
turns out to be
voyages
very
were
valuable.
voyages that went primarily into French waters.
So
that
it
had
winds up
single
being kind of
voyage,
a perfect storm
the
of all
sappy,
these things that are really good.
and
It doesn't
sometimes
have
outright
any of comfort problems for not
ships.
navigating around,
Now, this
standing
wasn't
still.
exactly
All
a
the stuff flies
respectable
at you.
location at the
It
time,
has place
even in that
audio
West
strengths.
Country area,
It adds
but
the
it
whole
was a
thickness of
known
VR.
fact of late,
Nobody
and
was
something
thinking
that
about
the
that back
government,
in
all the way
at
from
the
the local
beginning, and it
officials
turns
all the way
out
up to
that
the
that
Queen
is an
can turn a blind eye
excellent
to.
daily fitness thing
Francis
that you
did
do.
pretty well
You'll
as
play
a pilot. In
an
fact,
hour
we know
a
that
week
by the
day
age
or
of
natural or
20,
something.
maybe
That is
21,
legit
he was
solid
actively
exercise,
investing in other
and it's
more
more fun
legitimate
than doing it
voyages
just
that
about
were
any
often
other way.
scheduled.
So
I'd
that's
like
kind
to
of the
replace that
arcade
and
stage.
for a minute take a look at the
If I were to
process
say,
of
with my
investing in
experience
nautical
with
voyages.
VR,
I've made mention of it,
the
but I
thing
don't
that
really
I think is
comment much
powerful
on it.
is
Any voyage at
not
sea
yet,
is, of course, going
but
to be
the
something that's
degree
very
to which
expensive.
it's immersive
You
in a
need,
way
of course, to see where the ship
that greatness immersive. It takes you to another world. For me, it's I'm a fan of role-playing games.
You would need to
other
take
school
over
series,
of the ship on the wasn't port. You would need
Skyrim,
things
or
like
even Titanfall. It just takes you to another
lumber,
world.
other things that
And when
would
you're
actually
not in
keep the
that
ship
world,
in
you just
sails. You would also
then
need
you
on
just
board
you kind of want to stay there forever.
to
Like
defend the ship in case anything happened.
it's
These
pretty
included not only things
What
like
you just
power
want to
and
go to
shot
the place
is
and
that
but also some of those
there was a
rifles that
there was
existed,
a
as well
time
as
when
a fair number
we were kind
of
of asked
bows,
to come up with like
arrows,
what's your
and
view about
steel.
VR.
And this was a
And
large investment for
my
any
pitch
single
was that
person
it
to
should
do.
be better
There
inside
were,
the
of
headset
course,
than
people
outside.
in England
The
who were
world
rich enough
as
to
you
finance
want
those
it.
expeditions.
And everybody thought
However,
that
if
was
something did
dystopian.
happen to the
Like
ship
that's
despite
like,
all those
oh, you're
armies
just
on
gonna
board,
forget about the
it would
world
be
outside.
huge loss to
And
whoever was the
I
single
don't
person that
get
invested.
that mindset.
So,
Where the
the
idea that
practice of
if you
other
can make the
people
world
investing
better
in these
inside the
voyages to
headset and
mitigate
outside,
any losses
you
because
just
that
improve
of
the
course
person's
meant that there
life
was a
that
smaller
has a
return
headset
for
that
the
they wear.
single investor.
And
However,
there are
when
plenty
one
of things that we
person
just
invested in a
can't
number of
for everyone in
voyages,
the
then
world.
they can
Everybody
make the
can't
same
have
amount of
friends
money,
on private island,
while the
but
possibility
everyone
of
can have
using
a private
rifles
VR
due
island
to piracy
and have
or
things that they
inclement
want.
weather, they
And
would
there's a lot of
mitigate
these
these
kind of
losses.
rivalrous goods in the
That's
real
why
world
merchant
that
guilds and
VR can
trading
just
companies and
better.
custody companies
You
we
can
talked
do
about last
a
week,
lot of things
that's
like
where they were
that.
cropping up
Very,
all
very
over
rich.
Europe.
So
Investors
yeah,
were
I'm wanting
eager
to. I
to
think it's
invest
going to be
their
a
money
positive
into
thing this
inner
world
merchant
where
voyage.
they want to go back into
It
their
wasn't
headset,
just the merchant
where
skill.
it's better
Nobility,
than
all the
somebody
way up
that's
to
living in
royalty,
a
were
tiny
investing in
apartment
these
and have a
voyages.
palatial estate
If you
in
remember,
virtual reality
Columbus
where
was
they have all their
under the
friends from
design
all over
space
the
up
world
until
come
then
over
back in the
and
beginning
visit
of
them
this
without
span.
everybody getting on a
This
plane
brought in
this
a
time
lot of other
and being in
investors
some
for
place
funds
and
that
dealing with
actually
all the
managed
other
to get the
logistics
package paid for.
hassles.
This
There
was
is real
typical England
value
as
in
well.
the
Whenever Elizabeth
presents
was
that
on
you can
board,
get
which
when you
means
go to
many
the
other
agencies.
investors in her court would
All
decide
the
that this was
little
probably
things
a
that we
safe
need to
bet,
sort
and
out,
if
but
nothing else,
those are
it
things
looked
that we
very
have
good to
line
the
of sight.
queen to be investing
People
in something
that have
she
been in
could.
good VR
You
meetings
could usually
and
expect
workrooms
some
where
members
they
of
say,
the Navy
oh, that was
in
better
Elizabeth's
than it
court
used to
to
be.
be investing
But
in
of
many
course,
voyages,
it's more
but
hassle to
if
get
they
into
managed
it.
to
Not
complete
everyone
the
has a
services by
headset.
herself, then
Interoperability
other
is
members of
things.
her privy
Can't
council
have
likely to
cap
invest
out
as
at a
well.
certain number. There's all
Even
these things
for
that
voyages that
exist,
weren't publicly
but that's one
known
of those
as
things you
exactly
can look at and say,
confirmed,
we know
such as
there's
John
thousands of
Hawkins'
them.
voyages
We
were.
just need to really grind
They
hard
couldn't
and file
exactly
off all
put
the
out
tough
a
edges
press release
to make
saying
that
that these
possible.
voyages
You do think we're
underwent
blind
Spanish
to
trade
sight
in the Caribbean were backed by
because
the Crown. However,
there's
they were
a
backed
there's a
financially
reason
by
why
the Queen and many of her
I
highest
these podcasts
householders.
exist.
This was deeply
Doing
inflammatory
it
with both the
remotely,
Portuguese
it's
and the
not the same.
Spanish.
And if
And it
you
was something that
ask me
gambled
why
on
it's not the
Elizabeth's
same,
part,
I
but
wouldn't be able
she
to
was
right now.
betting on Philip of Spain's need to
But
keep
you're
himself
saying
out of the
that
war.
it's possible,
He was still
whatever the
engaged,
magic
though
is, that he was
he was still
that it's
immersive
immersive
finance, and
experience.
most importantly, for
We are
he was
almost
still in North Africa,
so
engaged in a war against the Muslims.
Doing a VR
In the
interview
meantime,
inside.
the war
I'm
between
not saying
England
it's
and
here right
Scotland
now,
had
but you can
essentially
see
come to a
glimmers
close.
of what it should
Elizabeth
be,
now
and
held
you
nearly
largely
100
know what
Scots
would
in
need to be
custody,
fixed
which
and
had
improved.
somewhat helped
Like you
tensions
say, there's a
between
difference
France and
between
England
had
subside,
remote
at
interview
least
with
anything
podcast
coming
over
close to
Zoom or
actual
something
warfare.
and face to face.
And
There
Philip
is that
knew
sense
that
of
the
presence, that
actions of
immediacy,
Elizabeth were a direct
super low
response
latency
to his moves in
responsiveness,
Calais
being
and
able to
closing
see all
off
the
the flight
subtle
there.
things there.
This was essentially a game of diplomatic
All of those are
chess,
things that
and right now, Elizabeth was counting.
and
Her
that's a
adversary
simple
was
case of
Philip.
small
It
meeting with a
was
couple people.
probably
That's the
Griezmann
much
still
easier
the
case.
Spanish
Everybody thinks the
ambassador.
Ready Player One multiple.
He was the
1,000
man that
people
really
going across
contested
a
every move of the
bridge,
Queen's game.
amazing
He
places
confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins that her
also
role.
do that, but that's further away
Elizabeth
from my
claimed that John
challenge.
Hawkins
This
was
whole
nothing
thing
but a
about
prosperous
being
merchant
able
who
to have
got
the
a
meeting
blessing
with
but not
one
compassion.
or a few people and have
However,
it
all
feel
that De Silva really had to
feel
do
like
was
you're
look into
there.
the harbor to see
If
that
you have
John
the same
Hawkins was
interactions
actually
of
the
talking
Queen's
with
own
them,
ship
get
for his
subtle
next
cues,
voyage to know
and
that
you
she
start
wasn't
getting
exactly
high
being
face
truthful
tracking
with
with some
him.
of the other things on
And
high
that's
end
exactly
headsets.
what Elizabeth
A
wanted.
lot of that
She
is
wanted
going
De
to
Silva,
go.
as well as King
And
Philip,
it
to
doesn't
know
have
that this
to
was a
be
direct
as good.
challenge to
This is
Philip's
an
moves
important
against
thing that
England.
people miss.
She
Where
would tell De Silva
there was a
that
lot
the
of people
seas were
that,
free, and that
especially
a vibrant
rich
trade in the
that would look
Caribbean
at
could
VR
exempt
and say,
multiple
it's like,
Spanish
oh,
citizens.
this just isn't that
Guzman de
good.
Silva
And
wrote
I'd say it's like, well,
again and
you've
again
already
to
been
King Philip, and
courtside,
King Philip was
backstage,
obviously
on pit
outraged,
row,
but
and you've
he
done
didn't
all of
really
these
give De Silva
experiences
enough
because you get to do
ammunition
them in real
that
life.
he
But
could use to
most
stop
people
Elizabeth.
don't get to. And
The
if
Portuguese
experiences only
ambassador was
have this
given an even more
because something
decisive
that they
treatment.
never would have gotten to do
When he
before,
came to
it's still a
protest
very
the
good
actions
thing.
of John
And as
Hawkins'
we
first
continue
voyage,
to
the
push
King
that
told him
number
that
up
his
over
protests
time,
were
it
essentially
has a minimum
pointless because he had already
viable
saved
value
for his
potential.
city.
When
Some
it
of
does
John
something
Hawkins'
that's
very first
valuable enough
stops
to
were
people
with
want, it's
thousands of
better
his
inside the
divisions where
headset
he
on
attacked
any metric
fishing
than it is
villages and
outside.
trading
People choose
outposts
to
and
go
made
there.
a small
We're on the right
fortune
path.
in gold
And we have a value gradient
survival
that I'm just always
pearls.
hammering on. You
These
can just follow
attacks of the
this value
second
gradient,
voyage
keep
against the
making things
Portuguese and
better,
the Spanish
rather
were a large
than
part of the
going
reason that
for
John
that
Lovell's
one
voyage did so
close your
poorly.
eyes, swing for the fences.
However, when John Hawkins began to
Silver
prepare a
bullet
couple of years later
Well, I
for his
wonder if
third
there's a
voyage,
value gradient for person meetings because
he
if you
was
get
seen
that
as a
right,
much better
I think that would
captain,
change.
commander,
Yeah,
and
but it
trader
doesn't
than
need
John
to.
Hawkins.
I mean, you don't need
Merely
everybody
having
to
his
one
name
like that.
attached to the voyage
I
attracted
wonder if
investors
there's
from the
that
highest
value
sectors of
gradient.
the
Follow along.
manifest of his investors.
Because
It reads
there
like
is
whose
follow
evil
it,
is Weaver Light.
then
At the top of
there'd
the
be
list
certain
was the
like
Queen,
base
who invested
shifts
two
at a
of her
certain
own
point
ships.
when people
There
will
was
shift
also
from
Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester.
Zoom.
Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's
I
favorite,
wonder
and probably actually the Queen's wife.
what are the bottom
Robert Dudley had met
software
Elizabeth, and they were both in the
like is it all about
they became
So
self-employed.
I have big arguments internally about
He was in the
strategic things like that, where like the next headset that's coming out that we've made various
He
announcements
was,
about
from
is
the
going to be a
time of
higher end
Elizabeth's
headset,
succession,
more
really
expensive,
the
more
most trusted
lots of
advisor.
people want to make
He
this
was probably the one that had his loyalty was
and
never
we'll see what the market has to say
Elizabeth
about
was known to
the
spend
exact trade-offs
most of
to
her
make.
idle hours
But if you want to
and
replace Zoom,
even
you
known
need to have
to
something
come
that
into his
everybody
station
has.
very late.
so you like
Some
Dudley
cheaper.
was
I
given
like
some of the
cheaper
highest
because
honors
also
and
like
some
your
of the most
and cheaper wind
responsibility
up
of
being
being a man.
a virtuous cycle there.
She
Where
even named him
expensive and more
regent if
features tends
anything
to
were
also be
important.
towards
And
heavier and
Dudley
just kind of
even
goes like
ruled
let's add more
England for a
features.
small
The
time
features are
while
not
Elizabeth was away.
they have
The
physical
next man that
presence
you would see on the
and
list of
off the
investors for
batteries
this
and all
voyage
this.
was really
I've
Dudley's
always
main
taken
competition
lower
for
end,
influence, support,
cheaper,
and fitness
faster
over.
approach.
He was
That's
the
why I
highest
was always
advisor that is
behind
on
the
the Privy
mobile
Council.
side of
His name
VR,
was
the
William
higher end
Cecil.
PC
He
headsets.
was the guy that
I
really
think that's
started the
proven out
day-to-day
well.
bureaucratic
But
running
there's
of England.
ideally
He
we have a whole
was
range
a
of things, but
notoriously
you've
honest
only got
man,
one
the man
or
that
two
Elizabeth
things.
trusted
It's
to tell
important
her
that
any
those two
hard
things cover
truths that
the
nobody else in her firm was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley.
when we're in a world
Now,
of
Dudley and
cell
Cecil
phones,
were
there's 50 of them on the
bitter
market
enemies.
covering every
They
conceivable
couldn't be
technological
more
niche you
different.
want. That's
Really,
going to be great.
their
But we're not
personalities
going
were
to be there
somewhat
for a while.
symbolic
where
of
the
Elizabeth's
bottlenecks?
singing.
Is it the hardware or the
Dudley was a
software?
really
Yeah, so right now,
flamboyant character.
you can play,
He
you can
was
get
young
workrooms
and
on
handsome,
Quest.
and he
You can
dressed
set up these things, and it's
extravagantly.
pretty good experience.
If
It's
you would
surprisingly
picture
I haven't
William
tried it. Is it
Shakespeare, or at least
surprisingly
how he
good?
Yeah,
dressed,
the
you
voice
would picture
latency is better on that
he would
than
wear
a
very
lot better
fancy
than
shoes and
so
marble coats,
got a
stockings,
better
and those
sense of
strange
immediacy
fluffy
there.
shorts that
The
everybody seems to be
expressions that you
wearing.
get
He
from
would have
the
a
current
fine
hardware
embroidered
with just
coat
kind
and
of your controllers
big
in your hand
flamboyant
is
smock
pretty
covered
realistic.
feather sticking
Kind
out
of
of it,
pretty good
and a
sense of
sword.
being there with someone.
Are these like
Cecil, on the other hand, was a
avatars
Puritan.
of people?
Yeah.
Like
He would have
you,
worn
you
almost
get to see
all
their
the
body,
a very
and they're
plain
sitting on a
coat,
table,
plain
and it
pants,
feels
boots,
better than
a
Superman.
Better
hat,
than, yeah, better
and
than
instead
you'd
of a
expect.
sword on
It
his head, he
is
probably had
definitely,
folio under his arm.
yeah, I'd say it's
And these
quite a
were the
bit
two
better
most
than
powerful men in Elizabeth's
but
court,
there's still
and they
all the rough
frequently
edges of
clashed,
reason
sometimes
Zoom became
bitterly,
so
sometimes
successful
violently.
because they just nailed
And this was
stability there.
reportedly something that
High
Elizabeth
quality with
supported somewhat,
absolute
maybe not
French
openly, but the
and we are
competition was
not
something
there
she saw as
yet
a
with
positive.
any of the VRs
These men started
trying
to gather
to
support
push
to
hard to get
travel around the
I
capital
keep talking about
armed.
it.
They would wear
One click to
armbands
make
or
everything happen.
cockades that
And
would
we're getting
show
there in
their
our
allegiance
home
towards Cecil
environment,
or
not
Dudley.
work
And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally
five
would
times
make
longer
things.
than it should. But
Cecil
we're getting
said
close
that
to
he
that
didn't
where
approve
you
of
click
these
there, they
violent
click on their button,
interactions.
and
He
then
was the man
they're
who
sitting
thought
there
that
in this
was
big presence.
However,
But latencies need to get a lot better. User interface needs to get a
similar
lot
to
better.
how he said he
Ubiquity of
didn't
the
approve of
headsets
these
needs to get
maritime
better.
adventures
To
all
have
over the
100
world
million
or those who
out
tested
there,
them.
just so everybody
However,
knows something
in
they
John
use
this small voyage. He
I think
invested
it's a
some of his
virtuous
own
cycle
money
because I
after seeing some
do
of the
think
returns that his friends and
the
colleagues had.
interface
And then came
is the
essentially
thing that makes
everybody
or
else in the London elite.
this kind of
Other
revolution.
lords,
It's so
Dudley's own
interesting
brother,
how
the
like
Earl of Warwick,
you said
the
one
Earl of
foot, but it's
Plymouth,
also like
the
how
Lord
you
Admiral of the Navy, William Winter,
I don't know
who's
what
Governor
is
of Wesley, and his brother George Winter, who was
you
another
ask a
Lord
dumb
of
question,
Winter,
maybe it's
John Hawkins' older brother, William.
but
Then
this is
came
about meta, but also
essentially
Google.
all of the merchant families in London.
Are they able?
Major guilds or leaders in the commercial
It
sector,
seems like
not just from
they
London,
need to
but
put on
from
like
all
training.
over, and especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins'
They
hometown.
seem to
Everyone who
do
was
a
in
good
the
job of
wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought into
creating
it.
these user
John
friendly
Hawkins was
interfaces
extremely
as we
wealthy.
get bigger into the
He
company.
had all the money
Google
and
has created some
provisions
of the
and
greatest
ornaments he could
interfaces
need,
ever
a crew of summer
early on in
commercials.
this.
Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on these voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did only made more money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to oppressive. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over the head, and then these poor men would wake up on the
I
ship
had my
on
small
their way to
companies,
the
and then we were acquired by a mid-sized
gangs and
publisher,
and after
and
only
then
a few days, they had
Oculus
the men they needed to
acquired by
flush out
Meta,
the ships,
and
and
Meta
they
is
were ready
grown
to
by
set
a
sail.
factor of many just in the 8
And
years
on October
since the
2nd,
acquisition.
1567,
So
it's
I did not have
there were
experience
6 ships
with
total.
this, and
The two that
it
belonged
was
to the
interesting because I
Queen
remember
were the
like
700
previously my
ton
benchmark
Jesus of Lubbock,
for
which was
kind
the
of use of
flagship
resources
captained by
was
John
some of the
Hawkins
government
himself,
programs I
and
interacted
300
with on
ton
the
Navy.
aerospace side.
The other
And
4
I
ships
remember
belonged
thinking
to the Hawkins
okay, there's
brothers,
an Air
William
Force
and John.
program. They spent
First
$50
of all,
million,
the Edward
and
and William
they
and
didn't
John.
they
Then
didn't
there
launch
was the
anything. They didn't
Swallow,
build anything.
the
It was just kind of
Angel,
like
and the Juno.
they made a
Now, we
bunch of
know
papers
Francis
and
Drake was
they had
aboard
some
the
parts
Juno.
in a
However,
warehouse that nothing
reports
came
have
of
been
it.
clicking as
$50
to what
million.
his rank on the Juno was.
And
Later in
I
life,
had to
Francis
radically
Drake would say that he
recalibrate
was
my
captain
sense
from
of
more,
like
so
how
to
much
say.
money can be
There were
spent
also
with
testimonies from some
you know,
men
man
saying he was the captain from the very beginning.
on the very
These
plus side,
testimonies, however, were
VR has
taken
turned
as
out to
engine
be built
position, and they were looking
pretty
at
much
the time
exactly
for as much
what
evidence to implicate
we
Francis
just
Drake
passed
in as
10
many
years
crimes as
from
possible
my
as they could find.
first
So
demo.
these testimonies
And
aren't
if
exactly
I could have said
trustworthy.
what I wanted to have, it
But
would
he
have been
was, at the
a
time, at
standalone
least
inside-out
on
tracked
board the Juno.
4K
It's also
resolution
important to
headset
mention
that
that
I
this was
could still
more
plug
than
into a
just a
PC
merchant
for high-end
voyage.
rendering.
This was a
That's
national
exactly
undertaking,
what we got
and these
on
ships
Quest
were
2.
totally lawful. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying from her head. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth II, ordered him not
On the
to
one hand,
offend England's
we did kind of
allies,
achieve
Spain,
a win. We
Portugal, and
got
Spain.
sold
However,
success.
John Hawkins had no
But
intention
the
of
amount of
following
resources
Elizabeth's
we've
hand,
gone
and
into
Elizabeth
it winds
Silva
up getting
knew
loaded
this.
up in a county where Mark
Just a few days
did
after setting
announce that
sail,
they spent $10
the
billion
fleet was
a
scattered
year
by a
on
terrible
reality.
storm.
Now,
Nearly
Reality
all
Labs
ships lost
covers
sight
a
of each
lot.
other,
It was
and the
VR
Jesus of
was
Lubbock
not the
took
large
severe
that
damage. It
Portal
was so
Spark
bad
and
that
the
just a
AR
few days
research
after setting
efforts.
out, John
And
Hawkins
it's
seriously
been
considered
expanding out
turning
to
back
include
his
AI
own
and other
empire.
things there where
When almost as soon as
there's
the
a lot
storm
going
ended,
on there.
the Angel
That
managed to find
$10
Jesus
billion
of Lubbock.
is just a
They
number
decided
that
that the
I
best
had
course of action
trouble
would be to go ahead
processing.
and continue their
I feel
voyage to
sick
go to
in
the
my
Canaries,
stomach
which
thinking
every
about
ship
that
in the
much
fleet
money
knew
being
was their
spent.
first
But
destination.
that's how
The Dominion,
they
the
demonstrate
William and John,
commitment
and
to
the
this,
Swallow
where
had found each
it's
other as
not
well, and they were coming
more
to
so
the
than
Canaries.
Google
However,
goes and
Drake's
cancels
ship,
all
the Judah,
projects
was nowhere to be
different
found,
reasons.
and it was
Like that,
presumed
while Meta
so.
is really sticking with the funding
It
of
took a few
VR,
days, but when
AR
John
is still
Hawkins had
further out.
nearly made it
So
to
there's
Port
something to be
Canaries,
said for
he
that.
caught up with the Judah.
It's not just going to
Francis Drake,
vanish.
who was
It's
almost
going in.
certainly
I
his
just wish
captain now, and
all
sailed
those
straight
resources
through the
could be
storm
applied
with
more
no
effectively.
loss of life and
Because
almost no
I
damage
see
to
all
the ship.
these cases, I point
This
out
had to
these
be
examples
kind
of
of
how
impressive to
a
John
third party
Hawkins, who was an
kind of
old
competing
friend
with in
of
various
many
ways.
countless
There's a
ship's
number of
captain,
these
and he was
and they
livid
do
with
work
this.
again.
Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed
And a lot of it
future
comes
duty.
from, yes,
Drake
there's
had been to
a
this
small
same
company
port
can just
on a voyage of
do it,
John Hawkins
while in
3
a big
years
company,
before,
you do
and
have
they
to
had
worry
been
about,
very badly received.
is there
He didn't
some
want to
SDK
sail in Port
internally that you
Hawkins,
should be using?
and
Is
that was
another
probably a
team
smart
making
move.
it?
These
Your
3 ships made
cross-functional
landfall. The
meetups for
militia
different
was
things.
marched out
You
2
do have more
days,
concerns
but
about,
in haste to
about
guard these
privacy and
English ships.
diversity and
The
equity
harbor
and
master came out
safety
to
of different
inspect the
things,
ships and saw that
rental
all 3 of
issues,
them
and
were
things that a
bristling
smaller
with
startup
firepower,
companies
and that
get
the men
excited
on
about.
board were
Cowboy
heavily
and
armed and obviously
often
well
do something
trained.
interesting.
But he also
And there's a
saw
lot
that
more
what Jesus said Lubbock was that they gave the English permission to repent. As long as they agreed to stay on board, not go ashore, and not cause any trouble. But if you're sick, who has just escaped almost certain death from a horrendous storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, or you can see heaven sort of a and fresh,
Like an
hot
individual
food,
engineer might not believe that they
and
can
as many
change the
women
world.
as you could possibly
You
want.
delegate a
Well,
little bit
sailors
of
don't take to those
the
orders
responsibility
too well,
to be
and
the one
tensions
who
will
changes
flare
the
at
world
that.
at the big companies.
Two
I
men
think,
found
but
themselves
the
in
reality is,
what could be considered a
the
violent
world
disorder.
will get changed.
One of them was named Edward
As an
Dunn.
engineer
He
anyway.
was the captain
They're
of the
either
Soul.
inside Google
Essentially, he was the
or
man that,
startup. It
when
doesn't
Jose
matter. It's just
landed
that
in the Caribbean, would be
Google
in charge of
company
those
engineers
resources.
believe they're the
But
ones
he
that are
and
going
another
to
man
decrease that
decided
late.
that they were going to row
It'll
ashore
take one
and
John
fight the
Conway,
freeze. Now, Dudley
20-year-old
went to shore first with his
comeback
own boat,
that
and John
certified
Hawkins
letter right
stopped the
now to
second
change
man
everything.
and followed
I
him.
try to point that out and
Hawkins
push
stopped the
people
duel from taking place,
try to
which
go
would
ahead.
have broken
When
his
you see
promise
something,
to
because there
keep
is,
his men
you
in
get the
line.
silo
However,
mentality
Dudley
where
was
they're like,
cowardly.
okay, I know something's not right over there, but
Harsh
that's
words were
staying in
almost
my
certainly
lane.
exchanged. Things began to
And
get a
there's
little bit
a
violent,
couple
and
people
then
that
Dudley
I
drew
can
his sword and
think
struck his
about that
captain
are really
above the
just
eye
like
with the
pop
hilt.
all over the
Right,
place.
wow.
And I treasure them.
Now
People
that's
that are just willing to,
mutiny.
they're fearless. They will
It's
go
mutiny to
over and
strike
they will go
any
rebuild
senior
the
officer.
kernel and
John
change this
Hawkins said
distribution and
that was
go in
something,
and
however,
hack
that
a
he would be
firmware
able
over
to
here
forget.
to get something done
It's
right.
said
And
that he was
that
the
is
admiral
relatively rare.
of a fleet commissioned
Thousands of developers, you've got
and
a
he
small
said that this was
handful
his
that are going
badge
to
striking a
operate
plan
at that
for
level. And and it's
Hawkins
potentially
ordered
risky for
Dudley
them. The
put in
politics
chains.
are real in a lot of that. And I'm
He
in
drew
the
his
very
harquebus
much the
and
privileged
pointed
position
it
of
directly at Dudley
I'm
and told
more
him
or
to
less
say his
untouchable
prayers
there, where
and
I've been
perform the
dinged
vow.
like twice for like you said something
Dudley
insensitive
pleaded
in
for
that
his life.
post.
He begged for
You should probably
forgiveness.
not say
The
that.
other Englishmen
But for
begged
the
his
most part,
favor.
yes,
Even
I get
a
away with
foreign priest
every
came
week I'm
down
posting
to see what was
something
happening
pretty
and to
loud and
beg for John
opinionated
Hawkins to spare his life,
internally. I think
which
that's useful
finally
for the
he did.
company, but
He helped Dudley to
yeah,
his feet
it's not
and
it's
removed the
rare to have a
irons
position
himself.
like that, and I can't
There
necessarily
were no
offer
more
advice for how
incidents
someone
following him.
can do that.
Well, you could offer
Hawkins had
advice to
received
company
word
in
that the
general
rest of his
to
fleet was
give
waiting
a
not
little
too
bit of
far away. And
freedom
as soon as the Jesus was
for the
repaired,
young,
they
wild.
set sail to
The
meet him.
wildest ideas come from
When
the young
Hawkins and
mind.
Drake arrived in port where
And
the
so
other
you
three
need
ships
to
were
get
waiting, a
just
celebration ensued.
think big.
The governor was kind enough to bring them
For that, they
food,
have to be
wine,
nice.
and even a large number of fresh oranges.
They have to think
However,
crazy
in their
ideas
revelry
and
and
thoughts,
drink,
pursue
many
them
of the
with equal
Englishmen
passion without
began
being
to
slowed down by
disrespect
bureaucracy
this
or
warm
management
welcome
and all
that the
that.
Spanish occupied.
Obviously,
They went
startups
ashore
really
and they
power
burned
that, but big
effigies of the
companies do too. And
saints.
that's
They
a
shot their
design
cannons at
challenge
local
for a
church.
company,
They
for big
overturned
companies to
cross
see how
and
you
even set fire to the
enable
door
that, how
of
you
their
empower that.
apartment.
There's so many resources.
Now, these men were
And
English
they do
Protestants, and they fell into
amazing
that
things to
same
get
sect of
accomplished, but
society that William
there's so
Cecil
much
had.
more that could
They
come
were
out of
Puritans,
that.
and they
And
were highly
I'm
religious.
always hopeful. I'm
They
an
held
optimist
prayers
almost everything.
on board
I
3
think
times a
things
day, and
can
every
get
ship
better.
in
I think
fleet
that they can
based
improve
on that.
things, that you go
They
through
saw
a
their
path of
actions
learning
as Spanish
kind of what
Puritans
does and
depicted
doesn't work.
and
And
justified
I'm not,
in the eyes
I'm
of
not
God.
ready to be fatalistic about
They saw the
kind of the
Catholic
outcome of any of
invasion
that.
Me neither. I know
saints,
too
the
many
Virgin
good
Mary,
people inside of those large
ungodly,
companies
and
that are
sinful, and the worship of false
you
idols.
have a friendship.
And they weren't alone in Europe. They were
Often
members
when I
of what was
talk
really
to
a
they bring up
growing
companies
and
for
divisive
moving
movement.
engineers, big picture.
There were other groups
Things
of
that you
Puritans who
are
had similar
is
things, such as the
huge amount of respect.
Anabaptists. So you even see
You,
similar stuff today
I just,
when, say,
I've never been a
Muslim
fly on the
extremists in the
wall
Middle
for
East
this,
will
especially
destroy
the
what
two
they
of you.
consider
I just
false
wonder, is there
idols.
something you
Groups like
guys
Al-Qaeda, ISIS,
debate,
have a long
argue
history of
about,
defacing some of the
discuss?
world's
Is
most
there something you
treasured
should probably
historical landmarks because they
think
consider
about?
them something that
You come
distracts
from
from
different
God.
worlds, maybe there's some
So make no
intersection
mistake, the
in
men on
in
board this English
aerospace,
voyage
maybe
of
there's
John
some
Hawkins were
intersection
extremists,
in your
the
new
kind of men
efforts in
who would
artificial intelligence
disrespect a
in terms
warm
of
welcome by spending prior to and shooting the truck with candidates.
So I think in some
question
ways
is,
we do have a
is that
kind
what
of similar
Elizabeth would have
background.
wanted?
We're almost
Now
exactly
we know
the same
that she wanted to
age
disperse
and kind of
the
similar
truth.
programming
And we know that she
backgrounds,
wanted to
personal
send a message of
computers, and
defiance to
even
Hitler.
some of the books
And
that
she
we
wanted to
would
show
read and
all of
things that
Europe that
kind of
England
turn us
had a
into the
growing
people
need
that
of
we are
presence. It
today.
was something to be feared.
And I think there is
Because
a
a
degree
mob
of
of drunken,
sensibility
devout
similarities
Englishmen
where
really
we kind
project
of
her power,
all bullshit on the same
or does it
things
make
and
her
kind
look
of
like
see the
a
same
queen that's nothing more
opportunities
than a nation
in
of
different
greatness?
technology. And there's that sense of,
You know, she may
you
have
know, I always talk about
personally
stupid light
enjoyed hearing
solutions
the
for
exploits of
things,
this voyage.
about
It may have brought her some
minimum
satisfaction,
manufacturing and
but it really must have
engineering
made her
and
job
operational
far harder
standpoints.
when dealing with Spain's Portugal.
And so,
So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Vulcan's fate was chased by
I wasn't familiar with.
and they decided
I
to
was still
move
in
on
my
with their
dev
job.
bubble. I really
So they
wasn't
began
familiar with all the
harassing
startups that
primarily
were
Portuguese,
going
but some
being
Spanish fishing
successful
villages
and
similar to
Amazon
John
and
Vulcan's
PayPal and
settlement.
all these different companies. But,
They started
you know, I met him
capturing
as I was
slaves
starting
on
to do
hooks. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that
he
didn't end
came
well
down
for
with
them.
his right-hand
So I started looking
guy,
for
and
richer
we
classes.
talked about
Soon,
what
they
can
came
we,
upon
what can we do
a
with
French
this? It
port,
was kind of specific
and they
things
decided
about
to take the ships
how
that were
our
waiting in
flight
the harbor.
receivers set up, what are different
It's around
propellant
this time
options,
that the history started
what
to
can
go
happen
down.
with
There are a number of
different
different
ways of
accounts that
putting
make it
things
hard to
together.
figure out exactly
And
what
then,
happened.
in some ways,
What we
he
know
was
is
certainly
that
the biggest
one or
player in
two
the
of the
sort of
French
alt
ships
space
was headed to
community
the
that was
ocean.
going on in the early
What we don't know
2000s.
is whether or
He
not
was
these ships were
the
taken by
most
force.
well-funded, although
Some
his funding
accounts
in the larger
say
scheme
that
of
the
things
English
compared
snuck
to
in the middle of the
like
night,
a NASA or
took all
something
of the
like
French
that was
ships,
really tiny.
and sold
It was a
all
lot
two
more
of
than I
them
had at
to
the
the
time.
French. Other accounts
But it
say
was interesting.
that
I had
some
a
of
point
these French
years later
labor
when
was
I
forced
realized,
agreed
okay,
to accompany the English
my
on their
financial
voyage.
resources at this point
After
are
all,
basically
these
what
Frenchmen
Elon's
would
was
have
when
to
he went
reckon
all
with
in
themselves to sending return
SpaceX
and
and Tesla.
later talking to
And
French
there's,
officials would have lied and blamed it on the
I think
English.
in many corners
See,
he does not
it's
get
recorded
the
that at this
respect that
time,
he
a
should
French
about
ship
being
called
a
the
wealthy
Don de
person
and
that
the
could just retire. He
joined the
went
fleet
all in,
commanded by
where
a French
he was
captain
really
named
going
Paul
to,
Martel. However,
he could have
it's
gone
also
bust.
said
There's
that
plenty
a
of
few
people
days
when you look
later,
at
the
the,
English fleet
the
came
sad
upon a group of Portuguese
athletes
ships and
or
took them by
entertainers
force.
that have all the money in
Now,
the world
the
to
ship
do
in
it.
that
Could
group
have
called
been the
the
business
rothschild
case
videos,
example
the
of
grace
that.
of God,
But
was reportedly hidden in
the
Francis
things that he
Drake
was doing,
as his first
space
companies.
exploration,
However,
identification
there are
of
pretty convincing
transportation,
accounts that Drake was already
solar
a
city type
according to
things.
some records,
These are
and
big
the name of
world
that Portuguese
level
ship,
things.
the grace of
And I have a
God,
great deal
was
of
almost
admiration
exactly the
that he
same
was
as
willing
that
to throw
ship,
himself
the
so
gift of
completely
God.
into that.
So,
Because
was
in
Drake's
contrast
first
with myself,
captaincy
I was
on
doing
that
Armadillo
Portuguese ship
Aerospace,
that
which
was took
was
by
tightly
force,
bounded
or was he
with
already a
John's
captain
crazy
and had a
money
French
at
ship
the
joined
time
their
that
fleet
had a
captained by a
finite
French
limit on it.
captain?
It was never going to
And
impact
then
me or my
it gets
family
worse.
if it completely
Later,
failed.
Drake is said to
And
be
I was
leading
still
his
hedging my
own raiding
bets,
parties ashore
working
to
at its
capture African
software
slaves. Now,
when
this
he
was
had
happening while
really
John
all
Hawkins
in
was
there.
elsewhere in Africa, making
And
alliance with certain
a huge
African
amount of
kings
respect for that.
and aiding them
And
in
people do
battle
not,
against their
the other thing I
enemies.
get irritated
These
with is
African
people and say,
kings
it's like,
and
oh,
Hawkins
Elon's
had
just
struck
a
a deal
business
in
guy.
which they
He
would
just got,
split any
he was
captives
gifted the money and
meanwhile.
he's just kind
In
of
addition to that,
investing in all
it's
of
said
this
that the
when
fleet that
he
arrived
was
in the
really deeply
Caribbean
involved
sometime
in a
later
lot of the
was much
decisions.
larger than the one that set out for
Not all of
England.
them were perfect, but
So I tried to
he cared very
synthesize
much
these
about
different
engine
accounts
material
from all
selection,
of the
propellant
testimonies at the
selection.
time, as well as other
For
court
years, he'd be
documents
kind
and
of telling
primary
me, it's
sources,
like,
as
get
well
off
as
that
the later
hydrogen
accounts of
peroxide
Drake
stuff. It's
himself
like,
and
put
the
oxygen for
different
you.
accounts from
The only
historians
proper
that come later.
oxidizer for this.
There are many
And
different stories, but it all seems to
like
point
the
to
times that I've
something.
all through the factories,
It
but
sounds like when
we're
Hawkins was
talking
making alliances
very
with the different
detailed
kings,
things about
he
how
sent
this
for
weld
Drake
is made,
along with some
how
of
this
his ships
subassembly
on
goes
hand
together.
to pursue his own
When
mission.
our startup
From
shut
Drake's
down
own
for
men and
years
his
and
own
different
accounts,
things.
it
So
sounds like he
he
actually
is
befriended
really
some of the French
in
pirates on the
there
coast
at a
line.
very detailed level.
Now, this is
I
not
think
out of the
that he is
question, because if you
the best
recall,
modern
on his
example
voyage
now
with
of
John
someone
Lovell,
that
they
tries
allied
to, that
themselves
can
with several
effectively
French pirates,
micromanage some
made it
decisions
possible
on
for
things
voters
on
to
both
prove
Tesla
that
and
Drake had
SpaceX to
planned
some
to
degree,
meet
where
these French
he
pirates
cares
on
enough
the
about it. I
coast.
worry a lot that he's stretched too thin.
You see, most of the French pirates at the time were rebels against the crown and
Twitter, all
Protestants
the other
themselves,
possible
people that
things
these Protestant Englishmen
where I
would
know
have
I've
been
got
in something of a kindred spirit.
limits on how much
So
I
it
can
makes
pay
sense that
attention
if the
to.
English fleet
I
led by
have to kind of
Drake
box
met
off
up with
different
some
amounts of
French
time.
pirates,
And
they
I
might
look back
have
at
had some
my aerospace
Portuguese
side of things.
Catholic
Like I did
ships,
not go
and then
all in
later,
on
through
it. I
the
did
Holy
not
War, the
commit
pirates again
myself
fought
at a
by
level
those
that would have taken
dastardly
me
Frenchmen
successful
were those piratical
And,
Englishmen. You see, the
and
reason
it's
this
kind of a
becomes
weird
so
thing,
confusing is
like
because
having a
many
discussion
later
with the
historians
richest
have
man in the world
attributed
right now.
Drake's first captaincy to
He
his
operates
Portuguese and
on
Russian
a level
agents
that is
and
still
prisoners.
very
Going
much
on to
in my
revise
wheelhouse,
the account
technical
became
side of
later, many years later,
So-
as
doing that
Drake's
systems level
would
type of
say,
thinking where
quote,
you
Francis Drake was
all the
made master
details
and captain of the Paragon
picture.
after he took that
Do you think
supposedly
in
Portuguese ship.
aerospace
However, these historians
arena
are
in the
dismissing
next
earlier
5-10 years,
accounts
do
for
you
some
think
of
we're
the
going to put
same
human on
sailors
Mars? Like, what do
who
you
said
think
that Drake was captain
interesting?
before this. However,
No, I
a
did. In
prominent
fact, I
biographer
made a
of
bet
Francis
with
Drake, a
someone
man
that
named
was
Harry
formatting
Casey,
this about whether
believes that this
he was
first
on Mars
captaincy
by
was in
2030.
fact Jewish at
And
the outset.
this was kind of a fun
So
story.
it seems to
because I
me
was at
that
an
Drake was
Intel
probably
sponsored
made
event.
some sort
We
of
had a bunch
maybe
of
vice
world-class
admiral
brilliant people. And we were
using
talking about computing
his
stuff,
own
like the after dinner
talents at first, which
conversation
we know
was,
he has had
like,
a
what are some
long
other
career
things, how they're going to go
already, to
And
join
one
up
of the
with
ones
some
tossed
notorious
up on the
French
whiteboard
pirates
was
and
kids on Mars
board
by
their ships to the
2030.
fleet, which they would
And
use to
most of the
harass
people
any
in the room
Catholics on the
thought,
African
yes,
coast, as
I
well
love that
as
SpaceX is
any
kicking ass.
number
We've
that
got all this
supposedly
possible stuff.
while both
Seems
being
likely
able
that it's going to
to
go down.
With a certain amount of
And
plausible
I said,
deniability to the
no, I
authorities
think less than
involved.
50% chance. that
There's
it's
no
going to make
account of Drake being given
And
solo career
people,
this
you know, were
early.
kind of,
However, later in the
like
voyage, there
pessimism or
would be
whatever.
official
And of
records
course,
that
I'm an
it has
optimist
been
in
given
almost
design
everything.
solo
But for me to be
So,
the one
while
kind of
this all seems
outlier,
very
no, I
plausible
don't
to me,
think so.
don't quote me on this.
Then I started saying some of the things. I said, well, let's be
However,
concrete about it.
after the exploits of
$10,000.
Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet went
And this
back up
was
a little bit
this
larger
was
than it was
really
for the
a
West.
startling thing to see.
They had about 5 or 6 million slaves,
Really,
and at this point,
but as soon
Francis
as like
Drake
money
is
came on the line,
undisputably
and they were like, "Oh, what is $10,000?" And I was not the richest
the
person.
fleet crossed the Atlantic
There were
and made it to
people
the Caribbean.
much better off.
Their first landfall was after the minute. However, there was no European
as soon as they
settlement,
started thinking like, oh,
so
I
they
can
got the
lose
first
money
timber, restocked
by
their water, and moved
keeping
on.
keeping my position right now.
He
And
once again
all these
put
engineers, they
Sir
engaged
Ron
their
from
brain.
the
They started thinking, it's like, okay, launch
After his
windows,
next port call
launch
at the island of
delays, like
Margarita,
how
the
many
English
times would it
found
take to
the
get this
town of
right?
Mandarin
What historical
in a
precedents do
manner
we
of
have?
soiled
And
environment, with the walls
then
of
it
the
mostly
house
came down
scrawled
to
in
it's like,
charcoal
well,
with
what about in
phrase and French
transit by
language.
2030?
Vengeance for
And
La Florida.
what about different
Neither
things? Or would you
Hawkins nor
get
the
people
Spanish
for
had known that the
2032?
Florida Indians had
But
virtually
what people
destroyed
did
the
go
remaining
ahead and
Spanish outposts
was optimistic
by
enough
early
to make it that way.
1560s.
So I have a
Although
$10,000
cloud
bet
chaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the
2030.
French
I think it's going to
corsairs, after
happen
which their
shortly
Spanish ships
thereafter.
were so
I think
grateful
there's
that
probably
9 days of
infrastructure
further
on
trading
Mars by
with
2030,
gold
but I
and
don't
peace
think
on
that we'll
foot.
have humans on Mars. I
After
think it's
their brisk
possible,
trade,
but I think
the
it's
English left
less than a
Margarita and
50%
headed to their
chance, so
next
I felt safe
destination,
making
as a
that
place
bet.
called
Well, I think
rothschild.
you had
There
an
they found
interesting point.
rothschild as well,
Correct
the
me if I'm wrong.
bank.
It's a dark. It's
Once again, Hawkins went out
which
to
should
address the
perhaps
colony.
help
No,
people
this
appreciate
could be
the
described as a trading
which
report on the
is
beach. He learned from the
in
colonists
this
that the French had
particular
also
effort,
returned to constate the
Elon
land
is
and
critical.
Spanish capital.
It's critical to the
And
success.
he began to trade
SpaceX
occasionally
would be
trading slaves and keeping the rest of
critical
them
to
on shore and on the coast. Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of
so if something
speculation.
happens,
If we assume that what I said earlier, that
then
in fact
all of
several
this
French pirates had joined the
collapses.
English fleet that
This is
had
in
similar
contrast to
goals to
the other
Englishmen, then we can
$10,000
assume
bet I
that the
made
French
kind of
traveled
recently.
across
That
the
was
Atlantic.
self-driving cars at
Hawkins and
level 5
especially Drake
around
knew what a
cities.
tough time they were
People
going
have
to
kind of
have
nitpicked
selling
that,
not only
that
their
you
goods
probably
but
don't
their
need exactly
slaves.
level 5, but the
Voyager
guy
and John
having it
Lovell
that
had had a
way
huge problem getting rid
is
of the
we're going
slaves
to
in
be,
the Spanish
we know what
territories because the Spanish
Jeff
government had
coding
forbidden
our
anyone to buy them.
stack over.
In fact, any trade with the Luteranos
Yeah, I mean, it's
was
just, he doesn't
completely
think
out of the
that
question.
people are going to be riding around the
So
road
if the Englishmen were going to
in
sell
major
slaves
cities,
in the
just
Caribbean
like
and disrupt
taking
Spanish trade as they had been
and I
able
think
to
it
do,
will.
well, they had to find
And
a
I
way
think,
to
and the
sell
difference is
slaves
everybody
to
looks at
convince
this,
the
oh,
Spanish
but
colonists
Tesla's
in
been
the
wrong
Caribbean to
for
buy
years. They've
them.
been promising it for years,
Wouldn't
and
it
it's not
be
here yet.
kind of a nice
And
to
the
some
reason this is
really
different
super
than
villain level
Mars
machinations
is
if these
Mars
Englishmen allied with the
really
French
is
pirates
more
who
than is
Drake
comfortable
met
a
on
bet
his
on
previous
Elon
voyage with
Musk.
John Lovell, and then
That
sent the
is
French pirates
that
ahead
is his
to
thing.
sack
And
the Spanish
he is really
settlements in
going
which the
to
English were
on
going
the
to
nerve
land shortly
trying to
thereafter.
make that
And
happen.
then John Hawkins could sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists,
Yeah,
give
because
them
if
the fresh
Elon
food
went
that they
away
needed,
and
the shelter they
SpaceX
needed,
went
as well as
public
the
and had a
protection
board
of
of
the many English
directors,
soldiers from these
there
French
are
corsairs.
practical things
And
they
then,
could be
once they
doing
felt
that
safe
focus
and
it
happy
on
and realized that they were
presence
going
of
to
Mars.
rebuild their settlement, he
This
just
really
had the
is his
goods and the
personal thing.
slaves that they would need
And
to
in
help them out.
contrast, self-driving
This would allow
cars
Hawkins
have
to
a
not only
dozen
complete his
critical
orders for the
companies
Queen,
working
in
really
which he
hard.
would
And
disrupt
while,
Spanish trade
yes,
without
it's going
offending
slower
any of
than
his
most
allies,
people
as well as
thought
make
it
himself
would.
a personal
Betting against
fortune
that
and
is a bet
repay his
against
investors
almost the
handsomely.
entire world.
This wouldn't
In terms
break
of all of
Elizabeth's
these
rules,
companies
and they
that
would
have all
accomplish
of
all
these
of his
incentives.
goals.
It's not just
Now, I
one
haven't read
guy's
any
passion
historians who
project.
get this same conclusion, solutions to
And I
remain.
do think
So
that it
very
is
good
solvable.
evidence out there that
Although there's,
completely
I
refutes that
recognize
this
it's not
preferred to be
100%
holding
chance
nonsense.
because it's possible
But
the long
I
tail
do
of
like
self-driving
this story.
problems
The
runs
idea
up
that
to
these two
AGI
men who were
problem.
from countries
I think there's
recently
plenty
at
of
war
value to
would
find how
join
it
their
with
fleets
narrow
together
AI.
to work in tandem
It's going to
to
happen
make money
probably
off of the
first,
Spanish and disrupt
but
the
it's that whole
trade
big boy
which they
curve.
both despise.
Don't
Now, after
overestimate
his
the near-term
seaside
progress,
and border,
underestimate the
profits of the
long-term
brisk
progress.
trade and
I
other
think
goods,
self-driving
because
is
slaves
definitely
focused on
like
the few,
that. I
were
think
mostly
2030 is
not
still
those
pretty
the
good.
colonists weren't buying as much as
Yeah,
he did.
unfortunately.
So he ordered the ships to be cleaned on the beach.
Driving
Cleaned of all the barnacles and other nastiness that ships were caught at sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon.
If you don't do it well,
He also overheard it through the local bishop offering
But the
to
other
bribe
side of
him
that
if he
is
would take
people
hospitality
are
by his slaves. However,
well,
it took a
it's
long
not going to be,
time
that's
and
probably
no
going to be an
answer was
argument that
forthcoming.
gets
But
through.
eventually,
Like, you
Ponce
can
de
save
Leon did
10,000
write Hawkins a
lives
letter
a year.
that that said,
by taking
quote, "Before
imperfect
my eyes, I
self-driving
saw the governor of my
and letting them
predecessor
take
carried
over
away
driving
into Spain for giving license to the
It's like
country contracted to
30,000
do
people a
HLS
year
being
die in auto
an example
accidents
for
right now in
me that I
America,
fall much
and
into
a
the
lot
right
of those are
worse."
And the problem is, you'll have people that every
So,
time a
the
Tesla
Spanish
crashes into
colonists who
something,
were
you've got a
living
bunch of
and
people
being
that
protected
literally
by
have
Hawkins
vested
for a
interest
while
shorting
decided
Tesla to
that
come
after
out and
hearing
make it
this
the
news
worst
from
thing
Ponce
in
de
the world.
Leon, they should
And people
flee
will be
again
fighting
and run
against
back
that.
into the
But
wilderness in their
optimistically,
superior
again, I think that we will
And
have
it's here
systems
that
that are
Francis Drake,
statistically
Captain
safer than
Francis
human
Drake, got
drivers,
his first
and we will be
recorded
saving
solo career.
thousands and thousands
He
of
was sent
lives
to John
every
Hawkins'
year
next
when we can handle
destination
more of
at
those
Rio de la
responsibilities.
Hacha, while Hawkins
I
finished
do still
creating
think
ships.
the person
To
who
quote
studied
one
this
of the
probably
sailors on board
deeply
that voyage that Francis
inside
Drake
as
was now in
well.
charge of,
It's
quote,
still an
"The
open
Spaniard
problem
shot
for
3 pieces
good
at us from the
and
shoulder.
bad.
We were quitted with 2 of ours and shot
It's a
through the
kind of
governor's house.
funny
We
thing.
weighed anchor and
There
anchored
are
again
people
without
such
shot into
driving.
town, where we
And
rode for 5
every
days,
tip
in despite of the
you, of
Spanish
course,
and their shot.
like they think they're good at
In the
driving.
main space that the
But
caravel device was
after
sent to
really
Domingo,
studying,
who,
I
with the
think
angel and the
you
Judah,
start to
we
notice,
chased and drove to the shore.
because I've watched
We fetched them from
hundreds
thence and
of
spent
hours
200 Spanish
driving
arquebuses
the
shot
mountains.
and anchored again before
You've
the
noticed
town,
that
till our general's
even with
coming,
distraction,
who anchored,
even with
landed his
everything
men, and valiantly took
humans
the
are
town with
able
the loss of 1 man,
to do
whose
some
name was
incredible
Thomas
things
Surgeon.
with the attention. Even when you're just
John
looking at a
Hawkins had
small
sent
point,
Francis
just to
Drake
get
ahead with
to
2 other
the
ships to
environment,
test
to
the
make
waters
last
at the
second
Rio de la Hacha, which had
decisions,
probably been
near
warned by Ponce de
instinctual
Leon
type
not
decisions
to
that
trade
actually
with these
save your ass
and
time
from
and
there
time
to there,
and
the
time
welcome
again.
was not exactly warm.
And
They
are
traded
able to
gunfire,
do
there
that
was some
with
fighting,
so much
and then Drake
insight.
retreated back into the ocean
It's
to
a
wait for
pretty
John
dynamic
Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to
I
arrive.
don't know.
At which
I don't
point, Hawkins landed
know
with many
exactly
trained English soldiers on
how
shore
hard it
and
is
took the town by
that
force.
kind of
The English
skill
well
and
and
common
truly
sense
slacked the
reasoning.
This is one of
Spanish.
those
They killed
interesting
any
things that there have
defenders
been a
that
lot of
decided not to
studies about
surrender.
how experts
They
in their
raided the
field
Spanish treasury
usually
there. They
underestimate the
quite
progress
literally
that's
raped
going to
and
happen.
pillaged the entire
Because
town.
an expert
And
thinks about
when
all
Rio
the
de la
problems
Hacha
they
was
deal
finally
with. They're like,
completely at the
damn, I'm going
mercy
to have a
of the
hard time
English,
solving all
they
of this.
decided that they
And they
would
filter out
sell
the
the
fact that they are
slaves
one
that they had
expert
on
in the
board
field of
to the
thousands.
Spanish.
And
This
you
was
think about,
truly
I can't do
commerce
all of
by
that. And you
force.
sometimes forget
This was
about
a
the
tactic
scope of
that
the
John Hawkins and John
ecosystem that
Lovell
you're
had attempted
embedded
to
in.
use in the
And if
previous
you think
voyages,
back,
but it was
8
really
years
at
very
that point
specifically
more
the
of a
state of
ruse.
AI and machine learning.
Now, on
Where
this voyage,
was that?
it was really
We
the
just
order
got
of the day.
presidents
They were
at that
actively
point.
attacking,
And you look at
fighting,
all
and
the
playing the
amazing
Spanish
magical things
so that they
that
would
have
be
happened
able to
in
sell
years.
them their
And
slaves.
they do kind of seem
After
to be happening
unloading
a
much
little
of their
faster in
cargo,
recent
they
years also.
left Rio de la Hacha
Project that
and
8
headed
more
to
years into
Cartagena.
the future. Where, again, I
Cartagena
think
was
there's a
to be
50%
their
chance
last
we're going to have
port.
signs of life.
It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately needed slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all
And I
their
think
profit.
that the narrow
However,
systems are going
Cartagena had
to
gotten the
have
same
real
notice
value
from Ponce de Leon,
well before.
and they found it a much better
The
defended
signs
port
of
than
life
any they had
in
visited previously.
AGI,
So once again,
mentioned
Hawkins
that.
resorted to commerce by force. He
Okay,
fired off
first
his
of all,
guns several times in
if you're
the
one of the
town.
most
However,
brilliant people on
Cartagena
this
was
earth,
able to
you could be
respond
solving
behind, and
a
they were
number
unable
of
to
problems,
land
as
and
you
unable to
mentioned.
sell any of their
Your mind
slaves.
was attracted to nuclear energy.
And it was getting close to
Obviously,
time for
virtual
the
reality,
end.
the metaverse,
The weather was
is
going to
something
grow
you have
dangerous
a
very
tremendous
shortly.
impact on.
I do want to say a
Hurricanes
quick thing about
and they realized that they could not wait any longer.
this is something that
So they decided to cut their losses
so
and push for
precisely
which
feels
really
like
there were hardly any losses at all. They had made steady profit on this.
everything that I know
Nobody was
about
selling
all
their
of
food.
these,
They raced
physics of
north
this stuff
to push
hasn't
the
changed.
trade winds that would
And
take them
the
back to
reasons
England.
why things are
However,
expensive
when they
now are
reached the
not
Strait of
fundamental.
Florida, the men said later that they
Somebody
could
should
smell
be
the
going
hurricane
into
coming.
really
These
hard
were work, accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hopkins, who was a disciple of Jesus' work, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea. For in her stern, on either side of the stern post, her planks were open and shut at every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm, where living fish did swim upon her ballast as in the sea. The storm winds battled the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pumps constantly and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hopkins thought about taking the order of the ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it alive. But the winds did, finally.
a couple percent of the
However, the
cost of
fortunes
electricity.
did not improve.
That's why I made that point where
William
you
and
could have
John
something
was
which
lost,
was
nowhere to be
5
seen.
times less
It was in
efficient
sea.
than current systems.
Each of the
And
ships
the rest
needed
of the
repairs
site was a whole bunch
desperately.
of
Plus,
still
the Jesus
super,
of Lubbock
super
needed
valuable.
repairs more than
So how
most.
much
However,
of the
John
pie
Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship
could be
to be
solved
lost
by
on the sea.
nuclear energy by fishing?
They sailed
So
around,
how much
searching
did it
both for the
become the
William and
primary
John,
source of
as well as a
energy on
port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were both
uranium, as
needed
it
to
stands now,
attack the
could not
enemy.
power those.
However, it became apparent that
Get
not
in
only
breeder
were they very low
reactors,
in food
thorium,
and water,
things like
not
that.
only were all of the men
Conventional fission.
exhausted,
There is
hungry,
enough
and many of them
for
injured,
everything. Now,
they were
solar
hopelessly
photovoltaic
lost.
has been amazing.
They didn't know where the storm would go.
One of my current projects is working
None
on
of their
off-grid
sailors
system,
or
and
their
it's been
pilots
fun
or their
just kind of
captains
putting
knew
my
these
hands on all
waters,
this,
and they
stripping the
drifted
wires, wiring
aimlessly
things
on
together,
light
doing
breezes
all
for
of that.
days.
And just having followed that a little
Then,
bit from the
on the
outside
horizon,
over the
appeared two
last couple
Spanish
decades,
ships.
there's been
At the strait, they
semiconductor-like
sailed right
magical
after them.
progress
His
in
ship
what's
was
going on
sleeker
there.
and faster,
So
and he
I'm all
captured
for all of
bees.
that,
He
but
got
it doesn't
food and
solve
water
everything.
by
And
exit the
nuclear
men on board his
really
fleet
still
needed
does seem
desperately.
like the
He
smart
also
money bet
found
for
the
what we
Spanish
should be
ship
getting
and
for
pilot
base
who
man
knew
on a
who
lot
they
of
were
things.
and where they were going.
And solar may be
They
cheaper
drifted
for
all the way
taking over
from
air
the Gulf of
conditioning
Mexico
loads during
to the
the summer,
Mexico.
things that you can push around in
These
different
Spanish
ways.
ships were headed
But
to the port of
it's one of those
Veracruz,
things that's
which was
it's
the
just
closest
strange
major
how
port,
we've
where
had
they
the
would be able to make
technology
repairs
sitting there,
necessary
but
to
these
recover the
non-technical
engine.
reasons on the social
So John
optics of
Hawkins
it
gave the
has
order
been this major
to sail
forcing
to the
function
port of
for
Veracruz.
something that really should be at
3
the
miles from the
cornerstone
harbor,
of
John
all of the
Hawkins
world's
ordered
concerns
the
on
English
energy.
colors upon his
It's
fleet
interesting
of
how
dead.
the
He
non-technical
wasn't sailing to
factors
some
have really
out-of-the-way
dominated something
Spanish
that is
outpost
so
in the
fundamental
province.
to
He was
the
sailing
existence
with
of the
Spanish
human race as
Navy,
we know it today.
Burma.
And
This
much of the
was a
troubles
very
of the
important
world,
city,
including
and he didn't want
wars
to turn what was
parts
a
of the
dangerous
world like
situation
Ukraine is
into a
energy
responsible.
based. And
The account
yeah,
of how
it's
he was
just sitting
received
right there to be
changes
solved.
depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John
That
Hawkins'
said,
English soldiers,
I
it
mean,
appears
to
that
me
they sailed
personally,
into
I
port.
think it's
The
clear
foolish
that
Spanish
AGI
believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength
I
in
was
which they were
making
able
this
to
decision
dictate
about what do I
terms.
want to
If you believe the
focus on.
accounts of the Spanish, it is said
And I'm
that they
still
sent
working
out a
on
fleet
VR
to meet this
regularly.
unknown
I
fleet
spend
that
a
had
day a
sailed
week
into the harbor,
consulting
and then
with
relegated them to this island out of the way.
styles me
But
consulting
regardless,
CTO,
the English were not allowed to land
Sherlock
on
Holmes
the
that
Spanish
comes
island.
in
They were
and
allowed
consults
to
on some
stop
of
on the
the
island
specific tough
just off
issues.
coast, however.
I'm still pretty passionate
It
about all
does
of
seem
that,
that their
but I
position
have
in
been
which their ships
figuring
rested
out how to
was
compartmentalize
something of a
and
position that
force that
controlled
into
the
a smaller
harbor,
box
because
to
they
work on
learned
some
that
other
only a few
things.
days
And
out
I did come down to
was the
this
Spanish
decision
float
working
that
on
is an extremely
economical
important
nuclear
Spanish
fission
fleet,
or
and this
artificial
float
general
had on board
intelligence.
the newly appointed
And
viceroy,
the fission side of
a man
things,
who had
I've got a bunch of interesting
himself
things
against these
going
English
that way,
forces.
but it would
When
take,
the viceroy
that would be a
arrived,
fairly
however,
big
he found
project
himself
to
in the
do.
same
I don't
situation
think
that
it
the
needs to be
English
as big as
found
people
themselves.
expect.
The weather
I
was
do think
worse.
something
Hurricane
original
season was
SpaceX
well
size,
and the flota had to make
build
it
it,
2 years
power your building
before the
off of
Atlantic
it,
Ocean
and then
became
the government
as
I think will
did
come
the
around
English.
to what you need to.
Hawkins' ships
Everybody
managed to
loves an
keep
existing.
his flota
I
from
think it's
entering the
possible
harbor,
somebody
getting
should be doing
supplies and
this,
repairs they
but
needed
it's
to
going to
make the
involve some
voyage back to
politics. It's
Spain.
going to involve
So,
decent
they began
sized
to
teams and a
negotiate.
bunch of this cross-functional stuff
Hawkins
that I
found
don't
himself
know.
in a position of
While
relative strength.
the
However,
artificial general
it was
intelligence
apparent to all
side
the
of
Spanish that his ship was sinking into the
it
harbor
seems
as
to
every
me
day
like
passed.
this
Both men
is
needed to reach an agreement
the
as soon as
highest
possible.
leverage
What they
moment
decided
for
upon was an
potentially a
exchange of
single individual,
hostages. There
potentially
were
in the
going to
history
be
of the world,
10 men from the
where
English and the Spanish,
the things that we
10 men
know
from the
about
Spanish
the brain.
Now, these were supposed to be men of some standard.
Nobody can say
Hawkins chose
absolutely
10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated.
for saying that
And the
it is
Spanish
likely that the
chose
code
10
for
men
artificial
randomly from among the rank and
is going
file
to
of their
be
sailors
tens of
and
thousands
dressed
of
them up
lines
as
of
their
code, not
competitors.
millions of lines
For
of
the
code.
exchange occurred,
This is
and
code
English
that
allowed the
conceivably
flota to enter
one
the harbor
individual
and were
could
allowed
write,
to make
unlike
repairs
writing a
necessary
new
for
web
both
browser
fleets to
operating
return back
system.
together.
And
The
based
Spanish
on
did
the
not trust
progress
the
that
English,
AI has
and the
made in
English
learning this data
definitely did not
in
trust
recent
the Spanish.
decades, it's
Hawkins
likely
ordered
that
that
the
the shore
important
be
things that
watched,
we
as
don't
well as
know
the ships in the
are
harbor.
relatively
He
simple.
was to write later,
Probably
quote,
a handful of
the
things.
treason being at
My
hand,
bet is
some
that
appearance showed,
I think
as
there's
shifting of weapons
less
from
than
ship to
6
ship,
key
planting and
insights
bending
that
of
need to be
oracles from the
made.
ships to
Each
the
one of
island
them
for
can
our
probably be
vanguard.
written on the back of an
Passing
envelope.
to and fro of
Don't
companies
know
of
what
one
they
man
are,
required
but
for
when
the
they're put
necessary
together,
business.
concert
Many
with
other
GPUs at
ill-likely, which
scale,
caused us to
and
hold
data that
suspicious.
all have access to, that we could make
The
something
English
that
were ready
behaves
for
like
destruction.
a human
They
being,
had heavily
like
armed men
a living
posted
creature,
at
and that can
their
then
archers in the rigging,
be
every man
educated
carried
in
a
whatever
sword,
ways
and any
that
man
we
who
need
knew
to get
how
to
to
the
use
point
one
where
carried a
we
firearm.
could have universal
The
remote work
cameras were all
where
loaded
anything
and
that
prepared to be
somebody
fired.
does mediated by a computer and doesn't require physical interaction.
As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the
They can
English
already
fleet, the
simulate
English
the
opened fire.
equivalent of the Zoom.
More than 300 men attempted to
meetings
board the
with
Jesus of Love
avatars
overlooked
and
Helm.
synthetic
The English
fakes
fleet
and
scored a
whatnot.
direct
We can
hit
definitely
against
do
the vice
that.
admiral of the
We
Spanish
have
fleet, ripping a hole through her
capabilities
hull,
on
and
air
eventually
that
the ship's magazines exploded.
formalize and take a
The
long
Jesus and the minion
But there's
were
things
able to
we
cut
don't know how
themselves
to
free
do.
of their moorings and
But
turn
I
to
don't
battle.
think they are
The Spanish ships were in
unapproachably
flames.
Now, that's
More than one
incredibly
ship
hubristic
was sinking to the
to
bottom
say
of the
that,
harbor with Spaniards upon
but I
it.
think
It
with what I said a
appeared
couple
that
years
the
ago,
English
there's
had
a
won the
50%
day.
chance that
But
somewhere
then, from
there
the
will be
mainland,
signs of life
another
of
set of ships,
AGI.
reinforcements, came
Probably
with the
increase
Spanish.
that slight, maybe
As
at
the new Spanish fleet
55,
arrived,
60%.
the angel was sunk.
Because I do
The
think
swallow
there's a
and
little
the grace
sense
of God were overtaken.
acceleration.
The Jesus of Lubbock
So
herself,
I wonder
the
what
fleet's
by the
flagship,
way, you
was
also
dangerously
written
close to sinking.
that I bet with
Hawkins
hindsight
ordered
you'll
Francis
find
Drake,
that clear
brother Judith, to take
antecedents
many of his men
all
and some of the
many
riches that they had
steps
incurred on this
for
voyage
AGI
aboard his ship and get out of sight of heaven. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon ship. The Jesus
I
of
think
Lubbock,
that's likely
the
the case.
Queen's
One of the things
flagship,
that feels
was
to so
abandoned.
many people, including me, about the
Hawkins and
promise
his
of
men made it to the
AGI is
mainland and
we
began to
know
sail
that
away from
we're
the
only
battle.
drinking from a straw.
Unfortunately
The
for
fire
Hawkins,
hose all the
his orders to
information
Drake
out.
had not been followed.
You look at just in
Captain
a
Francis
very
Drake
narrowly
was
bounded
nowhere to be
field
seen.
like machine learning.
John
You
Hawkins
can't
said
read all the
later,
papers
quote,
that
Judith
come out all the
forsook
time.
us in our
You can't
great
go back
misery.
and read all the clever things that people did in the
Over
90s or
100
earlier.
English
They have
sailors,
forgotten that
nearly all of the
because they
slaves
pan out
left
at
to
the
the
time when
English
they were
fleet,
trying to do
and
the
all but
12
2
miracles.
ships were left in the hands
So
of the Spanish.
this idea that, yeah, I
This
think there
was
are
a great
gems
defeat
buried in
on
some of the
John
older
Hawkins.
literature that was not
But
the
even
path
that
taken
was
by
not his
everyone.
worst concern.
You can see a
He
kind of
knew
herd
that his actions on
mentality
the
of
Spanish
things that
Main
happen
were going
right
to
now.
lead
It's almost funny to
undeniably
see.
and
Oh,
unavoidably
Google does something,
to war
OpenAI does
with
something,
Spain.
Meta does
And on the
something.
front lines of that war
They're
is going
the
to be a
same
young
people,
sea
they're all talking
captain
to each other and
named
they're all
Francis Drake.
one-upping each other and
Next
all
week,
capable of
we're going
implementing
to
each other's
continue
work
our journey with Francis
a month
Drake
or two
and look
after
at the
somebody has
opening
an
moves of
announcement
the
of
conflict
that.
between Spain
But
and England.
there's a
This
whole
will be
world
England's
of
first great
possible
victory
approaches
against the
to
Spanish,
machine learning.
and it will also set the
And I
stage
think
for many
that
of the
we
myths
probably
and
will, in
legends that the
hindsight, go
pirates
back and see
themselves
it's
had
like, yeah,
become.
that was kind of clearly predicted by
But
this
that will all
early
have to wait
paper
until
here.
next week. For
This
now,
turns out that
thank you
it
for
did
listening,
this and this,
and I
and
hope you
this
enjoyed
result
today's
from
episode.
animal
If you're
training,
enjoying the
this
show,
thing
why
from
not check out our
neuroscience
website
or
at
computer and put it together and
hammerhistorypodcast.com.
set up this
Over there, you
curriculum
can
for
find
them to
some
learn
supplemental
in.
information, such
That's
as
kind of
maps
what
and
it
works
took.
of art relating to our
You don't have
topics.
too many
We also
people
have
now
on
who are
every
still
episode a
saying
list of the
it's not
sources used.
possible or it's going to take
If
hundreds
you're
of
interested in
years.
learning more
And
about
10
any of
years
the
ago,
topics that
you
we
would get
cover,
your
there's a
collection
source
of
list also has
experts,
links that
and
go
you would
to
have
the
a decent chunk on the
ebooks.com
margin
page for
that
that
either
book, where you can
not
pick up a
possible
copy of anything you'd
or
like to read more
a couple hundred years,
If you do
might be
use that
centuries.
service, 8 books
And the
is
median
great enough to
estimate
throw
would
me a
be
couple
like
of bucks.
50,
We also have
70
an 8 book
years,
switch
and
bar
it's
on the
been coming
website.
down. And I know with me
If you'd
saying
like to
8
support the
years
show,
for
there are
something,
several
that
ways
still
you can
puts
do
me
so
on
at
the
the website.
optimistic side,
There's a
but it's
PayPal
not
donate button,
crazy
as
how
well as a link to our
infringing.
Patreon page.
And just
Let's
being
go
able
to
to look at that at a meta level
patreon.com/heraldhistory
about the trend of
podcast. There's also an ebooks
trend
and
of
Amazon
addictions
search bar, so
going
if
down
you need
there.
to search for anything
The
on
idea
either
that
ebooks or
something could be
Amazon.com,
happening
if you do so through the
relatively
website,
soon.
you're kind enough to throw me a
Now,
couple of
I
bucks.
do not believe
In
in
addition
fast
to any of that,
payments.
you
I
can
told the
also leave a
safety
review
issues
on
and
either
it's like,
iTunes,
oh,
Stitcher,
it's
or
gonna
Podbean,
yeah,
all of which we
the
have
AI is
links to
gonna
at the website.
There's a
Doing
lot
this
of
really helps
reasons
get the
I don't
podcast
think
on the
that's
website. We
a
really
credible
appreciate it.
position.
Once again, and
And
most
I think
importantly,
that
thank you for
we will
listening.
go from a point
Thank
where
you for
we start
listening.
seeing things
Thank
that,
you for listening.
that credibly look like animals' behaviors, and I have a human voice box wired into them. Like I tried to get Elon to say, like you're big in Neuralink, give it a human voice box and let it start learning human words. I think that I think animal intelligence is closer to human intelligence than a lot of people like to think. And I think that culture and modalities of IO are make the gulf seem a lot bigger than it actually is. There's just that smooth spectrum of how the brain developed and cortexes and scaling of different things going on.
The only other ship
Yes, language is
carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hopkins
lost
himself.
in translation.
After the battle, John Hopkins was unable to find Francis Drake.
So
He was nowhere to be seen. So John Hopkins headed back to
you're
England.
thinking about
It was a long and
human
painful voyage.
interpreting science.
So
This
the
ship
example I
was
give,
in
if
very
we get to
poor
the point
repair,
where you've
and
got
the men
a
on
learning
board were not
disabled
much
pup,
They had been
some
through
kind
both
of
a
real
hurricane
special
and a
needs
bad lineage
child that can still
Before long,
interact
all
with the
of them
favorite
were
TV show and video
Some of them
game
even
and
started.
can be trained and
The winds
learn
weren't in their
in
favor,
some
and the voyage took
appreciably
longer than it
human-like
should
way.
have. When
At
they
that
were
point,
finally
you can
able to
deploy
reach a
an
point where they
army
could
of
resupply,
engineers,
some of them had made
cognitive
so
scientists,
much that they
education,
became ill.
developmental
Even
education people And
this is a thing
you've got
that
so many
does happen.
advantages there. Of
Back
like
in
real
World War
education, where
II,
you can do
many
rollbacks
Allied
and
soldiers were
testing,
given
you can
orders
find
only
a
to
golden
give
path through a
concentration
curriculum
camp
of different
victims,
things.
camps that they had
If you get to
liberated,
that point,
a little bit of
learning
water and a
disabled
little bit of
people,
grog.
I think
Giving
that
them
it's
any solid
it's
food
going
can
to be
be
a done deal.
hazardous to their health.
If you think we'll
So long
know
time
or
without
see it.
sufficient food. So
There's
some of the men
there's
on
been a
board
lot of
died
very
from
interesting
overeating,
general
and they
learning
were just
progress
ignominiously thrown into
defined
the sea.
OpenAI.
When they finally reached Europe,
I
they were
tend
forced
to
to land
believe that
in Spanish
Tesla
ports.
Autopilot
This must have
deserves a lot
stopped
more
after having
credit
been
for
attacked
getting
by the Spanish, what
for
they saw as a
making
dire betrayal.
progress in general.
However, the Spanish gave the English
They're
ships
doing the
some repairs
multitasking learning
and
thing
a
and
few
increasing the
sailors to
number
sail
of
them back
tasks
to England.
and automating
When
that
John Hawkins reached England
process
as quickly as possible, he
simply
learned that Francis Drake
learning from the edge,
landed in
discovering the
England
edge
only a
cases
few
and
days
learning from the
before.
edge cases.
The Spanish sailors were sent back home
Really
when the
approaching
English crew was
different
brought on
angles
board to take John Hawkins' ship to
of
Frankfurt.
AGI. But
There,
the
he
more
met his
clear
brother,
approach
the
is
elder
to
Hawkins
define
named William, who told him that he had sent
situations
Francis Drake on
build
to meet with
systems
the Queen and give a
there.
report
But
of what
I don't
happened
know.
that evening.
People seem to be
John
quite
Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean
There will
as a
always be
betrayer.
people that just won't
However,
believe it,
Francis
and
Drake
I
contended that
fundamentally
the orders
don't
had
care.
been unclear.
I mean,
He
I
was
don't
only
care
told
if
to
they don't
lead the
believe it.
battle
I,
and
you
not
know,
told
when it
where
starts
to meet
doing
up with
people's
the
jobs,
later.
and I
He
mean, like,
had
I don't
seen
care about the
his
philosophicals
responsibility
of
to
it
get
at
his
all.
men and as many of the goods
But
as
will
possible
you?
back
Do you
to where
think
to
you
sleep,
will notice
and he did so. Back
in
in Oslo,
order?
John Hawkins had three goals.
Because
One was
to
to see
me,
Commander
I've
Francis Drake
noticed a
direct
lot
through
of
the mother.
special things.
Two was to
A
petition
lot
the
of
Queen
credit
for
should go
letters
to
of marque
mine
or reprisal
for Alpha
against the Spanish,
Zero.
which he was going to launch
That was
defensive
true.
against. And third was
Some
to
the
petition the
mechanism
Spanish
to achieve
authorities for the release of the English
solve
sailors
problems
they
that
had in captivity.
unsolved.
This Uncle John Hawkins being drawn into a
Also,
world
I
of
mean,
political
protein
intrigue
folding
he didn't really want
starting
to
to
be
get
drawn
into
into.
that space where
However,
learning is
Elizabeth
doing.
and the crown had
At
its own
first, I
priorities
thought
and its own
it
goals,
wasn't
so it was
attend
going to
learning
use
itself.
John
Now
Hawkins
it's
to
and
serve
learning
its
of the
This is a
very
story
different
that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in this
So,
history. However, we're going to wait for this.
where
For
do you
now,
think
we're going to
this
stay with Captain Francis Drake.
for you?
His focus has
There
shifted
have been
from
incredible
harassing
things
the
happening.
Spanish and trying to
You say
disrupt
all
their
of the
trade
things from
to seeking
design and
revenge
OpenAI
against
that have
something
been
amounting to almost all-out
huge
war.
showpiece things.
When
But when you
the
really
event
get
was
down to
called
it,
by
read the
historians
papers and look at
Drake's
the way
War.
models are going,
This
you know,
is episode
it's
number
still
8.
like a before
The
you push
Treasure
something
House of
in,
the
something
World.
comes out live at the end. I mean, maybe
After
there's
his meeting with the
fusion
Queen,
models or Monte
Francis
Carlo
Drake
industry
disappears from
rollouts and
history
different
for
things
now.
going on, but
It's
it's
possible
not
that he was
it's
briefly
not
imprisoned
close to
on testimony of John Hawkins
that's
for his
that's going
abandoned
through
voyage.
a lifelong
If he
pain
was not
process.
imprisoned,
Do you
then
want something
it
that
still could have
kind
proved a
of
smart
gives
move to get out
signs
of
into
England
being
for a
like
while
what's the
until the heat
difference
had There is
between
some evidence that
a neural
Francis Drake was
network
on a couple of
full
legitimate
neural
but
network?
small trading voyages on which he
So
Where's the
fundamentally, the brain is a recurring neural
official
network generated
representative of
action.
Francis Drake appears to be
It's
dead.
implemented on a biological
And this
substrate.
raises
And
some
it's interesting
questions
thinking about
because
things like
the
that,
voyage
where,
of John
you know,
Hawkins
fundamentally the
was
brain
seen to
is
be
not a
reported as a
convolutional
financial
neural
failure.
network or a
However,
transformer.
for young
Those are
Francis Drake to
specialized
raise
things
enough
that
money to
are
support
very
the young
valuable
wife
for what
and
we do. That's not
potentially
the way the
family,
brain is.
he must have
I
had
do
some money
think
for raising
consciousness
some.
and AI in general
And she was
is
going
a
to need
substrate
a little bit of
independent
cash to live on,
mechanism where
something
it
of a
doesn't
nest
have to
egg,
get the way the
because
brain
Francis
is.
Drake
But
was
if
soon
you've only got
to
one
go on his
existence,
next voyage to
there's
Britain.
certainly some value
Three
in
ships
caring about
left
what
Plymouth
it says
on
it
November
does.
25th, 1561.
And so
All three
the
were
idea
owned by
that
the elder
anything that
Hawkins
can be
from
done
Europe,
with a
and one
narrow
of them was
AI
actually captured by one.
quantifiable loss function
The
for
three ships
reward
sailed through
mechanism,
where they
you're
traded
almost
some
certainly going to
legitimate
be able
goods.
to
There was no
do something
slavery
that's
on this
more
voyage.
resource
English
effective,
goods brought
train
back
and
to
deploy,
England.
use an
Within
inference
the ship
mode,
had
to train a whole lot using influence, but a living is going to be something that's a continuous, lifelong learned, task agnostic thing. And while
learning is
tremendously
in the long
Drake
term
didn't
memory.
keep the official
Memories.
record, and the signature
part of that
offered no English of use.
again, I have all the respect
At
in the
least
world.
none would mention specifically Francis Drake or
Sometimes
the
they can
ship
be
belonged
taken
to
a little bit out of context.
There were
Like
records
like
of attacks
there's
by
smoke and mirrors,
liberals,
like Ghana, the recent work of multicast learning stuff. You know, it's amazing that it's one model that plays all the Atari games at time, as well as doing all these other things.
Or
But
it may have been
it didn't
for
learn to
Francis
do
Drake
it was instructed with doing that by other reinforcement workers, so doing that. And even in the case of all the games, it's still going with a specific hand-coded reward function in each of those Atari games, where it's not that, how does he just wants to spend his summer afternoon playing Atari, because that's the most interesting thing for it. So it's, again, not general, it's not learning the way he's learning. And there's, I believe, a lot of things that are challenging to make a loss function for you can train through these existing conventional things. We're going to chip away at all the things that people do and that we can turn into narrow AI problems, and billions and trillions of dollars of value are going to be created by that. But there's still going to be a set of things, and we've got questionable cases like self-driving cars, where it's possible, it's not my bet, but it's plausible that the long tail could be problematic enough, because that really does require a full-on artificial general intelligence. The counter-argument is that data solves almost everything is an interpolation problem. We have enough data, and Tesla may be able to get enough data from all of this deployed stuff to be able to work on it, but maybe not. And there are all the other problems about, like, say you want to have a strategy team, and you want to go ahead and bring in all of your workers and your consultants, and you want a world where some of those could be AIs that are talking and interacting with you in an area that is too murky to have a crisp loss, but they still have things that on some level they're rewarded on some internal level of building a valuable human kind of like an ability to interact with others.
See, I still think that self-driving cars, something that probably will take us very far towards AGI. We might not need AGI, but I am really inspired by what Waymo, some of the other companies that think Waymo the way there is also really interesting. They don't have quite as ambitious of an effort of learning pace. The data hungry approach to driving, which I think is very close to the kind of thing that would take us far towards AGI.
It's a funny thing, because as far as I can tell, Elon is completely serious about all of his concerns about AGI being an existential threat. I tried to draw him out to talk about AI, and he just didn't want to.
Even if he spent fortunes to chase, they were
I get that little fatalistic sense from him. It's weird because his company could very well be the leading company towards the law.
They were able to lead the ship
Tesla being a super pragmatic company that's doing things because they really want to solve the actual problem. It's a different vibe than the research-oriented.
And once Francis
it's a great time to be an AI researcher. You've got your pick of $1 trillion companies that will pay you kind of work on the problems you're interested in. But that's not necessarily driving hard towards the total problem of AGI as something that's going to produce a lot of value by doing things that most people would like to do.
Yeah, a million questions to you about your ideas about AGI. Do you think
of these smaller ships to be
it needs to be embodied?
They
Do
were
you think it needs to be embodied to start to notice the signs of life and develop the kind of system that's able to reason, see the world in the way that AGI should act in the world? So should we be thinking about robots, or can this be achieved
the Winter
purely
Brothers
digital?
So I have a
George
clear
and William
opinion,
Winter were,
and that's
while
that
label officials
it
did
does not
seen as
embody
notorious
the
pirates.
things they do. Where
The
you
Hawkins
could say
brothers, of
most of
course,
my
were there as well.
career was about making simulated virtual
Francis
worlds,
Drake and his brothers
games
filled
of
out the
virtual
rest of the list
reality.
along with a few
And
other
so, on a fundamental
However,
level, I
this would
believe that you can make a simulated environment that provides much of the value of what the real environment does. And restricting yourself to operating in real time on physical world with physical objects, I think is an enormous handicap. I mean, that's one of the real lessons driven home by all my aerospace work, that, reality is a bitch in so many ways there. We're dealing with all the mechanical components, like everything fails. Murphy's Law, even if you've done it right before on previous one, it might come out differently. So, yeah, I think that anybody that is all in on the embodied aspect of it, they are tying a huge weight to their ankles. And I think that I would almost count them out. Anybody that's making that cornerstone of their belief about it, I would almost write them off as being worried about them getting to Asia. I was very surprised that Elon's big on the humanoid robots. And like the NASA robonaut stuff is always almost a gag line. What do you do?
Well, that's very easy because he's very pragmatic. Is that he's the a way to solve a particular problem in a factory.
Now, I do think that once you have an API, robotic bodies, humanoid bodies are going to be enormously valuable. I just don't think they're helpful getting to the API.
Well, here's a very sort of practical view, which I disagree with that argument. But it's a practical view that there's, transport the problem of driving to the problem of robotic manipulation, because so much of it is perception. It's perception and action, and it's just a different context. You can apply all the same kind of data engines, learning process.
1,000 Negroes who arrived
So
annually,
why not
300
apply
and
to
more
the
escaped into the wild.
But
These were men and women who had been
I do think that there's a certain
into
magic
the Spanish
to
colonies, and then allowed to roam freely on this
yes.
I don't really care that much about this.
learning the
But the
day-to-day
work that I'm
activities of
looking
Spain,
for is
both the merchant activities and the military.
you go to the website, say,
They
I
knew
want
the
5
ins
Frank
and outs of the
180s
Spanish
to
New World
work
better
on my
than
TV
anybody
today, and
else.
they all spin up and
And
start
so
showing
the
you
crews
videos.
To push back, but also to agree with it.
These
First, to push
French
back, I
pirates
do
were
think you
first to
convince
introduce
people
Kansas
for
Strait
them to
to
welcome and into your
Now,
into their
despite
life.
his
I
first
think there's
few
enough
voyages
businesses
to the
that operate
Caribbean,
on an
being on
objective
board
kind of
vessels
profit
or
loss
doing
sort of
slaving
basis that,
vessels such
I
as
mean,
the
if you look at
Jesus
how many
Republic,
things,
Kansas Strait
you're
didn't
talking
look
about
down
the world
as a
as an
space.
evolutionary
In
space
fact,
there,
in many
where you
ways,
do
really
have
was
free markets
they
and
had
you have
escaped the
entrepreneurs.
clutches of the Spanish
You're
and
going to have
truly
people that are going to be
impressive.
willing to go out
They
and
were
try whatever
undeniably
crazy things.
powerful.
And when it proves to be
This must
beneficial,
have been something
there's fast
strange.
followers in all sorts of
The
places.
English,
Yeah,
historically speaking,
and you're
hated
saying that, I mean,
and the
the
French
inflation
hated the
VR
English. They were
is a
ancient
kind of
rebels.
embodiment
These
of digital
escaped
world.
slaves
If
must
you're
have
able
had
to
reason to
demonstrate,
mistrust and
if you're
hate
able to do
any
something
white people in
productive
human
in that
contact.
kind of
However,
digital
they were meeting to
reality,
ally together for a common cause.
then
They
maybe
had
I just
some
need to
basic
have a
things in
body.
common.
It's like one of the really practical
First of
technical
all,
questions that I kind
all
of
of the
argue
members of these
with
three
myself
groups were
over.
rebels
If
who were
you're
operating
doing a
outside of
training
the
and
law
learning
of their
and you've
respective
got
kingdoms and
watch
realms.
Sesame Street,
Now, while
play
the
Master
Cameroons
System or
had no
something,
monarch, they
is it
were
enough to have just a
slaves
video
who had
that
previously
is that video
belonged to
coming in?
Spanish
Or
overlords,
should it
and they were
literally be
definitely
on a virtual
operating
TV
outside
set
the
in a
Spanish
virtual
law of
room?
reason.
And if it's a simple
These
room,
French
just to have
poets
that
were
sense
Huguenot
of you're
rebels
looking at a
who
2D
were
projection on
in
the
civil
screen
war
versus having the
against the
screen
French crown.
beamed directly
And
into your
while
retina.
Kansas Strait was a
And
hugely patriotic man who
I
loved
think it's
the
possible
lizard,
to maybe get
this was
past some
not
of
an
these
official
signs of
naval
life
order
or
of war.
things with
This was
just
personal
get projected
thing.
directly
He
into
was sent
receptors.
from.
But
And
eventually,
secondly,
for
most
more
importantly, this
kind
meeting,
of human
all three of these
emotional
groups
connection for
desperately
things,
hated the Spanish.
probably having some
The three groups
VR room
joined
with a lot of
forces.
screens in it for
The
the AI
right
to
was
learn
two
in is
brand
likely
new vessels,
helpful.
which were made
Maybe
by
a
both
world of
the
different
English
AIs
and
interacting with each
civil
other.
And self-play, I do think, is
The
one of the great
Cameroons
things.
simply
For
helping them
socialization
was
wise, one of the other
America,
limitations I set
Nubia,
for myself
and
thinking about
Pedro
things
Mendes,
is I
who's going to
I
lead
need
them secretly
something
and
that
quietly
is at least
up the river
potentially
of
real
Congo
time.
to reach the
Because
Spanish
I want,
settlements.
it's nice you can always slow down time, you
The
can
plan
run on a
was to load a
subscale
small
system
galaxy
and
with real
test an algorithm
progress.
at some lower level.
The real
And if you've got
progress was
extra
an extremely
horsepower
important
running
thing.
faster than real time,
It still is
great.
today. It's the
But
basis for the
I
modern
want
form of
to be able to
It translates
have
into English as the
the
hardware
AIs
with
either
it, and
socially
it was
interact
the
with each other
connection
or
between the
critically
Caribbean
with
Sea and
actual
the North
sort of
and the
child
Upper
development
Peninsula to the
psychiatrist
south.
that comes in
Where it
and
met the Gulf of
interacts and
Panama
does the
was a
good
small
boy, bad
town
boy
called
sort of
Panama.
thing
This
as
is
they're
today
going
an
exploring
obsolete
different things.
capital of the nation.
And it's
This
nice
town of
to
Panama was
I
where
come back to the
all
value
of
of
the
constraints
goods
in
from the
life.
former
If I
Inca
say
Empire,
that one of my
that is
constraints
Maya,
is
Colombia,
real-time operation,
Ecuador, and
it might
Peru,
still be a
they were
huge
all
data
ships
center full of
independent.
computers,
These are
but
goods
it should
such
be
as
able to interact
furs
on the
and
Zoom
spices and
with people.
pearls and
And that's how you also do
extremely
stuff with
valuable.
even if
These
it's
were
not
then
a
shipped
robot
with
body,
them, usually by
which
mule
eventually
train.
your
Through mountains and through jungles
but
and
if
swamps,
you can go
to
ahead
get to
and
the
not
town of
just
York,
type back
with
and
no
forth
rabbi
to
deals.
on something,
And
but
twice a
literally
year,
talking to
we were
them
not
in
shipping
embodied
furloughs
over
for spikes and
form
and
and
at the
working
peak of the
through
times,
problems with them,
twice a year,
exploring
we would ship
situations,
all of the minted
having
gold and silver
conversations that are fully
from
stakeholder
Spanish South America
I think that I think that that's a valuable thing. So I do keep all of my eyes on things that can be implemented within sort of that frames per second. I think that's feasible.
Do you think the most compelling experience
This was the dry season.
first would
That was
be
a time of year when any
pleasure
vessels
of
entering
the
cargoes
business
were
with
forced
gas
to wait.
efforts?
They had to wait
So,
for the rainy season before they
meaning
could continue
is
their voyage and drop
this
off or pick up their
interacting
goods at any of the
with
warehouses along the river.
AI
And these were all
agents will
larger
it
river
be
vessels,
sort of
larger vessels
friends,
in Francis Straits, small island, which could move freely
entertainment,
along the river at this
almost
time.
like a therapist or
All these ships
whatever,
waited
that kind
packers
of
to break in
interaction,
the men with
or
them,
is it
who
in
row
the
up
business setting
alongside,
something
board the
like you
ship,
said,
and steal
brainstorm
everything they
different
could
ideas?
carry. Really,
So
anything
this
they
is
could
all a
carry.
different
Much more
formulation
than they could
kind of
hope to
trying to
carry on
capture
their
the
small vessel.
spirit of these
But to
digital
destroy,
contests. Where do
throw
you
away,
think the
or
biggest
burn anything
benefit
that they
will
didn't
first
think
come?
was worth keeping.
Start off.
This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates.
Yeah.
It was to destroy
We're
Spanish
still all
tourists
guessing
in the water.
about what compute is going to be
It's estimated
necessary.
that
I
during
fall on
this
the side
time
of I
on his
don't
raiding
think
voyage,
you run the
Drake and
numbers
the
and
other
you're
pirates
86
stole
billion
more
neurons,
than
100 trillion
50,000 pesos worth
I
of
don't think
goods.
those all need to be
This
weights.
voyage
I
took
don't
only
think
a few
models
days.
that
They
quite
stole
that
whole loads from
like
the
that.
streets, but they also
I
managed
base
to
that
plot
off.
the
They've
course
got
of the river and
reasonable
learn the
estimates
ins
of
and
what
outs
some
of the
parts of the
AI.
brain do. You don't have
But then,
the
after this voyage,
neocortex
Drake was
formula.
left
Kind
on
of gets
his
some of the
mother
other
ship
stuff
and was
process.
anchored at the
And
Cabo
it doesn't
Capiz,
feel like
near that northern
we can
town
simulate that
celebrating
to be
Wheels.
less
Now, of course, the
weights,
treasure
but
cruise
still,
wasn't finished. But
it's
Drake had left
probably
most of
going
his
to be
crew on
thousands
board, and
of
each land
GPUs
who
to be running
scurried out and nobody
at
knew
level
else. Learning the ins and
Depending on
outs
how
of
it's
the village
implemented, that
and
might give
business.
you sort of a
After
clan of
dropping off his
128
share of
kind of
goods
run in
back in his
batch
mothership, Drake
people,
was out just a
depending
couple
on whether
days
they're
later
sparsely
on his
in the
back,
way
looking for
the
new
things
Spanish
are
pirates.
set up. If it
It
is
was
a
in
reasonably
late
dense
February
thing,
that
then
he attacked the
just
Spanish
memory
trading fleet.
bandwidth trade-offs because you get
The
128
Spanish
of them
account
at the same
records
time.
a group
And
of
either
men
it's
on
all
a
feeding
GP
together, learning
led
in
by two
parallel,
men
or
war
kind of all running
one
together.
black and one
Talking to a
red.
bunch of people.
And they were said
But
to be
still, if you've got
highly
thousands
versatile.
of GPUs
While the
necessary to run
English
these
attempted to
things,
take the vessel,
it's going to be
the
kind of
engine, a
expensive.
number
Where
of men
it might
were
start off
reported to have
at
killed four
$1,000
people
an
in
hour.
the
The
only name we
post-development
had was a
for
nobleman
that,
named
which
Diego
will be something
Azevedo,
that you don't
who was
use
said to
for
have
a
taken the
business,
boat and arrow through the
something
ground.
that can help you make
But the
a
Spanish
strategic
fought back, and the
decision
attempt to
or
take
point
the
out
vessel
something
was
super
unsuccessful.
important.
However,
I
when the
also
Spanish took their anchor cables
completely
and
confident
ran,
that we
they
will
almost
have another
immediately ran
factor
aground.
of 1,000
So the Spanish
possible
abandoned ship
performance
and waded the shore where they ran away into the wilderness.
not
The
in
English,
general
of
compute
course,
necessary.
knew their ship,
There's so much
and
more that
then
we can
when
do.
another ship
Packaging,
happened
making
along
those
this
right
stream,
trade-offs, all
they took
those same
that
types
ship
of
and began
things
to
that
loot it
in
as
the
well.
next couple
When they were
decades,
done,
1,000
Drake worked
then
with
you're down to
Spanish
$1.
pirates.
And
This
then you're
message
kind
was
of like, well,
translated
I
into
should have an
Spanish
entourage of
and
AIs
handed
that
down
are
through us.
following me
It
around,
really
helping me out
shows
on
the
things that I'm
audacity
going
of
to
Francis
do.
Drake, better than
That's
anything
one
he
issue sector, but
It reads,
I'll push back and
Captain and others
so
of this ship,
but in
we are
that
surprised
case,
that
you
you
don't
ran
pay
from us in
thousands of
that capture,
dollars.
and later
It should
refused to
actually
come to
be
talk to us
$5,000.
under our flag of truce,
I
knowing
think
us,
it's
and having
easier,
seen evidence a few days
cheaper
past
to
that he
provide
did ill to no one under our flag of
to
truce.
provide value
We only
via
wish
dumb
to speak to
AI.
you, and since you will not
I
come
think that would
courteously
take
to
us
talk
to the
with us
API.
without
Just
evil or
have
envy, you will find your
I
fate
think there's
spoiled
an
by
ocean
your
of
own
low
fault. And to any who courteously
and I
make coffee
think
talk with
an
us, we will
effective
do no
friend
harm
that doesn't
under our
have to
flag.
be perfect,
And
doesn't
whoever
have to
does
be
not come
intelligent,
may bear the
it has
blame.
to be
I do
empathic,
not think that we were
having
afraid of
emotional
those ships,
intelligence,
nor of
having
others,
ability to
but
remember
hope to God it
things,
shall cost them
having
their
ability
lives
to
before they
listen.
prevail over us.
Most of us don't
Now you
listen
have
to each
proof
other,
that it would
only
have
the
been
things
better
that
had you
love.
come to talk with
And when you
us.
care
For
about
in the
somebody,
frigate,
you
you
love
had not
somebody,
the value
is
of 4
listen.
silver reels,
And that is something
done by the
treasure
English
about
who are
each
well
other.
And
no cost
if an AI can do that kind
if
of
there
thing,
be cost,
I
then
think
will
that
be devils rather
provides a
than
huge amount of value. Very importantly,
Drake and his English pilots
provides
then
value
headed back to their
really
mothership where they
listen,
unloaded all of the loot that they had
understand,
stolen from his
versus
crew.
provide really
They
good
immediately
advice.
sent
And
back to
providing
River
really good
Targets, where they
advice
headed
is
back
very
upriver
different.
and went
It's
to a
another
warehouse.
next level.
The warehouse was in a small town called the Venta de Cruces,
I think it's
which is
just
a really
easier
place
to
like
be
Crossroads
companionship.
I
and
would
they sold
disagree.
there
I think
goods
that
worth an
there's
estimated
very few things
100,000
that I
pesos.
would argue can't be
On their voyage
reduced to
back to the
a
Caribbean Sea at
some
the
kind
mouth
of
of
a
the
narrow
River
way.
Targos,
I
there were
think
three
we
Spanish
could
vessels.
$1 trillion
Loaded
about
them and then
all the
sank
things
them.
that can be done there.
These
And a
English
lot
and
of it
French
can be
pirates
done
were
with smoke and
becoming
mirrors without
something
having
of
to
a
go
real
over.
menace to the
There's going
Spanish
to be
along
the
Carolina.
equivalent of the
They
Doom.
were uncatchable.
The Doom version
They
for
would
the
take these
AGI
large
that's
ships,
not really
run
AGI,
away,
it's all
and
smoke and
they'd
mirrors, but it
take
happens to
in
do enough
small
valuable
days of
things that
meat
it's
that were
enormously
too shallow for the
useful and
Spanish
valuable.
ships to see.
But at some
It was
point,
said
you
during
do
this
want to
time
get to
that
the
Francis
point where
Drake
you have the
owned
fully
his
general
homes
thing. You
between
stop
the
making
Fargates
bespoke
and
specialized systems
the Spanish were,
where
of course,
and
sending
you
out
wind up
ships to search for
start
the
using
English
higher level
colonies.
language instead of
But
writing
they were
everything in
having
assembly language.
Part of the problem is that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships,
The
and
C
the
word.
locals
What
didn't
do you
really
think
care
that's
about it.
fundamental
The Drake and
to
French
the
also agreed.
AGI,
They
or
were
is it
bothering
work?
the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen,
So I think
and
most
farmers.
of the
They were
arguments
attacking
about
ships that belonged
consciousness
to
don't
the
have a
Spanish
whole
overlords
lot of
in the
merit.
Martian Sea.
I
Many
think
of the
that
locals didn't
consciousness
really
is
feel
kind of
much.
the way the
So
brain
these
feels
Spanish
when it's
locals were
operating.
trying very hard to find a
And
break in France.
this idea that
However, the English
I
realized
do
that
generally
they
subscribe to
could
sort of pandemonium theories
their
of
fleet was
consciousness
growing.
where there's all these things
The
bubbling
English
around,
had
and
taken
I
a
think
number
of
of
them
ships,
as kind of
mostly
slightly
because they
randomized,
had
sparsely
more
distributed
space to
memory
hold all of the
mixed
goods
of
that
things
they
that
were
are
taking from
kind
the
of
Spanish.
happening,
They couldn't
all in
all
different
fit
associative
aboard
memories,
some other
and
ships.
eventually you
And
get
they
some
needed
level of
a
consensus
defensible
that bubbles
place
up
that they
between
could
the
put these ships
conscious
to
thought
aid.
there, and the
It
little
was
bits
said
of
that the army of
stochasticity that are
Vegas
sitting
had been
on
out
it
in another
in
war
this
South
as it
America.
cycles between different
Rio
things
de
you recalls
Canes,
different
which was
memory.
about
That's
15
largely our
leagues
imagination
west of
and
Nombre de
creativity.
Dios. This was a favorite
So
hiding
I
place
don't
of the
think
English
there's
and
anything
French.
deeply
They
magical
decided to make
about
an
it, certainly
official
not
base about the
symbolic. I
Angeles.
think it is generally the
The
flow
bay's
of
natural
these
properties made it defensible,
associations
and the
drawn
English
up with
even built some
static,
defenses on top
stochastic
of that.
noise
They
overlaid
built
on
a
top of
small
it.
wall
I
around
think so
Rio,
much of that
and that
is
wall
it depends
easily
on
opened up
what you
into
happen
the
to have in
sea.
your
The
field
large
of view
law
as some
was
other
the
thought was
opening to
occurring
any
to you
unwanted
that
ships.
overlay and blend
It
into the
was
next key
well
that queries your
fortified against
memory
all of the guns and many of the
that kind of
arms that
determines
the
how
English and French
your
had
chain
taken
of
from Spanish
consciousness
ships.
goes.
So
They
that's
also
kind of
had
the
their
quality of
contract with the
the
local
subject
Cameroons and some of the
experience
local
is
neighbors
not,
who they could trade with for
is not
valuable
essential
goods
for
and might
intelligence.
make
So,
supply
If
of
there's
the
anything
service.
really
But
important
even if they lost
what about some other human qualities, like fear, mortality, and stuff like
the
that?
English
Like
could last and
the
the
fact
new
that
base
this
of
ride
operation
ends.
almost indefinitely.
Is that
The bay was
important?
called
Like
the bay.
you
The area
talk
around
so
the bay,
much about this
notably
conversation about the
populated by
value of
many
deadlines
tiny
and
birds,
constraints.
for which this
Do you
new
think
English
that's
settlement
important for
had
So
intelligence?
that's actually a super interesting angle that I don't usually take on that about as death being a deadline that forces you to make better decisions. Because I have heard people talk about how once you have immortality, people are going to stop trying and working on this because they've got all the time in the world. But I would say that I don't expect it to be a super critical thing that a sense of mortality and death, the impending death, is necessary there because those are things that they do wind up providing reports.
But then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters
There will
of
have to
people
be something
confirming that
fundamental that causes
they
that
dumped those there
engenders
to sea.
curiosity and
Then
goal setting
they stole the
all of that.
correspondence check.
Something is going to play in there if you
Indicative
have
of Drake's
reward
goals on this particular
whether
voyage.
it's positive or
He
negative.
was spending most of his
I
time
don't
waiting.
have any
During all
strong
of this waiting,
opinions on
he was
exactly
mapping out the
what it's going
rivers
to be,
in the Spanish
but
Main.
that's that
He was
type of
mapping
thing
out the
where
coastline in the
I
Spanish
doubt
Main. He was
that
gathering
might be one of those
intelligence on all of the villages
that
in
has
the
to be
region,
sorted
as well
out
as
exactly what's the master
Panama City
reward, that's the meta
and
reward of all
Nombre
of
de
the
Dios. He
local
was
has
learning
specifically
Spanish
what have to
military
do.
and naval
That could be
secrets
that big
and
negative
testing the
reward of
defenses.
death. Maybe
He had
not
built
death,
a
but
base
the
not
ability
just
to
for
walk
himself,
away from
but for any of the English
so
pirates that would come
it
after him,
bothers me
or
when
any of their
the
French
AI
allies.
systems like surface.
This base was to
So
serve as
it
the
doesn't
jumping
bother
off
me,
point
but I
for
mean,
any operations against the Spanish in the
really
New
is
World.
drawing the
They knew that
line
this base was spreading, and they were even building
between what
a
an
small
AI
fleet
system
to
it's limiting the possibility of an AI
This
system being
voyage was a
treating
voyage
them like
of
justice
preparation,
tools.
and
Now, that of course, from narrow
Francis Drake
AI
was almost ready.
perspective, there's so
However,
many
in June, it was time for Francis
problems
Drake to
that
return to
narrow
England.
AI could solve, just like you
Before
said,
he was allowed to
as
dock at Plymouth,
in
Francis Drake
its
was forced to
form of
leave.
a tool.
This voyage had
But
not been
it could
authorized
also
by the
be
Queen,
a
and
being.
Francis Drake needed assurance
This
from the
is much more
Crown
than a tool.
that the
And
Crown
to
could not be
to
held
become a
accountable
being,
for
you
his
have to
actions.
respect the
He
place
also
it should
needed
be.
to deliver the news of
For
his
that, it
cause.
has to be able to have
Drake had stolen an estimated
make its own
250,000
decisions
pesos
to
worth
walk
of
away.
drugs.
Say I had
In
enough of
England,
you.
that would have
I
been
would like to break up with
100,000
you now.
pounds.
You've
Converted
not
into
treated me
modern
well,
American
and I would
dollars,
like
that
to
would be
move on.
about
So
$23.2
I think
million.
that actually that
And he was
choice
just getting started.
to end
But the situation in England was
So
getting worse.
a
Francis
couple
Drake
of things on
learned
that.
that
So on the one
in
hand,
part due to his
it is kind of
actions,
disturbing when you see people being like people that are mean to robots, mean to
it was
Alexa,
unclear,
whatever,
but war
and
was
that
happening.
seems to speak badly
Francis
about
Drake
humanity.
realized
But
that
there's
his
also the
actions in
exact
the
opposite
Americas
side
had
of that,
really
where you
been
have so many
something
people
of
that
an American
imbue
theater of war
humanity
against his
in
family.
inanimate objects or
And
things
he
that their
acted
toys
unofficially
are
as an
relatively
English
limited.
general
So
in the
I think there
Anglo-Spanish
may
War.
even be more more danger about
Drake almost
putting more
immediately saw
emotional
two ships
investment
back to
into a
Port
lot of
Hudson.
these
He continued
proto
his
AIs
campaign.
to
The
different
two
ways.
captains aboard these ships were named
And
James
then the
Rouse
AI
and John Day,
manipulate
and
that.
he intended to
But
meet them
But
after
as
a
far as
short
like
break.
AI ethics sides of things,
While he wasn't
I
there,
really
Drake acquired
stay
a
away
wish
from any of those discussions or even really thinking
from
about
John
it.
Hawkins.
It's
It
similar
appears
with the
that the
safety
Hawkins
things,
brothers and
but it's
Francis
just
Drake
premature.
somewhat
And there's a
varied.
certain class of people
Both of
that
the
enjoy
Hawkins brothers,
thinking
as
about
well as both of the Winter
impractical
brothers,
things, things
were
that are not in
investors
the
in
world
this new
and
voyage.
more
Drake was
pragmatic
going to
effect around
command
you.
this ship
And I think that,
Brother John
again,
was
because I
going to
don't think
command
there's
this
going to be a fast takeoff. I think we
They
actually
built
will have
flimsy
time to have these
vessels.
debates
Those are
when we
very
know the
small
shape of what
vessels.
we're debating.
They were to be constructed
And some
at
people
Port
do take a
Hudson
principled
Imperial
approach when
Order
they think it's going to go
These are
too
going to
fast.
be
They really
three
do need to get
better,
ahead of it.
swifter,
We need
and
to be thinking
faster
about
vessels
this
for
because
raiding these
we have
smash
slow
ships.
processes of coming to any
On
kind of
board these two
consensuses or
vessels
coming
of
up with
Francis Drake
ideas about
were
this.
73 men.
And maybe
All but
that's
one of these men
maybe
were
that's
under the
true.
age of 30.
I wouldn't
This
put
was
any
going
of
to
my
be
money or
an
funding
extraordinary
into
young
something like that because I don't think it's a
And
problem
then,
yet.
after this small break
And I
in
think
the
that we will have
preparation,
these signs of
Francis Drake
life.
set sail
When
again
we've got our learning
on May
disabled
25th,
toddler, we should really start
1572.
talking about some of the safety and ethics issues, but probably not before
It was a
that.
quick
Can you
voyage.
elaborate
They arrived on July
briefly
20th
about
after a
why you
short
don't
stop
think the
in the
attacks
Antilles
were
of
done?
Dominica.
Is
They
there some
returned to
deep
Fort
intuition
Hudson.
on the problem? Is it
However,
because it's
the
grounded in
failure
the physical world? Or
all they
Yeah,
saw
so
was a wisp
it
of
is my
smoke
belief
coming
that
from
we're
the
going to
fleet.
start off with something
Going
that
ashore
requires
to
1,000
investigate, they
GPUs.
found a
And
smoldering camp.
I don't know if you've tried to go get 1,000 GPU
iron
instance
pipe
on a
fixed to a
cloud
tree.
anytime recently,
It read,
but these are not things that you can just go spin up
Captain Drake,
hundreds
if you
of.
fortune to come to this
There
port,
are
make
real
haste away,
challenges
for the Spaniards who
these
have
things
been
are going
with
to
you
take
here the
data
last year
centers
have
and
betrayed
data
this
centers
place
take
and taken
years
away
to
all
build.
that you left here. I
Last few
departed from
years, we've
Greece
seen a
this
few of them
present
kind of
7th
coming
of
up,
July,
going to different places. There's
1572.
big engineering
Your very
efforts.
loving
You
friend,
can hear
John
people
Day.
bemoan about the fact that
It was a mere 5
no,
days
the
before
network
Drake
was
was
wired
named.
all wrong, and it took them
Drake
a month to
decided
go
to
unwire it
ignore
and
the
wire it the right
He was
way.
going to
These
wait,
aren't things that you
and he
can just
knew the
magic
pace to
into
construct the 3
existence.
ships that he had brought with
And
him.
the ideas of
It was only
like the old
3
tropes
days
about
later
it's going to escape
when
onto the
sails
internet
appeared
and
on
take
the
over
horizon.
other systems.
Drake ordered
There's
his men
the
to
fast
ships
takeoff
and
ones are
to their
clearly
battle
nonsense. You
stations to
just can't
defend
open
Fort
TCP
Hudson.
connections
But
above
they
a
were
certain
able to
point, no
recognize.
matter how
They
smart
saw
you
that
are,
these
even if you
ships
have
flew the
perfect
flag of
hacking
St.
ability.
John.
That
They were
takeover
friendly
world and
English
instances
vessels
of
who
thing
knew about
just
Fort
isn't
Hudson.
plausible at
When they
all.
landed, it
And
turned
even
out
if
to
you
be
had
Captain
access
James
to all of the
Rouse.
resources,
He was one
these
of
are
the
going
men
to be
that Drake considered
specialized
headed them
systems
to Fort
where
Hudson.
you're going to wind
Captain
up
Rouse
with
had been
something
around
that is
for decades.
architected around
When
exactly this
Drake
chip
had
with this
appointed John
interconnect, and
Hawkins,
it's not
he
just
was
going
the
to be able to
captain of the
be
William
plopped
class.
somewhere else.
He had been the
Interestingly,
man who took the
it is
course
going
on
to be
this ship
something
on
that the
Drake's last
entire
voyage. And it
the entire
appears
code
things were not as
easily fit
dire
on
for
the
the
public.
English as
That's
they
total
thought.
spy movie
His
thriller
friends,
sorts of
Captain
things
Rouse
where
and Captain
you can
Grant,
have, hey,
were
we
both
cracked the
alive.
secret to HDI
Captain
fits
Rouse
on
had
this
just
thumb drive.
recently
Anyone
taken a
can steal it.
Spanish
Now
vessel.
they're still going to have to
On
build the
board
right
were a
data
number of
center to
slaves
deploy
that
it
Captain Rouse
and
had
have
taken
the
aboard.
right kind of life
These
experience
slaves had a lot of
curriculum to
information
take it
about
up to the
current
point
Spanish
where it's
movements
valuable.
back in
But the
Carthage,
real core of
as
it,
well
the
as
magic
the
that's going to
Spanish
happen
treasure
there
fleet.
is going to be very small.
And behold,
It's, again, tens of
it
thousands of
seems
lines of
that
code, not
Drake had
millions of
changed his
lines of
views on
code.
slavery
It is
since
possible
his
to
voyages
imagine a
with John
world
Hawkins.
using
He may
much
never have approved that we don't really
view
know
if
about
it's
this human
if it's
factor.
just a few lines of
However,
code.
now he ordered these slaves
We can
freed
imagine a
and cared
world
for.
with sufficient
He could have
computations
been an
growing,
emotional
maybe
change
growing
man.
exponentially.
Perhaps he
Meaning
identified
there's,
more
you know,
with these slaves
the
who before
refrigerators
found rotting wretched souls, and conveyed that the Spanish overlords and the English overlords that doesn't seem too likely, though it could have been a religious change. After all, the voyages that he had gone on that were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins, each indicated themselves. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and began his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, not very much appeared to us. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the King of England. And holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the King would appreciate. Regardless, Drake was claiming that he did intend to use these Negroes. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were food, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge establishing the captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rouse, began planning their next move. First, they took an Abbey for it, and armed the Baby, and it was actually a pretty impressive one. They
wouldn't be a real time API. It would be something that is operating at
12
really a
pikes,
snail's
24
pace,
muskets and
much
halberds,
slower
16
than
bows,
human
and
double
6
clock.
partisans.
So I'm not worried
Drones
about
and 2
that.
trumpets.
You're transferring this probably into the interconnected
For a
communication,
relatively small
shared
installation, that's
memory,
an impressive
the
blend of both
collective
infantry
intelligence
weapons,
aspect of it, which is
firearms,
extremely basic.
Yeah, I mean, it's back to the
The
very early
targets
days
are
of
British
supercomputers.
shields,
You still have
quality
the
design,
balance
and
between
fireplace
bandwidth,
with
storage, and
super
computation.
cool are really just
Sometimes they're easier to get one or the other,
but the
it's been
drums and
remarkably
trumpets,
constant
those
across
are
all those years that
this wasn't
you
just
still need all
any
three.
normal radio. Francis
What
Drake
do your
is marching
efforts
to
now
Drake teammates with their 3 ships and
really
their 4
committed
places
to
sailed
AI?
to Nombre de
What,
Dios.
what do you see your life in the
Nombre
next
de Dios
months,
was a
years
song.
look like?
It
What
had
do you hope to
virtually no
achieve,
defenses.
achieve
For
here?
most
So
of the year,
I
it had no
literally
military presence
just
on
this
it,
week
and
signed
no
a term
court
sheet
overlooking
to
it.
take some
There
investment
were
money
only
for my
100 or so
company, where
homes
the
on
last 2
West.
years I had
Drake,
backed
however,
off from
had
Meta,
this
and I'm still
piece,
doing my
Nombre de
consulting
Dios,
CTO role
the
there.
treasure
But
house of
I
the
had
world.
styled it as I was going to take the
The
Victorian
plan
gentleman
was
scientist,
to load across
where
the bay at
I was
night
going to be
and wait until
the
dawn.
wealthy person that was
The
going
men
to go
in their
pursue
small
science
boats
and
stayed
learn
close to
about
the
this
shore
and do
with their
experiments.
shadows.
And honestly, I'm surprised there aren't
Francis
more
Drake knew that
people
the plan was
like
not
that,
flawed.
that are like me,
He knew
technical
that
people
if he
that
forced the
made
men
a
to
bunch of
wait to
money
do battle
and
all the
are
way until
interested in
dawn, they
some
might
of these
lose their men.
possibly the biggest leverage
But
in
for him,
human
about
history.
3 in the
I mean, I
morning,
know of,
the
I've heard
clouds
of a couple
and the bright,
organizations that are
full
basically led
moon
by one rich
filled the
techie
night with
guy
light.
that gets a few
Drake
people
saw
around to
this as
try
a
to
sign
work
from
on
God
this.
that the time had
But I'm
come.
surprised that there's not more.
Even the
There
clouds
aren't like a
parted,
dozen.
and there was more light to see by.
I mean,
Drake
maybe
realized
people
that there
are
was a
still
small
thinking it's an
wine ship in the
unapproachable
harbor,
problem,
and
that
the
it's
wine ship was
beyond
actually
their
sitting at
ability
Drake's
to
using
get
it.
rich on,
The
have
wine
some
ship
effect
was
on
sitting
like whatever
above the
startups
shore
that
to warn the people
work.
that there were
But
clouds in the wind.
that was
However,
my
Drake was
kind
able
of,
to intercept
like
them
with all the
and
stuff
sent
I've
their
learned,
boat
whether it's
off to an island offshore. They were
aerospace,
no longer
whatever,
going
I
to be
go
reached.
through a Marvel.
So Drake and his men
Okay, I'm
debarked
sucking up all of
and
this
advanced
information,
westbound.
trying to see, is this
The very first thing
something
they
that I
did
can
was
actually
take
do?
control of a
Is
single
this
gun
something that's
battery that defended the
practical
town of Mount
to
Hudson.
devote a large
There was
chunk of
only
my life
one
to?
guard manning
And
the
I've gone
guns
through
as
that
they saw
with
the English
with
approaching.
the
He
AI
ran
machine
away to
learning
sound the
space
alarm.
of things.
So
And
Drake split
I
his men
think I've
into
got
3
my
teams.
arms around it.
His
I've got
brother
the
took
measure of
one
it,
group,
where
and another man
some of the
named
most
John
brilliant
Boxer
people in the world
took
are
the
working
other.
on this problem.
They were to circle
But
both
nobody
left
knows
and right,
exactly
while
the path
Francis
that it's
Drake
going on.
was to take the largest
Throwing
group
a lot of things
directly
at the
through the
wall and
center of
seeing
town.
what sticks.
The man who had been
But I
manning the
have
guns had run through town
another
with a
interesting thing is
streamer.
learning about
He had
all of
reached
this,
the
the
church
contingency
and
of your
began to
path to
ring the
knowledge,
bell.
and talking about the
It was then
associations
that
and
Drake ordered
contacts
his
that you have
drummers to
with
keep
people,
time.
where
They
people
marched
that
towards
learn
the
in the
city
same
square.
path that
His
have similar
trumpet
thought
sounded,
process.
announcing the
I
coming
think
of
it's
Francis
useful
Drake,
that I
that he
come
was a
at this
general
from
or an
a
emperor.
different background,
The women and
different
children
history
of
than
Nombre de
the
Dios
people that
fled
have had
before them.
largely
The men
academic
rallied
backgrounds.
before the doors of the church
I have
and the
huge
local
blind
treasure
spots
house,
that
holding
maybe
the
these
square
students
that
don't
had
have.
Drake in his
I
hands.
have a
The
different
church
set
bell
of
continued to
experiences,
sound.
history, and approaches to
The
problems and
drums
systems
continued to
engineering
beat,
that
and the trumpets
that
continued to
might
blow.
turn out to be
Drake's
useful,
men held
and I
their
can
fire
afford to
posts
take that
open,
bet
lighting their
where
way. And
I'm
then
not going to be
the
desperate.
Spanish militia
I
fired.
One
One
I have
round
enough
hit a
money to
trumpet
fund
and
myself
killed
working
him
on this
instantly.
for the rest of my
Another
life.
hit Francis
But what
Drake
I
in the
was
ribs.
finding is that I
The
was
rest hit the ground in front of
still
harmlessly.
not committed. I had
Francis Drake smiled,
firmly
but
in
it
the
was
VR
easy
meta
to
side of things, where in theory
The English
I've got
fired their muskets
I've got a
and
very
their
nice
bows.
position there. I only
Then,
have to work 1 day a
simultaneously,
week for
John
my
Drake,
my
Francis's
consulting
brother,
role.
and John
But I
Oxenden
was
arrived to
engaging
just swear
every
from
day.
either
I'd still
side
be
and
in my
opened
computers
on the
there and
militia trying to
checking
take
the
Town
workplace
Square.
notes and testing
The
different
fierce
things.
bandits who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and
But
musket
I did
shot
make the
broke ranks and
decision
fled.
recently that I'm
Drake
gonna get
defeated
serious.
Nombre de Dios,
I'm still gonna
but the
keep my
loss
ties with
was one
Meta,
stronger.
but I am
Now that
seriously
they've
going
gone
for
to
the
town,
AGI
things
side.
become a little bit
Things that actually
there are
really more because a lot of
much the leader.
machine
Nombre
learning
de
and AI
Dios,
communities
the
quite
treasure
large.
house of the world,
Really, basically, almost
first
everybody
goes
is
as follows.
taking the same
After
trajectory
taking
through
the town
life
square, Drake
in that
questions the
community.
Spaniard
It's so
they
interesting
attacked
to
to
have
find
something
the
like
governor's
YouTube
house.
with a fundamentally
When they
different
arrive at the
trajectory,
governor's house,
and
they
that's where
find
the
a
big
single lit
solution
candle.
because there's a
And
kind
at the
of
top of the
silo,
stairs,
and
quote,
it's
prepare Janae, ready saddle, either for the governor himself or
I
some
was
other of his
really
household
worried
to
that
carry it
I
after him.
didn't want to come
By
off
means of
as
this light, we saw a
an
huge heap
arrogant
of silver in
outsider
that
for
nether
things,
room,
where I
giving
had
a
all the
pile of
respect in the
bars of
world
silver
for the work
of,
that's
as near as we
been a
could
miracle
guess,
decades.
70
We're in
foot
the
in
midst of a
length and
scientific
10 foot
revolution
in breadth
happening.
and 12 foot in
Everybody
height,
doing this
piled up
is
against the
wise.
walls.
These are
Each bar was
Einstein's
between
and
35
Bohr's and
and
whatever
40
of
pounds
a
in length.
modern era.
At the sight hereof, our
And I was
captain
really happy
commanded
to see that
straightly
the
that none of
people
us
that
should
I
touch
sat
a
down
bar
and
of
talked
silver
with everybody does
stand
seem
upon
to
our
be
weapons, because the
great
town is full
about
of
just
people,
happy to talk about
and
things
there was in the
related
king's
to
treasure
knowledge that
house
you
near
don't
the
know what
waterside
you're doing,
more
figuring
golden
it out as you
jewels
go
than all of
along.
our four penises
And I
could
mean, I've got
carry,
a
which he would presently set some in hand
get
to
on
break
this where
open.
this all really
End
started
quote.
for me because Sam
As they
on
left the
Facebook
governor's
tried to
house,
recruit
the
me
young
as
slave
an
rushed to
AI,
meet Drake and
and
his men,
it was at a
begging to
point
become
when
one of
I didn't
them.
know
He
anything
had
about
heard
what was
news of the
really
name
going
of
on
Francis
in
Drake,
machine
and he
learning.
wanted to join.
And in fact,
At
it's
that
funny, after the
moment,
first time
the
you reached
heavens
out to me,
opened, and a
4
torrential
years ago,
downpour
your
began.
AI podcast,
They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to
for
breathe
people
from the wound in his
to
leg. When they reached the door of the treasure
know
house,
that
Drake fell to
first
his
of all,
knees,
obviously,
collapsing from the loss of blood.
you're still on this topic.
He ordered his men to enter the
Yeah,
treasure
like 4
house.
years
They
ago,
decided
back
that
when
they
this was
loved
called
their
the
captain more than
Artificial
Spanish
Intelligence
gold,
Podcast,
and to save his
wanted
life,
to
they carried him
do a
back to
thing,
the
and you
ship.
said
The
yes,
Spanish
and
I
gold
said,
was
like, I
real.
don't know anything about
Now,
modern
there was
AI.
That's right.
I said, I could kind of take an angle on machine perception because I
the
don't know
Android
doing a
ADOs
lot of
did
that
not
with the
have a
sensors of
governor's
virtual
house,
reality, but I think we could probably find something to
secondly,
talk about.
and then so I mean, and that's
when
where
a sailor,
what
or
this
really
Sam
the
Hawkins
personnel,
learned when I around this time.
abandoning
Yeah,
the
I
riches
believe that
of
he
the
was good
King of
after
Spain's
that.
treasure
So
house
I
in
had done
favor
the
of one
most basic
captain,
work. I had done the neural
college
networks from
stretches the
scratch where I'd gone and written it all in
And
C
what's
just to make sure
perhaps
I
most
understood
important
back
and worth
propagation
noting
at
is
the
that that
most
story wasn't
my
told
nuts and
until
bolts
50
approach.
years later.
But after Sam
The
approached
reality
me,
is
I,
that the
it
storehouse,
was
the big
flattering
treasure
to
house
think
of the
that
world,
he thought that
was
I could
empty.
be useful at
Either
OpenAI
the
and
captured
largely for
slaves that they
kind of
had
like systems
questioned back before
optimization
present
sorts of things.
had been incorrect, or they had
Without being an
lied to the
expert,
Spanish,
but
telling them what
I
they
asked
wanted to hear to save
Ilya
their own
Sutskever to
lives,
give
which
me a
is
reading
a likely
list, and
possibility.
he gave me
When the
a
Spanish
binder
had knocked
full of
down the doors,
all
they
the
had found the
papers
treasure
that,
house empty.
okay, these are the important
Later,
things.
they
If you really
concocted the
read and
story
understand all of
a much
these,
more
you'll know like
heroic
80% of
The
what most
reality
of
is that they
the
were forced
machine
to
learning
read and
researchers
companion
work on.
merely.
And I went through and I read
They
all those
did,
papers
of
multiple
course,
times,
take the
highlighted
wine
them,
ship
went through and kind of figured the
The
things
fleet
out there,
sailed to
and then started
Los
branching out into my
Island,
own
called
system
the Island of
research on
Pictures.
things.
It
And
had
I sort of
large
started
fields
writing
of
my own
pineapple,
experiments, doing
bananas, and
kind of
watermelon.
figuring out,
And the
finding out
soldiers
what
had to
I
read them.
don't know, what the limits of my
Captain
knowledge
Rouse
are, and
decided
starting
to
to get some of
leave
my
the fleet.
angles of
He
attack
saw
on things, the
in
things that I
Drake
think
an
are a little bit
indecisive and
different
ineffective leader.
from
He
what
also
people are
began
doing.
to fear the Spanish
And
reprisals for
I've had a couple of
transactions,
years
which
now,
was
2
probably a
years
smart thing
since
to
I
fear.
kind of left the
The
full-time
Spanish were,
position at
understandably,
Meta,
outraged
and
and terrified.
now I've kind of pulled
They
the trigger and
realized
said,
that a small
I'm going
group
to get
of English
serious about
pirates
it,
had
but
sailed
some of my
boldly
lessons all
into
the way
the
back to
harbor
Armadillo
unopposed
Aerospace
of the
about
place
how
where
I
all
know
of
I
the
need
gold
to
to
be
be
more
sent to the King of
traditionalist,
Spain
where
was
there
housed.
is that
Luckily,
both
it
the
wasn't
freedom
housed
and
there
the
at
cost
the
in
time,
some ways.
but
When
he
you know that
realized
tells
how
me
easy it
enough
would
to
have
say,
been
if
for
like this
Francis
doesn't
Drake
really
to
mean
have
anything,
stolen all of
I can
that gold and
spend
silver.
I can
So the
spend
Spanish
$1 million
governor of the
a
region
year for
sent
the rest of
orders
my
to
life.
every town
It
and
doesn't
every
mean
harbor
anything.
to double their
Fine.
defenses not only on land
But that
but
is
on
an
water.
opportunity to just kind of
Drake
meander.
realized that he
And I
needed
can
a new
see that in myself
so he
when I'm
sent
doing some
for his
things like,
allies
oh, this is a
into
kind of
Malaya.
interesting, curious
One
thing.
of the
Let's look at
escaped
this for a
slaves
little
that he
while.
had
Let's look
defended
at that.
was a man
It's
named
not
Diego.
really bearing down
Now,
on the
sometimes
problem.
that's described
So
as
there's
one
a
of the
few
slaves
things
that came out for freedom.
that I've done that are
Other times,
kind of
Diego is
tactics for
thought to be
myself to
the
make me
slave
more
that
effective.
ran up
One thing I
urged to
noticed that
join
I was
Captain
not
Drake
doing
and his men.
well is
Either way,
I had
he
a dual
became
cloud
a
account
trusted
with
and befriended member
engines
of the
there.
crew.
I was finding I was
He
very
was the
rarely
one that
given
helped
no
set up
good
and mediate the
psychological
meeting
reasons
between
where
the
I'm like,
Killer
oh,
Rovers and
I can
Jacob.
always think of something to do other than
The
to spit out
tones
instances and
knew
run an
the
experiment.
offensive
I can,
plan.
keep working on my
They
vocal
knew
heights
the
or something.
betrayal
But it was really stupid. I mean, it was not a lot of money. I should have been running more experiments. So I thought to myself, well, I'm going to go buy a $250,000 EGX station. I'm going to just like sit it right there, and it's going to mock me if I'm not using it. If the fans aren't running on that thing, and I'm not properly utilizing it. And that's been helpful. I've done a lot more experiments since then. And it's been interesting where I thought I'd be doing all this low-level indie link optimized stuff, and 90% of what I do is just spin up 4 instances of an experiment with different hyperparameters on it.
Oh, interesting. You're doing
A few other men
really
set
sort
to
of building
watch
up
the
a situation by doing a
common
mouse
the small
experiment
book
as
that he set up. Then,
But so the
Drake
next big
himself
thing, though, is
decided to do
I,
what he did best,
so I decided
which was
that
get
I
on
was going
board
to
a ship
take
and
some
harass the
investor
state.
money because I
It was
have an
almost to
overactive
the
sense of
month-long
responsibility
campaign of his
about other
crews,
people's money.
taking any Spanish ship he came
And it's like
across,
I
sacking
don't
it,
want
taking
a
out
lot
the
of my
and sometimes
push and
burning.
my passionate
There was one
entreaties for
ship
things
that
at
was
Meta.
thought to be
I
too
don't want
large for
some to
his
have
men.
wasted his money investing in
But,
Oculus.
much
I
like on
wanted
his
to work
last
out. I
voyage,
wanted to
he
change the
attacked
world.
it,
I
was
wanted
repelled within the
all
ship
of
would
this
ground.
time, money, and effort
However,
going into
this
it.
time,
And
Francis
I
Drake is
expect
tempted
that
to
it's
board
going
and
to be
loot the
that,
ship,
like that
he's
with
not
my
waiting for him.
company,
Contingent,
where
the Spanish mounted soldiers
I
is
have
waiting.
investors
And they
that
were
are
forced to retreat.
going to expect something.
Francis Drake
Now,
never did
we've all
find
had
out
the
what was aboard
conversation
that
that this
vessel that
is
might have been
a
so
low probability
important
long-term
and
bet.
had
It's
that
not
many
something
well-armed
that
Spanish
there's
troops
a million
supporting
things
it.
I could do that I would have
This
line
type
of
of
sight on
campaign
the
is
value proposition. This isn't that.
waiting around the
There are,
Caribbean,
there are
doing
unknowns
SEOs,
in the
even
way.
for a small
But
period of
it's
time,
one of these
people
things
off the
that
port of
it's
Cartagena, not allowing any ships
impressionable, but
in
it's
or out
potentially
until there's
one of the
been
most
an
important
agreement.
things humans
And
ever do.
somehow,
And it's
Francis
something
Drake
that I
always
think is
escaped
within our
unscathed.
lifetimes, if not within a
But
decade,
at home, at his base
to
in
happen.
Fort
So,
Fabulous, things went going
yeah,
so
it's just
there
now
was a
happening.
Spanish attack that had
She,
seen
like,
his
ink
younger
is
brother
fairly, her
die.
link's fairly dry.
Right.
After that,
I mean,
there was an
as I
outbreak
mentioned
of
to you
disease
offline,
that
like
killed
somebody I
something
admire,
like 2 million.
Andre
Still, this
Kapati, I
disease
think
was
two
yellow fever.
different trajectories
One
in
of them
life.
that killed was
Approach
Francis
time
Drake's
was
younger
similar
brother.
because
After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon of the group to do an autopsy.
he's created a
They
bunch of
didn't
little
know how
things
dangerous
outside
yellow
of
fever was at the time, or
even
what was
outside
killing
the
all of these
course
men. And of course, the
Stanford
surgeon was
that
infected
has
as
been
well.
tremendously
He died
useful
shortly
to
thereafter.
build up
So the only
intuition
man
about
with
stuff,
any medical
but
knowledge at
also to
all
help
back
people.
home.
And
This
they're
was
all
a
in
tremendous
AI.
blow to the English. But
Do
Drake
you
rallied
see
his
yourself
men.
potentially doing
His
some things like
true
this?
strongest
Not
trait
necessarily
was that he was
solving
able
the
to
getting
inspire
problem, but
those who
on the
around him,
journey,
even
on the
in
path
times where
to
it
that,
got darkest.
building
It
up
was
intuition
around this time that
and
the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and
sharing
more
code
frequently in
or
Spanish
ideas,
writings.
systems
Before that, he had always been
that
working on the
give
voyages of John
inklings of
Columbus.
AGI,
But
but
now,
also
it was
kind
his
of are
name that
useful.
the Spanish were recording as the
First
most
of all, Andre
notorious
is awesome.
craft
I learned a
in the
lot
media.
when I was going through my
He
Marvel
was
phase,
an
his
evil
blog posts
Uberrun,
and
a
Stanford course.
danger to their
You know,
empire,
super valuable.
and they
I
called
got to
him
meet him first a couple
El
of years ago when I was
Rabbi,
first kind of starting off on
and
my
then, with
gentleman
his forces
scientist.
depleted, with their spirits
And
high,
just
and a group
just a
of
couple
killer
months ago when
messengers
he went out
arrived
on
at
his
Fort Festival.
sabbatical, he stopped
The
by in
Spanish
Dallas
treasure
and we talked for a while.
had arrived at
And
home.
I had a great time with him. And then
A
when I heard
group
he
of
actually
about
left
17
Tesla, I did,
Englishmen and
of course,
somewhere in
along
the
with
realm of
100 other
30
people, say,
Marines,
hey, if
entered the
you're going
jungle
to work
zone.
with me, it
The
would be an
English were
honor.
heavily burdened.
So
They all carried
he thinks that
weapons
he's
and
going to
were
be doing his
armed.
educational work,
But
but I
the
think someone's going
Maroons
to make an
really
offer he
did
can't
the
refuse
yeoman's work of this
before
war.
he gets too far
They
along
knew
on it.
all the
His
trails
his
and all the
current
paths.
interest
They
is
scattered
education.
where they
Yeah,
could, and they helped carry the English
he's a
within
special
their
mind.
heart.
Is there something
The
you can
jungle
speak
was
to?
not a
What
place that
makes
the
him
English
so
were very
special?
comfortable. It was filled with anacondas,
He was very much a
spiders,
programmer's
mosquitoes,
programmer doing
swamps,
machine
and
learning
heat.
rather
And
than
then, at
it's
one
a
point, I
different
had the pleasure
field
of
than
visiting
an
a rural
academic
village
where you
where
can see it in
a
papers sometimes where
well-built,
somebody that's
well-dressed,
really a
and
mathematician
prosperous
or a
community.
statistician
This
at
was
heart
far
and
from the
they're
assumptions
doing
that the
something
English
with
had
machine
of what
learning.
these
But
Cameroons looked like.
you know, Andre is about getting
But
something
then,
done.
one day,
And
as
you
they
can
neared
see
the
it
city
in
of Canton,
like all of his
the man
earliest
guiding the
approaches
tour,
to
a man
okay,
named
here's how
Pedro, leader of the
reinforcement learning
Cameroons,
works, here's how recurrent neural
gestured toward
networks
a
work,
tree
here's how
that Drake
transformers
climbed.
work,
In
here's
the
how
tree, he found a
crypto
small
works.
stone, the
And
place where he could rest.
and
And
yeah,
he looked
it's just
north, where
he's a
he could see
hacker's
the
one of his
sea.
old posts was like a
He and
hacker's
his
guide to
family,
machine
looking
learning.
south,
And you know, he deprecated
he
that
could
because they don't
see
really pay
the
attention to what's
Pacific
in
Ocean.
but it's that
Drake
thought
later
that
said
that
that
carries
he
through a
hoped
lot.
besought
It
Almighty
is that
God,
back
his
again to that
goodness,
hacker
to give
mentality
him
and
life
hacker
and
ethic
leave
of
to
what he's
sail
doing
once again
and
on an
sharing
English
all
ship
of it.
in that
Yeah, and a
sea.
lot of it as opposed to a new thing.
But then
The
another
knowledge
time,
is let me
they
code up
waited
the
in
simplest
a
possible
cups of
thing.
hand where
A little bit of intuition about it.
Yeah,
late
like I say,
into
I
the night,
sketch with
they
structs
waited in
and things, but I'm
silence.
just thinking
Then
about a
he
problem.
heard
I'm thinking in
footsteps on the
some
road.
degree of code.
one English soldier stood
You
ready
are
to attack.
also among many
He saw only a
martial
law
artists,
enforcement.
judo and
The
jiu-jitsu.
Spanish scout rode
How
back,
has this
alerting the
helped
Spanish.
make you progress?
The English ambush was
So I mean,
finished.
I was a competent club player.
So they took small Spanish village.
By no means
They
kind of a
attacked,
superstar,
but
but
they killed
it
as
was.
few people
I
as
went through a
possible.
few phases
The
where I
only
did
people
some
killed were very
when I was
few who
quite young, a
came
little bit
from
more when I was
homes that
17,
past the English
and then
troops.
I got into it
And
kind of
Drake
seriously
issued a
in my
message
mid-30s.
that everyone in
And
town
I
was
went
to
pretty
remain
far with it, and I
inviolate.
was
He actually
good at some
went
things
from
that I
door
was
to
doing.
door, assuring
And I
every
did
woman who
appreciate
went
it
home
quite a
that they
bit.
were not
Where,
going to be raped by the
on the
English
one
people.
hand, it's always
And
if you're
while
going
these
to
reports
exercise
may
or
sound
something, it's a more
ridiculous, they
motivating type
actually
of
promise
exercise.
in
If
Spanish this day.
someone is crushing
They say
you,
that
you are
Jamaicans are more
motivated
respectful
to do
and
something
courteous
about that,
than
to up your
as far as
attributes and
illegal.
be better about
But this
getting
was
out
just
there.
a ruse. They had no desire to
There's
attack
also that
Spanish
sense
villages
that
in
I,
They
like,
just
I was
attacked
not
the village,
I was not a
stole
sports
food
guy. I did
valuables
do
from
wrestling
tents.
and
The
I in
Spanish
junior
would
high,
leave
and I
if
often
they
wish
raided
that
the
I think I
town,
would have
taking what they
I
could
would have been
and
good
left
for me
people.
if I carried that
They
on
had
to
to
high
wait
school
for the
and
Spanish
had a
to
little
lower
bit
their
more of
guard
that.
again.
Like
and
I
to all
it
the
feels a little bit of wrestling vibe with what's going on about embracing the grind and like that push that I associate with the wrestling team. That in hindsight, I wish I had gone through that push myself fastly. But even getting back into judo and jiu-jitsu in my mid-30s, as usually the old man on the mat and that, there was still the sense that working out with the group and having the guys that you're beating each other up with it, like you just feel good coming out of it. I can remember those driving home, aching in various ways, and just thinking, that was really great. And it was mixing with a bunch of people that had nothing to do with any of the things that I worked with. Every once in a while, someone would be like, oh, you're a good guy. But for the most part, it was just different types of life, good things. And I made the call when I was 40, maybe I get a little older. I had separated careers and these things. I got out of it without any really bad injuries. And it's like, have I dodged enough bullets? I went back, I've gone a couple times in the last decade to kind of get my kids into it a little bit. I didn't really stick with it yet then, but it was fun to get back on the mats. I really hurts for a while, but have fun. I've gone for a while, but I still debate this pretty constantly. My brother's only a year younger than me, and he's going kind of hard in jiu-jitsu right now. He just won a few medals at the last tournament with that, and yeah, I was thinking, yeah, I guess we're in the executive division for over 50 years. And it's not out of the question that I go back at some point to do some of this, but again, just reorganizing my life around more focus. Probably not going to happen. I'm pushing my exercise around with longer, uninterrupted intellectual focus time. Pushing it to the beginning of the day. And things like that. Like, but if you're going to a judo club or something, you got to pick it's going to be 7 o'clock or whatever, 10 o'clock on Saturday. Although I talked about this a little bit when I was on Rogan, and certainly after that, Carlos Machado did reach out. I trained with him for years back in the day, and he was like, hey, we've got kind of a small private club with a bunch of executive type people.
This, in addition to any other fight he's taken in the past few months on Spanish War, was one of the greatest fights ever won.
Ryan and the other folks.
He split the country on this one day. He named the English, the Canadian, and the French. It was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth Lads to sail back to Canada.
And I do think about that
There was
as
a bit
kind
of
of an
drama
older
getting to
person
their ships.
considering
There
martial
were
arts, right?
several
Remember
Spanish
the
ships
very
waiting in the
earliest
harbor.
days getting back
However,
into judo, and
as
I'm like,
Drake was
teach
waiting,
me submissions right now. You know, it's like, learn the arm bar, learn the choke. But
and
as
Drake
you
was
get
able
older,
to
you start
fill the
thinking more
field
about,
fairly
okay, I really do
grass so
want
he
to
could get his
learn the
goal,
entire
which is
canon of
men,
judo. It's like
out to the
all the
ships
different
which were
things there, and like all the
Now Drake
different
didn't take
approaches for it.
all of the gold
Not
and
just
silver that
the,
he
you know, if you
won.
want to compete,
He was
there's just a
only able
handful
to
of
carry
things you
so
learn
much
really,
of it.
really
So
well.
he
But
took
sometimes
almost
there's
his
interest in
jewels
learning
and
a little bit
gold
more of the scope
and the
there,
silver.
figuring
He
some
buried
things out.
strategically,
You know, at one point I
thinking that
had,
he would be able to come
wasn't
back
exactly a
in time.
spreadsheet, but I did have
However,
a
it was well
big long
known
text
that
file
the
with
past
like,
10
here's the
yards
things
of
that I
man to
learned,
man,
and here's
that Drake was
like,
able
chain
to
this
come back
together.
and reclaim
And
all
while
of his silver.
when I went back a
And
few
this
years ago,
comes
it
down
was
to
good to see that I
sailors and
whipped myself
sailors,
back into reasonable
generation
shape,
to
not only in the
generation,
basic
would go
grappling,
on
but I
to
know
form
there
the
was a ton of the
basis of all of
subtleties
our
that
myths,
just
both
that were
for
gone,
the
but could
pirates
probably
in the
be
Golden
brought
Age of
back
piracy,
recently.
and the many
It
stories
is
told
also the
today
benefit. I mean,
of buried
you're
treasure.
successful
And it was
now.
said that Drake did even make maps
You're
of where he
brilliant.
buried his treasure.
And the
And
problem,
X
the old
always
problem
marked
with
his
the
spot.
ego
Drake's
is
voice
I
back
still
then
pushed
was
kind of
relatively
harder than
good.
I should. I mean,
He
that
was a
was
very quick
I was one
player,
of those
young to
people
about
that
23 years.
I'm
And
on
on
the
this night,
smaller side for a
1573,
lot of the people
Francis
competing,
Drake
and I
returned to
would,
England.
you know, I go with
The
all the big
legend
guys
goes
and I go
that
hard
when
and I
Francis
push
Drake
myself
sailed into the
a
harbors,
lot, and that would be
word
one of
spread
those
his
where
presence.
Most
of the men and women
you know,
in town
I'd be
were in
interested
St.
in what
Andrew's
the
Church
first 5
killing
minutes, and then
fugitives
comes after that.
at the beginning of this
And I knew it was terrible
When
for
the
me
Easter
because it
turned
made
into
me,
the land.
you know, it meant I
And then
got less
people began
training
to
time with
rise
all
from
of
their
that. When
seats,
you
and one
go
by
and
one
gas out
started to leave.
relatively quickly.
Slowly,
And I
at
like the
first,
things
but
that I
faster
did
and
even better
faster,
about
until there was a
that. Where
torrent of people
after I gave up
leaving the
judo, I
church
started doing
until
half marathons,
finally
tough
they
runners,
left their
and things
pastor
like that.
all alone,
And so when I
each
did go back to the local shooting I
All of the people in
thought,
town
I should have better
left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new
didn't work out that way.
champion.
The same old thing. It's just
It was
really
an
hard,
meeting
really hard.
The
And
one
of course, when I
Spain
worked
was
with you
taking its
guys, like
time. However,
Carlos,
even had several victories during its life.
like water thing is real. It's just like
Next week,
That's true with
we're
you.
not
You said the
going
best
to go
people
on
like
this
I'm
conference.
trained with
We're going to stay with Francis Drake.
for some reason with them.
After returning to England as a national hero, he
You
spends a little
actually
time
start to
asking
feel
about women.
the science of it,
Then,
the music of
he
it,
was
the dance
called
of it.
by
That's
Queen
everything was
Elizabeth into a
effortless.
private meeting. This is
You
something that's
understand that there's
relatively
art to
unheard
it.
of. She
It's not
even
just an
sent her
exercise.
royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake would hear what she had to say.
didn't start standing, just started on
Whatever she said in
Plaza,
that room,
and it was striking how different it was.
Francis
from
Drake
Carlos. He was
smiled
he was better
secretly.
than me by all
However,
right.
shortly
Half
thereafter,
there,
he
but
set
it
sail
was
on a voyage of
different
business.
style.
A
I
voyage
just
that
felt
would
like I
make
could
him
do
a household name in
developing
English
me just like
history,
slowly
a national hero to the
my
English
arm
and Spain's
bent
most
while
wanted
with
critic.
Carlos,
He's the
you know,
reason
he
that school children all across the world, even today,
grab something,
know
but
the
he never
name
had
of
any chance
Francis
to do
Drake.
it. But it was very different.
And
That's
I
a
joined
good
the show.
summary
Why
of
not
the
check the website?
Jiu-Jitsu and Judo. Jiu-Jitsu, it is a
We're
dance.
there, you
You
can
feel like
find
there's
some
a freedom.
connections,
And actually,
and works hard relating to our
anybody that
We also
and
have
Gordon
on our
Ryan
website
is
the sources here.
the best grappler
If
in
you're
the
interested in
world.
learning more
Grappler.
about
There's a feeling
the
like
source
you know,
list also has links that go to the info
when you actually try to do something, you can't.
Just magically doesn't work.
Both best judo players in the
If you
world,
do
it
get
does feel like there's a blanket that weighs
we also have
1,000
an
pounds on
ebook
top of
search
you,
for
and there's not a
If
feeling.
you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so.
You're trapped. That's
There's a PayPal
that's
donate
not
button as well as a link to our Patreon page.
large.
That's linked to
Also,
patreon.com/.
once you start to study, you understand that
There's
it all
also
has
an
to do
ebook
with
and
human
Amazon
movement,
search bar.
physics
So
of it,
if you want to
very
search
strong.
for anything over at ebooks or Amazon,
That's super
if
fascinating.
you do
At
so
the
at
end
the
of the day,
website,
for
the
me, the biggest benefit is in the
in
humble.
addition to any of that,
Another
you can
human
also leave a
being
review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podcast,
kind
all
of
of which will link
tells
to
you
the
that
website.
there's
You
a
can sort of
higher.
help you out there,
There's a,
we really appreciate it. Once again,
you're not that special.
And in the most extreme case, when you tap to a choke, you are basically
Hello.
winning because somebody lets
Welcome
you
to
live.
Pirate History
And that is
Podcast.
one of those.
My name is Matt.
Think about it. That
Thank
is
you for
closer
listening.
brush with mortality
Last week,
than most
we
people.
talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the Dutch Mule train.
Nobody that does any
These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he could be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all of that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back several of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board a ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied with him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. There was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected in Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with his problem from Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seem to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the Gentlemen Adventurers, and Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americans. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun a plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a book titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called a Petty Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince, so it is the great hope of spices, drugs, coping meal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shippage a work greatly, and gotten up as aforesaid into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in carriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of the ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time, Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, and Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said to him, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, and there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577,
winds up
The
leading
fleet
to
set
all the
sail
best
from
answers.
Plymouth
So
Sound.
the meaning of life
Almost
is,
immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden
this
and
is an
deadly.
incredible
They had to
conversation.
cut the mainmast on 2 of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Miracle blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor and have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Downey. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Downey knew that. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Dowdy didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Dowdy, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Dowdy, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to talk about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships and all of their goods, Francis Drake set his African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies unnecessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pirate, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not in Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Atlantic. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swell. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake. He began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own influence. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain. Now, this was little more than a remedy for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command and equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging Francis Drake was of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Dowdy himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Dowdy. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Dowdy. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Dowdy decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Dowdy, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend. End quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican, and his stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Dowdy come meet with him. He really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Dowdy went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Dowdy, for I must send you to another place. Dowdy was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. And he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, when he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and the crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so. So he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to the Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be the first to sneer on with the English pirates. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well over the schooner either. Thomas Dowdy and the other noblemen that were a part of his little group, as they were being fed half rations, the men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crew, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Dowdy complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Dowdy, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners, so they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Dowdy had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor to the west. So they stayed outside of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. It let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer. But Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact, a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have his vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, of which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge him. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil is he. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crew, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met the tribe of Mormons. This tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast. The English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and that they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet hat, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving the port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he made him sail faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Dowdy was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Dowdy was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spin the world. It was also the location of an event known as the Eastern Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergman covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Eastern Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging him, then tying him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and incredibly burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel burns, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial for him. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for him. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full arms, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Dowdy's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Dowdy claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Dowdy. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men pulled a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men the Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Dowdy. So the trial commenced. Now, Dowdy was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case. Apparently, he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the loot. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known he was going to take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, and he continued his argument. And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same, the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let him with me hold up their hands. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to take it. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God. And then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of the Union, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned their marriage. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it to the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales. End quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony. That's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, but it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan, and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever started from. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at heritage3podcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, that's kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps make podcasts notice, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Eric. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first night of Francis Drake's most famous work. In that period, took him from Plymouth in England, South Africa, into the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean, to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south, until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period. However, due to some of the egos on board and the personal ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Taylor and Francis Drake, eventually executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Arrow. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet in what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and very quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also, reportedly, held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship to Pelican, the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the strait, which was the easiest way for them to cross the continent somehow. There were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate from this. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. For still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that this was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep press records about these things. Many of these things were secret even to the closest counselors in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep were usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of hard politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scape whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Taylor was not in fact the villain of Francis Drake. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled at using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week will there are conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with.
And so,
So to paint the clearest
you
picture
made
of what
this
happens,
consciousness.
you have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of the sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information. For example, the name of the company was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas There. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal for her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1593. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was for work that reportedly had turned Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, where we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters clear. So, beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan. But almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. But then, from contemporary accounts and journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance, he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here, there were many featherless birds which could not fly. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island, end quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differ. Sometimes the names of the islands are discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, with that mountain island filled with delicious and easy to kill birds. It was only later that it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this land. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without using charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge out to see how deep the water is because your rope will begin to fail. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you. Frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 36. Now you might ask yourself, why the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous? Is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so we're not to sail around. Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice and extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been in the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days to see nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. That is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned away. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, fog, and had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together for all of this. The three ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Elizabeth, were awoken by what they reported later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships were staring into darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the light was sailing down. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in the small bay. The Drake's ship behind, due to the current and the tide, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan and wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back to the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes of the execution of Thomas Downey, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small innocent fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan. Well, it turned up in England, claiming to have been part of this. It's almost impossible for us to prove that these were actually who they claimed to be, but if they were some questions around, it's possible that these sailors were unmanned, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake.
of this
If they
formation
convinced the rest of the
itself
fleet
is somewhat
that the Marigold
limited.
had been
It's
sunk,
such an interesting
it was
dance.
possible that
I think
Francis
that
Drake
is
wouldn't follow them
the
and try to
most
rescue them.
fascinating
Now, the accounts of the
application of
Elizabeth,
artificial
the other ship
intelligence
that
is when
fleet that sailed back to
human
England,
AI
those are
collaboration
conflicted as well.
at
John
semi
Winter
final
claimed
dance
that
that
he
you
wanted
see
to
in
wait for
semi final
Francis Drake
vehicle
at an appointed
systems
meeting spot,
in terms of
but the
car
men on board
driving,
decided
but
not
also
to and took
in
command, bringing the ship back
safety
to
critical
England.
situation.
However, the men on board claimed that it was John
fighter
Winter's
jet,
plan all along
especially
after
when
becoming
flying
separated
fast.
from
I mean,
Francis Drake that they
in a
would sail
split second, you have to
immediately
make all these
back
kinds
to
of
England.
decisions.
It
It feels
appears
like
that
AI
John
system
Winter was
can do
believed because
as
he
much
was
harm as
received
it can
warmly
help.
by
So
Elizabeth,
to
and there
get
was
that
no
right
retribution against
is
them,
a
which
really
there would have been
fascinating
had he
challenge.
been an actual
One of the
concern.
challenges too isn't
However,
just
we
the
can't
value
really
of
know
the
what
economy
happened on
itself,
board.
but
There are
how
no
it
records.
senses the
But
environment
then there's even a third
that
possibility.
forces can
It's
inflict.
possible
See what
that
all these decisions
Drake
are based off
himself
of, and
was
that's a
actively
challenge
trying to
type of
lose the rest of
environment.
his fleet.
Well, I gotta ask.
You see,
So
after becoming
F-18,
separated,
what's it like?
John Winter waited in a harbor that
Best.
he and Francis Drake
I
had
mean,
agreed
wood
upon
to
as a
you
meeting
is
place should they become
beautiful,
separated.
powerful.
And Francis Drake,
What do you
sailing
love
back north,
about the
sailed
experience?
less than a day away
For
from
me,
this
you know,
meeting
and I
place. It
think
would
I'm
have taken
an
him
outlier,
almost
but
no
it
time to
wasn't
go and see if
necessarily
John Winter
the
was at this meeting place.
flying
If he
itself,
sailed
right? It
on,
wasn't
he
necessarily
continued
the
north to
soaring
find the
over the
coast of Chile.
clouds and
So maybe he
looking
didn't
down
want
at
these
the
other men on the
upside
voyage, men
down.
who
You
had
know,
been
I
troublesome
came
for
to
the
love
voyage
that,
up till
and
now,
but it
and
wasn't
realized
necessarily the passion
that
that
it was
drove me.
just
I
him
had no
and the
clue
most loyal
that
men on this
the
voyage
only
that were
the
aboard the
exposure I
Golden
had
Hind
was
who would have less trouble.
reading and
So
going to
Drake
the
sailed
woods
directly
and
north,
science fiction
after floundering around
and
in
all
the
that.
South
So,
Sea for
you know, what
weeks.
seemed to
It
kind of
was
drive me towards
desperate
that
that he find
was
some
just
land that would
a
have
desire
something
to
to
really
eat
be
on.
operating
You see,
close
the men on
to
board
what
the
I
Hind
thought
hadn't
was
had
the edge
anything
of
to eat except for
technology
seal
or
and
science,
penguin
and
meat
that's
for weeks
the
and
path that
weeks,
I
and they
chose
were
to try to
all
get close to
suffering
that.
from scurvy.
Thought that being in
Drake
a
found
fighter
the
jet
Chilean coast finally
and
on November
you know
25th
all the tools
on what
and
was
the
known as the Island of
technology
Mocha.
and the
Now there they managed to
knowledge
collect
and the
food
challenges
and water. They
and
got more
the
seal
failures
and
and
more
victories that
penguin
would
meat,
come with that
and they
just
found an
seemed
herb
like
that Drake
something that
reportedly knew of
I
that
wanted
had
to be a part of.
medicinal properties.
And
So
it
they made a
wasn't
tea
just
out of
about the
this herb,
fun. It was
which
about
when
the
they drank,
challenge.
did cure
Like
all
I
but
said,
2 of the men of
as
scurvy
a
who still
person from a
succumbed.
small town,
So
small
finally,
high school,
Francis Drake,
being able to get my
along with
hands,
his
you know,
Portuguese
even
pilot,
just
De
years
Silva,
on
the most loyal men
such
on this
technological
voyage,
significance
had
was
made it
kind of
to the western coast of
empowering
South
for
America.
me, and that's kind of what
De
bore
Silva had
the love
heard
of
of this
flight
island
there,
and had found
becoming,
this.
you know,
It
having
was
some level of
relatively well
mastery in
known.
the
It was
aircraft.
near a
It really
town
feels like
called
it was
La
an extension of the
Imperial,
body.
which was
Once I got
near one
there,
of the most
then
productive
kind of
gold
the love of
mines in
flying
South
kind of
America.
followed.
Now, this was a
So
region where
you,
the Spanish
one is
harvested
the
slaves
man
from all
mastering
along
the
the coast
machine,
from the native
and second is
tribes.
the machine is like the
However,
greatest thing that
this
humans
island,
have ever
the Spanish
created,
didn't
arguably.
touch. This island was
Like
called
things that Lockheed
Tierra
Martin and others
de
have built.
Guerra,
I mean, the
translated
engineering of
into
that.
English,
It's
the island of war. These
however you
natives
feel
were
about war.
extremely hostile
It's
to the
one of the
Spanish,
sad
and they
things
didn't
about
see
human
any difference
civilization
between the
is
white Spanish and the white English that had landed there.
war inspires the
De
engineering
Silva
of
attempted to
tools
warn Drake, but it was
that
already
are
too late.
incredible.
The natives attacked, killing
And it's
several of
like
the Englishmen,
maybe
including,
without war,
unfortunately for
you look
those
at
who had
human
been
history,
injured, the
not
ship's
those
surgeon.
the incredible things
So they
we
had
built.
nobody on
So in
board who
order
had any
to
real medical
win
knowledge, and
wars
Drake
and stop
himself
wars,
had been
you
hit with
build
2
these
arrows, one in the
incredible
hand and one just above his eye.
perhaps
As they
propagate war.
got in the boats and
And
tried
it's
to row
there's
away,
another
some of the
discussion I'll
natives
ask you
grabbed
about,
the
but
oars
this
and killed yet
to
more
you,
Englishmen
this is
with
like
the oars themselves before the English
this
were
is a
able to
chance
escape.
to experience the greatest
This taught a
engineering
couple of important
humans have
lessons to
ever
Francis
been able to do.
Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through that, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of escape. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor in a place called Quintana. It was a perfect cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all the stories. It was small, it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean. And only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love, so Drake offered them. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid for it, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not Montreal, a place called Valparaiso. And there was a single ship in the harbor.
I think that we are truly
Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed in the harbor, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked just terrible. But this ship in Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board the Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye. He screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes the Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much to it. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women. But then they ransacked the local church, where they took chariots and some of the vestments there and other religious ornaments, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found bits of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then it was recorded later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the list. Gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine. But then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen on returning home. There was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captain to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of the Capitana, a man named rabbi. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping instruments. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small man and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his goods. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul. The men were finally content. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure. And now they had taken pretty massive prizes. They had all sorts of delicious food, wine, and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to fly. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish mistakes. If word got to the capital in the Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man escaped, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in the boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury the English combat, but he was probably unsuccessful. So he retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. His territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves in it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to get some figures to the Gulf. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and attaching holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hull. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy guns. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region. These waters had never seen anything like it. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small piece that was on board the Hunter, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the line, there was a battle on the land between another mounted Spanish cavalry and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overnight, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Diego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region, so Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchoring. He sent a small boat to investigate, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering with a man sleeping next to him, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship. The man who was sleeping, never having woken up. I imagine there was something of a surprise with the landing area. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced aboard a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards them. He was trying to get any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, and he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages, women, and ships that probably had some treasure, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the city. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Orito. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than Ontario. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed in the harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other things, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port had a leak. It didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board. Unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Isle. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, the ship was smaller and lighter than the Hive was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port that came. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information, and the captain knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were, and they found out there were 2 ships worth saving. Now one was in a port nearby, readying to leave to head to Penn. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Penn. So Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When he took the ship, and very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silver, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind end. So Francis Drake had his ships tackled out and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now Drake had two priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be tailing them. Second was to catch that other ship. The ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the ship flag. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake it, which is what he intended to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold. And they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon the ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. And set them adrift to all the cargo on board. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to carry. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it flew much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish ships. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which doing so would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down without appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then towed stern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Angel, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel, and the man on board gave a false Spanish name. The man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. And then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself.
a somewhat
Then,
junior pilot at the
the
time. I
Golden
joined them
Hind
on
opened fire.
deployment 2012,
The very first volley
where
took out the
they
mizzen
had been already
mast
out
of the
there for about
Cockapoo.
6 months or so.
There was a hail of musket shot, cannon
Operating
fire,
in
and
Afghanistan.
arrows raining down upon the
I
Cockapoo.
joined them, and then we
Drake
came
himself
back. And still
tells
as
this
a
hail
relatively
of this.
new guy, we came
Quote,
back and we entered.
What seemed to be
some
about
making
60
phase
cockle buses
where
were
we
shot,
slow down,
followed by many
fly a
arrows which
bit,
struck the side of the ship, and
recuperate,
chain balls that from a
do some
heavy piece
maintenance
of
on the
ordnance
aircraft.
carried away the
Our
mizzen
particular
and sent
model
it to
of
the
the
sea with its sail and lateen yard.
the lot number,
After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, "Strike sail!" And immediately a pinnace slayed around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, "Have patience, for such is the usage of war," and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin of the carrier. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free reign that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out by force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure on the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cockapoo that he planned to do. He let them know that his plan was to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his Portuguese pilot Silva and the Spaniard Diego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Diego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, and then he headed out to sea, to the west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog had shrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall. In a lot of ways, it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers in their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on and they wondered. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. The king even came down to the beach to meet the English and held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing of song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Hill, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God has now become their God, their king and patron." The man who came gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly afterwards, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens in history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods they visited. They built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they had available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in the past. And many of these tribes believe that this was in fact a visitation by Francis Drake. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albia, which is in Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing must have ever come. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albia. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than we believe Nova Albia to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was in fact a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find them. He found several inlets and mapped this area very thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 3rd. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time. There would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was his custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European. We saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about, and wanted to see how it looked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant for them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Babu. And though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his whole life. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else arranged. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman reports that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its Queen Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation float. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning Burner to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at pilothistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, Those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read or list. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/pirate-history-podcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
The intuition from Colin's perspective, you know, you have to kind of identify what the thing is.
And welcome to the Pirate History Podcast.
To answer the first part,
My
they
name is
actually canceled the flight and came back. They were, you know, like if there one of these out here, almost hitting them, and it's right there.
We found that a situation in Europe was that
So they came back and they were just here and there.
both voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns.
This kind of was one of
The
those
American theater of war was
watershed
really
moments where
an
we all kind of
international
like this is a serious deal now. Yeah.
The war was largely
maybe we thought they were
it took place
balloons or
mostly
drones or
in smaller
maybe we thought
conflicts
it was fine, but the
rather
other
than
day,
outright
these
warfare.
things and we need to,
But in two
you know,
fronts,
we
there
need
was
to take care of
something
the
peculiar
situation.
before that.
And that's
In
actually
France, the
when you
Huguenot
start spinning
forces were entrenched against the forces of
hazards
Britain,
to
and they had been really
naval,
in decades
naval
long
aviation
civil war.
safety.
But in the Low Countries, where much more story
Communication
today
network.
takes place,
You
those
know,
were
it's
moving
not
from the
like
realm
a
of
big proactive
diplomacy
thing
and
where people go
conflict
investigate.
and
It's more of a
warfare.
data collection mechanism so that you
The
kind of share
armies
the
of both the
aggregate
Huguenot
data.
forces of the French and the Dutch
progressing.
armies, they were well
So it
trained,
wasn't
but
a
they were really
mechanism
no
that
match
would
for the
result
French and
in
Spanish
action being
armies that they
taken, but
faced.
we were hoping to at
These
least
were
get
two
the
of the
message
greatest
out
armies
to
of the
whoever
world,
was
so
maybe running
not
a
only
classified
those, but
program
the
that you're not
curious
aware of or
weapons of
something
the
like that,
forces of
that
the
hey,
French.
like you kill somebody.
So the conflict forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch
They
and
just
the
got back.
English
So
all
that
planned to
was our
third
concern at
option.
that point. That's kind of where
Instead
we
of
were
facing
thinking
these
it was
armies
going.
on land,
What's the
they faced them
protocol
at
for
sea,
shooting?
where it had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish didn't have the
Is
greatest
there
navy in
concern
the
that it's
world,
a direct threat,
unparalleled
not
by
just
anyone
like
else in the West,
a
we've learned that
thing
you
that
don't need
could
great
be?
warships
Yeah,
that
that's
mass
right.
bombardment
At least from my
on
perspective,
great
like that
naval
never really
powers.
crossed my
You
mind.
need
I
smaller
thought it
fleets
was actually
of
a
quick, smaller
intelligence
vessels, manned by
failure
sailors
to
who,
watch
while perhaps
information
lacking the
gathered.
raw fiber,
But I didn't
possessed
think
the
that it
will
was something
to
that
fight for
would
their cause. This
proactively
is
engage
episode
in
number
hostile
11.
behavior.
The
It wouldn't really
Sea.
make sense either to. It would be
One
shocking to like
standardized
have one
story
of these
we're
out here
going to
take
need
out
to get
F-18, but there's no tactical advantage
We've
other
talked
than
about the
fear,
sea battles
perhaps.
before. We've talked about the Dutch and the
Psychological.
Low Countries,
Yeah.
but they've always been
I've learned a lot about
footnotes. They've been
the
background characters in
psychological
the story of
warfare,
heroism
right?
and sea
This is a big part of
They're going to be
the
such
war.
important
In
players in
terms
the
of when we
story
talk
time that
about
we need to
siege
take a
warfare,
closer
about
look.
wars that last
The Low
many years,
Countries, well,
for
that's
many
the
months,
16th
even
century now,
perhaps
but we're
extended
today
years.
comprised of
But yes,
the Netherlands, Belgium, and
it
Luxembourg.
didn't seem,
And even the name
it
the
didn't
Netherlands
fit
in
your
German and
conception
Dutch
of
means the Low
a
Countries.
threatening entity.
Now, these
Correct.
countries don't really have as ancient a past as most
So
of the
looking back now,
compared
from
to
all the pieces of
Italy or
data you've
Germany or
integrated,
Spain or France or
you
England,
personally
they're all
had it.
relatively new
What do you
around
think
the
it
world.
could be?
And the whole
I don't
region
know.
was
I don't know what
largely
it could be. I
uninhabited
think
for
we've
most
been
of
able
its
to
history.
categorize it
While there were some
successfully
people
into
living in certain
buckets.
select
We've
areas,
been able
it
to
was
say
difficult
that
for them to
this
really
could be
build a
U.S. technology
civilization.
that
It wasn't really
someone
possible to
put
build
on
much in
the
the way
sky
of towns or
or
cities until
perhaps was
the
developed
Romans
and
arrived
tested
and
in an
began
appropriate spot by
industrializing the
someone
area.
that
You
was
see,
obeying best
the Low
practices.
Countries are on the
Is there,
North Sea
sorry to
and the
interrupt,
English
is
Sea.
there
They're that region
sort of
towards the water
modularity
edges
to
of
the
Europe,
way
and they're
the
really marshy,
military operates the way it's
swampy.
possible from one
It's that
branch
same
not to
region
know
that's famous
about
for
the
their
tests of
dikes. It was the
another?
I
Romans
think it's
who built
perfectly
really the
reasonable
first
to
system
think
of
that that
dikes in the
could
Low
occur, right?
Countries.
So
The
we
Roman
just
border
make that
in
assumption.
continental Europe
We can
was
integrate
essentially
that
the
into
Rhine, and they
analysis
had
here
it
and just say,
extremely
okay,
well
but
defended.
at the point we're at
And they had
now,
defended all
we
the way
have
up
to
to the
assume
North
that's not
Sea,
the
where
case,
they
right?
built
With
fort
everything that's been
cities
going on,
and
the statements
camps.
made
In
in
order
the
to
hearings,
land and
I think
fortify
that
these
if
forts,
it
they built
was
roads, and because of the problem of
a
frequent flooding in the
non-communication
an
market
issue.
nature of the
I
area.
don't get trouble
We had
because
to build
fine.
these roads on
What
raised
about it being an object
These
from
embankments
another
really were
nation,
the
from
first system
China,
of dikes
from
that
Russia,
dried out some of the
wherever
low
else?
countries and allowed people to
You know,
start to inhabit the place full time.
I don't think it's.
Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. We will flooding and the politics of Europe at the time. Things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to us. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really was centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were employees of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of the world. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries were called the states. Well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that would benefit people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of accused instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries weren't always a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that burned, that housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam. Though he was a Catholic in life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time.
Well, the other
Now,
thing is,
the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good at farmland. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, a major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was a city that was closely allied with them, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside. And the cities in the region would spend that, and some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices, wine, and wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole world. However, through all of these centuries since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of the history up until the time of the 16th century. That was when the lines of dukes from the region of Burgundy began to rise up. Shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright violent. These Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther was the powerful force of Charles V was arguably the most powerful man Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth, from a marriage alliance in Generation 4, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was through that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control. Now, beyond that, On
of
his
Earth,
mother's
right? Or
side,
something else
his
that is
grandparents
just
were
something we don't
Ferdinand and
understand and
Isabella
can't
of
imagine
Spain,
right now. That
the
still
Celtic
doesn't break.
monarchs, those very same monarchs that
If we
sent Christopher
consider
Columbus across the Atlantic
extraterrestrial
Ocean to
something that
found
came from
the
a
Spanish
physical
New World
place
with
far away in space time,
Charles,
you know, that
inherited
leads
their
us to
throne as
the
well.
technical assumptions that we would need
So
to take.
Charles
And
ruled
so
not
I
only
just
the
try to
Holy
not
Roman
categorize it
Empire,
under anything.
not
Just
only
say,
the
hey,
Low
is this
Countries, but
demonstrating
Spain, as
intelligence?
well as all of Spain's
And
overseas
start from there
holdings,
as a single
including
object. What
those
can
in
we
the
learn about it
Atlantic and
thematically?
North
How it's
Africa
performing? What
and
does
the
that mean for its
Mediterranean.
energy source?
He
What does that mean
controlled
for the G
what
forces
was, in
inside?
terms of sheer
And
land
then step it
mass,
out a
the
little and
largest
say,
empire
okay,
the world had
how are
ever
these
seen.
interacting with our fight?
This,
If they
however,
are, how are
proved
they
to be
interacting with the
a
weather,
bit
their
much for
environment?
Charles the Fifth.
How are they interacting with
Even
each
the
other?
Roman
So
emperors
when
at
we
the
look at
height of
east,
the
how they're
empire
interacting
decided
with
they
each
needed to
one,
split up the empire
especially off the
because
east coast where this
ruling that
happens
much
all the
territory
time
was
with
simply
multiple
too much
objects,
for
right?
one
And
single
so we
man.
may be able to determine
So in
some things about their maybe
1555, Charles V
central capabilities or
abdicated.
areas of focus. Now
In
we can
his
determine
homeland, the Holy
how
Roman
they work in
Empire,
conjunction
in
with each
Italy
other.
and in
But
Germany,
seeing one little flash of
he
an object
advocated in
doesn't
favor of
provide
his
that type
brother.
of insight.
However, for the rest of the
But we
empire,
have the
that
systems
being
for it. But
essentially
kind of,
Spain, the
not
Low
irony, but
Countries, and all of
it's
Spain's
just a
holdings
fact of life,
overseas,
the reality
he
that
advocated
many
in
of
favor
these
of his son,
well-deployed, highly
Philip
capable
II.
systems are
That is
held
the
under the
same Philip
military
II who we talked about
umbrella,
so
which makes
much
it
on our
difficult
planet.
to
The
provide that
Spanish
base
king
of
who
scientific
married Queen
analysis.
Elizabeth's predecessor,
So there's
Mary,
probably
sat on the
a
throne of
lot more
England,
data on
fought
these
a war with
objects
those two
not
countries
being
against France, and
that's not
finally,
made
when
available,
Mary died, as he
probably
lost
even
his power in
within
England,
the military
treated
for
for peace with
analysis. I think,
France and decided it was
I think
time
there's
to
going to
meet
be
this young new
available.
Queen Elizabeth.
And that's
It
one
was
of
at
the
those
reasons
peace talks
why
in France where
I've been
Philip II
engaged
met
with
the
the
young
American
Queen
Institute
Elizabeth.
of Aeronautics and
And he met
Astronautics
the real major
build
player of the story,
a large
a
resources
man
of
named William
complementary
of Orange.
expertise so that if and when
William
that
was
data
born in
is available or that there's
1543
additional
as
analysis
William of
needed,
Nassau.
we
For
can
those of you
spin up
who
those
have
teams to
some
make that
idea of what's
analysis.
to come,
So
yes, that
there's
was.
House
He
Intelligence
was
Subcommittee
born
hearing on
the son of a
UFOs
minor
that you were
noble,
part
and
of.
despite the
What was
blue
the goal
blood,
of that
he was
hearing?
not a wealthy
Can you maybe
family.
summarize
There were a
what
grand total of 17
you
children.
heard? The
And
hearing,
his
from
mother
my
made
perspective,
clothes for cats and
a
her own
bit
two pets and
disingenuous,
cooked
kind
every
of
meal
fluff
for all.
level. I
This
think
was not a lack of
what was
work
it
that
run by?
became
Sorry to interrupt. Like, who were the
He
people
was
involved?
educated at
What
home
was
by
the
his
goal?
mother,
Stated goal.
not in
Congressman Andre
Latin
Carson
and clever
was
manners,
the chair of
but
the committee,
he
and
ran
he
how to
was, I
read
think,
and
ultimately
use the
responsible for
Bible,
bringing it all
along with
together.
some other
I think the
theological
intention
theories,
in Congress
mostly
was to
the
try to bring
tenets
light
of
to
Protestantism.
what has been happening with the
In a lot
Navy
of
and
ways,
to
William's
help
upbringing was
show the
very
American
similar to
people that
Francis Crick's.
um,
They were both
Congress is taking it
educated
seriously
young
because
men
something
who
serious
were
is happening.
members of
But
the upper
the
class.
sense
They
I
knew
got
what
was
it
a
was
bit
to come from
disingenuous.
the
They
lower
talked around it a
echelons of
lot.
society.
They advertised their
Then, at the age of 11,
love of science
William's
fiction,
entire life changed.
but they
One of his
they didn't
cousins,
treat this,
a man
I
who
would
had
say, in
been
the manner it
prince of
deserved
some of
as
the
potential
richest
tactical
lands
threat
in the Low
from
Countries, as
foreign
well as a
power.
province known as Orange,
And I get it,
that
though.
was
At the same
within
day,
the
they
borders
have
of France,
very
but not under the
specific
control of the
objectives
French.
within the
When he
DoD,
left,
right? They have very formal
William,
job.
as his
Their
sole
job
heir,
isn't necessarily to do
his
exploratory
name,
science for no
William
reason.
of Nassau, is 11
So
years old.
I applaud
William
and I
of
encourage
Orange.
their efforts on the intelligence side to help
Now, the king
understand
of
this.
France and the king of
But
Spain
my
were not
concern
willing
is
to
that
let
they
the young noble
play a role
who
they're not
happened to
well
be a
suited for,
Protestant
which is
become one of the more
science.
powerful nobles
The
in
fact
their
about
lands.
results in new office,
But
investigating
instead of
UFOs
accusing
across all
his claim,
domain
they elected to
anomalies
sit
and
down in
office.
secret court where he could
What
be
do you think about this
educated
office?
in all
Do
the
you think you
courtly
can help
trials that he was going to
alleviate
undergo.
in
He was
way
sent to the court of
this
Rome,
hearing
who was
perhaps
the
was
regent of the
failed
Low Countries.
to to improve more of the scientific rigor and the seriousness of investigating UFOs. I think that I think it's a step in the right direction, but it's a step that's taken because there's a step that didn't happen, right? So the AOISG was the progeny essentially of the AARO, and the name was changed because nothing was happening, and it was essentially just using metaphors that were created to make this topic palatable. Like airborne object identification, synchronization, management. Quite the mouthful. I practiced that. But the new ultimate anomaly resolution office, from my perspective at least, the perspectives that they're putting out, they seem to want to be able to put out Twitter handle their averages, going out on Twitter and communicating, saying they want to keep this open. But that's going to run into a classification wall. Also, Dr. Sean Patrick seems like an interesting guy.
William became spectacular musician. He really took to his music very well.
Too deeply, but he seems to have he's coming from like a science research perspective, like background. So he might be at least in the right minds
And
at the
Charles
right
V
background to kind of
abdicated
lead
as well in
serious investigation.
1555.
I think so.
William
I'll just say
was
generally,
really grown to be
the
something
office
like
has been
the second
receptive
father
to
of
AI
William
way reaching out in order to
He entrusted
collaborate,
this
which has
underground
been
office
a
throne.
positive
He
sign.
leaned on the shoulder
Also,
of
not to
William
say
Warren.
kudos to
And William
Dr.
considered
Fergal
to
and
play an important
NASA's
role in politics. He was
effort
there
as well.
in France when
I see
Charles'
these
son was
organizations that
killed,
are standing
and
up.
met King
I
Henry
do
of
see them
France to
as
sign that peace
good
treaty.
faith
As
efforts
a
that are
powerful
coming
noble
about
who had lands
through a lot
not only
of
within the borders of
difficulty
France, but
and
one of the few
negotiation,
nobles
most
there that
likely,
had
right? And I
lands in
see
Low
these
Country.
as
He
a
was
small
chosen as a
door
hostage to
that
stay
we
with
can
the
take
King of
advantage of
France
to
until the treaties were
a much more
unresolved.
effective relationship.
This was something that was typical at the time.
How do you
These
put pressure
hostages
on this
were
kind of thing?
honored
Does it come
guests
from
of the other
civilian
court,
leadership?
and
Does it come
frequently
from sort
William
of
would go
Congress
on
and
holidays
presidents?
with the
Does it come
King,
from the
along
public?
with some of the
Does
other
the public
Spanish
have any
nobility.
power to pressure on this?
One of their favorite
Or
activities was to
is
go on long
the giant
excursions.
wall of bureaucracy
On these hunts,
protected
Henry would speak
under
freely.
pressure?
Everybody there,
I think
they
we've
were
been
friends.
in that
They were
latter
all
state for a
good,
while,
intelligent
but
nobility.
society's going to be a bit
Now,
different nowadays.
William learned that
We
he
have the
and
ability to
France until
communicate,
he
to
set in
group,
Spain
and to
were
form
their friends
relationships
that
in a way
toast
that
all
hasn't been able
possible freedom. None of
because
the
in the
war
past
between
we've been
Spain
able
and France was
to
over.
do
The French
research
were
for
able
better
to
or worse on
concentrate
our
on
own,
their civil war with the
in a way
British
that
armies.
hasn't been able to happen before.
Philip, on the other
So
hand, had
I sense that
plans
people
to
are a bit
unearth
less
every
willing to
dust
kind
out
of
of the
buy the
Low
bottom line
Countries.
statement from
Henry would talk
those in
about this
power as they
at
used to be
length.
back when
And
they didn't
William
have access
listened
to
to
it.
him, listened to all of
And
his
so I do
boastings,
think
but
there
he
is a
said
massive
nothing.
role for general
However,
society, general
his mind
populace
must
to
have been
play
troubled.
to show that they are.
Protestant
Because
household.
it's not that I don't think
His mother and father
politicians
were
or
members of
leaders
Lutheran
in
nobility.
the Pentagon,
His own lands
not
in
that
the
they
Low Countries
like this
were
topic
filled with
necessarily,
unemployed
I guess
numbers of
toxic per
Protestant
se,
peasants.
but they exist in a culture
And
where
being
this hasn't
position
been
everything that
talked,
Philip
and
has
they
to
don't feel
say,
comfortable talking about it.
William
And these are people that have spent
news
their
from the
entire
from the
careers
Low
working
Countries.
towards a goal of getting to
In
very high
Philip
positions
ruled
in
the Low
government.
Countries
And so this
after
is
signing
very
the peace
instant
accords
nature
and
to take a
after
stance
having
on
all
a
those
topic like
Spanish
this.
troops on Low Countries soil
And
with
so the
the
fact that
French,
these are standing
he
up,
had left around
even if they do
3,000
have a
Spanish
small
troops
budget
on their
or
soil,
if they
something
struggle
that
with it
he
at first, I
promised
still
not
think
to
it's a
do.
massive change,
More and more
and
Spanish
it's a
officials
big
were being
step away
appointed
from
in
that
high
stigma
positions of
that
power
has
as
been
well,
invading this
something
topic
that
for
was
so long.
technically
And
illegal.
you're actually
You see,
part
King
of
Philip was not the
alleviating
king
the
of the Low
stigma for
Countries. He was
somebody
the
that's
duke
as
of the Prince of the
credible,
Low
as
Countries,
intelligent,
but
as
to
like
be a
very good
lord in these
background,
nations, you
able
had
to speak
to
about these
be
things.
such
There's
a
a big
victim,
list
and
of
you
details,
had to be agreed upon
but
by the
it's
country.
extremely
He had
valuable
to be
because it's
universally agreed upon by all
alleviating
of the
the
states,
stigma.
but he didn't
Thank
have
you
the
for saying that,
political
but I didn't
authority
feel
to
as
do
much
what
of
he
a
was
risk
doing.
for me.
However, those
I didn't
3,000
come out
troops that he had left
alien,
on Low
right?
Country
Or whatever.
soil, well,
I
they
had
were
a safety
powerful
problem that I
members.
started asking questions.
Every day the
And,
situation
I
was
went
all
down a
and
road
his land
as
was
a
growing
Navy
more and more
trained
dominant.
aviation safety officer,
But William's
right? That
position
spent the school
itself
for
was
6 weeks
different.
in Pensacola to
He
be
was
a
a
safety
hostage of the
officer.
King of France,
You know,
a well-treated, noble
we're
hostage,
almost safety
yes, but
intelligence.
still
And
at the
it's
King's
not
mercy.
something that happened in the
So they
past. We
learned
want to
all the spare
understand that it's
information.
happening right now.
William didn't say
These
anything,
occurrences are still happening.
which is where he
Aviators are
learned
flying
his
right
name.
now, are still flying
William
by
was
these
silent.
things. And in fact, I mentioned
When
I
he
was
returned
a
to his
instructor
lands in the
pilot.
Low Countries, William would tell
I had a student call me
well, in the
about 8
beginning
months ago or
hostage,
so,
new region had been appointed
and
in
he
the
said,
Low
"Hey, sir,
Countries
I
like
made it
him.
to the fleet
This
finally.
was his sister,
I
his
trained
half
out
sister,
of fly, and then
Marguerite
goes to
Gilbert.
F-18, goes another year of
She was
training, and then he
officially
gets out to
supposed to
squadron
move
on the
with
East Coast, and
correlation
he's
with an official
flying with the
council for
senior
the
member
Council of
of
State.
the base, and
This
he's
was
looking at
something of
another
a
fighter fly
parliament.
out.
All of the highest nobility in the Low
0506,
Countries belonged to
and
him,
those
including
kind have a
way
bad
of
weather
deciding.
day, so they said, hey,
But
you
in
know,
reality, that
we'd
wasn't
love
how
for us to
things
do
really
this
worked.
dogfighting set.
Marjorie ruled
Do
the
a
country
EAP,
in
you know, so we
trust
can
with
find these
one
things to
man
take a look
group.
at. You know,
Bishop
I don't know if it was a yes or not, but
this
you know,
was
this
Philip
I actually
II's
would say it was
chosen
not a yes
representative
because
of
there
the
were no decisions that
Admiral
were
was a
being made
proud
without this
statesman.
new safety hazard
He
at that
had
point. So
really no love for the Low
now
Countries
that I
and
think
absolutely
about it, like
detested
it wasn't
the
a yes.
police element
Long
there.
story
So
short, they were
really
flying.
his
The weather was
for
too
Philip's
bad.
purposes.
They did go, and they physically stopped.
William spent
You know,
his
called
first
me up.
couple of
He's
years
like, hey,
back
sir,
on
you was
Hard
here,
Hat
still
and
out
all
here,
of
you know,
the
years
ability
later.
of the 17
So it's
different
almost like a
states in
generational
the
issue, you know, for
He
these fighters
organized them,
positions. So
built strong
that's great because
ties
they
and
can
allies
talk about
with them, and
exactly.
even began a
So
network
at least
of
comfortable having a
communication
reporting mechanism. And
correspondence.
so that was
They would
one
be
of the
able to
problems that
talk
I
to each other
noticed
very
that
quickly,
we
and
have
they knew it
a
even
lot of
faster.
reporting mechanisms to
This
take care
network
of
of
safety
lords had
issues and
several
even
objectives.
tactical
The
issues
first
if
and
the
most
time's right,
important
where
to
to
them
keep track of
was
what's going
to
on.
petition
But there's no way
Margaret
to
de Parma,
communicate about
Granville, and Philip
this.
II himself
Share
to
because there
remove
has
those
been report,
3,000
but
strong
nothing's
troops
actually being
still
investigated.
stationed on their soil.
And if this is a
The
tactical
petitions, and they
vulnerability,
sent
but
many of
something
them,
more,
went
it deserves
unheeded
attention.
for 2 whole years
Good
until
ask,
Philip
yes, sir.
finally They need to move
take
those
your
troops
opinion of the
off low
different
country soil into
useful
the war with
settings
the Arabs,
that the
Turks,
GODS
and
these
the
videos
Afghans.
on. So what do you think about
So
the tic-tac
Williams
toe
Coalition
law
immediately
that
shifted its
is
focus.
favoring others
With
society?
the withdrawal of those small
That's it.
troops,
$1 trillion.
Rothschild was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and
I
this
can't
granted him
I
the
can't
authority to call in
do
the
like mental
Inquisition.
models in my head to
This Inquisition
find
did
potential
what
solutions
Inquisitions
to
were intended to
discredit
do.
that, right? Like
They
as I found, right?
searched
Just as
out
a logical
anyone
process
who
as a
wasn't a
practice, I
Catholic
can't
and
pick it apart
kidnapped them and
the way
questioned
that
them,
we talked
usually
about
ending in
before,
torture and
like
sometimes
thousands
even
of journals
execution.
being like
They
sent up a good
terrorized the
right? I
countryside
can't
with
really
all
bring
of the love
myself to
questions, and
a clever
naturally,
solution to
William
that,
and
you
his
know,
group of
other
nobles
than
had
just
banded
how to
together to
relying
fight
right
this
there,
injustice.
you know.
Well,
And I believe,
they decided to
I know
press
Dave
for
Graver,
Grenville's
you know,
removal.
just a friend, we
They
talked a
took
lot.
to wear
I
a
have
symbol
zero
on all of their
reason
coats.
to
They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of
yeah,
their
I agree
soldiers
with
and
you.
their servants. The
So
symbol they decided
in
to follow
terms
was
of
a quiver
the actual
quiver.
UFO,
The quiver represented
is there something
the
anomalous or
unity
interesting to
among
you
these
about that
nobles.
particular
The
case?
fact that
Maybe
a single arrow could be
one
broken,
interesting aspect
and yet
there is
many arrows together could
how
not be broken.
much do I understand
It also
about
represented the fact that they were